The female lead Lam Phi Luk is a true green tea bitch. She specializes in seducing scumbag men who have girlfriends but still flirt around outside. That day, the scumbag playboy Tat Ha arranged to meet Lam Phi Luk to give her a birthday gift. Before meeting Tat Ha, Lam Phi Luk secretly called his girlfriend and explained about today's meeting. That girlfriend told Lam Phi Luk not to hang up. She would come right away. Tat Ha was overjoyed when he saw Lam Phi Luk. He gave her a bouquet of fresh flowers and a diamond necklace. Lam Phi Luk was stunned when she saw the necklace. Then she said she couldn't accept such an expensive thing. If she accepted this precious gift, Tiao Bao would surely blame her if he found out. Tat Ha told Lam Phi Luk not to worry too much. This precious gift was only worthy of a beautiful and gentle girl like Lam Phi Luk. Only she deserved to have it. After saying that, Tat Ha even wanted to help Lam Phi Luk put on the necklace. Just then Tat Ha's girlfriend arrived. She directly slapped him hard and said goodbye. Tat Ha wasn't to be outdone. He decisively agreed to break up, saying he already had his beloved Lam Phi Luk by his side. Unexpectedly, Lam Phi Luk had disappeared. Lam Phi Luk had left as soon as Tat Ha's girlfriend arrived. She threw the bouquet in the trash, sighing, "I've said it long ago. Don't look for boyfriends in the trash." Afterwards, Lam Phi Luk received a call. Her friend called, saying they had organized for Lam Phi Luk a birthday party, inviting her there. A few hours later, Lam Phi Luk drove to the party. On the way, she talked with her friend about the scumbag Tat Ha. That friend said Tat Ha was in a miserable state, dumped by his girlfriend, so he was looking for Lam Phi Luk everywhere, wanting to apologize to her. Lam Phi Luk showed indifference. After all, she didn't tell Tat Ha to break up. Things turning out this way couldn't be blamed on her. Her friend expressed that this could be considered as Lam Phi Luk doing a good deed. She helped that girl break up with a scumbag player, escaping from misery. Lam Phi Luk wasn't very happy with her friend's praise. After all, she was just someone unloved by her father and mother. She was just looking for some fun out of boredom. While Lam Phi Luk was talking, a truck coming from the opposite direction crashed into her car. The car hit the roadside barrier, plunging straight down. Lam Phi Luk was bewildered. Her birthday was also her death anniversary. Was this the final ending for a green tea bitch like her? Could it be because she had done too many bad things? Heaven couldn't stand it anymore and was punishing her. If that was really the case, then in the next life, if she had a chance to live again, she would definitely be a good person. Lam Phi Luk closed her eyes, accepting her fate. But unexpectedly, she didn't die, but arrived in an unfamiliar space. Fragments of memories appeared in her mind. Before Lam Phi Luk opened her eyes again, the last sound remaining in her mind was someone's cry for help. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before her, Lam Phi Luk was astonished. In front of her was a room decorated in ancient style. More importantly, Lam Phi Luk discovered she had really traveled through time to become an ancient princess, transformed into a child. At that moment, a very beautiful woman entered. It was noble consort Lan. Tiao Lam. Lam Phi Luk looked at Tiao Lam, asking her what had happened. Tiao Lam gently looked at Lam Phi Luk, hugged her and said, "Little Luk went out to play in the morning, slipped and fell into the water, catching a cold. But it's nothing to worry about. After taking some medicine, you'll be fine." As soon as Tiao Lam finished speaking, a maid brought in a bowl of medicine. Tiao Lam then spoon by spoon fed it to Lam Phi Luk. Lam Phi Luk obediently drank the medicine, but couldn't help thinking to herself, clearly the owner of this body was pushed into the water by someone, yet Tiao Lam didn't realize it. Indeed, women in the inner palace were very simple-minded. After Lam Phi Luk finished the bowl of medicine, a little boy came running in. It was Lam Phi Luk's foolish older brother. This was why the emperor disliked noble consort Lan. How could he accept that the true dragon son of heaven had a foolish child? It was a stain on his life. However, although her brother was foolish, he was still very good to his little sister. Whether it was delicious food or interesting things, he would always give them to his little sister. First, Big Brother patted Lam Phi Luk's head, gently comforting her, saying it doesn't hurt. Then he took out some candy and gave it to Lam Phi Luk. Lam Phi Luk said she wouldn't eat it, so Big Brother put the candy in his mouth, eating it with relish. Tiao Lam gently led the foolish Big Brother to the table, softly asking, "Didn't Mother already say? Little sister is sick, we shouldn't disturb her." The foolish Big Brother looked a bit sad, saying he came because he missed little sister. Tiao Lam didn't mean to blame her son. She just gently used a cloth to wipe away the food stuck on his mouth. Lam Phi Luk observed Tiao Lam's actions. She felt that she didn't resent this foolish child of hers at all. In the palace, a son's worth equals his mother's. The existence of this foolish son essentially cut off all of Tiolam's future prospects. Yet she didn't resent him at all, but always worried about and protected her two young children. Truly a sacred mother's love. Lumphilok happily looked at Tiolam and her foolish brother. She felt that being cared for by others wasn't so bad. After all, she still needed time to adapt to the new environment and new identity. First, she had to observe everything. Now that she was living again, Lumphilok set a small goal for herself. In this life, do nothing extraordinary, just peacefully. Be a good person. That's enough. The family of 3 was enjoying their time, happily together, when a palace maid ran in to inform Tiolam that people from noble consort Jingying's palace had come to their place, wanting to see the princess. Tiolam anxiously asked the palace maid what happened. The palace maid honestly reported the 3rd princess began running a high fever last night. She keeps screaming that she sees the 5th princess standing at the door watching her. She's even terrified of the royal physician. Noble consort Jingying sent word saying that the 5th princess bumped into the 3rd princess at Lumhan Pavilion yesterday. She wants the 5th princess to come and apologize. Lumphilok heard this and really wanted to laugh. It was clearly that 3rd princess who pushed this body's original owner into the water, attempting murder. Now the murderer scared herself sick and wants the victim to apologize. It's truly ridiculous. Lumphilok originally didn't want to be a bad person, but she was still someone who clearly distinguished between favors and grudges. She absolutely wouldn't let others take advantage of her. If she was going to live again in this body, other things aside, she would definitely take revenge for this grudge. Later, Lumphilok was taken by Tiolam to noble consort Jingying Tinyin's palace. As soon as she saw Tiolam, Tinyin arrogantly displayed her authority. Tiolam, not wanting to cause trouble, hurriedly knelt down to apologize. She also quietly reminded Lumphilok to kneel. Lumphilok stared at Tinyin, feeling she was both ugly and vicious, not even close to her own mother Tiolam. Seeing Lumphilok not kneeling, Tinyin rushed over and slapped Tiolam hard. "You bitch. If the mother can't discipline her child, this palace will hit you if we can't hit the princess. So I'll hit you as an example." Tiolam, aware of her lowly status, quickly kowtowed and apologized, begging Tinyin to punish her instead if she wished. Lumphilok was young and didn't know anything. Tinyin, emboldened, continued to berate Tiolam relentlessly. Lumphilok clenched her fists. Only now did she realize that in the inner palace, those without power would suffer such misery. Then Tinyin ordered her palace maids to bring Lumphilok inside, forcing her to kneel before the 3rd princess's bed and kowtow an apology. The 3rd princess, Lumhi, hearing this, smirked, thinking Lumphilok deserved it. Hearing Tinyin say this, Lumphilok couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She then cried out, claiming she had just seen a terrifying person whose body was covered in water weeds and dripping wet all over. After saying this, Lumphilok immediately hid behind. Tiolam, her face panic-stricken, as if she had just seen something horrifying. She insistently demanded Tiolam take her back. Tinyin, hearing this, became extremely worried. She looked in the direction Lumphilok was pointing, but found no one there. She herself had once killed a palace maid and feared the maid had come back for revenge. Lumphilok threw herself into Tiolam's arms, frightened, saying she saw that person enter 3rd Princess Lamhi's room. Inside the room, Lamhi, hearing Lumphilok's words, screamed in panic and her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Tinyin hurriedly ran inside to check on her daughter, ordered palace maids to find the imperial physician and go outside the palace, to invite several high monks as well. Tiolam, seeing the situation worsen, carried Lumphilok back. When they returned to the chambers, a palace maid brought warm towels, wiping the wound on Tiolam's face. Tiolam, disregarding herself, told the maid to prepare some items for an offering. Lumphilok had seen something unclean. Just then, noble consort arrived. She had heard Lumphilok encountered evil spirits, so she brought high monks to exorcise them, preventing anything unclean from entering her Mingwit palace. Outwardly, Lumphilok appeared naive and unaware, but inwardly she was extremely displeased at constantly encountering trouble. Noble consort, too, paid no attention to what Lumphihom said, directly ordering 2 palace maids behind her to take Lumphilok outside for the monks to exorcise. Tiolam, worried for her child, tried to follow but was stopped by maids. She wanted to use Lumphilok's princess status as a shield, but it had no effect. Lumphilok was pressed firmly onto a chair by 2 maids. A young monk holding a willow branch struck Lumphilup hard, claiming to drive out evil spirits. Lumphilup cried out in pain. Never in her life had she been beaten like this. In this new life, Lumphilup wanted to be a good person, so initially she kept enduring. However, the pain on her back made her unwilling to continue enduring. So Lumphilup pretended to faint, wanting to avoid the beating. Today, seeing Lumphilup faint, Tiolam, extremely worried, quickly ran to her side. Noble consort, tense, asked that monk, wasn't it just one strike? Why has Lumphilup fainted already? That monk was also terrified, whispering to noble consort too. The princess's face is pale, her body covered in sweat. These symptoms cannot be faked. The child is still young after all. I'm afraid we can only stop here for today. Hearing this, noble consort acted as if Lumphilup was no longer a concern. She exchanged a few polite words and quickly left. Tiolam had no mind to listen to what she said, her heart only worried about her little daughter. After noble consort 2's group had gone far, Lumphilup slowly opened her eyes. Tiolam told Lumphilup not to be afraid. Noble consort 2's people had left. She didn't know Lumphilup had deliberately fainted. Lumphilup spoke up to comfort Tiolam, saying she wasn't hurt at all, telling her not to cry. Tiolam bit her lip, picked up Lumphilup, unable to help, blaming herself for being useless, unable to protect her daughter well. Afterwards, Tiolam went to invite the imperial physician to examine Lumphilup. Lumphilup obediently lay in the arms of Tiolam. She had thought this was just a retirement simulation, only needing to guard this small world and enjoy food and drink. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a battle royale. However, fighting was good too. Otherwise, all the skills of a green tea bitch that Lumphilup had would be wasted if not used. She also wanted to see how many big and small bosses in this harem simulation could withstand her seduction. The next day, palace maids took Lumphilup for a walk in the flower garden. Seeing it was getting late, a palace maid suggested taking Lumphilup back. Princess, the imperial physician said your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Let's walk a bit more and then return. Lumphilup had almost recovered from her injury by now and wanted to start taking some action. Everyone knows to live peacefully in the palace and secure one's position, one must first find a solid support. But starting directly with the emperor might not be easy. So Lumphilup decided to take a step back to move forward, starting with her half-brothers first. While Lumphilup was admiring a camellia flower in her hand, she heard some palace maids' voices. It turned out to be the palace maids of the fourth prince. They were extremely worried seeing the prince climbing a tree. Lumphilup tugged on the sleeve of a nearby palace maid, naively asking fourth prince, "My brother is the sixth prince. Is that fourth prince also my brother?" The palace maid gently pulled Lumphilup behind a tree, whispering, "The fourth prince is the son of noble consort Nan. His status is different from our mistress's. The fourth prince has a stubborn personality. If he sees the princess, I'm afraid he might bully you. Let's leave first." Hearing this, Lumphilup let out an "oh." On the other side, fourth prince Lum Kangwin was leisurely standing on a tree picking persimmons, saying if the emperor and empress mother scolded them, he would help the palace maids plead for mercy. Lumphilup smiled as she looked towards Lum Kangwin. With just a glance, she knew Lum Kangwin was someone who could be easily swayed. Though impulsive, his intentions weren't bad. So Lumphilup deliberately made a noise to attract Lum Kangwin's attention. Lum Kangwin heard it and told her to come out so he could see her face. Lumphilup's palace maid, seeing they were discovered, became very worried and hurriedly knelt down. Seeing the little girl before him, Lum Kangwin curiously asked who she was. Lumphilup politely greeted him. His palace maid then said the person before him was the fifth princess. Learning the little girl's identity, Lum Kangwin asked her why she was hiding over there. Lumphilup shyly looked at the persimmon in Lum Kangwin's hand, mumbling that she wanted to eat persimmons. Seeing how adorable Lumphilup was, Lum Kangwin's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He then quickly ordered his palace maid to give her all the persimmons he had just picked. The palace maid was a bit surprised, but then handed the basket of persimmons to Lumphilup. Of course, Lumphilup couldn't carry it. Lum Kangwin, displeased, told his palace maid to give the basket to Lumphilup's palace maid. Lumphilup was extremely happy, smiling sweetly and saying, "Thank you, brother." Afterwards, she gave Lum Kangwin the four-petaled camellia flower as a symbol of good luck. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Lum Kangwin watched the small figure run away, feeling touched in his heart. He didn't expect Lumphilup would give him that camellia flower without any hesitation. Clearly, she was also very regretful. While Lum Kangwin was still lost in thought, Lumphilup poked her head out from behind the door again, sweetly bidding him goodbye. Hearing this, Lam Kang-win quickly clutched his heart. Lam Fi-luk was truly too adorable. On the way back, the palace maid asked Lam Fi-luk if the camellia flower really symbolized good luck, as she had never heard of it before. Lam Fi-luk smiled without speaking. She had just said it off the top of her head. Of course, the palace maid wouldn't have heard of it. Suddenly, Lam Fi-luk spotted a green tangerine tree. The palace maid said these tangerines were very sour, inedible. Lam Fi-luk already had a plan in mind, asking the palace maid to pick her that tangerine up there. The palace maid happily complied. After meeting Lam Fi-luk that day, fourth Prince Lam Kang-win secretly sent quite a few items to Mingwit Palace. The living expenses of Lam Fi-luk's family of 3 also improved somewhat. Mingwit Palace rarely had such peaceful and leisurely days. Lam Fi-luk happily played with her brother, considering it as compensation for the familial affection she couldn't enjoy in her previous life. If there was anything unsatisfactory about these days, it would be Noble Consort 2. She always liked to cause trouble for Lam Fi-luk. Tonight, while she was playing with her brother, she came to stir up trouble again. Lam Fi-luk paid no attention to Noble Consort 2. She deliberately said she saw someone behind her to scare. Noble Consort 2 then pulled her brother away. Noble Consort 2 was truly frightened, quickly asking the palace maid to help her return. After returning to Mingwit Palace, Noble Consort 2 tiredly rubbed her forehead. The palace maid spoke up to reassure her, but Noble Consort 2 remained worried. She firmly believed that a 5-year-old like Lam Fi-luk couldn't possibly know what had happened. She planned to settle accounts with her tomorrow when the sun was out. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Noble Consort 2 thought Noble Consort Witten next door had some urgent matter, so she told the palace maid to follow her to check. Unexpectedly, when the door opened, there was no one there, only a rope dangling from a tree branch. 2, terrified, screamed loudly, ordering the palace maid to close the door. She firmly believed that the hanged palace maid had returned for revenge, but in reality, it wasn't any ghost at all. Just a little trick by Lam Fi-luk to scare Noble Consort 2. Due to the frightening incident on that rainy night, Noble Consort 2 had a high fever for several days. The palace maids invited both high-ranking monks and imperial physicians. Mingwit Palace was in an uproar. Lam Fi-luk, taking advantage of the busy palace maids, snuck inside and poured a pale yellow liquid. Ants from everywhere immediately swarmed, causing the palace maids to panic endlessly. After that day, rumors of Noble Consort 2 encountering evil spirits grew increasingly intense. Even her former supporter, Noble Consort Win, hadn't set foot in Mingwit Palace. While Noble Consort 2 lay unconscious in bed, she naturally didn't know she was despised by the other palaces. All day her mind was in panic, lingering in bed sick. Noble Consort 2 lay unconscious in bed all day. Slowly opening her eyes, she called for a palace maid to bring water. But after calling all day, no one responded. Looking around, she only saw Lam Fi-luk staring at her. While Noble Consort 2 was still shocked, Lam Fi-luk immediately changed her expression, saying grimly, "Your Highness, she says she's waiting for you." 2, terrified, screamed. Palace maids rushed in from outside. Noble Consort ordered the palace maids to chase Lam Fi-luk out. After Lam Fi-luk ran away, Noble Consort 2 immediately ordered the palace maids to light all the lamps in the room. She didn't believe that those filthy things would dare come near her body. The palace maid immediately complied. But when she lit the lamps, a line of text appeared, frightening the palace maid. The text read, "Pay with your life." Noble Consort 2 saw it and directly widened her eyes before fainting. Lam Fi-luk happily returned to her chambers. As she went inside, she saw her older brother holding out a tangerine for her. Lam Fi-luk approached, saying this tangerine wasn't for eating. Then, she performed a magic trick for her brother. First, Lam Fi-luk squeezed out the tangerine juice, then used that juice to write characters on paper. Finally, she held the paper behind a candle flame. What Lam Fi-luk had just written immediately appeared. Lam Fi-luk smiled happily. After days of fear and panic, she could finally temporarily organize a safe birthday celebration. Just then, Lam Kang-win approached from afar. The eunuch beside him spoke up to prevent Lam Kang-win from going inside. After all, in the past, Mingwit Palace had experienced evil worship incidents, hidden filthy weapons. Lam Kang-win frowned unhappily. In this palace, there was no place he couldn't go. Lam Fi-luk naturally recognized Lam Kang-win. She felt his arrival was perfect timing, just right, to increase her favorability with him. Lam Fi-luk went to the door, shyly, calling Lam Kang-win twice. "Big brother." Seeing the adorable little girl, Lam Kang-win immediately disregarded the eunuch beside him, telling him to wait outside while he directly went inside. Lam Fi-luk looked up at Lam Kang-win, asking why he had come here. Lam Kang-win took out the camellia flower that Lam Filok had given him before, saying that these past few days he had the palace maids take good care of it, but in the end, it still withered. Lam Filok looked at the flower, said she had an idea, and pulled Lam Kang-win inside. Although a bit confused as to where her foolish big brother had run off to, Lam Filok didn't think too much about it and focused on her own business first. She took a book from the shelf, opened it to the middle page, and pressed the flower down. Then happily handed it back to Lam Kang-win. Lam Filok stressed, if done like this, the camellia flower would become a bookmark. Even when withered, it wouldn't lose its inherent beauty. Lam Kang-win looked at Lam Filok in amazement. This was the first time he had heard of something called a bookmark. Nevertheless, Lam Kang-win didn't think too much about it. He happily put the book away, thinking to himself, his fifth princess sister Lam Filok was indeed no ordinary person. He was about to leave when he placed his hand on the page Lam Filok had marked. As they were talking, the foolish big brother, Lam Chim-vien of Lam Filok had returned. Lam Filok saw that Lam Chim-vien looked a bit unhappy. She quietly told him to go get some persimmons. After Lam Chim-vien left, Lam Kang-win unhappily asked Lam Filok why she didn't call him big brother like before. Lam Filok tiptoed carefully, whispering into Lam Kang-win's ear that it was their secret. Lam Kang-win, of course, couldn't resist Lam Filok's adorable demeanor. He immediately dropped the previous issue. Suddenly, Lam Kang-win remembered that Lam Chim-vien's name was very familiar. So he asked Lam Filok if her big brother was an idiot. Lam Filok pitifully shed tears, saying her big brother wasn't an idiot. Her big brother was just ill. Lam Kang-win saw her crying and hurriedly apologized repeatedly. Lam Filok grabbed Lam Kang-win's sleeve, putting on an extremely pitiful face, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she could cry at any moment. She asked Lam Kang-win if he would also hate her big brother, like other people did. Seeing Lam Filok's pitiful expression, Lam Kang-win immediately said, "Of course not. He's your big brother, and also my sixth younger brother. How could I possibly dislike him?" Lam Filok happily smiled, saying Lam Kang-win was the best person she had ever met. Those words filled Lam Kang-win's heart with happiness. At that moment, Lam Chim-vien returned with the persimmons. Tio Lam was also with him. When she saw the fourth prince Lam Kang-win, she was very surprised, not understanding why the fourth prince had come here today. They had never interacted before. Lam Chim-vien held out the persimmons in his hand. Lam Filok immediately chose the biggest and reddest one and gave it to Lam Kang-win. Lam Kang-win took the persimmon, realizing these were the persimmons he had sent to Lam Filok a few days ago. He didn't understand why she still kept them after so long. Lam Filok then said, these persimmons could be kept for a long time. If eaten too quickly, there would be no food left. Lam Kang-win felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. A few days ago, he had asked palace servants to find out a bit about Lam Filok. Although he knew her mother Tio Lam wasn't favored, and even she wasn't valued much, he didn't expect Lam Filok to live in such poverty. Not only was her living place simple, but even the persimmons in the garden had to be eaten sparingly. Then, Lam Kang-win gave the persimmon in his hand to Lam Chim-vien. He himself went to eunuch Kang-an to assign tasks. Lam Kang-win ordered Kang-an to return to Trungmin Palace immediately, bring delicious food, clothes, jewelry, brocades, and silver braziers. Everything needed for winter must be brought here for Lam Filok. Kang-an felt a bit uncomfortable. Last time he had secretly helped the fourth prince bring quite a few trinkets to Mingwit Palace. Now he wants to give so many good things again. If Consort Nan finds out, it might not be good. Then he called Lam Kang-win to return with him. Lam Kang-win immediately refused. He still wanted to take Lam Filok for a walk by the lake. Lam Filok happily agreed, by the way. She also wanted to find other targets to conquer. Lam Filok quickly tidied up her outfit, then went for a walk with Lam Kang-win. Lam Kang-win even planned to teach her how to fish. When the two arrived, several court ladies, seeing the unfavored fifth princess walking with the fourth prince, couldn't help but whisper a few comments. Lam Filok, of course, heard what they said and laughed inwardly. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, attracting Lam Filok's attention. It turned out to be third princess Lam He. She had just recovered from illness and came to find a handsome young man, demanding him to walk around the lake with her. The eunuch beside that young man was in a difficult position and spoke on behalf of his master, telling Lam He that his master still had a fever and wasn't suitable to go for a walk with her. Lam He, being spoiled, didn't listen to anything the eunuch said, insisting on the young man going for a walk by the lake with her. Lam Filok stood aside watching Lam He. She felt that she was just like a ruffian, robbing a village girl. However, when she saw the young man's appearance, Lam Filok suddenly understood Lam He's thoughts. If it were her, she'd want to snatch such a handsome man too. Now this young man was already so handsome at a young age. When he grows up and his features mature, who knows how many young girls' hearts he'll captivate. At a glance, Lam Filok could tell Lam He had already been enchanted by this young man. Seeing the eunuch couldn't persuade Lam He, the young man had to speak up, though intending to refuse. It sounded like he was showing concern for her. Lam He didn't hear the refusal in his words, happy that the young man cared for her. Then made another appointment with him before leaving. Unexpectedly, not long after she left, Lam He spotted Lam Filok, immediately shouting angrily, "What bad luck! Why did I run into this jinx?" Lam Filok was unhappy, frowning. She hadn't gone looking for trouble with Lam He, yet Lam He came to provoke her instead. So Lam Filok grabbed Lam Kang Uyen's sleeve, tears welling up, aggrieved, saying she wasn't a jinx. Lam Kang Uyen saw Lam Filok's pitiful appearance, immediately angrily scolded Lam He, "You rely on being the elder sister, daring to be arrogant in front of me. If I hear another word, I won't let you off." Lam He didn't expect that her fourth prince brother would, for an unfavored princess like Lam Filok, scold her incessantly. Lam Filok continued to cry loudly. Lam Kang Uyen quickly stood in front of her, chasing Lam He away. Lam He, feeling wronged, sobbed loudly and ran away. Lam Kang Uyen patted Lam Filok's head, promising to protect her well in the future. Lam Filok happily expressed her thanks. Afterwards, the two continued their walk. As they passed by the young man from earlier, Lam Filok curiously turned to ask Lam Kang Uyen who that person was. Lam Kang Uyen said he was a hostage prince from the Song Kingdom, brought here last year, named Tong King Lan. Lam Filok was puzzled, not understanding what a hostage prince was. Lam Kang Uyen then explained, "Besides our Lam dynasty, there are also the Song and Ung kingdoms, forming a tripod of power. The Song kingdom was originally strong, but the Song king indulged in beautiful women, only knowing how to enjoy himself, so their power gradually weakened. In recent years, the Ung kingdom intended to ally with Song to deal with our Lam dynasty's strong military. When father learned of this, he was extremely angry. The Song emperor was so frightened that he had to reject Ung, but also feared that father would launch an attack on Song because of this. Therefore, to show sincerity, he sent a prince here, and that prince is Tong King Lan." Lam Filok fell into silence, feeling pity for Tong King Lan's tragic fate. After all, being sent by one's own father to an enemy country as a hostage was truly miserable. Seeing Lam Filok lost in thought, Lam Kang Uyen patted her shoulder to call her. He took out a pair of fishing rods and led her to go fishing. Lam Filok was happy, immediately stopping. Her thoughts about Tong King Lan? After all, she could barely take care of herself now, so she had no time to think about others. She'd just take it one step at a time. Lam Filok had some natural talent. In just a short time, she caught many fish. Lam Kang Uyen ordered a eunuch to help her take the fish back to the palace. At the same time, another eunuch hurriedly came over, saying the emperor had come to Trungmin Hall, wanting to check on Lam Kang Uyen, so Consort Nan called for him to return quickly. Hearing this, Lam Kang Uyen dared not delay, hurriedly rushing back to the palace, not forgetting to turn back and instruct the eunuch to take Lam Filok back. On the way back to Minwit Palace, Lam Filok passed by a place. She recognized the eunuch inside as Tong Kin Lan's servant and was very surprised. She didn't expect his living quarters to be so miserable. Lam Filok had thought her own palace was already desolate and empty, but Tong Kin Lan's Thuitruk residence was even more desolate. Not even a single bird could be seen. At first, Lam Filok thought Tong Kin Lan had no connection to her, so she turned to leave. But thinking carefully, earlier by the lake, she had heard Tong Kin Lan say he was suffering from a cold and had a high fever. Tong King Lan was just a hostage prince with no one to rely on. Just surviving day to day was already extremely difficult and arduous. So Lam Filok told the eunuch to wait for her a moment. She took 2 fish she had just caught and went inside. Thuitruk residence. When Lam Filok entered, the eunuch immediately recognized her as the one who had been with the 4th prince, Lam Kang Uyen earlier, who had bullied his master many times. He immediately concluded that Lam Filok was not a good person. Seeing Lam Filok offer him the fish, fish, the eunuch was extremely confused, his limbs stiff, not knowing what to do. Lumpilok smiled cheerfully, telling him to make some fish soup for Tongkinlan to nourish his body. Earlier by the lake, she had heard he was ill. The eunuch still suspected the fish might be poisoned, so he dared not accept it. Tongkinlan came out from his chamber, accepting the fish from Lumpilok, not forgetting to thank her. Lumpilok gave him the fish, slightly surprised that Tongkinlan knew her identity as a princess. Tongkinlan could only explain that he had heard her name mentioned earlier. Lumpilok didn't stay too long. She reminded Tongkinlan to make fish soup to nourish himself, and then promptly left. In her heart, she greatly admired his beauty. Even when ill, he was still very handsome, and moreover, he was polite. This time she hadn't lost out. Before leaving, Lumpilok didn't forget to turn her head, smiling sweetly, to bid farewell to Tongkinlan. As soon as her small figure disappeared, the eunuch wanted to bury the fish, worried that it might be poisoned. Tongkinlan disagreed, telling him to go ahead and cook it. This fish was personally brought by the fifth princess. No one would dare to do anything improper. Therefore, it could be eaten with peace of mind. A moment later, Lumpilok finally returned to Mingwit Palace. Her mother, Tiolam, was extremely worried. Someone close to fourth Prince Kangwin had suddenly brought many fine gifts to her palace. She feared if Consort Nan found out about this, she would be displeased. But Lumpilok hadn't thought that far ahead. She just felt Kangwin was capable and excitedly went to see the gifts he had sent. Unlike the peaceful scene at Mingwit Palace, at this moment, in Chungming Hall, the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. Kangwin was kneeling before Emperor Lum and consort. Emperor Lum angrily slammed his teacup on the table, asking Kangwin if he had been out playing wildly again or not. Kangwin honestly confessed, saying that today he had gone out fishing. This statement greatly displeased Emperor Lam. He felt that Kangwin was very enthusiastic about leisurely activities, but never seemed to care about his homework. Consort Nan quickly spoke up for Kangwin, saying he was still young and thus a bit playful. Before Consort Nan could finish, Emperor Lam interrupted. 8 years old is not young anymore. When I was his age, I had already done 3 kukfu. Hearing this, Kangwin's head bowed even lower. Consort Nan continued to speak in his defense. Seeing something on Kangwin's person, Emperor Lam told him to take it out. Consort Nan broke into a cold sweat. This son of hers had previously stuffed a dead sparrow in his chest and brought it to the Imperial Academy to scare the tutor. If this time it was another dead fish, she wouldn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, what Kangwin took out was a copy of the Analects. Consort Nan was surprised, while Emperor Lum was very pleased. Emperor Lam opened the book, coincidentally seeing a camellia flower, and asked Kangwin what it was. Kangwin recalled the use of this item and immediately told Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam looked at him with satisfaction. I didn't realize you were also a book lover. This camellia is placed on this page. Does this mean you've read up to this page? Then read a passage for me. Kangwin, not wanting to be scolded, casually said he hadn't memorized it yet. He's planned to read the entire book from the beginning. Hearing this, Consort Nan also spoke up for Kangwin. This child has never liked reading books before. Now he's starting to read and even carrying books with him. It shows his dedication, Your Majesty. Why not give him some time? Hearing Consort Nan's words, Emperor Lam agreed. He handed the Analects back to Kangwin, giving him 3 days to memorize it. Then Emperor Lam turned to Consort Nan, saying he wanted to dine at Chungmin Hall tonight. He would come back later. Consort Nan was very happy to hear this. She quickly ordered people to make preparations. After Emperor Lam left, Consort Nan turned to Kangwin and asked where this copy of the Analects came from. She didn't believe her son suddenly loved books. Kangwin said that 5th Princess Lumpilok gave it to him. She put a camellia flower for good luck inside this book. Indeed, it brought good luck, as he wasn't scolded by Emperor Lam. Initially, when Consort Nan heard from a palace maid that Kangwin had inexplicably brought a bunch of things to Mingwit Palace, she had planned to summon Lady Lam tomorrow to lecture her. Now it seemed unnecessary. So Consort Nan called the maid Twangok, instructing her not to summon Lady Lam tomorrow morning. Instead, she should call the 5th princess here. Twangok hurriedly agreed to obey. Early the next morning, Lam Phi Luck was summoned to Chungmin Hall. She respectfully knelt to greet Consort Nan. Consort Nan looked at Lam Phi Luck, smiling with satisfaction. She felt that although this fifth princess was still naive, her appearance was extremely delicate and lovable. Though nervous, she didn't forget her manners. She indeed looked like a good and pure child. Consort Nan couldn't help but praise Lam Phi Luck's beauty, saying she resembled her mother, Tio Lam. Then she asked Lam Phi Luck if she had breakfast yet. Lam Phi Luck said no. Consort Nan then invited her to have breakfast together. She offered her some porridge to try. Lam Phi Luck obediently ate the porridge, showing a happy expression because the porridge was delicious. Consort Nan smiled gently. It seemed this fifth princess was indeed a child unconcerned with worldly affairs. Then Consort Nan told Lam Phi Luck to eat more if she liked it. These breakfast items were all specially ordered by her from the imperial kitchen. Consort Nan remarked that Lam Phi Luck was indeed a very gentle princess. No wonder Lam Kang Uyen kept mumbling about her all day. She asked Lam Phi Luck why she gave Lam Kang Uyen a copy of the Analects. Lam Phi Luck said softly, "Yesterday, fourth royal brother gave me many gifts. It would be impolite to receive without giving. I should also give him a gift, but fourth royal brother lacks nothing. I didn't have anything to give him. Later, I remembered mother saying, in books there are faces as precious as jade. So I gave him the Analects." Consort Nan's expression towards Lam Phi Luck softened. Again, she praised her, saying that although young, she understood etiquette and valued learning. If only Lam Kang Uyen was as sensible as her, she could be somewhat at ease. Lam Phi Luck happily praised Lam Kang Uyen, saying he was a very good person. Consort Nan covered her mouth and smiled. This was the first time someone had praised her young son. Lam Kang Uyen had disliked reading since childhood. Even the words of his mother and the emperor fell on deaf ears. Now, he actually accepted a book from Lam Phi Luck and cherished it so much. It was clear Lam Kang Uyen genuinely liked this little sister. Perhaps she could use Lam Phi Luck to encourage Lam Kang Uyen to move forward in his studies. So Consort Nan told Lam Phi Luck to regularly encourage Lam Kang Uyen to read more books. After all, Lam Kang Uyen was naturally playful. He only listened to her words. Not to mention, if Lam Kang Uyen could just try to memorize the Analects that Lam Phi Luck gave him the other day, that would be enough. Lam Phi Luck happily agreed, saying she understood. Then Consort Nan instructed the palace maid Twangok to prepare some food, saying that later she would personally escort Lam Phi Luck back to Mingwit Palace. She also asked to inform Lady Lam that when she had nothing to do, she should come sit at Chungmin Hall for a while. Consort Nan happily patted Lam Phi Luck's head. Her affection for the girl had greatly increased, treating her no differently than her own daughter. She told Lam Phi Luck that from now on, if Mingwit Palace lacked anything, just have Tio Lam come tell her about it. Lam Phi Luck very happily thanked Consort Nan. Now that she had Consort Nan's strong support, her family's living standard could be considered on the path to prosperity. Indeed, it was so. Under Consort Nan's protection, the quality of life for Lam Phi Luck's family suddenly rose by a level. Consort Nan bestowed many valuable things at once. Tio Lam received a piece of high-quality fabric. With this, she could make winter clothes for both Lam Phi Luck and her brother. This winter, neither would have to endure the cold. Gradually, the Thean Hall in Mingwit Palace, where Tio Lam and her mother lived, once desolate, became quite lively. It bustled with activity. Every day, several consorts would come to chat with Tio Lam. Meanwhile, Lam Phi Luck kept her promise to Consort Nan. She continuously questioned Lam Kang Uyen, making his head spin. Lam Kang Uyen secretly resolved that from today he must not only memorize the Analects, but also understand their meaning. Before he could read the entire Analects, he would not come to play with Lam Phi Luck anymore, to avoid losing his last bit of dignity. With that, Lam Kang Uyen hugged his book and left. Lam Phi Luck cheerfully bid him farewell. This could be considered as her completing the task assigned by Consort Nan. Suddenly, Lam Chim Vien appeared out of nowhere, accusing Lam Phi Luck of being wicked, playing with others but not with him. Lam Phi Luck hurriedly ran over to comfort her brother, taking all the blame. Then she asked Lam Chim Vien how he wanted to play, saying she would play with him. Lam Chim Vien didn't really want to make it difficult. For Lam Phi Luck, he said he wanted to eat crisp apples from the Thanbai garden, and then he would forgive her. Lam Phi Luck smiled at Lam Chim Vien, telling him to wait patiently for a moment. She would go pick some apples for him. Lam Phi Luck quickly ran to the Thanbai garden to pick apples. Just as she was about to return, suddenly she heard crying coming from the bushes. Lam Phi Luck went towards the source of the crying. Unexpectedly, she saw a beautiful young man hugging a rabbit and sobbing. sobbing. Lam Fi Luk approached the young man, asking him why he was crying. Faced with Lam Fi Luk's wide-eyed gaze, the young man felt a bit embarrassed, unable to believe that he had been seen crying by a little girl. Seeing the young man not answering, Lam Fi Luk noticed the rabbit in his arms and continued to ask. Hearing Lam Fi Luk ask about the little rabbit, the young man turned his face to one side, tears flowing as if a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, voices of two palace maids calling each other were heard. The young man told Lam Fi Luk to keep quiet, then moved her aside, waiting for the two maids to pass by. Afterwards, the young man asked for Lam Fi Luk's name. She didn't mind introducing herself, then asked the young man why he was crying, if it had anything to do with the rabbit in his arms. The young man, teary-eyed, hesitated for a while, then said his mother ordered him to kill this rabbit with his own hands. Lam Fi Luk immediately displayed her superb acting skills, saying some nauseating words without changing her expression. Something like rabbit, such a cute rabbit, how could anyone kill it? Lam Fi Luk asked the young man why his mother wanted him to kill it with his own hands. Didn't she like rabbits? The young man replied, "No, this rabbit was a birthday gift from mother to me. I've raised it for 3 years, but mother said that as people grow up, they can't have love, nor can they like animals, because these will become fatal weaknesses." After hearing this, Lam Fi Luk felt that the young man's mother was a bit strict, telling her child to kill his pet with his own hands, discarding compassion to maintain one's character, using extremely radical methods to make her child grow up. According to palace gossip, the favored consort Nguyen was very domineering and arrogant. Someone like her gave birth to such a warm and humble son who treated others with kindness. Thinking of this, Lam Fi Luk was certain that the young man before her was Crown Prince Lam Ding. He was an important figure, and at all costs, she had to win his favor. So Lam Fi Luk reached out to pat Lam Ding's head, asking him to give her the rabbit. She would take it back to the palace and raise it for him. Whenever Lam Ding had time, he could come visit. Lam Ding thought Lam Fi Luk's idea was excellent, but he was worried about how to explain it to his mother in a reasonable way. After all, she had told him to bring back the rabbit's body. Lam Fi Luk then said, "Just tell your mother this, that you really couldn't bring yourself to do it. So you found a deserted place and released the rabbit, leaving it to fend for itself. This way, you've still completed the task your mother assigned you. She understands your personality. If you actually brought back the rabbit's body, she might be suspicious." After hearing Lam Fi Luk's words, Lam Ding felt it made sense, so he agreed to follow her suggestion. Then, Lam Fi Luk wiped away Lam Ding's tears, saying she was from Minwit Palace, and in the future, if Lam Ding encountered any problems he couldn't solve, he shouldn't cry. He should come find her. She would help him think of a solution. Hearing Lam Fi Luk mention Minwit Palace, Lam Ding was a bit surprised. He asked if she was the 5th princess. Lam Fi Luk casually admitted it. Lam Ding smiled when he heard her response. He felt Lam Fi Luk was different from the rumors he had heard before. Then, Lam Ding handed the rabbit to Lam Fi Luk, asking her to take care of it. He said he would visit when he had time. Lam Fi Luk held the rabbit in her arms, wrapping it in her cloak. She casually took a few apples from her basket and gave them to Lam Ding, as if exchanging them for the rabbit. After that, Lam Fi Luk turned and left. While she was still secretly rejoicing at successfully gaining Lam Ding's favor, a new danger had already appeared. The conversation between Lam Fi Luk and Lam Ding had been overheard by a third person. That person was First Princess Lam Nimchi. She wanted to teach Lam Fi Luk a lesson. The north enters winter quickly, as if in just one sleep. The breath of autumn completely withers away. Because Lam Fi Luk had good relations with other palaces, the Internal Affairs Department had already sent enough winter coal for heating, making this winter in Minwit Palace very warm. Inside the bedchamber, Lam Chim Vien was happily playing with the little rabbit. Since Lam Fi Luk brought it back, Lam Chim Vien had become extremely fond of it, raising it to be white and plump. Perhaps by the time Lam Ding comes to visit, seeing his rabbit so well cared for, he would surely be very happy. However, Lam Fi Luk was concerned about something else. She looked at her small belly fat, slightly frowning. Lam Kang Uyên had recently focused on studying the Analects. Nan Phi was very pleased occasionally, sending delicious food to Mingwit Palace. As a result, even Lam Fi Luk had gotten plumper. Lam Fi Luk wanted to lose weight. She couldn't continue to indulge like this, so she put on a cloak, wanting to go out for a walk. It was cold. People from other palaces didn't like to go out. She could only walk around to exercise. By chance, she might meet a few other people. On this side, Lam Fi Luk was leisurely strolling around, while on the other side, First Princess Lam Niep Tree was suffering. Like a headless fly, running back and forth randomly to follow Lam Filok. Lam Niệm Chi ran from Kaofong Pavilion, past Ngutgang Pavilion to Chung Kei Pavilion, finally catching up with Lam Filok's footsteps. Seeing Lam Filok leisurely feeding fish, Lam Niệm Chi immediately wanted to teach her a lesson. The reason was that Lam Filok had recently been associating with Nan Phi, causing more trouble for her mother, Hui Phi. Lam Niệm Chi signaled to the palace maid beside her. The palace maid then turned towards Lam Filok and shouted loudly, "Who's over there?" Seeing the first princess and not coming to pay respects, Lam Filok looked at Lam Niệm Chi. Hearing the title of first princess, she smiled slightly. Lam Filok, of course, knew. Lam Niệm Chi was Hui Phi's daughter, a fierce rival of Nan Phi. She felt quite interested to meet Lam Niệm Chi here. Then, Lam Filok dusted off her hands, slowly walking step by step towards Lam Niệm Chi. Lam Niệm Chi was now shivering from the cold. She somewhat regretted coming up with the idea to lecture Lam Filok in this freezing weather. Lam Filok bowed to greet Lam Niệm Chi, then said nothing and stared at her, making Lam Niệm Chi feel a bit uncomfortable. She then asked Lam Filok what she was looking at. While Lam Niệm Chi was about to assert her authority over Lam Filok, she suddenly complimented Lam Niệm Chi on her beauty. Lam Niệm Chi looked at Lam Filok in surprise, seeing her shy appearance, glancing, and then bashfully looking away. Lam Niệm Chi didn't expect Lam Filok to actually compliment her, but Lam Niệm Chi had a feeling that Lam Filok wasn't the type to directly flatter with empty praise, but seemed to genuinely find her attractive, unable to resist complimenting her. Gradually, Lam Niệm Chi found Lam Filok somewhat adorable. She couldn't bring herself to be angry anymore. So Lam Niệm Chi cleared her throat, saying, "You mustn't get too close to Nan Phi in the future. Do you understand? If I find out, I'll punish you to do the work of palace maids, serving tea, pouring water, running errands all day long." Though she found Lam Filok extremely adorable, Lam Niệm Chi hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming here today. She had to put Lam Filok in her place. Lam Filok obediently agreed. Lam Niệm Chi's expression softened, and she asked Lam Filok why on such a cold day she didn't stay comfortably in the palace, but came to this Trunke pavilion instead. Lam Filok looked naively at the lake, saying she came to feed the fish. She feared the fish might die without food in winter. Lam Niệm Chi momentarily couldn't understand Lam Filok's thinking. She felt Lam Filok was a bit foolish, but then she thought of Lam Filok's silly brother, Lam Chim Vien, and figured she was influenced by him, so she didn't think much of it. Instead, she became more convinced that Lam Filok's earlier compliment was sincere. Suddenly, Lam Niệm Chi sneezed loudly. Lam Filok immediately took out her hand warmer and gave it to her. Lam Niệm Chi accepted it with a cold face, then dismissed Lam Filok. Before leaving, Lam Filok didn't forget to give her a sweet smile. This struck Lam Niệm Chi's heart. Holding the warm hand warmer, she suddenly found this fifth sister truly adorable. Lam Filok went straight back to Mingwit Palace. The reputation of Princess Lam Niệm Chi outside was very bad. She thought it would be difficult to win her over, so she had just used a sugar-coated cannon skill to test the waters first. Unexpectedly, Lam Niệm Chi fell for it directly, but on second thought, this was understandable. The princes and princesses in the palace had grown up in an environment of constant flattery. They were single-minded, temperamental, and lacked cunning. They were easy to deceive. However, after truly turning an enemy into a friend, one must press the advantage and win another round of goodwill to count as a victory. Lam Filok really wanted to see if Princess Lam Niệm Chi would take the bait. Then, Lam Filok took off her cloak, braving the cold wind as she walked back to Minwit Palace, step by step. As expected, the delicate body of a child was blown about by the cold wind. After returning to Minwit Palace, she immediately fell ill. Tio Lam kept watch by the sickbed, feeding Lam Filok medicines spoonful by spoonful. A palace maid rushed in from outside, forgetting all etiquette, and ran in to inform Tio Lam that someone had come to see Lam Filok. Tio Lam was about to reprimand the maid for her lack of manners when Crown Prince Lumding entered. This surprised Lam Filok. She had thought the visitor would be Princess Lam Niệm Chi. Tio Lam was extremely shocked to see Lumding. Lumding's mother, noble consort Nguyen, had never interacted with her before. She didn't know why. Lumding had come here today to inquire about Lam Filok. Lam Filok was also somewhat surprised. She then decided to ignore and pretend not to recognize Lumding's identity as the Crown Prince, naively asking if he was her eldest royal brother. Lumding frankly admitted it, then inquired about Lam Filok's condition. Tio Lam, momentarily uncomfortable with the awkward atmosphere, made an excuse to reheat water for Lam Filok and left first, giving them space to chat. Teal Lam couldn't help but wonder. She didn't know why her daughter had a relationship with this lofty crown prince. After Teal Lam left, Lumphiluk intended to get out of bed to show Lumding the little rabbit he had given her to care for. She boasted that brother Lam Chimvian had fattened it up. Lumding approached to help Lumphiluk, but as soon as he touched her hair bun, he immediately withdrew his hand. Lumding told Lumphiluk to rest well first, not to catch a cold. He was at ease, leaving the rabbit with her. Hearing this, Lumphiluk let Lumding to the main hall to chat. She asked if, after returning last time, noble consort Nguyen believed what he said. That time, Lumding, following Lumphiluk's words, told his mother, and she indeed believed it, not inquiring too deeply about the matter. Lumphiluk smiled happily. Then she told Lumding that whenever he was free, he could often come to Mingwit Palace to see the rabbit. Her brother would surely be happy. Lumding decided to give the little rabbit to Lam Chimvian to care for. Anyway, he couldn't bring it back to Vanhi Palace later. Better to entrust it to someone kind-hearted, like Lam Chimvian. Just then, Lam Chimvian peeked in, holding the rabbit. Seeing him, Lumphiluk called her brother inside. But Lam Chimvian, worried about her illness, hesitated to disturb her. Only when Lumphiluk assured she was fine, completely recovered, did Lam Chimvian happily enter. Lumphiluk then introduced Lam Chimvian to Lumding, saying he was their eldest royal brother, and the rabbit was from Lumding. Lumding called the rabbit and patted its head. The rabbit recognized its owner, obediently letting Lumding pet it. Seeing this, Lumding teared up. Lam Chimvian patted Lumding's forehead, comforting him not to be sad. Both Lumding and Lumphiluk were astonished by Lam Chimvian's action, but then smiled, becoming cheerful again. Next, Lam Chimvian took Lumding out to play. Lumphiluk was also happy. Although Princess Lumniaptree didn't come, she unexpectedly gained more favor in front of Lumding, which was considered a gain. Moments later, palace maid Tanyin rushed in again, saying many royal physicians were outside the hall. This greatly confused Lumphiluk. Teal Lam returned after reheating medicine for Lumphiluk and seeing 4 royal physicians surrounding her daughter. She was speechless. The 4 royal physicians were sent by Princess Lumniaptree, 4th Prince Lum Kang Uyen, Consort Nhan, and Crown Prince. Lumding too prescribed treatment for Lumphiluk. Hearing this, Teal Lam felt both honored and worried. She didn't dare think these people suddenly developed goodwill. Of course she knew these things started happening after Lumphiluk fell into the water at Lumhen Pavilion, making her doubt if Lumphiluk before her was really her daughter. At Lumniaptree's place, the physician checking her pulse accidentally mentioned Lumphiluk having a fever in bed. Lumniaptree didn't understand why Lumphiluk was ill. Looking at the warm brazier Lumphiluk had given her, Lumniaptree couldn't help but think that this might be why Lumphiluk fell ill. Lumniaptree understood that with Mingwit Palace's current status, even requesting a physician would likely be ignored. If lucky enough to get a physician, they'd probably just prescribe casually for formality. Physician Fung, who had just examined Lumniaptree, mentioned, children fall ill easily, and cold wind is the easiest to penetrate. So when Physician Fung was about to leave, Lumniaptree instructed him to go to Mingwit Palace to examine Lumphiluk, telling him to prescribe carefully for her. Back at Mingwit Palace, after confirming Lumphiluk's cold wasn't too serious, just needing to drink water on time, the physicians took their leave one by one. Then, Teal Lam fed Lumphiluk the medicine, which she had just warmed up again. Teal Lam's heart was in turmoil. She didn't know whether to ask Lumphiluk about recent events, her expression showing hesitation. Lumphiluk noticed Teal Lam's troubled mind, so she took the initiative to reveal everything. Mother, there's something I've wanted to tell you. That time at Lamhang Pavilion, I didn't slip and fall into the water. The 3rd princess pushed me in. Teal Lam's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Lumphiluk continued, she pushed me into the water. Everyone around saw it, but no one came to save me. If I hadn't grabbed onto a willow branch by the shore, I would have lost my life long ago. After hearing Lumphiluk's words, Teal Lam painfully hugged her. She never imagined her daughter had to endure such humiliation. Lumphiluk hugged Teal Lam grievously, complaining they clearly did something wrong, but then wanted me to bow and apologize. Mother, I don't want to be bullied like this anymore. I also want to protect myself and protect you and brother. Teal Lam's heart ached hearing her daughter's words. She had thought that by not fighting or grabbing, they could have a peaceful life. She never expected that the more they conceded, the more others would take advantage. In the end, they still had to rely on her young daughter for protection. She felt herself to be so weak. Lumphiluk wiped away Teal Lam's tears, telling her not to cry anymore. From now on, no one would be able to bully their family of 3 anymore. Tio Lam promised Lum Filok that she would never again allow anyone to humiliate them like before. After talking with Lum Filok, Tio Lam stayed in her quarters all day to strategize. She even went to other concubines' palaces, gradually integrating herself. Tio Lam's change surprised Lum Filok quite a bit. Her mother was someone who only moved when provoked, but unexpectedly this time, she took the initiative to give cakes to other concubines. It seems that their previous conversation had made Tio Lam determined to change. The next day, while Lum Filok and Lum Chim Vien were feeding the little rabbit, Lum Kang Nguyen came looking for them with food. Seeing the little rabbit, Lum Kang Nguyen felt deeply hurt, thinking that these past few days, Lum Filok hadn't come to play with him because of the little rabbit. Lum Filok could see that Lum Kang Nguyen was unhappy. She immediately took his hand, saying she missed him very much. Lum Kang Nguyen instantly became happy again, no longer angry. Lum Filok pulled Lum Kang Nguyen's hand, pointing at the little rabbit, saying that Lum Ding had given it to her brother, Lum Chim Vien. Seeing Lum Kang Nguyen was no longer upset, Lum Filok then asked him why he hadn't come to visit her recently. Lum Kang Nguyen, worried that Lum Filok would be angry, hurriedly explained that he had been busy with his studies lately. He had to go to the Imperial Academy every day. Lum Filok pretended not to know, asking Lum Kang Nguyen what the Imperial Academy was like. Lum Kang Nguyen patiently explained it to her. After listening, Lum Filok then asked if she could go to the Imperial Academy with him, which made Lum Kang Nguyen a bit uncomfortable. To enter the Imperial Academy, one needs an imperial edict issued by the emperor, but Lum Filok was a princess who wasn't favored and didn't have the qualifications. Lum Kang Nguyen feared that telling the truth would certainly hurt Lum Filok, so he said that the Imperial Academy was a very boring and dull place. Lum Filok just responded with an "oh." Then she disappointedly told Lum Kang Nguyen to come play with her often. If he didn't come, she would be all alone, really very lonely. Hearing this, Lum Kang Nguyen couldn't help but feel heartbroken for Lum Filok. Normally she could only stay in the palace, not allowed to go anywhere. She must really want to go outside. So Lum Kang Nguyen told Lum Filok that early tomorrow morning he would come to pick her up, asking if she wanted to go to the Imperial Academy with him. Lum Filok was extremely happy, asking again if she could really go there. Lum Kang Nguyen said she could walk around outside, just not go inside. Lum Filok was very happy to hear this, repeatedly thanking Lum Kang Nguyen. The next morning, Lum Kang Nguyen, as promised, took Lum Filok to the Imperial Academy. Lum Kang Nguyen instructed Lum Filok not to go beyond the 3 main halls. She could wander freely in other places. If she got tired, she could have eunuch Kang An take her back to the small palace to rest. He would come to pick her up after he finished studying. Before leaving, Lum Kang Nguyen didn't forget to entrust Lum Filok to Kang An once again. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. After Lum Kang Nguyen went to class, Lum Filok turned to Kang An, asking him if he knew any fun places to play in the Imperial Academy. She asked him to take her for a walk. Kang An seemed very familiar with this place. He said not far from here, there was an artificial mountain to view and appreciate. The scenery there was serene and beautiful, very worth seeing. Hearing this, Lum Filok went with Kang An to that place. In another direction, a servant was hurriedly running after his master, the young master. "I beg you to go a little faster, sir. We're already late. Look, at this time, there's no one else outside like us." This person was the son of the northern garrison Marcus, He Hangung. Seeing Lum Filok walking with Kang An, he thought she was late too, not following the rules of the Imperial Academy, so he wanted to go over and make friends with her. As He Hangung approached, Lum Filok was happily sitting and admiring flowers. He Hangung recognized Kang An as the eunuch beside Lum Kang Nguyen. He then asked Kang An about Lum Filok's identity. Kang An respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this is the 5th princess. She hasn't entered the Imperial Academy yet. The 4th prince has already gone to class to take the 5th princess for a walk." He Hangung used his hand to estimate Lum Filok's height. Seeing she only came up to his feet, he decisively squatted down to talk to her to save energy. He Hangung introduced himself to Lum Filok, asking if she could be friends with him. Hearing He Hangung's name, Lum Filok was extremely surprised. She remembered there was only one noble consort He in the palace. Her brother was the northern garrison general of the Lam dynasty. As for descendants, there was only one. So the young man in front of her now could very well be the son of the grand general, the only nephew of noble consort He. From what Lum Filok had heard, noble consort He was a proud and aloof person who didn't associate with any other consorts. Moreover, she had no sons, besides Emperor Lam, was not controlled by anyone. If one could gain favor from noble consort He, it would be a great support. Lumphiluk was still distressed about not having a chance to interact with noble consort He. Unexpectedly today, she was lucky to meet her nephew at this imperial academy. Seeing Lumphiluk silent, He Hangung mischievously teased her hair bun. He was determined to find out Lumphiluk's name. Lumphiluk felt a bit helpless. This He Hangung was unlike any target she had encountered before. To deal with someone of such unruly temperament, mischievous as He Hangung, Lumphiluk thought she couldn't be as weak as before, but must fight back. So Lumphiluk pretended to be angry, stepping back a few steps, not letting He Hangung mess up her hair. He Hangung thought Lumphiluk was just a little upset, completely disregarding it, and instead teased her even more. Lumphiluk inwardly scoffed, then immediately refused, when He Hangung suggested becoming friends with her. Unable to persuade Lumphiluk, He Hangung grabbed her wrist tightly, somewhat forcefully, demanding Lumphiluk to be friends with him today. He said that since they held hands, they were now friends. He also said that in the future, when he encounters difficulties, Lumphiluk must help him even if it means sacrificing her life. Lumphiluk silently cursed. He Hangung forcefully pulled her hand away from He Hangung's, then ran quickly to hide behind Kang An's legs. He Hangung looked at the chubby face, still full of baby fat of Lumphiluk, feeling happy inside, thinking she was truly too adorable. The servant beside He Hangung once again reminded He Hangung to go to class, saying they were already very late. They couldn't continue to delay. If the grand tutor told He Hangung's father, he would be beaten again. He Hangung impatiently said he knew, then turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Lumphiluk. Lumphiluk stuck out her tongue and pouted, as if to say goodbye. After He Hangung had gone far, Kang An quietly reminded 5th Princess Lumphiluk, the young heir of the Northern Marquis, is nicknamed the Little Demon King. Outside of the Imperial Academy, he often enters the palace. You needn't worry. Lumphiluk nodded, obediently saying she understood. However, in her heart she was thinking differently about how to approach He Hangung, since he didn't frequently enter and exit the palace. Then Lumphiluk tugged on Kang An's sleeve. She felt this place was very boring, and moreover, the morning lessons were about to end. She called Kang An to go with her to meet Lam Kangwin. After waiting half a day without seeing Lam Kangwin appear, Kang An became a bit worried, telling Lumphiluk to wait a moment. He would go inside to check. While Lumphiluk was bored, yawning repeatedly from waiting, she happened to see 3rd Princess Lam He clinging to Tonkin Lan without letting go, insisting that he explain the lesson once more. Tonkin Lan had a very good temperament. Even with unreasonably noisy people like Lam He could still smile gently. Lam He wasn't about to easily let Tonkin Lan go. Even though he had already explained it to her once before, Lam Hai still persisted in wanting another explanation. Lumphiluk, seeing the scene before her, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Lumphiluk smile, Lam Hai thought she was mocking her and angrily shouted, "You little hussy, why are you here too?" Lumphiluk smiled. Brainless people like you are truly useless. If you don't understand after 2 explanations, that's hopeless. Besides, why can't I be here? Faced with a sharp-tongued Lumphiluk, Lam He was shocked. Previously, no matter how she bullied her, not a word did Lumphiluk dare to argue back, yet now she dared to scold her like this. Lam Hai naturally wouldn't accept this. She immediately raised her hand to slap Lumphiluk. Lumphiluk quickly dodged, but when she saw the figures of Lam Ding and Lam Kangwin approaching from afar, Lumphiluk deliberately let Lam He hit her. Lumphiluk let out a loud cry and fell to the ground. Seeing Lumphiluk fall, Lam He raised her hand again to hit her, but unexpectedly was caught by Lam Ding. Lam Kangwin hurriedly rushed to Lumphiluk, repeatedly asking what had happened to her. Although Lumphiluk said she was fine, her pale, distressed face, along with her frightened expression and disheveled hair, made Lam Kangwin's heart ache. Lam Kangwin handed Lumphiluk to eunuch Kang An to care for, then rolled up his sleeves, wanting to fight with Lam He. Lam Ding quickly stopped Lam Kangwin, reminding him to remember his own status. Lam He was not to be outdone, shouting back at Lam Kangwin. Lam Ding, between the two, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted for everyone to be quiet. Then Lam Ding turned to check on Lumphiluk. Seeing Lumphiluk in pain, but still smiling and telling him she was fine, Lam Ding's heart ached subtly. Lam Ding turned towards Lam He, glaring at her fiercely. 3rd Princess disregards palace rules, disrupts the Imperial Academy. Confined for half a month to Lam He didn't expect Lumding to punish her. She kept saying it was Lam Filok who scolded her first. If punishment was needed, it should be for both of them. Lam Kangwin frowned at Lam He. Don't falsely accuse. Little Luck never scolds people. You're used to being unreasonable. So this act of spitting blood to frame others, only you could do. Lam He saw Lam Kangwin's extremely harsh attitude and turned to Tongkin Lan for testimony that Lam Filok had scolded her earlier. Tongkin Lan looked at Lam Filok, then at Lam He, and finally lowered his eyes, saying he hadn't heard anything earlier. Perhaps the wind was too loud. Upon hearing this, couldn't accept it and burst into tears. Lam Kangwin found her crying annoying and told the palace maids to take Lam He back for proper education. Before leaving, Lam He resentfully blamed Tongkin Lan. Unexpectedly, Tongkin Lan didn't even spare her a glance, only focusing on dusting off his dirty sleeves. After Lam He left, Lam Kangwin kept nagging Kang and very carefully reeded Lam Filok's hairbun. Lumding told her to return to the palace and summon the imperial doctor. Lam Filok politely thanked both of them. She also wanted to thank Tongkin Lan, but unexpectedly he had left long ago. So Lam Filok had to leave thanking Tongkin Lan for another time. She then used both hands, one holding Lumding's hand, the other holding Lam Kangwin's, and happily left. At this moment, the eunuch of Lumding's mother arrived. Noble consort Nguyen sent him to fetch Lumding back. Lumding reluctantly let go of Lam Filok's hand, asking the eunuch if his mother mentioned why she was looking for him. The eunuch shook his head and said no. Noble consort Nguyen only said she had important matters to discuss. Hearing this, Lumding followed the eunuch back to the palace. After returning to the chambers, Lumding hurriedly knelt before noble consort Nguyen. Noble consort Nguyen, looking very relaxed, gazed at Lumding and asked him if he had just punished Lam He today. Lumding trembled, bowing his head even lower, very afraid and asking noble consort Nguyen for punishment. Noble consort Nguyen looked at Lumding and couldn't help but laugh, asking Lumding again why she should punish him. Noble consort Nguyen raised Lumding to his feet, praising him endlessly. Well done. You are His Majesty's eldest prince. This is how it should be. People in this palace need to fear you, respect you, only then can your authority be demonstrated. Lumding withdrew the emotions from his face, answering emotionlessly. Noble consort Nguyen was very pleased with Lumding's performance this time. Lumding had always been weak. She had used every method to cultivate him, and finally today he showed some toughness. If he could continue like this in the future, Lumding would be able to stand against the Crown Prince's faction. Competing with the Crown Prince might not be impossible. On the other side, in Mingwit Palace, Lam Filok sat on the doorstep, resting her chin on her hand, looking outside. Seeing this, Tiolam brought her a plate of freshly made cakes to try. After all, Lam Filok hadn't eaten much at lunch. While Lam Filok was eating the cakes, Tiolam asked about what happened today at the Imperial Academy, asking if Lam Filok was hurt anywhere. Lam Filok cheerfully said she was fine and that she had fought back. Tiolam sighed in relief. She was only worried her daughter might be bullied. If she was all right, then that's good. Lam He deserved what he got. Lam Filok looked at Tiolam, feeling that her mother had really changed a lot. Then Lam Filok asked Tiolam if there were any more sweet cakes, as she wanted to take some to someone. Tiolam said there were still some in the kitchen, but she was very curious about who Lam Filok wanted to give the cakes to. Seeing Lam Filok say she wanted to give them to someone who had helped her, Tiolam wiped away the cake crumbs from Lam Filok's lips, then prepared the cakes for her to take. Lam Filok went straight to Tongkin Lan's place. Tongkin Lan lived in very poor conditions, certainly not eating anything good on a regular basis. It was perfect timing to bring him some sweet cakes to try and call it a thank you gift. Surely Tongkin Lan wouldn't refuse and would accept it with ease. Tongkin Lan's servant recognized Lam Filok, quickly leading her into the reading. She heard him say Tongkin Lan had been reading since early morning. Lam Filok felt he was truly a child who was diligent and eager to learn. Her fourth brother Lam Kangwin should learn a lot from Tongkin Lan. Looking at Tongkin Lan's focused appearance, Lam Filok felt her soul being drawn away. Tongkin Lan was as beautiful as a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The servant called Tongkin Lan, informing him that Lam Filok had come to see him. Tongkin Lan stood up, walked over and asked Lam Filok why she had come here. Lam Filok handed the sweet cakes to Tongkin Lan, saying her mother had made some snacks, so she brought some for him to try. Tongkin Lan accepted the cakes, politely, inviting Lam Filok to sit down and eat together. Lam Filok obediently climbed onto the table. While Tong Kinlan was laying out the cakes, she suddenly inhaled some charcoal smoke and couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Tong Kinlan ordered someone to open the window to ventilate the smoke. Moreover, he instructed them to bring a small charcoal stove from the kitchen, adjusting it to a moderate temperature. Then, Lam Filok told Tong Kinlan to try the cakes while they were still warm. Tong Kinlan only ate one piece and stopped. Even when eating, he was very careful. Lam Filok thought that normally he must have been troubled many times, but Lam Filok didn't understand why. Tong Kinlan's situation was already so difficult, yet he still wanted to offend Lam He to help her. Thinking about it, Lam Filok asked Tong Kinlan why he helped her yesterday. Tong Kinlan smiled, saying Lam Filok was so adorable that yesterday, anyone in that situation would have been willing to help her. Lam Filok's heart was screaming inside. She felt Tong Kinlan was extremely adorable. At the same time, the servant brought a heater for Tong Kinlan. He handed it to Lam Filok, telling her to take it. Lam Filok reached out to receive it, accidentally, discovering several small wounds on Tong Kinlan's hands. Thinking those wounds were from the extreme cold, numbing his hands, Lam Filok couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Clearly, Tong Kinlan wasn't living a comfortable and luxurious life. His hands, due to the severe winter cold, had become seriously chapped. It looked painful just to see. However, based on Tong Kinlan's personality, he would likely endure it silently alone. On the other side, Lam He was sobbing as she ran to Princess Lam Nimpchi to complain. Hearing Lam He's account, Lam Nimpchi was a bit skeptical and asked again if Lam Filok really called her stupid and ignorant. After Lam He firmly insisted that Lam Filok had scolded her like that, Lam Nimpchi still found it hard to understand. It can't be, right? Little Five hasn't even studied at the Imperial Academy and hasn't read books. She doesn't even know characters. How could she scold using idioms? Moreover, I don't think she usually seems like someone who speaks so quickly. Lam He felt extremely wronged when even Lam Nimpchi didn't believe her. However, Lam Nimpchi lowered her eyes, saying Lam Filok wasn't really scolding her, just stating the truth. Besides, didn't she also call Lam Filok a little hussy? Didn't she? Lam He stammered for half a day, unable to speak. Lam Nimpchi waved her hand, telling Lam He to go back quickly. Didn't Crown Prince Lam Ding punish her with confinement for half a month? If so, don't come here for the next half month. Hearing Lam Nimpchi's words, Lam He felt as if struck by lightning. She covered her face, burst into tears, and ran away. Lam Filok was a bit worried about Tong Kinlan. She didn't know what she should do, or how she could help him. After all, Lam He was narrow-minded. After her confinement, she would surely come to cause trouble for Tong Kinlan. After thinking for a while, Lam Filok decided to thoroughly deal with Lam He and settle the score for when she previously caused the owner of this body to drown. Unexpectedly, Tong Kinlan said he already had his own plan. Then he said it was cold, and Lam Filok should go back early. Lam Filok thought about how she had just caught a cold earlier. If she stayed at Tong Kinlan's place any longer, she might affect Tong Kinlan as well. Therefore, Lam Filok stood up, put on her cloak, and left. Tong Kinlan took the heater from the table and handed it to Lam Filok, telling her to take it. The wind was strong on the way back. Lam Filok looked at Tong Kinlan's current situation. It was clear to see he only had this small handmade heater. So she asked if she took the heater, what would Tong Kinlan use? Tong Kinlan smiled gently, kindly saying he wasn't afraid of the cold. Hearing this, Lam Filok accepted the heater. Tong Kinlan saw her off to the door. Looking at Tong Kinlan's chapped hands, Lam Filok felt a bit worried. Tong Kinlan's hands looked very cold, with many small wounds. She feared that if left untreated, they would become more serious. So she decided to find a way to treat Tong Kinlan's wounds when she returned. After Lam Filok had gone far, the servant closed the courtyard gate and went inside, complaining a bit. 1/3 princess is difficult enough. Now there's a 5th princess too. Tong Kinlan, confused, asked what he just said. The servant said, "Your Highness, yesterday, why did you have to help the 5th princess? Offending the 3rd princess is no small matter. Have you forgotten how she tormented you before?" Tong Kinlan stood up, smiling slightly. He said, "That Lam He won't be able to cause trouble for much longer. She's no match for this 5th princess." The next day, Lam Lumpy Luck went to the white plum garden. She filled her bag with white plum blossoms. The palace maid didn't understand what she was collecting these white plum blossoms for. She just reminded Lumpy Luck that if she didn't return soon, her mother would be very worried. As Lumpy Luck was about to return with the palace maid, she heard the sound of an argument. She recognized it was the voice of First Princess Chi and the guy from yesterday who had grabbed her hand wanting to be friends. Hey Hankung. Lumpy Luck immediately ran over to see. Earlier, she had been worried about not meeting He Hankung, not thinking he would actually deliver himself to her doorstep. When Lumpy Luck arrived, Chi and He Hankung were arguing very intensely, neither willing to yield. Seeing Lumpy Luck, He Hankung immediately went to her, grabbed her hair and twirled it around, angering Lumpy Luck greatly. Lumpy Luck puffed up her cheeks and glared at He Hankung. In an instant, she changed to a gentle expression, greeted Chi, and ran to her side. Chi, having just argued with He Hankung, was a bit unhappy. She frowned and asked Lumpy Luck why she was here. What was she doing here? Lumpy Luck, with a very righteous expression, said, I was in the white plum garden. I heard that my eldest royal sister was being bullied, so I came here to help you. Hearing Lumpy Luck's words, Chi was very surprised. She didn't expect Lumpy Luck to come help her. Then she worried that her tone just now might have scared Lumpy Luck. A feeling of guilt arose in her heart. Lumpy Luck stood in front of Chi, spreading her arms to protect her. She looked sternly at He Hankung, saying he couldn't bully her royal elder sister. He Hankung didn't care about Lumpy Luck's angry appearance. He said, Who told your royal elder sister to have such a nasty temper? I was minding my own business, sitting here, not blocking her way, yet she insisted I move away. You tell me, doesn't she deserve to be bullied? This statement from He Hankung again provoked Chi's anger. However, before Chi could scold He Hankung, Lumpy Luck spoke up first. My royal elder sister is the most beautiful girl in this world. For a beautiful lady, even a bad temper can be forgiven. Chi was surprised. He Hankung didn't understand what Lumpy Luck had just said. Then, Chi shyly tugged at Lumpy Luck's clothes, saying she wasn't as bad as she had described. Seeing Chi's embarrassed face, Lumpy Luck knew she had successfully carried out her plan. From time immemorial, no one could resist the power of flattery. To deal with Chi, Lumpy Luck only needed to use a few simple compliments to make Chi's favorability increase significantly. Therefore, Lumpy Luck continued to praise Chi, making her very happy. Chi immediately threw away everything He Hankung had said earlier, cheerfully, leading Lumpy Luck away. As they passed by He Hankung, Lumpy Luck didn't forget to stick out her tongue to tease him. He Hankung clicked his tongue and called after them, You say she's the most beautiful woman in the world. What a joke. I think you're even prettier than her. Chi heard this, immediately stopping in her tracks, gently releasing Lumpy Luck's hand. Lumpy Luck knew well that girls Chi's age care most about being compared to others. He Hankung's provocation was quite skillful. Then, Lumpy Luck took Chi's hand, turned to look at He Hankung, and couldn't help but sigh. How can young people be so blind? This statement successfully amused Chi. She invited Lumpy Luck to return to Jade Flower Palace. The Internal Affairs Department had already brought some winter fruits there, and she wanted to take Lumpy Luck to try them. Lumpy Luck immediately agreed. It should be known that this Princess Chi had a relationship with Lam He. If she could thoroughly win over Chi, getting her on her side, then she wouldn't fear being unable to deal with Lam He anymore. Watching Chi and Lumpy Luck's figures leave, He Hankung sneered, You little sharp-toothed bean, next time we meet, see if I don't tear that face of yours apart. Back at Jade Flower Palace, Chi kept bringing out gifts to give to Lumpy Luck. From the palace flower pots to heaters, winter clothes, even the snow fox fur her uncle gave Chi were all given to Lumpy Luck. Lumpy Luck hurriedly refused, repeatedly rubbing her hands, saying she couldn't accept these things, couldn't use them. Seeing Lumpy Luck constantly refusing, Chi glared at her unhappily. What do you mean you can't? You're the fifth princess. Whatever you wear, whatever you use, you deserve it. Then, Chi gave all the gifts to Lumpy Luck, telling her to eat, use, and enjoy them. In the future, if she needed anything, just tell her. With her here, she would never let Lumpy Luck suffer any grievances. Lumpy Luck very pitifully said thank you. Suddenly, Lumpy Luck saw a 9-linked rings puzzle on the table. She had heard Chi had liked this toy since childhood. If she could share a common interest with her, or could bring their relationship closer, advancing one step towards becoming close sisters. So, Lumpy Phi Luk immediately asked Lum Niệm Tree about the 9 linked rings. Finding someone with a common interest, Lum Niệm Tree was delighted. She pulled Lum Phi Luk to study the 9 linked rings together. As an experienced green tea, Lum Phi Luk knew to win over Lum Niệm Tree, to gain her favor, she had to appear smarter than her while clearly not being smart. She could make her feel that her own mind wasn't bad, but not as good as hers. After a while of fiddling, finally Lum Niệm Tree succeeded in solving the 9 linked rings. Of course, Lum Phi Luk didn't forget to praise Lum Niệm Tree's intelligence. Lum Niệm Tree was happy. Looking at Lum Phi Luk's innocent appearance, she felt that Lum He's words about Lum Phi Luk were all untrustworthy. Lum Niệm Tree regretted endlessly, deciding to keep her distance from Lum He in the future. Just then, Lum Niệm Tree's mother, Consort Hue, arrived. Seeing Lum Niệm Tree sitting, chatting happily with Lum Phi Luk, she was a bit confused and worried something might happen. If Emperor Lam investigated, she couldn't avoid being involved. So she came here. Lum Phi Luk respectfully greeted Consort Hue. Unexpectedly, she immediately coldly ordered to see the guest out. Though not understanding why her mother acted this way, Lum Niệm Tree still softly told Lum Phi Luk to return first. Lum Phi Luk nodded in agreement, then very politely bid farewell to Consort Hue and Lum Niệm Tree. She realized this Consort Hue had a very bad prejudice against her, so she showed her authority as soon as they met. She couldn't fight fire with fire, so she'd find another opportunity next time. After Lum Phi Luk left Jade Flower Palace, Consort Hue unhappily asked Lum Niệm Tree, "I told you to teach her manners outside. Why did you bring her to the palace? In the future, have less contact with her. Don't you know? Because of that girl, Lam He was punished by the crown prince." Lum Niệm Tree said, "It was all because Lam He was stupid and brought it on himself. Moreover, she had already decided not to associate with Lam He anymore in the future." This greatly surprised Consort Hue. Lum Niệm Tree and Lam He were close sisters who had grown up together. Lum Niệm Tree replied, "Bad company corrupts good morals. I'm worried that the stupidity of Lam He will affect my intelligent mind." Consort Hue bit her lips slightly. Lum Niệm Tree and Lum Hai were originally on good terms. She didn't understand why just one Lum Phi Luk could make Lum Niệm Tree draw such a clear line with Lam He. The palace maid escorted Lum Phi Luk back. Seeing the exquisite warm hand warmer in her hand, she said that when they returned to Mingwit Palace, she would make a small bag for Lam Phi Luk to cover it, which would keep it warmer. Lum Phi Luk happily agreed. Suddenly, something flew towards Lum Phi Luk. The palace maid quickly stood in front of Lum Phi Luk, shouting loudly, "Who dares to be so insolent? Attempting assassination in the 5th princess's palace." Lum Phi Luk looked closely at what fell on the ground. It was just a pebble. Then she saw He Hanggung in the tree and immediately understood everything. She decided to punish him without using weapons. Lum Phi Luk challenged He Hanggung, saying she wasn't afraid, telling him to come down quickly. He Hanggung instead told Lum Phi Luk to climb up the tree. The two of them, one sentence each, argued endlessly. Finally, He Hanggung fell for Lum Phi Luk's trap, directly jumping down to the ground. Although Lum Phi Luk was a bit stunned, looking at He Hangung's handsome appearance, she quickly regained her composure. Asked, "Why did you come down?" Lum Phi Luk's method was truly effective. Using psychological tactics to deal with someone like He Hanggung was spot on. He Hanggung only now realized he had fallen for Lum Phi Luk's trick. As he reached out his hand, Lum Phi Luk immediately protected her hair bun, not letting He Hanggung touch it. He Hanggung complimented that Lum Phi Luk's hair bun was too cute, making him unable to resist wanting to touch it. Lum Phi Luk put on a shy expression, then said that, no matter what, Hanggung was not allowed to touch her hair bun. He Hanggung smiled and agreed with Lum Phi Luk, feeling in his heart that she was extremely adorable. Then he squatted down on the ground, picked up Lum Phi Luk's small bag, and asked what was inside that smelled so good. Hearing Lum Phi Luk say there was white plum blossom inside, He Hanggung was puzzled and poked the bag. "A little scent is enough for this sachet. Why put so much in it? It's neither pretty nor convenient." Lum Phi Luk let out a loud huff, then refused to tell He Hanggung. She didn't expect that He Hanggung, who looked like a young master, would have such mysterious thoughts. Seeing that Lum Phi Luk wouldn't tell him, He Hanggung simply took her sachet and held it up high, insisting that Lum Phi Luk tell him. The significant height difference made it impossible for Lum Phi Luk to retrieve the sachet. So she pouted and said, "Didn't you say before that we were friends? How can friends bully each other?" He Hanggung was not fooled by Lam Filok's pitiful appearance. He twirled her hair bun and said, "Oh, now you remember we're friends. Just now, when I was being bullied by your elder sister, why didn't I hear you say we were friends, huh?" Lam Filok turned her face away, mumbling that she had forgotten at that time. He Hanggung found Lam Filok very cute now. He returned the sachet to Lam Filok, asking for her name. Lam Filok looked at He Hanggung, puzzled. "Lier, you know I'm the fifth princess. How can you not know my name?" He Hanggung said he didn't want to hear her name from others' mouths. He wanted her to tell him personally. Lam Filok shyly said, "My name is Tiolok." He Hanggung repeated the two words. Tiolok patted Lam Filok's head, saying her name was very cute. Then He Hanggung gave Lam Filok a bow and arrow as a meeting gift, saying he had to leave now. Lam Filok happily accepted the bow and arrow, secretly thinking that only a man would give this as a meeting gift. He Hanggung asked Lam Filok, now that he had given her a meeting gift, didn't she have anything to give him in return? Lam Filok pretended to think, then said, "When she gives it, He Hanggung will know what the gift is." She urged him to leave quickly. After He Hanggung had gone far, a court lady came to Lam Filok, praising her for being truly amazing. Lam Filok aimed the bow and arrow at He Hanggung, pretending to shoot with a bu sound. There was no one she couldn't handle, not even the young master He Hanggung. As the year-end approached, the weather grew colder. Thinking of Tongkinlan's difficult circumstances, Lam Filok sent someone to give him silver charcoal and a heater. This year, with silver charcoal to burn, Tongkinlan's Tuichuk residence was fortunate to have a warm winter. Lam Filok still remembered the frostbite on Tongkinlan's hands, so she began using white plum blossoms to prepare a hand cream. In just a few days, the hand cream was ready. Lam Filok quickly took it and ran to Tongkinlan's residence to visit. Tongkinlan was quite surprised that she came to Tuichuk residence in such cold weather and asked why she had come. Lam Filok said she came to give him something, then handed the hand cream she made to Tongkinlan. Tongkinlan was astonished, momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally asked if this hand cream was made by Lam Filok herself. Lam Filok happily said, Yes. Last time we met, I saw your highness had frostbite, so I made this hand cream." Hearing this, Tongkinlan was deeply moved. A warm current seemed to flow through his heart, warming the long-frozen heart. Seeing Tongkinlan silent, Lam Filok instructed him on how to use the hand cream, reminding Tongkinlan to apply it at all times. Tongkinlan smiled and nodded in agreement with Lam Filok. As Lam Filok was about to leave, a snowfall began. This was the first snow of the year. Lam Filok had heard that on the first snow day, one could make a wish that would come true. So she told Tongkinlan to make a wish too. Unexpectedly, Tongkinlan said his wishes didn't need to rely on heaven. Lam Filok looked at Tongkinlan silently, marveling in her heart. She didn't expect him to be someone who wanted to rely on himself. Afterwards, Lam Filok said goodbye to Tongkinlan, and while the snow wasn't heavy yet, she returned. Thinking it over, Lam Filok realized Ngakwa Palace wasn't too far from Tuichuk residence. She still had some hand cream left, so she decided to stop by Ngakwa Palace to see Lam Nimchi, to gain more favor, and also to hear a bit about Huet Phi's affairs. When she arrived at Ngakwa Palace, Lam Filok unexpectedly saw that Huet Phi was also present. In contrast to the respectful and polite attitude of Lam Filok, Huet Phi coldly asked her why she came to see Lam Nimchi. When Lam Filok said she had made something and wanted to give it to Lam Nimchi, Huet Phi's expression changed. Then Huet Phi stood up to leave, saying Lam Nimchi was taking a nap. If Lam Filok was so thoughtful, she should stand there and wait for Lam Nimchi to wake up, and then give it to her in person. After saying this, Huet Phi immediately told her maid to take her back to her room, completely ignoring Lam Filok standing in the snow. Lam Filok clenched her fists, thinking to herself that this Huet Phi was indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had heard from palace maids that Huet Phi and Nhan Phi, the mother of the fourth prince, were enemies, because Huet Phi's firstborn was harmed by Nhan Phi, leading to a miscarriage. This grudge, perhaps for Huet Phi's entire life, would never be forgotten, wanting to fight until death. But Lam Filok had sought help from Nhan Phi first. In Huet Phi's eyes, she was already on Nhan Phi's side. This made winning over Huet Phi extremely difficult, unless she left Nhan Phi's side. Lam Filok had originally intended to give up. She only needed to gain favor from Lam Nip Chi. But Lam Phi Luk was a bit confused. Clearly, Hui Fi knew Lam Nip Chi was close to her, yet she wanted to make things difficult for her like this. Wasn't this actively driving a wedge between her and Lam Nip Chi, handing her over to her? If that was indeed the case, Lam Phi Luk would go along with Hui Fi's intentions, appearing pitiful. In front of Lam Nip Chi, Lam Phi Luk stood enduring the cold snow for a long time, until Lam Nip Chi hurriedly came running. Seeing Lam Nip Chi, Lam Phi Luk immediately put on a pitiful expression. Lam Nip Chi quickly took Lam Phi Luk into her arms, gave her a warm heater, and held her hands. Lam Nip Chi spoke, scolding Lam Phi Luk. "Little Five, are you stupid? Just because mother told you to stand, you stood. Don't you know how to walk?" Seeing Lam Phi Luk grin, as if nothing had happened, Lam Nip Chi then told her that she would sleep here. Next time when Lam Phi Luk comes, she should just ask a nearby palace maid to send a message. After that, Lam Nip Chi gave Lam Phi Luk a cup of hot tea. While continuing to lecture Lam Phi Luk gulped down the tea sip by sip into her stomach, her whole body shivering. Seeing this, Lam Nip Chi told a palace maid to go brew another pot of hot tea. As soon as the maid left, Lam Phi Luk took out the hand cream to give to Lam Nip Chi. At first, Lam Nip Chi smelled the fragrance and thought it was lipstick. Lam Phi Luk then explained that this was used to apply on hands to help protect them. She shyly said that she made this hand cream herself. Lam Nip Chi applied a little on her hands, and the effect was immediately apparent. The skin on her palms became soft and fragrant, and her hands also became smoother. Lam Nip Chi asked if Lam Phi Luk had endured the cold outside all this time, just to give her this hand cream. Seeing Lam Phi Luk not, Lam Nip Chi was deeply touched. She reached out to pat Lam Phi Luk's head, saying next time just have a palace maid bring it. There's no need to bring it herself like this. Lam Phi Luk smiled, saying she wanted to visit Lam Nip Chi. Hearing this, Lam Nip Chi didn't press Lam Phi Luk further, only telling her not to be like today again. Don't foolishly stand waiting in the cold weather. After saying this, Lam Nip Chi fastened Lam Phi Luk's cloak tightly, telling her to hurry back, as in a while the snow might fall heavier and she wouldn't be able to leave. Lam Nip Chi didn't really want Lam Phi Luk to return early, but her mother must have already woken up by now. She feared if her mother saw Lam Phi Luk, she would get angry and continue to make things difficult for her. Lam Phi Luk obediently followed the palace maid outside. Before leaving, she smiled sweetly and said goodbye to Lam Nip Chi. Although she endured the cold, Lam Phi Luk felt that this hardship was worth it. With this hand cream, the sisterly affection between her and Lam Nip Chi had increased. In the future, if Hui Fi wanted to cause her trouble, Lam Nip Chi would certainly not ignore it. No sooner had Lam Phi Luk just left than Hui Fi came to Lam Nip Chi's room. Seeing the hand cream box, she immediately asked what it was. But Lam Nip Chi didn't say, only replying it was nothing. Hui Fi was extremely displeased. She and Lam Nip Chi had never been close before, and now she even knew how to deceive her. Hui Fi angrily asked Lam Nip Chi if it was a gift from Lam Phi Luk. Seeing her mother call Lam Phi Luk a cheap woman, Lam Nip Chi was unhappy and said, "Mother, Tiong'u is still a princess after all. She is father's daughter. If you speak of her like that and someone overhears, you might get in trouble." Lam Nip Chi's words of concern in Hui Fi's ears became her scolding her for Lam Phi Luk's sake. Lam Nip Chi explained she was just concerned for Hui Fi. Tiong'u is still just a child. She has nothing to do with these grudges. I hope mother won't make things difficult for her anymore. Hui Fi saw her daughter wasn't on her side. She snorted coldly and left with a flick of her sleeve. Lam Nip Chi looked at Hui Fi and sighed, feeling that her life was truly miserable. After the hand cream incident, the year-end came in a blink. Because of Nanfi's matter, Tio Lam and Lam Phi Luk were invited to the year-end banquet for the first time. They were quickly preparing. In the palace, everyone was bustling with preparations for the year-end banquet. Only Tingtan Tingyin's Chiuzung Palace, Lam He's mother, was extremely gloomy. Because of her evil deeds, Lam He was again confined by the crown prince. People in the palace avoided the mother and son as much as possible, let alone getting close to them. In the bedchamber, Lam He hugged his mother and sobbed loudly, "Boo-hoo, mother, why is it that Lam Phi Luk, that cheap woman, can attend the year-end banquet while we can't?" Seeing her daughter crying incessantly, Tinyin was extremely angry, blaming it all on Lam He for angering the crown prince and offending Nguyen Kui Phi. Lam De, because of the evil deeds, didn't even come to see her, let alone attending the year-end banquet. Lam He cried even louder. Tinyin told Lam He to stop crying. She blamed all the faults on Lam Phi Luk and her mother. She even wanted to think of ways to deal with them. Tinyin gritted her teeth, looking extremely vicious. suspicious. She firmly believed that Tio Lam only climbed to Nhan Fi's position by clinging to her. Yet she dared to be so boastful. Wasn't she trying to step on her head? Lam He thought his mother had a plan. Though no longer crying loudly like before, his tears were still not dry. Dingyan smirked. Ha, don't they want to attend the year-end banquet? Well then, I'll give them a big gift, so they'll never forget it. Tinyin was completely unaware that her vicious plan had been overheard by a man in black clothing. The man went straight to Tongking Lan's Thuichuk residence. Tongking Lan recognized this person. It was the world's #1 swordsman, Qi Lung. He was entrusted by Tongking Lan's uncle, Dung Han, to always stay inside the palace and secretly protect him. Qi Lung only said 3 words, Chiuzung Palace. Tongking Lan immediately asked, Uncle Qi, you've been eavesdropping for me. Hearing this, Qi Lung was a bit speechless. He didn't expect him to ask so directly. The servant nearby heard Qi Lung mention Chiuzung Palace and became worried. He was concerned that the third princess was preparing to do something unfavorable to his master. Previously, third princess Lam He always came to find Tongking Lan to cause trouble. Fortunately, Qi Lung always watched them from the shadows. Only then could Tongking Lan several times before turn danger into safety. However, Qi Lung said that what he overheard this time had nothing to do with Tongking Lan. Hearing this, Tongking Lan immediately asked if Lam He and his mother wanted to deal with 5th Princess Lam Fi Luck or not. Hearing Tongking Lan mention the 5th princess, Qi Lung was a bit confused. The servant nearby saw this and explained, Mr. Qi, you don't know this. During these 2 months you were away, another princess has taken a liking to our master. This 5th princess is unlike the 3rd princess. She is quite nice. Look, Mr. Qi, this is what she brought. She also brought desserts and even hand cream for our master. The servant, Thiendong, was still talking non-stop when Tongking Lan stared at him intently. Thiendong immediately fell silent. Then, Tongking Lan asked Qi Lung what he planned to do regarding Chiuzung Palace. Qi Lung then recounted what he had overheard earlier. In a few days, there's the year-end banquet. Tin Tun plans to take advantage of the crowd too. After hearing what Qi Lung said, Tongking Lan's expression became serious. Thiendong couldn't believe what he just heard. He felt that Tin Tun and her son were truly going too far. Tongking Lan remained silent in deep thought. Qi Lung thought he wanted to help Ting Tun. Qi Lung frowned as he looked at Tongking Lan. This approach was unlike his usual character. Later, a person in a black cloak came to Minwit Palace. They wrapped a stone in a small piece of paper and threw it through Lam Fi Luck's window. Lam Fi Luck was sitting and reading. Hearing the strange noise, she went to check. She thought someone was playing a prank. Lam Fi Luck opened the paper. It read, Be prepared. Act carefully. Disadvantageous for Lam Quinyan at the year-end banquet. Ting Tun. After reading, Lam Fi Luck smirked. She didn't expect this Ting Tun to be so ill-mannered. How dare she come to cause trouble? If that's the case, Lam Fi Luck decided to thoroughly deal with her at the year-end banquet. Then, Lam Fi Luck leaned out the window, deliberately saying, Hey, can you hear me? Thank you. The person was still standing outside, not having left. Hearing Lam Fi Luck's words, they smiled slightly. 5 days later, the Imperial Palace's year-end banquet was held. Lam Fi Luck curiously looked at everyone around, sighing that Emperor Lam indeed had many women. Tio Lam, not caring about others, attentively cared for Lam Fi Luck. Beside her, Luck dear, there's too much meat at the banquet. It's easy to get tired of. Drink some tea to refresh yourself. Lam Fi Luck happily drank the tea, noticing the fierce glares from Tin Tun and Third Princess. Lam Hai directed at them. Lam Fi Luck raised her cup to toast them. Seeing Lam Fi Luck saw this, Lam He thought Lam Fi Luck wanted to show off her authority, so she became very angry and glared at Lam Fi Luck. Tin Tun then reassured her daughter, saying she had arranged everything properly. They just needed to wait and watch the show. After Emperor Lam left, the Empress stood up to host the banquet. Recently, His Majesty has been busy with work. He left early to handle state affairs. My dear sisters, why don't you join me at Tianting Garden to watch fireworks? Watching snow and fireworks, that's a good idea. The concubines agreed in unison, then gradually left. Lam Kengwin quickly ran to Lam Fi Luck, holding her hand to go watch fireworks together. He brought 2 cakes in case Lam Fi Luck got hungry later. She could have a snack. At this moment, a palace maid suddenly approached Tio Lam, saying she had met Tio Lam before, asking if Tio Lam recognized her. Tio Lam truly didn't recognize this palace maid. The maid then said, Lam, Queen Yan not recognizing me is understandable. I was originally a maid beside Madame Tio. Later, I was given as a reward to Miss Ta Mutton, daughter of Madame Ta. Then Miss Ta entered the palace and was titled Tuk Nu. I also followed her into the palace. Hearing the maid's words, Lam Fi Luck felt a bit dizzy. She didn't expect the relationship between her and Tio Lam to be so convoluted. Tio Lam then said, "You were a maid beside my mother. I heard about mutton entering the palace. It's just that I've been unwell these years, so I haven't visited. You're looking for me. Is it because mutton has some matter?" The palace maid explained that Tio Lam's mother had asked her to meet Tio Lam, inviting Tio Lam to visit Tupnu's quarters. After Tio Lam fell out of favor, the Tio family cut off all contact with her. She hadn't seen her mother for years, nor exchanged any letters. Now, unexpectedly, her mother had sent someone to find her. Thinking this, Tio Lam turned to Lum Phi Luk, telling her to go watch fireworks with Lum Kang Uyen first. She would visit her aunt and then join them. Later, Lum Phi Luk and Lum Kang Uyen quickly left. If they arrived a bit later, they might not get good spots to watch the fireworks. Tin Yin hid behind a nearby pillar. Seeing Tio Lam leave with the palace maid, she couldn't help but smile, thinking the good show was about to begin. Lum Phi Luk, of course, knew that Tin Tun was hiding over there. She smiled slightly, hoping she wouldn't disappoint her. At a place near Thien Ting Garden, while other concubines were happily laughing and watching fireworks together, Lum Phi Luk invited Lum Kang Uyen to join her in playing kickball. Whoever kicked the other's ball first would be the winner and could receive a gift from the other person. Lum Kang Uyen immediately agreed. Just then, Lum Phi Luk saw a palace maid bringing 2 cups of water here. She shouted "start" twice, then ran away, repeatedly calling Lum Kang Uyen to chase after her. While they were chasing each other, Lum Kang Uyen accidentally bumped into a palace maid, causing her to spill tea on consort Tin. Tin Yin angrily scolded the palace maid. Seeing this, Nan Phi called Lum Kang Uyen and Lum Phi Luk over to her, preventing them from continuing to run around. The Empress told Tin Yin to change her clothes first, to avoid the wet clothes harming her body. After all, it was still a while before the fireworks would start. Tin Yin left with a palace maid, inwardly letting out a cold snort. She hoped to return in time. She didn't want to miss the good show. Lum Phi Luk achieved her goal, smiling slightly as she watched Tin Yin leave. A moment later, the Empress led the concubines to Thien Ting Garden to watch the fireworks. While everyone was focused on the fireworks, a coquettish female voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Lum Phi Luk pointed to a bush, saying she heard the sound coming from there. The Empress told 2 nearby palace maids to go ahead and lead the way to investigate. The 2 palace maids immediately complied. Unexpectedly, they saw Tin Yin entangled with an unfamiliar man. Seeing the Empress, Tin Yin clutched her clothes tightly, frantically running to the Empress, begging for mercy. "Empress, Nung, save me, your servant was just walking this way when that scoundrel pulled me into the garden. I almost. Tin Yin didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Clearly, she had just gone with the palace maid to change clothes. Then suddenly she lost consciousness, and when she woke up, her clothes were disheveled and she was lying there. So Tin Yin repeatedly begged the Empress to intervene, to restore justice for her. The Empress angrily looked at Tin Yin, asking why she was alone in this place and where the accompanying palace maid had gone. Tin Yin pointed to that man, saying he had knocked out the palace maid. The man remained silent, only kneeling to apologize. Tin Yin kept pleading her innocence. The other concubines also began to discuss this matter in low voices. Now truly, the Empress had no way to help Tin Yin. Even if she believed Tin Yin today, in the future, in the harem, Tin Yin would have no standing. Emperor Lum would no longer favor Tin Yin. Then, the Empress ordered 2 nearby palace maids to find the knocked-out maid and bring her for verification. Tin Yin knelt flat on the ground, tears streaming like rain. This scheme was supposed to be for Tio Lam. She had sent someone to lead Tio Lam here, but unexpectedly, Tio Lam was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she herself had fallen victim to the plot. Tin Yin didn't understand who had ultimately sabotaged her plan that seemed so perfect. Thinking, Tin Yin turned to that man, cursing incessantly and repeatedly hitting. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Tin Yin looked towards where Lum Phi Luk stood. She thought she was the one who had caused all of this. But upon seeing Lum Phi Luk's demeanor, Tin Yin immediately dismissed her own suspicion. After all, Lum Phi Luk was now just a worthless girl. How could she sabotage her plan and then plot against her? Lum Phi Luk noticed Tin Yin's gaze, immediately hiding behind Lum Kang Uyen. "Brother Kang Uyen, Tin Consort's look at me is so frightening. I'm scared." Hearing this, Lum Kang Uyen patted Lum Phi Luk's head and reassured her. He told Lum Phi Luk not to be afraid, he was here. On the other side, Tin Yin stared intently at Lum Phi Luk. She thought to herself, if indeed Lum Phi Luk was behind all of this, despite her young age, to have such a wicked mind, she wasn't a child, but a demon. When that palace maid regained consciousness, the Empress immediately questioned her about what had happened earlier and why she had fainted. The palace maid was extremely frightened, crying and hurriedly saying, "Earlier, this servant followed Teen Consort. Change. On the way, suddenly heard someone in the bushes calling for the consort. The consort told this servant to wait there. This servant did as told, but somehow was knocked unconscious." The palace maid's words were completely different from Tinyan's earlier explanation. Moreover, she had no reason to falsely accuse Tinyan. The other concubines thus believed the palace maid's words. They thought Tinyan wasn't kidnapped, but clearly went to meet that man on her own. Tinyan never expected things to turn out this way. She set a trap to harm Tiolam, but in the end it backfired, leaving her unable to explain herself to the empress. Tinyan insisted she was being framed, immediately lunging to grab the palace maid's hair, cursing incessantly. Seeing this, the empress became furious and ordered the palace maids to pull Tinyan away from the maid. Then the empress turned to that man, asking which guard unit he was from and what relationship he had with Tinyan. The man pondered for a while, then immediately kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. "Empress, Your Majesty, this lowly one doesn't know Consort Ting. Earlier, I was momentarily possessed by evil and kidnapped the consort. This lowly one is willing to die for this crime." As soon as he finished speaking, before the empress could react, the man used his sword to end his own life. The concubines screamed in terror. It was the first time they had seen a dead person, and they couldn't remain calm. Though frightened, the empress still tried to compose herself. She quickly ordered Consort Tint to be taken away. The palace maids also escorted their respective mistresses back. Lumpy Luck stared blankly at the man before her. She yet never expected him to commit suicide. She couldn't understand why the man had to go to such extremes. Lumkang Uyen grabbed Lumpy Luck's arm, wanting to take her away. But no matter how he called, Lumpy Luck remained dazed and unresponsive. At that moment, Crown Prince Lumding arrived. He covered Lumpy Luck's eyes with his hand, preventing her from seeing any more. Then, Lumding instructed Lumkang Uyen to take Lumpy Luck back to Mingwit Palace first. Lumding couldn't leave for the moment. Lumpy Luck returned with Lumkang Uyen, her eyes still fixed on that man. After the maids from Minwit Palace came to receive Lumpy Luck, Lumkang Uyen then left. Tiolam rushed out, embracing Lumpy Luck, then carried her inside. Lumpy Luck tearfully said, "Mother, he's dead? Before he died, he looked at me. Was he referring to the agreement between us?" "Mother, he was actually just a pitiful person. It turned out that man only wanted to protect his younger sister. So even though he knew Consort Tin's cruel methods, he had no choice but to follow her orders." After Lumpy Luck learned of Consort Tin's plan, she went to find him. "Your sister is innocent. Aren't we innocent? Using such cruel methods to harm my mother, my brother and me, even implicating my Tiu clan. Aren't you ashamed?" The man knelt before Lumpy Luck, repeatedly bowing his head and apologizing to her. Lumpy Luck helped him stand up, saying, "You harmed my mother. You yourself cannot escape death. But have you thought about what will happen to your sister after you die? Consort Tin is such a cruel person, she certainly won't spare her." Hearing Lumpy Luck's words, the man realized things weren't so simple. But he still thought. Then Lumpy Luck told the man if he agreed to cooperate with her to frame Consort Tin, then after it's done, she would bring his sister to Mingwit Palace. As long as she remained there, she would protect the man's younger sister. Finally, the man agreed with Lumpy Luck. Lumpy Luck hugged Diolam tightly. Although she knew the man would certainly die, she didn't expect him to commit suicide in front of everyone like that. The man's last words seemed to be defending Consort Tin, but in reality, completely incriminated, using his own death to ensure Consort Tink could never recover. Diolam comforted Lumpy Luck. "Look, this isn't your fault. It's not our fault. We were only protecting ourselves. She wanted to harm us. Today, if it wasn't her, it would have been us who died." Seeing a dead body for the first time, Lumpy Luck was a bit scared. Diolam comforted her, then held Lumpy Luck in her arms. Because of Consort Tin's affair, the year-end banquet was interrupted. The Empress was so angry she fainted. All the consorts in the palace fell ill because of this incident. Emperor Lam, hearing this, was furious. He directly ordered poisoned wine for Consort Ting. As for the third Princess Lam Hai, she was sent to guard the imperial mausoleum, never to return to the palace. After Consort Ting's death, Emperor Lam ordered Chiudung Palace to be sealed. The palace maids were reassigned by the Internal Affairs Department to other duties. Lumpy Luck found an opportunity to pay respects to Consort Nyan, and finally managed to bring the younger sister Tungvu of that man to Mingwit Palace. Lumpy Luck went out to welcome Tung Vu. Seeing her swollen eyes from crying, Lumpy Luck immediately took Tung Vu's hand and said cheerfully, "From now on, you'll be my palace maid. We must live happily together." Tung Vu was moved to tears. She looked at Lumpy Luck and softly hummed in agreement. The last day of the year had ended with a death. The Empress felt it was inauspicious. So on the first day of the new year, she invited high monks to perform blessings in the palace. Lumpy Luck, who previously didn't believe in such things, now felt somewhat respectful. She sincerely prayed for blessings along with Tio Lam. After that day, Lumpy Luck either practiced calligraphy or read books in her room, not even stepping out of the door once. That morning, while Lumpy Luck was teaching Tung Vu how to write her name, there was a tapping sound outside the door. She thought it was the person who had broken her window the night before. Tung Vu offered to go check it out for Lumpy Luck. Lumpy Luck said she'd go herself. In broad daylight, she didn't believe anyone would dare to act recklessly. On the tree branch opposite Lumpy Luck's room, He Hankung was sitting leisurely, looking down at Lumpy Luck, asking where his gift was. Lumpy Luck was bewildered for a while, then remembered that last time at Bakmai Pavilion, she had promised to give He Hankung a gift. Seeing Lumpy Luck's embarrassed expression, He Hankung thought she had forgotten about his gift. He jumped down from the tree, intending to take Lumpy Luck's hair bun. Lumpy Luck quickly stepped back, raising her hands to protect her 2 hair buns, and said she hadn't forgotten. Then Lumpy Luck took out from her sleeve a box of hand cream and gave it to He Hankung. Luckily, after giving one to her brother Lam Chiem Vien, she still had 1 box left. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain to He Hankung. He Hankung looked at the item in his hand, confused. Although he could smell that it was very fragrant, He Hankung didn't know what it was. Lumpy Luck explained that the box contained hand cream she made herself, which could protect hands from frostbite. She told He Hankung if he didn't want it, he could return it to her. Hearing Lumpy Luck say this, He Hankung immediately tucked the hand cream away. Suddenly, He Hankung asked about the person who died in the palace a few days ago. Lumpy Luck and Tung Vu were a bit startled. Then they both became a little sad, remaining silent. Seeing Lumpy Luck's silence, He Hankung thought she was scared. He quickly consoled her. It's okay. Isn't it just one person who died? Anyway, I've been on many battlefields. I've seen lots of people die. Lumpy Luck was truly speechless at the blunt man's way of consoling. He Hankung, she couldn't believe someone like him could still exist until now. Seeing He Hankung talk so much, if she let him continue, it would make Tung Vu uncomfortable. So she asked Tung Vu to go, prepare some hot tea for He Hankung. After Tung Vu left, Lumpy Luck turned to He Hankung and asked if he had just said that he had been on the battlefield. He Hankung said in a very proud tone, "Of course, when I was young, I lived with my father at the border for several years. It was much colder then than it is now. The ice was very thick, even cavalry could ride horses across it." After talking at length, He Hankung turned to ask Lumpy Luck if she had ever ridden a horse. If not, he could take her to the hunting grounds to ride. Lumpy Luck's eyes lit up. She didn't know there were hunting grounds in the palace. He Hankung said that usually Lumpy Luck's brothers were always at the palace hunting grounds, practicing horseback riding. With that, He Hankung lifted Lumpy Luck up, gently jumping outside. He had a horse over there and wanted to show her. Although He Hankung landed very gently, Lumpy Luck was hit by a cold gust of wind, causing her to cough continuously. Tears also came out. Seeing Lumpy Luck's tears, He Hankung thought she was crying because she didn't want to go with. He quickly put her down on the ground, constantly comforting Lumpy Luck. He Hankung reached out to help Lumpy Luck wipe her eyes, then turned his back to Lumpy Luck, telling her to call him Crown Prince Brother, and he would give her a piggyback ride. Lumpy Luck pouted, said she didn't want to, and then left. At the Imperial hunting grounds, there were still several brothers waiting for her to come and conquer. She had no time or mood to care about He Hankung's teasing remarks. After arriving at the Imperial hunting grounds, He Hankung took Lumpy Luck to the shooting range while he went to lead a horse over to teach her how to ride. Lumpy Luck looked around and was confused when she didn't see anyone else. Hadn't He Hankung just said that her other brothers often practiced here? When He Hankung returned with the horse, suddenly an arrow flew towards Lumpy Luck. He Hankung shouted, "Don't be afraid, you're short." Lumpy Luck was confused upon hearing this. It took a moment before she understood after He Hengkung explained. Though she was unharmed, Lumphiluk felt a bit unhappy inside and pouted at He Hengkung. Although she knew the horse and target were much taller than her, and not moving in that situation was safer. He Hengkung's blunt way of speaking made her really want to jump up and hit him. At that moment, a young man rode up on horseback. Worried, he asked if Lumphiluk and He Hengkung were hurt. This young man turned out to be the current crown prince of Lam dynasty, Lam Qing. He Hengkung respectfully greeted the crown prince, saying they were both fine and the distance was quite far. Lumphiluk looked at Lam Qing. She was a bit surprised that the young man before her was her third imperial brother, the empress's biological son. Lumphiluk had thought this trip would be a waste of time, but unexpectedly met an important figure. So she immediately greeted Lam Qing with a formal bow. Lam Qing had never met Lumphiluk before, so he didn't know who she was. He even thought she was He Hengkung's younger sister. He Hengkung asked in surprise, "Really, Your Highness, you don't know your own sister?" Lam Qing was surprised. After thinking for a while, he recognized Lumphiluk as his fifth imperial sister. He Hengkung truly had an unrestrained personality, not following any rules. He even dared to tease the crown prince. "Ahem, Your Highness, you didn't even know. You had such an adorable little sister. It really makes me jealous. If I had a sister like this, I'd definitely lift her up high every day." Hearing He Hengkung's words, Lumphiluk didn't know how to react and even felt a bit nauseated. Then He Hengkung asked Lam Qing why in such cold weather he was practicing horseback archery by himself. Lam Qing smiled and said that although it was cold, he dared not neglect his studies. Hearing this, He Hengkung suddenly blurted out to Lam Qing, "Isn't Your Highness trying to secretly improve to rank first in the spring hunting competition?" Lam Qing was a bit startled, then smiled slightly and said He Hengkung was joking. Lumphiluk felt He Hengkung's words were a bit disrespectful. If Lam Qing became emperor, it wouldn't be long before he'd have He Hengkung beheaded. So Lumphiluk sneezed. She wanted to help He Hengkung a bit, diverting Lam Qing's attention. Seeing Lumphiluk sneeze, Lam Qing feared she might catch a cold and turned to ask He Hengkung why he brought her to this archery field. The wind here was much stronger than elsewhere. He Hengkung said matter-of-factly that he brought Lumphiluk here to see horses and conveniently teach her horseback archery. After hearing He Hengkung's words, Lam Qing frowned slightly. "Nonsense. Fifth sister is still so young. It's fine if you want to fool around yourself, but you want to lead my sister into mischief too. Staying here any longer will cause her to catch a cold. Take her back immediately." He Hengkung waved his hand, saying they were already here anyway. He asked Lam Qing if he wanted to have a match with him. The atmosphere between He Hengkung and Lam Qing was now extremely tense. Although He Hengkung was smiling, between him and Lam Qing, it was as if there was a smell of gunpowder. Lumphiluk didn't want He Hengkung to cause trouble, so she asked him where the foal was. Seeing this, He Hengkung told Lam Qing that their match would be postponed for now. He would come another day to seek Lam Qing's guidance. But for now, he had to take Lumphiluk to see the foal. As soon as He Hengkung finished speaking, Lumphiluk bowed to bid farewell to Lam Qing. Lam Qing helped her stand up, saying there was no need for such formality. He also instructed Lumphiluk to return quickly after seeing the horse. Then Lam Qing took the jade pendant from his body and gave it to Lumphiluk as a gift for their first meeting. Lumphiluk used both hands to receive the jade pendant. She currently didn't bring anything with her, so she promised that next time they meet, she would give Lam Qing a gift in return. However, Lam Qing declined, saying Lumphiluk's intention was enough. After that, Lam Qing said he had other matters to attend to and quickly left. Lumphiluk watched Lam Qing's departing figure, sighing that Lam Qing's eyes were really good. He Hengkung smiled. He felt the same way. Lumphiluk raised an eyebrow at He Hengkung. Earlier, He Hengkung had said one sentence that offended Lam Qing 2 or 3 times. One day he might die at Lam Qing's hands without even knowing why. Only a fool would believe. He Hengkung also thought Lam Qing was good. He Hengkung's judgment was nearly non-existent. As the crown prince of the Zhenbei Marquis's mansion, he would become a general in the future. If when Lam Qing ascends the throne and He Hengkung is still as brainless as he is now, then the good days would be over. She should take the opportunity to remind He Hengkung a few times. He Hengkung took Lumphiluk to the stable, pointed at a horse, and boasted to Lumphiluk that he personally raised this horse. The horse neighed loudly and turned its face away, completely ignoring He Hengkung. This scene made Lumphiluk unable to hold back and laugh out loud. He Hengkung acted as if nothing happened, saying strong horses need training. When this foal grows up, he would train it for her to see. When it's tamed, he would give it to her as a gift. Lumpy Look happily agreed. He Hengkung pushed his luck further, asking Lumpy Look to call him Crown Prince Brother. Lumpy Look directly called out He Hengkung's full name and even scolded him, saying he truly had no shame. He Hengkung pretended to chase after Lumpy Look, wanting to teach her a lesson. However, when he caught hold of Lumpy Look's cloak, He Hengkung said, "This snowfall is getting heavier. I'll take you home first. When the weather gets better, I'll take you to ride Little Horse." Lumpy Look thought to herself that this trip allowed her to meet Crown Prince Lam Qing, so it wasn't a waste of time. Therefore, she returned to Mingyu Palace with He Hengkung, wanting to think about how to best approach Lam Qing. Lumpy Look held the jade pendant Lam Qing had given her from the encounter at the Imperial hunting grounds before. She realized Lam Qing was unlike the other princes she had met before. Instead, he was a person with deep schemes. This person wouldn't be won over just by Lumpy Look calling him brother to gain his favor. So the difficulty was a bit higher. Since Lam Qing had given her the jade pendant, she could start her approach by returning the favor. But the main problem was Lumpy Look didn't know what to give Lam Qing. From a young age, Lam Qing had been named Crown Prince. Everything he did was under scrutiny. If she gave something too valuable, it might instead cause trouble for Lam Qing. Suddenly, Lumpy Look thought of something. She asked the palace maid Tan Yin to pick some orchids from the flower pot that the elder princess had gifted earlier. She would dry them and give them to Tio Lam, asking her to help sew them into a fragrance pouch, saying it was a gift for His Highness the Crown Prince. Tan Yin happily agreed, immediately following Lumpy Look's instructions. Lam Qing was the current crown prince of noble status. Lumpy Look's ordinary princess status certainly wouldn't allow her to meet. So, Lumpy Look thought of someone who could help her. A few days later, thanks to Lumpy Look's tireless efforts every morning, running to Chang Ming Palace to wake him up, escorting him to class after class, Lam Kang Uyen achieved a record of 7 consecutive days without being late or leaving early. Today, the imperial tutor even kept him back to praise him for his recent diligence in studies. He even rewarded Lam Kang Uyen with a brush that was exquisitely crafted. Lam Kang Uyen left happily. Just as he was about to call Lumpy Look, he discovered she was standing, chatting happily with Lam Qing. Lumpy Look had waited at the imperial tutor's residence for days. Finally, she met Lam Qing. She gave Lam Qing a fragrance pouch as a return gift. Lam Qing was a bit surprised, but still accepted the fragrance pouch. Then he asked why Lumpy Look had given him this. Just a glance, and Lam Qing saw that this fragrance pouch was made very uniquely and exquisitely. Magnolia and bamboo were meticulously embroidered on it. One could see that its maker had put their heart into it. Hearing Lam Qing's question, Lumpy Look smiled and replied, "Li Sao says I cross the Li and Ji rivers and pluck autumn orchids to wear. Your Highness the Crown Prince is like an orchid tree. You should wear autumn orchids." People praise the Crown Prince as an orchid tree. These flattering words from Lumpy Look were considered moderate. Lam Qing looked at Lumpy Look in surprise. He didn't expect his 5th sister to be so well versed in poetry, speaking so properly. Then Lam Qing hung the fragrance pouch on his belt. At that moment, Lam Kang Uyen approached with a dark expression, asking Lam Qing and Lumpy Look what they were talking about so happily. Seeing the fragrance pouch made by Lumpy Look hanging on Lam Qing's person, Lam Kang Uyen was extremely displeased. He stared resentfully at the fragrance pouch. Lam Qing turned to Lam Kang Uyen and asked what the imperial tutor had kept him back for earlier. It wasn't because Lam Kang Uyen hadn't copied his homework, was it? Lam Kang Uyen immediately refuted, saying the imperial tutor kept him back to praise him and even gifted him a brush. Lam Qing saw the brush, took it, examined it for a while, and couldn't help but praise that this brush was very good. Hearing Lam Qing's praise, Lam Kang Uyen immediately had the idea to use the brush to exchange for the fragrance pouch. Of course, Lam Qing did not agree. He directly returned the brush to Lam Kang Uyen. Lumpy Look covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It seemed that this return gift she gave was just right. Then, Lumpy Look called out to Lam Kang Uyen. Lam Kang Uyen was still sulking. He snorted without answering her, which made Lam Qing unable to resist, speaking up for Lumpy Look. Seeing Lam Kang-Uyen ignoring her, Lam Filok immediately put on a pitiful face, whimpering and asking if Lam Kang-Uyen was angry with her. Lam Kang-Uyen no longer dared to ignore Lam Filok, hurriedly comforting her. Then he wanted to take Lam Filok back. Lam Filok happily thanked Lam Kang-Uyen, then turned to Lam Queen, asking if he wanted to go with the two of them. Lam Queen naturally did not refuse. Lam Queen looked at Lam Filok, feeling that although she was still very young, her words and gestures exuded a certain intelligence and cleverness. As it happened, Lam Queen also liked intelligent people. Associating with them meant fewer worries and troubles. On the way back, Lam Filok checked Lam Kang-Uyen's lessons. Seeing Lam Kang-Uyen recite fluently, Lam Filok clapped her hands in praise. Lam Queen saw that Lam Filok was much smarter than other sisters, and the palace rumors about the fifth princess supervising the fourth prince's studies were also true. As the three were nearing Mingwit Palace, they happened to see several concubines scolding someone. Looking closely, Lam Filok recognized the two people kneeling on the ground were her mother, Tiolam, and the palace maid, Tanyin. Without a word, Lam Filok quickly ran to her mother. On the other side, Lady Lung grabbed Tiolam's hand and twisted it hard. She couldn't believe that a noble lady 2 ranks below her, like Tiolam, would try to rise so quickly by flattering Consort Nan to climb the ladder. If she didn't teach Tiolam a lesson today, how could she face herself? Seeing Tiolam endure the pain without crying out, Lady Lang intended to punish her more severely. Lam Filok ran over and directly pushed Lady Lang away, not letting her bully Tiolam anymore. Then she turned to help Tiolam stand up. Lady Lang was supported by 2 concubines beside her. After regaining her composure, she immediately shouted, "Who dares to be so insolent to me?" Lam Filok stood in front of Tiolam, spreading her arms to protect her. At this moment, Lam Queen and Lam Kang-Uyen also arrived. Lam Queen angrily looked at Lady Lang, saying she was the one being insolent. Lady Lang saw Lam Queen and immediately knelt down to greet the crown prince. Lam Queen angrily said, not greeting the princess, bullying concubines, causing chaos in the harem. Mother's teachings gone in one ear and out the other. Lady Lang was unconvinced and still wanted to blame Tiolam. Lam Kang-Uyen immediately shouted loudly, and she instantly fell silent, not daring to say more. Lam Queen continued, "Father is busy with state affairs. Mother manages the harem. As concubines, you should follow palace rules. Yet you act recklessly. Do you really think the palace rules are just for decoration?" Ignoring the concubine's repeated pleas for mercy, Lam Queen said he would report this to the Empress for her to deal with them. After speaking, Lam Queen waved his hand, dismissing the 3 concubines. After they left, Lam Filok took Tiolam's hand and blew on it, trying to ease her pain. Tiolam wiped the tears from Lam Filok's face, saying she was fine. She also didn't forget to bow and thank Crown Prince Lam Queen and 4th Prince Lam Kang-Uyen. Lam Queen told Lam Filok to take Tiolam back to her palace first, then invite the royal physician for an examination. He had to return to the palace. Lam Filok thanked Lam Queen. Then Lam Kang-Uyen escorted her back to Mingwit Palace. She looked in the direction Lam Queen left, surprised that this time Lam Queen had stepped in to help save her mother. It seemed the effect was much better than she had imagined. In the future, she must visit the Grand Tutor's residence more often to gain favor with Crown Prince Lam Queen sooner. After Tiolam's incident that day, Lam Filok diligently went to the Grand Tutor's residence every day to make her presence known. Her relationship with Lam Queen also became closer. These days continued until near the new year. The Imperial Academy finally had a break. That day, Lam Filok and Lam Kang-Uyen came to take the exam at the end of the year, before the break. This year's topic was writing poetry about objects, different from previous years memorizing poems, debating, and calligraphy. Lam Kang-Uyen thought this year would be like previous years. Unexpectedly, it was poetry composition, which caught him off guard. Hearing Lam Kang-Uyen say this, Lam Filok felt this year-end assessment exam was somewhat similar to final exams in modern times. But she didn't understand how poetry composition could be done just like that. When Lam Kang-Uyen was about to lead Lam Filok inside, the Grand Tutor stopped them, saying Lam Filok wasn't a student of the Grand Tutor's residence, so she couldn't enter. Lam Filok sighed. She had wanted to go in to see what ancient final exams were like. It seemed that wasn't possible now. At that moment, Lam Queen came over, telling the Grand Tutor to let Lam Filok in. Today's exam wasn't held in the Crown Prince's inner palace, so there weren't as many rules. Hearing Lam Queen say this, the Grand Tutor agreed to let Lam Filok enter, instructing her to stand quietly to the side and not disturb anyone. Inside, people were paired up. Lam Qing with Lam Ding, Lam Cảnh Uyên with He Hanggung. Lam Phi Luk counted the number of people in the class, noticing only Tong Kinlan's seat was empty. Perhaps everyone felt he was a hostage from the Song country. Sitting with him was embarrassing. Lam Phi Luk looked at Tong Kinlan worriedly. She felt he now resembled a pitiful child, isolated in class. Lam Phi Luk couldn't bear this sight. She immediately went to Tong Kinlan's place and reported to the Grand Tutor that Tong Kinlan's spot was missing a person. The Grand Tutor then allowed Lam Phi Luk to fill the seat. Opposite Tong Kinlan, Lam Phi Luk told the Grand Tutor she didn't know how to write poetry. The kind Grand Tutor smiled and said it was fine. She just needed to guide Tong Kinlan. Lam Cảnh Uyên raised his hand, wanting to switch places with Tong Kinlan. Seeing this, He Heng also raised his hand, wanting to switch with Tong Kinlan. The Grand Tutor was a bit perplexed. He told Lam Cảnh Uyên and He Hengkung to quickly settle in their seats, as the exam was about to begin. He also called for Lam Phi Luk to sit down. A drum sounded. The year-end assessment exam officially began. Lam Phi Luk looked around, unsure what to choose for Tong Kinlan to describe. Looking at Tong Kinlan's handwriting, Lam Phi Luk pondered deeply. The incident with Tint Tun the other day, she always thought he had secretly helped her. But the current handwriting didn't match the traces on the paper in the rock thrown last time. Perhaps that time Tong Kinlan had used his left hand to write. While Lam Phi Luk was still lost in thought, Tong Kinlan had already finished describing the first object. Lam Phi Luk then pointed towards the skylight. Tong Kinlan immediately composed a poem about it. Tong Kinlan's poetry writing speed was very fast, comparable to Lam Phi Luk's eating speed. Unlike Lam Cảnh Uyên and He Hengkung, those two glared at each other and couldn't write a single word for half a day. Lam Phi Luk, curious, asked Tong Kinlan if writing poetry was really that easy. Tong Kinlan shook his head, saying he was just writing casually. Lam Phi Luk picked up the poem Tong Kinlan had written. His handwriting was quite beautiful, but the verses, based on her literary knowledge, were somewhat ordinary. It seemed that because Lam Phi Luk was from modern times and had read many of Li Bai's poems, she found what Tong Kinlan wrote to be ordinary. Moreover, if writing poetry was like Tong Kinlan's style, Lam Phi Luk felt she could do it too. She felt she could perform by writing 300 poems. Tong Kinlan quickly finished describing the second object. He asked Lam Phi Luk what the last object was. Lam Phi Luk smiled and pointed at herself. Seeing Tong Kinlan confused, not understanding, Lam Phi Luk said the last object was herself. This time Tong Kinlan's speed was also very fast. Lam Phi Luk guessed he was writing something like, "Little girl, fair-skinned, cute." A moment later, the drum sounded again. The exam ended. The Grand Tutor came to each table to collect the exam papers. Lam Phi Luk was very curious, asking Tong Kinlan what he had written in the end. Tong Kinlan said his learning was still shallow, so he just wrote casually, "You don't need to pay attention to it." Lam Phi Luk asked Tong Kinlan if he had ever heard the song for the first time. "Someone wrote a poem for me, extraordinary meaning before." Tong Kinlan looked confused, not understanding what Lam Phi Luk was talking about. Lam Phi Luk cleared her throat, then began to sing for Tong Kinlan to hear. After she finished singing, the atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward. Lam Phi Luk was embarrassed. She should change her habit of teasing handsome guys whenever she sees them. Tong Kinlan found Lam Phi Luk very cute and couldn't help but laugh. Usually, Tong Kinlan always smiled. Even when Lam He gave him a hard time, he still smiled. Lam Phi Luk was therefore used to seeing Tong Kinlan's smiling face. But this time, seeing Tong Kinlan laugh, Lam Phi Luk realized that his smiles were not all the same. Now, Tong Kinlan's eyes seemed to have warmth in them. Looking like this, Tong Kinlan was even more beautiful. After a few days, the results of the year-end assessment exam were out. The Grand Tutors selected 10 anonymous poems from the 100 poems and sent them to Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam reviewed the poems, particularly impressed by one praising a young girl. He asked the Grand Tutor who composed that poem. The Grand Tutor respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this poem was composed by Tong Kinlan, the Prince of Tong Kingdom." Emperor Lam was a bit surprised. He remembered Tong Kinlan's studies were ordinary, not as outstanding as this time a few years ago. The Grand Tutor also found it strange. Tong Kinlan had a total of 9 self-composed poems, but the other 8 were mediocre, old-fashioned, and ordinary. Emperor Lam thought this was just a coincidence and decided to rank Tong Kinlan third. If a reward was due, it should be given. He didn't want anything to embarrass the Lam dynasty. The final exam results were out. Crown Prince Lam Queen ranked first, Grand Prince Lam Ding second, Tong Kinlan ranked third. All 3 were generously rewarded. Emperor Lam sent people to deliver rewards to each palace. Among them, Lum Queen and Lum Ding were the most outstanding. Emperor Lam summoned them alone to the hall for commendation, awarding precious items to both of them separately. After receiving the rewards from Emperor Lam, Lum Queen and Lum Ding walked back side by side. Seeing that Lum Ding had no intention of boasting or being arrogant, Lum Queen felt that Lum Ding was harmless, so he didn't think much more about it. He jumped a step forward and invited Lum Ding to go hunting in spring. Lum Ding immediately shook his head and refused, unable to go hunting. Hearing Lum Ding's refusal, Lum Queen didn't insist further. He said when he goes hunting, he'll bring back a mountain rabbit as a companion for Lum Ding. Lum Ding happily agreed. Afterwards, Lum Ding returned to Nguyen Noble Consort. Seeing his aunt, he immediately bowed in greeting. Nguyen Noble Consort knew Lum Ding had just received rewards from Emperor Lam, so she asked what the emperor had awarded the crown prince. Lum Ding gently said he and Lam Queen received the same rewards. It's just that Lam Queen got one more ancient jade fan. Nguyen Noble Consort pondered, saying nothing. Lum Ding's aunt then gave him a puppy, as she heard Lum Ding liked small animals. The puppy, named Chung Yi, looked obediently at Lum Ding. Lum Ding initially intended to go hug the puppy, but suddenly withdrew, hiding his excited expression. After giving the puppy, Lum Ding's aunt left. Nguyen Noble Consort ordered the nearby eunuch Wung Dung to take the puppy to Lum Ding's room. Unexpectedly, Lum Ding directly knelt down, saying he didn't want to keep the puppy. Surprised, Nguyen Noble Consort asked, "Why not keep it? Aren't these things your hobby? What's wrong? Afraid I'll tell someone to kill it." Although he really liked Chung Yi, Lum Ding didn't want to keep it, nor did he want to kill it. Nguyen Noble Consort helped Lum Ding stand up, asking if last time when she told Lum Ding to kill the little rabbit, did Lum Ding hate her very much in his heart. Lum Ding shook his head vigorously. Nguyen Noble Consort continued, "Now you feel that your mother is very cruel. You still don't understand how to survive in the royal family. In the future, everything depends on yourself. You have to fight for it yourself. A weak person, no matter how kind, what can they use to compete with others?" Lum Ding lowered his eyes, saying he had never thought about competing before. Nguyen Noble Consort didn't force Lum Ding. After all, Lum Ding's current position had already been determined long ago. Lum Ding wanted to say something more, but Nguyen Noble Consort said she had been ill recently, so she wouldn't talk much with Lum Ding. If Lum Ding didn't want to keep Chung Yi, then just throw it into the zoo directly. Lum Ding didn't expect his mother to decide like that. The Imperial Zoo was where large, fierce animals were kept. A small, weak dog like Chung Yi, once thrown in there, would immediately become food for the beasts. Before leaving, Nguyen Noble Consort instructed eunuch Wung Zung to go with Lum Ding. Wait until he saw Lum Ding throw the puppy away, then return to report. Lum Ding carried Chung Yi away. Wung Dung beside him said, "Your Highness, Her Majesty is only doing this for your own good. When you grow up, you'll understand. Just consider the dog as dead, close your eyes, and throw it into the zoo." Lum Ding looked at Chung Yi. He had liked animals since childhood, and animals also liked to be close to Lum Ding. But unfortunately, he couldn't protect them. Well, seeing Chung Yi's obedient appearance, licking his finger, Lum Ding couldn't follow Nguyen Noble Consort's words. He softly said sorry to Chung Yi and let it run away. Lum Ding turned to Ung Zung, telling him to report to Nguyen Noble Consort. However he wanted, then immediately ran away. Ung Dung was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to chase after Lum Ding or deal with the puppy Chung Yi. In the end, he returned to report that Lum Ding had let the puppy go. Nguyen Noble Consort felt she should be a little tougher. Only then could she shape Lum Ding to be stronger. On the other side, at Minwit Palace, Lum Phi Luk and Lum Chim Vien were happily playing snow throwing when Lum Ding arrived. Seeing Lum Ding's reddened eyes, Lum Phi Luk worriedly asked what was wrong with him, why his eyes were so red if someone had bullied him. Lum Ding was surprised that his little sister had noticed. He then told Lum Phi Luk everything that happened. After hearing the story, Lum Phi Luk was extremely sad. Lum Chim Vien also couldn't help but shed tears. Although Lum Ding had let Chung Yi run away, the palace was strictly managed. Lum Ding feared it wouldn't survive. Seeing Lum Ding sad, Lum Phi Luk patted his forehead to comfort him. She wanted to go with Lum Ding to find the puppy Chung Yi. Lum Ding was the gentlest boy she had ever met. She couldn't let Lum Ding be heartbroken and sad. She would definitely protect Lum Ding well. Afterwards, Lum Phi Luk, Lum Ding, and Lum Chim Vien went to search for Chung Yi everywhere. They finally found it. It seemed Chung Yi was waiting for Lum Ding here. Chung Yi was very obedient seeing Lum Ding. It immediately jumped into his arms, its little tail wagging nonstop. Lum Ding decided to entrust Trung Yi to Lum Chim Vien's care. Lum Chim Vien was very happy. Lum Ding also became cheerful again. Lum Phi Lok looked at the peaceful scene now. She also felt happy. A Lum Ding with such a gentle smile was truly her big imperial brother. After the incident with Trung Yi, time passed more quickly, and soon it was the end of the year. The palaces began to welcome the coming new year. At Mingwit Palace, Tiolam pulled Lum Phi Luk to cut paper flowers and couplets to paste on windows. Their originally cold living space was now tinged with joy on this snowy day. That day, Nyanfi came to Tiolam's place. Besides praising Tiolam's skillful hands in preparing paper flowers and couplets, she also wanted to discuss something with her. For 2 years, no new people have entered the harem. His Majesty's visits to the harem have also been few. Always the same familiar faces. Perhaps he's bored. Though you've been in the palace long, your beauty is no less than before. His Majesty still likes you when he sees you. These days, the red plum in the palace is blooming with the white snow. It's truly a beautiful sight. Why don't tomorrow you join me to appreciate the plum blossoms? All right, Tiolam was not a fool. She certainly understood Nanfi's implications. Although, from the moment she began actively approaching Nanfi, she had mentally prepared for Nanfi to push her before Emperor Lam. When that moment arrived, Tiolam felt it was a bit too fast, but for Lum Phi Lok and Lum Chim Vien, she had to stand up. Only then could she protect her children. So Tiolam left everything to Nyanfi's arrangement. The next day, Emperor Lam came to my garden for a relaxing stroll. The eunuch beside him noticed people in my garden and hurriedly reported to Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam recognized Nyanfi's voice and decided to inquire. After all, it had been a while since he checked Lum Kang Uyen's homework. However, Emperor Lam was curious about the woman beside Nyanfi, eager to know who she was, as just her back view made one lost in thought. These 2 years, Emperor Lam had focused on state affairs, not selecting concubines. Unexpectedly, there was still an unfamiliar beauty in the palace. Nyanfi was admiring flowers with Tiolam. Seeing Emperor Lam approach, they immediately bowed. Nyanfi asked why. Emperor Lam had free time today to come here and admire plum blossoms. Emperor Lam smiled, telling Nyanfi and Tiolam to rise. Emperor Lam looked at Tiolam, asking her to raise her head. When he saw the beautiful and captivating appearance of Tiolam, Emperor Lam was momentarily stunned, his heart stirring. When Tiolam introduced herself, Emperor Lam was still puzzled, unable to remember who she was. Nyanfi couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, you don't even remember the noble lady you personally bestowed. Hearing Nyanfi's words, Emperor Lam finally remembered the Lam, noble lady who had given him a foolish son. Emperor Lam's face darkened, and he directly turned to leave. Nyanfi sighed. She had also noticed that Emperor Lam was very surprised by Tiolam's beauty, but perhaps remembering the foolish 6th prince, he became displeased and left so decisively. Nyanfi thought perhaps she could no longer support Tiolam, but she still consoled Tiolam. His Majesty is busy with state affairs. His mind is preoccupied with official matters. Wait until winter passes. I will arrange for you to meet His Majesty again. The news of Emperor Lam and Tiolam's encounter in my garden spread quickly. The concubines in the harem all mocked Nyanfi for choosing the wrong person, laughing that Tiolam brought shame upon herself. Even the palace maids discussed this matter loudly. Lum Phi Lo accidentally overheard 2 palace maids' conversation. Her mother Tiolam had a cold personality. That day, she decided to meet Emperor Lam. Must have been for her and her brother, Lam Chim Vien Seke. Although the result wasn't as expected, it didn't matter. She would personally help her mother. That day, Lum Phi Lop, Lum Chim Vien, and Lum Kang Uyen, along with Chung Yi, were playing happily. Lum Kang Uyen told Lum Phi Lop that tomorrow he had to attend a banquet, so he couldn't play with her. Lum Phi Lop was curious and asked Lum Kang Uyen what banquet he was attending. Lum Kang Uyen then said, the Unity Banquet is a tradition of the great Lam dynasty since the country's founding. On New Year's Eve, father will invite some royal relatives to attend the banquet. The imperial kitchen will prepare 99 dishes, without repeating any, for everyone to enjoy. After hearing this, Lum Phi Lop greatly admired Lum Kang Uyen for getting to eat as many as 99 dishes. But Lum Kang Uyen said the Unity Banquet was very difficult to eat, being both oily and greasy. Because the banquet was so large, the dishes were served for too long. so every dish was ice cold. Eating them upset the stomach. Then, Lam Kang-win continued, although the taste isn't good, it's because these are rules passed down by our ancestors. Eating this New Year's celebration feast is to pray for a year of favorable weather. So even though father doesn't like it, he reluctantly forces himself every year to taste a bite of each dish. Lam Philok then asked how Lam Kang-win was so sure that their father didn't like the food. Lam Kang-win explained that Emperor Lam's taste was similar to his. Both couldn't eat such rich food. Lam Kang-win also secretly told Lam Philok that Emperor Lam at the banquet would leave midway every year to go to the nearby plum garden to relieve the heaviness. Lam Philok was still puzzling over how to approach Emperor Lam. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. Lam Kang-win truly was her little lucky charm. On the night of the Unity banquet, Lam Philok took a lantern, intending to go to the plum garden, using the excuse of meeting Lam Kang-win to bring some food from the banquet. Tio Lam saw that it was dark and cold. Fearing Lam Philok might encounter danger, she wanted Lam Philok to wait until tomorrow when it's light to go. But Lam Philok was determined to go right now. She feared that if left until tomorrow, the food wouldn't be good anymore. Finally, Tio Lam compromised with the mischievous little cat, Lam Philok, agreeing to let her go to the plum garden. Just as Lam Kang-win had said, Emperor Lam couldn't eat overly rich food. The dishes brought up by the imperial kitchen couldn't satisfy. And looking down, except for Lam Kang-win, Emperor Lam saw that others found the food not bad. A eunuch came and whispered in Emperor Lam's ear, saying that a tea table and digestive tea had been set up in the plum garden. Hearing this, Emperor Lam immediately left. Upon reaching the plum garden, hearing noises inside, the eunuch was about to check, but Emperor Lam stopped him. The snow was falling so heavily that the sky was very dark. Emperor Lam wanted to see who was free and in the mood to view flowers in the plum garden in such weather. Emperor Lam quietly stepped inside. He saw Lam Philok standing, facing 4 snowmen of different sizes. She clasped her hands, saying, "Fairy Empress, can you hear what I'm saying? If you can hear, please blow a gust of wind to let me know." As soon as Lam Philok finished speaking, a gust of wind indeed blew. She was overjoyed and began to make wishes. Emperor Lam found Lam Philok a bit naive. A snowy night naturally has wind. Lam Philok started making wishes. First, I wish for Father Emperor's good health and peace in the world. Second, I wish for Mother Empress's happiness and frequent smiles. Third, I wish for brother to be carefree, worry-free, and healthy. My fourth wish is Lokni wants to taste a little food from the most important banquet. Just a little, even a tiny bit would do. Please, I beg you. Emperor Lam stood nearby, listening to Lam Philok's prayers, his emotions fluctuating up and down. At first, Emperor Lam didn't recognize Lam Philok as his child. Then he remembered that Lady Lam had given birth to his 5th princess. But Emperor Lam thought her brother was a foolish woman and didn't pay much attention. Now he realized the 5th princess was quite articulate, showing no signs of foolishness at all. Emperor Lam was surprised that, although he and Lam Philok had never met, she sincerely prayed for him like that. So young, yet wishing for world peace. When Lam Philok expressed her final wish, Emperor Lam couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lam Philok and Emperor Lam's eyes met, then she ran away. Lam Philok ran very fast. Emperor Lam had to order 2 eunuchs to split up and search for her. Suddenly, Emperor Lam heard rustling in the plum. Looking up, he saw Lam Philok's small figure. Lam Philok curiously looked at Emperor Lam, asking who he was. Emperor Lam said, "I am the one sent by the Fairy Empress to fulfill your wishes." Lam Philok puffed her cheeks, looking at Emperor Lam, saying he must think she's very stupid. She wouldn't be fooled so easily. Hearing this, Emperor Lam burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lam Philok slipped, trying to grab the tree trunk to avoid falling. Emperor Lam looked at her worriedly, telling Lam Philok to jump down. He would catch her. After some persuasion, Lam Philok felt reassured. She closed her eyes and jumped towards Emperor Lam, and Emperor Lam did indeed catch her. After safely reaching the ground, Lam Philok, in her childish, endearing voice, thanked Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam smiled at Lam Philok. She seemed to have inherited all the beauty of Tio Lam. Emperor Lam sat down and asked Lam Philok's name. Then he pointed to the 4 snowmen, asking if she had made these. Lam Philok excitedly ran to the snowmen, happily introducing them to Emperor Lam. She looked very proud when talking about the family of 4. Emperor Lam found Lam Philok truly adorable. However, he was still concerned about Tio Lam and the foolish son that Tio Lam had given birth to. Lam Philok was chattering non-stop about how to make turning back She saw the patterns on Emperor Lam's clothes and immediately froze. She shyly asked if he was the emperor. Emperor Lam didn't answer but asked Lumfiluk back. He thought Lumfiluk was indeed a clever child. Lumfiluk immediately knelt down to greet Emperor Lam. Thinking he had frightened her, Emperor Lam helped Lumfiluk stand up, patted her head, saying, "I am your father. You don't need to fear me." At the same time, a eunuch came to tell Emperor Lam it was time to return. Emperor Lam agreed to leave with the eunuch, but when Lumfiluk bowed to see him off, he teased her again. Emperor Lam instructed the eunuch to find 2 people to take Lam Filuk back to Mingwit Palace. It's dark and the road is slippery, so they need to be careful. Lumfiluk said she couldn't go back. She still had to wait for someone here. Emperor Lam was curious. He was also very intrigued about who Lumfiluk was waiting for in this My Garden. Lumfiluk mumbled that she was waiting for Lam Kangwin to bring food. Emperor Lam smiled. No wonder during the feast. He saw Lam Kangwin sitting restlessly, constantly, looking outside. It seems these 2 children had made plans beforehand. So Emperor Lam told Lumfiluk to be good and wait here for Lam Kangwin. Don't run around. Lam Kangwin would probably arrive soon. Lumfiluk had completed 2 steps in the process of winning over Emperor Lam. The next morning, the eunuch serving Emperor Lam brought a lavish meal to Lumfiluk. This left Teolam gaping in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. After serving the food, the eunuch and palace maids withdrew, leaving a quiet space for Lumfiluk and Teolam to dine. Teolam voiced her suspicion, asking Lumfiluk if she had met Emperor Lam. Lumfiluk replied, "Yes, I did. Originally, I was waiting for Brother Kaintuin to bring me food at my garden. Unexpectedly, I met Father then." Hearing Lumfiluk recount everything, Teolam understood. She used a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off Lumfiluk's mouth. This little daughter of hers was born intelligent. She didn't know if that was good or bad. She just reminded Lumfiluk that in the future, if she meets Emperor Lam, she should be more careful. Lumfiluk smiled, obediently saying she understood. However, this meal was not enough. Her mission to win over Emperor Lam had only just begun. That same day, while Lumfiluk was playing with Chung Yi, Lam Kangwin came to find her. He had heard from Nanfi that she met Emperor Lam at my garden last night. Thinking Lam Kangwin was blaming her, Lumfiluk immediately burst into tears. "Brother Kangwin, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see Father for a moment. I've never met him before. Actually, I wanted to tell you last night, but I was afraid you'd be angry with me." Lam Kangwin comforted Lumfiluk, telling her not to cry. He wasn't angry with her at all. Since birth, she had never met Emperor Lam once. What Emperor Lam looked like, Lumfiluk didn't know at all. She only heard him mentioned normally. It was natural that she wanted to meet Emperor Lam. Then Lam Kangwin quietly asked Lumfiluk if she met Emperor Lam, just to say she wanted to have a meal. Yanfi told him. Emperor Lam rewarded her with a small feast. Seeing Lumfiluk nod, Lam Kangwin felt she was truly a bit foolish. It was so difficult to get a chance to meet Emperor Lam. Lumfiluk should have told him. She wanted to qualify for entry to the Imperial Academy. Why did she only ask for a meal? Such a good opportunity wasted made Lam Kangwin feel sorry for Lumfiluk. However, this way the image of a foolish princess lacking her father's love was established. Moreover, Lam Kangwin and Yanfi wouldn't think. Lumfiluk intentionally approached Emperor Lam. Thus, they wouldn't be wary of her. Since Emperor Lam sent people to bring a small feast to Mingwit Palace, the imperial harem began to truly treat Lumfiluk as a princess. Lumfiluk, though noticing the change in the harem, still maintained her usual behavior. Lumfiluk felt there was no need to rush things. She had already left a good impression on Emperor Lam. From now on, she'd just go with the flow. Moreover, she had more important things to do at present. Lumfiluk turned to Lam Chimvian, asking how brother was practicing writing his name. She also said once Lam Chimvian could write his name, she would take him skiing. Lam Chimvian's foolishness was a thorn in Emperor Lam's heart. In the future, father and son would surely meet. So Lumfiluk needed to teach Lam Chimvian to read and write first, although she didn't hope Emperor Lam would like Lam Chimvian, at least not disliking him as before, would be enough. Lam Chimvian would eventually have to grow up. He couldn't live his whole life under the protection of Lumfiluk. Until Lam, seeing Lam Chimvian able to write his own name, with beautiful handwriting too, Lumfiluk kept her promise and took him skiing to relax his mind. Lum Fi Luk took out a wooden tub, sat in it herself, then guided Lum Chim Vien step by step. After settling in, Lum Fi Luk told Lum Chim Vien to push her. Lum Fi Luk was extremely excited. It had been a long time since she last went skiing. Now playing again made her feel very happy. Unfortunately, the wooden tub hit a rock, the inertia causing Lum Fi Luk to fly up high, then fall face first onto the ground, right in front of Tongking Lan's feet. Tongking Lan concernedly asked Lum Fi Luk what she was doing, but she started teasing him. Little Luk has fallen. Needs your highness to hug her to stand up. Thien Dong screamed internally. He never expected his master would be teased like this by Lum Fi Luk. Tongking Lan bent down to help Lum Fi Luk stand up, casually brushing off the snow clinging to her, asking if Lum Fi Luk enjoyed skiing very much. Lum Fi Luk smiled and said, "That's right," then asked Tongking Lan if he wanted to try skiing once. Tongking Lan looked at the tiny wooden tub in the distance, immediately refusing. After all, that wooden tub couldn't hold. Seeing Thien Dong holding a bag of items, Lum Fi Luk realized Tongking Lan had just been to the Internal Affairs Office to get some profits. Fearing the people at the Internal Affairs Office would give Tongking Lan trouble, Lum Fi Luk reset in the future if he needed anything. Just tell her. She would have someone bring it over. Those people at the Internal Affairs Office are best at seeing who's easy to bully. When Tongking Lan goes there, he might not avoid being deducted by them. Tongking Lan smiled slightly. Lum Fi Luk had already brought too much to Thuy Chuk Gu, and he wasn't lacking anything either. Lum Fi Luk, having been reborn, felt that Tongking Lan was a child who was extremely obedient and understanding. But her gaze, my Tongking Lan, feel the love of a mother. At the same time, Lum Chim Vien ran over with the wooden tub, constantly teasing Lum Fi Luk. Lum Fi Luk adjusted her clothes, then introduced Lum Chim Vien to Tongking Lan, saying he was the seventh prince. Hearing Lum Fi Luk say this, Lum Chim Vien thought he was older than Tongking Lan, directly calling him little brother. No matter how Lum Fi Luk explained, it didn't work. Lum Fi Luk looked at Tongking Lan a bit awkwardly, but he just said her brother Lum Chim Vien was adorable. Hearing this, Lum Fi Luk couldn't resist wanting to tease Tongking Lan, directly asking Tongking Lan if he found her adorable, or her brother Lum Chim Vien more adorable. Originally, Lum Fi Luk intended to tease Tongking Lan. Unexpectedly, he praised her as the most adorable, making Lum Fi Luk feel like she was teased back. Lum Chim Vien called out, asking Lum Fi Luk to continue skiing. Tongking Lan told her to go play with Lum Chim Vien and reminded Lum Fi Luk to be careful not to fall. Lum Fi Luk made a sound of agreement, turned around, and left with Lum Chim Vien. After all, being able to see Tongking Lan's divine beauty at such a close distance was already a gain for her. On the other side, Lam Queen was talking with Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam heard from the Grand Tutor that Lam Queen had made considerable progress lately, and his performance was very good, so he was very pleased. He kept praising him. However, Emperor Lam also reminded Lam Queen to remember his identity as the Crown Prince and avoid being arrogant. Emperor Lam noticed that every time Lam Queen came to see him, he always wore a scent pouch. So he asked. Lam Queen said this scent pouch was a gift from Lum Fi Luk to him. He really liked its style and fragrance, so he wore this scent pouch every day. Emperor Lam was delighted, asking Lam Queen to take out the scent pouch for him to see. Lam Queen immediately complied. Holding the scent pouch, Emperor Lam liked Lum Fi Luk even more. He didn't expect his fifth princess to be not only intelligent and quick-witted, knowing how to make snowmen, but also able to make scent pouches. Then, Emperor Lam put the scent pouch inside his clothes, saying, "Recently I've been mentally unstable. Smelling this scent pouch, I feel much more clear-headed." Lam Queen helplessly watched Emperor Lam take away his scent pouch. Though unwilling, he had to take his leave first. On the way back to the Eastern Palace, Lam Queen met Lam Kang Uyên. Seeing Lam Queen not wearing the scent pouch, Lam Kang Uyên found it strange. He even thought Lam Queen didn't like the scent pouch anymore, so he started begging for it. Lam Queen didn't understand what was wrong with Emperor Lam and Lam Kang Uyên, why everyone was so focused on the scent pouch Lum Fi Luk had given him. Lam Queen smirked and told Lam Kang Uyên that Emperor Lam had already taken the scent pouch. If Lam Kang Uyên wanted it, he should go ask Emperor Lam. Hearing this, Lam Kang-win felt lucky. He still had the Analex, camellia flowers, and hand cream. Lam Queen was extremely irritated upon hearing this, and directly waved his sleeve and left. When he returned to the Eastern Palace, the eunuch immediately reported to Lam Queen that Lam Filok had come to see him and was currently waiting for Lam Queen in the front hall. Just now, Lam Queen had been angry about the scent pouch with Lam Kang-win, but now, hearing that Lam Filok had come to visit, his expression quickly relaxed. He told the eunuch to bring some tea and snacks to the front hall while he would go there first. Seeing Lam Queen, Lam Filok smiled sweetly and scurried over to greet him. Lam Queen led Lam Filok to the guest seating area. Watching her struggle to climb onto the chair, Lam Queen tried to hold back his laughter and lifted her up. The eunuch quickly brought tea and cakes for the two. Lam Queen poured a cup of tea for Lam Filok, telling her to eat more so she would grow taller. Lam Filok was a bit unhappy, asking Lam Queen if he also thought she was very short. Lam Queen said, although Lam Filok was a bit small, it didn't affect her cuteness at all. Hearing this, Lam Filok became happy again. After all, she was still young, and when she got a bit older, she would grow taller. Then Lam Queen asked Lam Filok why, when it was still light outside, she had come alone. All the way from Mingwit Palace, Lam Filok said that earlier Lam Kang-uyen had told her about Lam Queen's scent pouch being taken by Emperor Lam. Lam Queen didn't expect this embarrassing incident to be so quickly shared by Lam Kang-uyen with Lam Filok. He decided he must soon teach Lam Kang-uyen a lesson. Lam Queen had thought Lam Filok had made another scent pouch to give him, but Lam Filok was afraid that if she gave a scent pouch, it might be taken by someone else again. She acted mysteriously, saying this time she wanted to give Lam Queen something that no one could take away. After speaking, Lam Filok jumped down from the chair, reaching out to Lam Queen, wanting to lead him over there. Lam Queen was a bit surprised, but quickly extended his hand towards her. On the ground were two wooden tubs, one large and one small. Lam Queen was extremely surprised and asked Lam Filok if this was the gift she wanted to give him. Lam Filok said no, then took out the larger wooden tub and told Lam Queen to sit inside. Lam Queen stared at the wooden tub and then looked at Lam Filok. Such an embarrassing and crude thing he could never do. Seeing Lam Queen hesitate, Lam Filok reassured him that there was no one else here. Lam Queen didn't need to worry too much. Lam Queen was still curious and wanted to know what gift Lam Filok wanted to give him. Lam Filok didn't say, just told Lam Queen to sit inside the wooden tub. Just wait a little longer and he would know what the gift was. Lam Queen didn't want to do anything embarrassing, but since he had already followed Lam Filok here, he didn't want to embarrass. Lam Filok was young, but a very intelligent girl with a kind and pure heart. Moreover, there was no one around, so Lam Queen agreed to sit inside the wooden tub. After Lam Queen was seated comfortably, Lam Filok pushed the wooden tub down forcefully. At first, Lam Queen was a bit scared, but after a moment, he began to enjoy the exhilarating feeling that this snow sledding game brought. Lam Filok stood above shouting, "Crown Prince, Little Five gives you happiness. Don't let others steal the happiness that belongs to you." Hearing Lam Filok's words, Lam Queen gradually realized everything. Lam Queen, appointed as Crown Prince, had to be always vigilant in his actions, cautious in every word and gesture, not daring to make a single misstep, fearing to tread wrong, afraid of angering Emperor Lam. The Empress also constantly warned Lam Queen that many people were eyeing his position as Crown Prince. Therefore, she didn't allow Lam Queen to make any mistakes, and he had to have both virtue and talent, become a role model for other princes to follow. Only such a person could bear the title of Crown Prince. Therefore, until now, Lam Queen had always set a framework for himself. As long as he lived within that framework forever, he would never make mistakes. That framework had prevented many harmful attacks on Lam Queen, but it was also like a wooden cage binding him, preventing him from reaching freedom and human happiness. While Lam Queen was still lost in thought, Lam Filok had slid down to him. She called Lam Queen to climb up together and slide one more time. Lam Queen agreed. They played happily together for a long time, until it got dark. Lam Filok finally bowed to Lam Queen to return to Mingwit Palace. Suddenly, Lam Queen proactively told Lam Filok to change her form of address from Your Highness the Crown Prince to Crown Prince Brother. It seems the gift she gave Lam Queen today wasn't bad. He seemed to like it very much. Finally, Lum Queen had completely grown fond of Lum Luk. The next day in the imperial study, Emperor Lum sat listening to Chief Eunuch Pang report the list of people going to Luksun Palace for rest. This list had a total of 19 people. Emperor Lum told Chief Eunuch Pang to add He Hanggung. After all, noble consort He was very fond of this nephew. Also add Lum Luk and send an imperial edict to Minwit Palace. Recently, state affairs had been busy. Since the banquet, Emperor Lum hadn't had the chance to see Lum Luk again. This was just right, to use this palace trip, to interact with her a bit. A few days later, the group set out for the temporary palace. Only Tungvu accompanied Lum Luk. The two were arranged in one horse-drawn carriage. Seeing some people allowed to ride horses, Lum Luk felt a bit envious. She also wanted to ride a horse. Sitting in this carriage for so long was very boring. She wanted to go out and play. At that moment, Lum Luk heard He Hangkung's voice. He Hangkung was going to each carriage looking for her. So Lum Luk leaned out to call He Hangkung. As soon as He Hangkung arrived, he started teasing Lum Luk and also intended to invite her out to ride a horse. Lum Luk said she didn't know how to ride. He Hangkung then said it was fine, he could let her ride with him. After saying that, he reached out his hand to Lum Luk. Lum Luk thought for a while. She was small enough to get in and out through the carriage window. However, the caravan was still moving. She feared it might be too dangerous to do so. Before Lum Luk could finish thinking, He Hangkung directly lifted her onto the horse. Tungvu worriedly called out to Lum Luk. He Hangkung told her to relax, saying that if he took Lum Luk, he would certainly ensure her safety. Lum Luk had never ridden a horse before. He Hangkung made the horse run very fast, causing Lum Luk to scream in fear. Lum Kang Uyen was sitting eating breakfast in the carriage. Hearing Lum Luk scream, he felt it was somewhat familiar and asked Kang An beside him. Seeing Lum Luk and He Hangkung ride by on horseback, Lum Kang Uyen immediately threw down the breakfast in his hand, angrily calling out He Hangkung's name. He also told a guard to bring him a horse. Lum Kang Uyen spurred his horse to chase closely behind. He Hangkung shouting in great anger, He Hangkung, you shameless scoundrel, put my sister down right now. Do you have any shame? A big man like you, bullying someone as small as my sister. Do you believe I'll report to father to have your head chopped off? He Hangkung wasn't afraid at all of Lum Kang Uyen's words. He even teased him, saying his horse riding skills weren't bad. While He Hangkung and Lum Kang Uyen were still racing each other from behind, Lum Queen also came running. He told He Hangkung to quickly put Lum Luk down. He Hangkung smirked, let out a light snort, then immediately reined in his horse. Lum Luk was still unable to recover her senses, sitting stiffly on the horse's back. She would never dislike carriages again. She felt carriages were really good, very comfortable. He Hangkung carried Lum Luk down from the horse. Lum Queen immediately took her. Both Lum Kang Uyen and Lum Queen were extremely worried, repeatedly asking Lum Luk if she was all right. After knowing that Lum Luk was fine, just a bit chilled, He Hangkung spoke up jokingly, I just took her for a horse ride, and you two princes can't stand it already. So in the future, if I want to marry her, aren't you two going to come after me to fight to the death? The atmosphere around Lum Kang Uyen and Lum Queen dropped below zero. Both their faces turned extremely dark. Lum Luk, on the other hand, was speechless as she looked at He Hangkung. She couldn't believe he would say such things. Lum Kang Uyen flew into a rage, directly rushing to strangle He Hangkung. He Hangkung struggled to breathe, his face turning pale, but still tried to explain that he was just joking to make everyone laugh. No one would want to marry someone as short as Lum Luk. Anyway, fortunately, Lum Queen kept his composure, standing between them to stop Lum Kang Uyen. Otherwise, there might have been a murder. Afterwards, Lum Queen ignored Lum Kang Uyen and He Hangkung and rode his horse to take Lum Luk back to the carriage. Lum Luk sat obediently on the saddle, curiously asking Lum Queen what else was interesting inside the temporary palace besides the hot springs. Lum Queen said the palace was on a mountainside with unique scenery she'd see when she got there. As the two were chatting, suddenly a voice called out to Lum Queen. The owner of the voice was Mai Fi, one of the 4 consorts of Emperor Lam. She heard some commotion outside and was inquiring about it. Lum Queen explained it was just Lum Kang Uyen playing around a bit. Mai Fi needn't worry too much. Mai Fi looked at Lum Luk. she recognized her. Lam Fi Luk politely bowed and greeted Mai Fi. Seeing this, Mai Fi smiled even more sweetly. Meeting for the first time. Indeed a clever person. The temporary palace is far away. Fifth princess, are you afraid to ride in the carriage alone? Why not come with me? It'll be easier to look after you. From what Lam Fi Luk knew, this Mai Fi was friendly with Huet Fi, and every time Huet Fi saw her, she looked extremely disgusted. Yet, Mai Fi, upon their first meeting, was showing such goodwill towards her. This behavior from Mai Fi seemed a bit unusual. Although Mai Fi's laughing appearance, both her tone and expression, didn't reveal any flaws, Lam Fi Luk still felt uneasy, so she politely declined Mai Fi's kind offer. Mai Fi wasn't about to give up easily, continuously finding excuses to keep Lam Fi Luk. Suddenly, Lam Fi Luk had a feeling that Mai Fi's tone was somewhat familiar. The scent of a fellow green tea bitch lingered in the air. In the end, Lam Fi Luk had to rely on Lam Queen to refuse Mai Fi. After Mai Fi's carriage passed by, Lam Fi Luk finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been scared to death just now. Lam Queen smiled, comforting Lam Fi Luk. After all, Lam Fi Luk's status was that of a royal princess, while Mai Fi was just a consort. She didn't need to fear her. Though that was said, currently Lam Fi Luk was just a princess who wasn't favored. Even though she had the status of a princess, she couldn't compare to a consort who was currently in the emperor's favor, like Mai Fi. Lam Queen said Lam Fi Luk didn't need to fear Mai Fi. Among the consorts in the harem, Mai Fi was the one with the kindest character, the gentlest. Hearing Lam Queen say this, Lam Fi Luk became more certain that Mai Fi was a fellow green tea bitch. After all, very few people could make a good impression on Lam Queen. Lam Fi Luk felt she couldn't underestimate Mai Fi. Lam Queen didn't immediately take Lam Fi Luk back to her carriage, but instead brought her to his carriage. He even offered Lam Fi Luk some snacks and hot tea. Just then, Lam Kang-win came over, his tone somewhat reproachful. I was going to take Xiao Luo to mother's place. Third brother, why did you bring her here? The two of you, always competing, going back and forth, trying to win Lam Fi Luk's favor in front of her. Lam Kang-win took Lam Fi Luk's hand, wanting to take her to Nan Fi. He had prepared many snacks for Lam Fi Luk, sure that she would like them. Lam Fi Luk was torn, looking at Lam Queen. Seeing that Lam Queen wasn't angry, Lam Fi Luk happily left with Lam Kang-win. That evening, the group stopped to rest at a way station. Tung Vu carefully tucked Lam Fi Luk in, telling her to rest early. They would reach the temporary palace in the morning. The heating equipment at the way station couldn't compare to that in the palace. Lam Fi Luk, afraid of being cold sleeping alone, asked Tung Vu to sleep with her in the bed. In truth, Lam Fi Luk feared the cold weather. If it happened to rain, Tung Vu might fall ill from lying on the cold ground. Tung Vu obeyed and complied, sleeping with Lam Fi Luk on the same bed. Lam Fi Luk hugged Tung Vu tightly. The two quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Lam Fi Luk was awakened by Tung Vu's cries. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lam Fi Luk saw a black-clad figure pressing a pillow onto Tung Vu's face, trying to kill her. Lam Fi Luk's eyes met those of the black-clad figure. Then she immediately screamed loudly, calling for other guards to come. The black-clad figure, seeing Lam Fi Luk scream, instantly released Tung Vu and lunged to grab her. Tung Vu kicked the black-clad figure hard, causing him to stumble. She then shouted loudly for help. The black-clad figure, hearing the footsteps of guards outside, quickly escaped through the window. He Hanggung, sword in hand, along with two other guards, immediately burst in, extremely worried about Lam Fi Luk, asking where the assassin was. Tung Vu pointed towards the wide-open window, saying the assassin had escaped. He Hanggung immediately ordered the guards to lead a search party and to summon the royal physician to examine Lam Fi Luk. He himself stayed to guard the room. Tung Vu, frightened, burst into tears. She was extremely worried about Lam Fi Luk, repeatedly patting her back to help her calm down. Then, Tung Vu helped Lam Fi Luk adjust her clothes. He Hanggung, seeing Lam Fi Luk weak, sitting on the bed, asked anxiously if she was injured anywhere. Lam Fi Luk shook her head, her face extremely panicked. Soon after, Lam Queen, Lam Din, Lam Kang-win, and even Nan Fi also quickly arrived at Lam Fi Luk's quarters. As soon as they entered the room, Lam Kang-win immediately asked He Hanggung if they had caught the assassin yet. But He Hanggung replied that there was still no news. Nan Fi approached Lam Fi Luk, stroking her head to comfort her. Fifth princess, don't be afraid. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. We'll ask His Majesty to decide and bring you justice. Just as Nanfi finished speaking, a eunuch came to report that Emperor Lam had summoned Lam Phi Lok. Lam Kangwin insisted on accompanying Lam Phi Lok. He wanted to help Emperor Lam find the culprit who plotted against Lam Phi Lok. Nhan Phi angrily scolded Lam Kangwin, ordering Kang An to take Lam Kangwin back. Even Lam Queen, Lam Ding, and He Hengkung were advised to return first. Lam Phi Lok would be escorted to Emperor Lam by her. Emperor Lam looked at Lam Phi Lok with a grave expression. Mai Fai was also very worried, repeatedly asking Lam Phi Lok if she was injured anywhere. Lam Phi Lok knelt on the floor, her small face, pale white, looking extremely fragile. Nhan Phi told Emperor Lam about Lam Phi Lok's throat injury, discovering she had lost her voice and temporarily couldn't speak. Seeing Lam Phi Lok trembling in fear, Emperor Lam's heart ached. He immediately stood up, went to pick up Lam Phi Lok, and embraced her, constantly reassuring her. Lam Phi Lok, feeling aggrieved, buried her face in Emperor Lam's neck and cried. Shortly after, Emperor Lam summoned Tung Vu, asking her to recount the recent situation. Tung Vu responded, recalling the events just now. If it weren't for the princess worrying that this servant would be cold, sleeping outside, telling this servant to sleep on the bed, I'm afraid the assassin would have silently suffocated the princess to death. After hearing Tung Vu's account, Emperor Lam immediately asked if the guards had found the assassin. The head of the guard team said it was too dark and the assassin ran too fast, so they haven't found them yet. Emperor Lam immediately shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash. How could you let this happen right under our noses? If today the assassin's target had been me, would you also be this helpless?" The guards hurriedly kowtowed, all begging Emperor Lam for mercy. Emperor Lam turned to Nhan Phi, asking for her thoughts. Nhan Phi honestly said she dared not make any judgments yet. After all, Lam Phi Lok was still young, an innocent child without enemies. This matter needed to be investigated more thoroughly. Nhan Phi had her own suspicions. She knew about Teal Lam's years of disfavor in the palace. Emperor Lam's recent good treatment of Lam Phi Lok made some people worry that Teal Lam might regain favor through Lam Phi Lok, once again gaining royal favor, wanting to take this opportunity to rise, so they acted so cruelly towards Lam Phi Lok. Mai Phi also spoke about the assassin issue. She said, "This concubine shares the same view as Sister Nhan Phi. The fifth princess is so lovable. Outsiders can't even like her fast enough. Why would anyone do such a vicious thing? I fear it's still the grudges of the mother of the fifth princess affecting her. Perhaps it's a palace servant who once had ill intentions towards Lady Lam. Because of a feud with Lady Lam, harboring resentment for years, they took this opportunity for revenge." Lam Phi Lok finally saw through Mai Phi's intentions. Judging from her way of speaking, it seemed she wanted to share Emperor Lam's concerns. But in reality, in just a few sentences, she redirected Emperor Lam's anger towards the assassin onto Teal Lam. Her words were all aimed at smearing Teal Lam. Emperor Lam already disliked Teal Lam. After this incident, he would surely despise her even more. After hearing Mai Phi speak, Emperor Lam ordered the guards to thoroughly investigate this matter, especially pay attention to those who had grudges with Teal Lam. Once found, they must report immediately. After speaking, Emperor Lam dismissed Nhan Phi and Mai Phi. Tonight, he would sleep with Lam Phi Lok. He wanted to see if anyone still dared to cause trouble. Lam Phi Lok watched Mai Phi's retreating figure. She thought if this was indeed Mai Phi's doing, it wouldn't be surprising. Emperor Lam carried Lam Phi Lok into the room, carefully tucked her in, and comforted Lam Phi Lok, telling her not to be afraid. Lam Phi Lok looked up at Emperor Lam. Just as she was about to call him, she discovered her voice had become hoarse. Seeing this, Emperor Lam immediately called for the imperial physician to examine Lam Phi Lok. The imperial physician said Lam Phi Lok was excessively frightened, causing her throat to be injured. She just needed to take some medicine and rest for a night, and she would recover. Hearing this, Emperor Lam ordered eunuch Bang Man to prepare the medicine with the imperial physician. While waiting for the medicine to be brought, Emperor Lam tiredly covered his mouth and yawned. Seeing this, Ban Man advised Emperor Lam to rest. After all, it was already midnight. He could keep watch instead. Tomorrow would be a long journey. Lam Phi Lok also chimed in to support Bang Man, telling Emperor Lam to sleep first. Emperor Lam, however, insisted he wasn't sleepy. He wanted to wait until Lam Phi Lok finished her medicine before he could sleep peacefully. Lam Phi Lok was moved to tears. She directly snuggled into Emperor Lam's arms. Emperor Lam's expression expression softened accordingly. This coquettish skill of Lam Filok made Emperor Lam's heart unconsciously soften by more than half. The next morning, Lam Filok sat in Emperor Lam's carriage, accompanying him on the rest of the journey to the temporary palace. Bang Man came inside, informing Emperor Lam that Mai Fi had arrived. Mai Fi came to see Emperor Lam to finish the chess game left unfinished yesterday. She also inquired about Lam Filok's throat, asking if it had improved. After Bang Man set up the chessboard, Mai Fi happily played chess with Emperor Lam. Lam Filok pondered deeply. Yesterday's assassin, although there was no evidence proving Mai Fi's involvement, she was certain it was related to her. Moreover, if she wanted to deal with Mai Fi, she definitely couldn't allow her to continue receiving Emperor Lam's favor. So Lam Filok focused intently on the Go board. Her serious learning demeanor caught Emperor Lam's attention, who wanted to teach Lam Filok how to play. Then Emperor Lam ordered Bang Man to remove the black pieces before Mai Fi's surprised eyes. He said they wouldn't play today and told Mai Fi to return first. Lam Filok happily thanked Emperor Lam. Mai Fi was certainly not pleased, but she maintained a calm expression as she withdrew. Lam Filok watched Mai Fi's retreating figure, secretly smiling. If this Mai Fi had just appeared and already wanted to take her life, then she shouldn't blame her for being impolite. Emperor Lam began teaching Lam Filok how to play. In just one morning, she understood the rules of the game. She could even play with him, which pleased Emperor Lam greatly. Although Lam Filok never won against Emperor Lam, for a 5-year-old child, this was already very intelligent. When they first met at my garden, hearing Lam Filok wish for world peace, perhaps Emperor Lam should have realized Lam Filok was different from others. Emperor Lam felt that Teolam's crime was not unforgivable. Although she bore a foolish prince, fortunately heaven took pity and bestowed a naturally intelligent little princess. That night, Emperor Lam sent imperial guards to guard around Lam Filok's room. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing, as she received more favor from Emperor Lam. Tungvu was still worried, asking Lam Filok if she wanted her to sleep with her tonight. Lam Filok told Tungvu not to worry. With imperial guards protecting outside, assassins certainly wouldn't dare come again. Just as Lam Filok finished speaking, she heard loud shouts from the imperial guards. Someone was climbing over the wall. Lam Filok immediately hid behind a pillar in fear. She didn't expect that as soon as night fell, someone would already be impatient to take her little life. It turned out the person secretly climbing the wall was none other than He Hanggung. He was worried assassins might come again, so he wanted to stay and patrol. Lam Filok raised an eyebrow at He Hanggung, asking him why he needed to bring a blanket for patrolling. Was it so that if he encountered an assassin, he could use the blanket to smother them to death? He Hanggung forcefully grabbed Lam Filok's hair bun. He was worried about her, yet she belittled him like this. Then, He Hanggung took Lam Filok into the room. He calmly spread out the blanket. Seeing this, Tungvu asked He Hanggung if he intended to spend the night in her princess's room. Hearing He Hanggung grunt in affirmation, Tungvu immediately knelt down in panic. Crown Prince, you can't. Although our princess is still young, she's still female. Men and women should keep their distance. If the Crown Prince spends the night in the princess's room and word gets out, the princess's reputation will be ruined. He Hanggung, confused, frowned at Tungvu. They're about to lose their lives, and she's worried about trivial matters like reputation. He Hanggung decided that before returning to the palace, he would stay on guard here. If assassins dare come, he'd kill them one by one. Kill two if two come. After saying this, he lay down comfortably. Lam Filok clenched her fists, trembling with anger, ordering He Hanggung to get out. He Hanggung wasn't afraid of Lam Filok's angry demeanor. He even teased her, saying, "A lady shouldn't be so rough. Alas, little bean, I'm very curious. In front of your brother, you're soft and cute. Why aren't you half as nice in front of me?" Lam Filok pushed at He Hanggung, not willing to show him even a bit of kindness. He Hanggung refused to get up, sticking out his tongue and making faces at Lam Filok. Just then, Lam Kangwin arrived. Seeing He Hanggung lying in Lam Filok's room, he immediately rushed in, wanting to fight. He Hanggung, you shameless bastard. What are you doing in my sister's room? He Hanggung panicked, quickly drawing his short sword, trying to explain to Lam Kangwin that he came here only to protect Lam Filok. Hearing this, Lam Kangwin immediately sat down on the mattress that He Hanggung had laid out. Lam Kangwin also wanted to sleep here to protect Lam Filok. As soon as Lam Kang Uyen finished speaking, He Hengkung immediately started teasing him. As a result, Lam Filok had to intervene. Otherwise, He Hengkung might have been beaten up by Lam Kang Uyen. While Lam Kang Uyen and He Hengkung were still arguing, a eunuch from He Consort arrived with a message saying that if within the time it takes to brew tea, He Hengkung doesn't appear before her, she would come herself and break one of He Hengkung's legs. Lam Kang Uyen and Lam Filok, upon hearing He Consort's words, immediately burst into laughter. He Hengkung was embarrassed, his face gradually turning red. He told the eunuch to report back to He Consort that he wanted to sleep here tonight to protect Lam Filok. The eunuch then said, "Her Highness says there are already guards here. Your protection isn't needed. If you insist on staying here, then go sleep on the roof." Hearing this, He Hengkung's face turned pale. He suddenly felt cold all over. In the mountains, the temperature is low. If he had to sleep on the roof for a night, he would surely freeze to death by morning. Finally, He Hengkung had to compromise, obeying He Consort and leaving. Lam Filok had never met He Consort before, but from the eunuch's words earlier, she felt that He Consort was a very interesting person. It made her unable to resist, wanting to get acquainted with He Consort. Afterwards, Lam Filok told Lam Kang Uyen to return to avoid Nan Consort from sending someone to look for him. Lam Kang Uyen left dejectedly, although unwillingly. Before leaving, he instructed eunuch Kong An to stay and take care of Lam Filok. After seeing off both Lam Kang Uyen and He Hengkung, Lam Filok's drowsiness hit her. She was about to go to bed with Tung Vu when Kong An came to inform her that people from the Great Prince, Lam Ding, and Crown Prince Lam Queen had been sent, saying they wanted to keep night watch with them. Lam Filok was immediately speechless. If she were to travel to modern times in the future, she could probably write a novel called The Days of Being Doted On by Three Royal Brothers, which would surely be a bestseller. The next morning, after eating porridge and taking medicine that Lum Nymptree had sent over, she tidied up her clothes and set off to pay respects to Emperor Lam. She happened to meet Lam Ding, who was also there to pay respects. The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, Lam Filok tilted her head, looked around, and asked Lam Ding in a low voice if Consort Nguyen didn't come to the temporary palace this time. Lam Ding nodded. Lam Filok then excitedly suggested they could go up the mountain to look for small animals. She had heard there were little foxes on the mountain. Lam Ding smiled and agreed. He then took Lam Filok's hand and went to pay respects. When Lam Filok and Lam Ding arrived, Emperor Lam was examining Lam Kang Uyen. Last year, the Grand Tutor had praised Lam Kang Uyen's excellent performance. He wanted to check how it was going. After Lam Ding and Lam Filok paid their respects, Emperor Lam told Lam Ding to join Lam Kang Uyen. After finishing checking Lam Kang Uyen's homework, it would be Lam Ding's turn. Lam Kang Uyen looked dejected. He didn't expect that just coming to pay respects would result in being pulled into an examination. Like this, it was truly miserable. Seeing Lam Ding and Lam Kang Uyen kneeling before Emperor Lam, Lam Filok obediently knelt down beside her two older brothers. Emperor Lam couldn't help but smile at the sight, thinking to himself that Lam Filok was truly adorable. Emperor Lam held a book and asked Lam Kang Uyen, "For son, I ask you, Thái Cương, Thất Bang, Côn Đệ Ngũ Nhân Tu Vu Lạc Nhuế, Thuật Đại Ngữ Chỉ Giới. What 5-character poem is this?" Lam Kang Uyen stammered. He had clearly memorized this passage, but couldn't remember the first line at all. With no other choice, Lam Kang Uyen could only turn to Lam Ding for help. Emperor Lam frowned in displeasure. He didn't expect such a simple question would stump Lam Kang Uyen. He really wanted to crack open Lam Kang Uyen's skull to see what exactly was inside. Lam Filok secretly tugged at Lam Kang Uyen's sleeve, whispering. The first line is Hoàng Tổ Hữu Huấn, Dân Khả Cận, Bất Khả Hạ. With this prompt for the first line, Lam Kang Uyen was able to recite the rest of the poem fluently. Emperor Lam was very pleased. He allowed Lam Kang Uyen to sit beside him. But Consort Mai wasn't about to let it go easily. She deliberately targeted Lam Kang Uyen and Lam Filok, asking Lam Filok what she had just said to Lam Kang Uyen that suddenly made him answer so smoothly. Lam Filok felt the urge to kill Consort Mai. She stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say. In the end, she could only shrink her neck to reduce her presence. Emperor Lam hadn't been paying attention, but after hearing Consort Mai's words, he sternly asked Lam Filok what she had just said. Lam Filok was terrified. Just as she was about to repeat what she had said earlier, she suddenly found herself hiccuping, causing Emperor Lam to burst into laughter. Lam Kang Uyen, fearing Lam Filok would be punished, anxiously hugged her. taking all the blame upon himself. Emperor Lum stood up and walked over to Lum Filok. Seeing Lum Kang-uyen hugging her, he felt somewhat displeased and told Lum Kang-uyen to move aside. He then picked up Lum Filok and held her in his arms. Lum Filok looked at Emperor Lum worriedly, asking if he was angry. Emperor Lum was not only not angry with Lum Filok, but even peeled fruit for her to eat. His actions were gentle and tender. Then Emperor Lum asked Lum Filok if she had read the book of documents before, which allowed her to prompt Lum Kang-uyen. Lum Filok was shy, bashfully saying she only knew how to read a little. Emperor Lum grew increasingly fond of Lum Filok. He had long known Lum Filok was an intelligent child, but didn't expect her to be able to read books and write. For Lum Kang-uyen, who had studied for years at the Imperial Academy, the book of documents was very simple. But a 5-year-old child who had never been to the Imperial Academy like Lum Filok, it was very difficult. Thinking about it, Emperor Lum suddenly remembered that Lum Filok's mother, Tiu Lam, was literate. Years ago, when the young ladies first entered the palace, people in the palace had endlessly discussed a virtuous lady, surnamed Lam, who brought several large trunks into the palace, which were all filled with brushes and books. Because of this, the first person whose name card Emperor Lam turned over among the newcomers was Tiu Lam. In Emperor Lam's memory, Tiu Lam was breathtakingly beautiful and also very talented. Indeed, she was born with the exact features he liked. The only flaw of Tongqinglan was that she didn't know how to please others. Too quiet, she never initiated conversation with Emperor Lam. It was always one question, one answer, as if she didn't want to say a word more. If it were someone else with this personality, Emperor Lam would have disliked them long ago. Yet Tiu Lam was favored by him for 3 years, until Tiu Lam gave birth to a foolish prince for him. However, Tiu Lam had raised this 5th princess Lum Filok very well. Emperor Lam turned to consort Mai and asked if she and Lum Filok's mother had entered the palace in the same year. Consort Mai shyly replied, "Yes, time flies so fast. I have been by your majesty's side for 7 years now." Hearing this, Emperor Lum dismissed Lum Kang-uyen and Lum Ding. He called for Bang Man to set up a chess game to continue teaching Lum Filok. He also told Consort Mai to peel some more fruit for her to eat. Seeing Consort Mai, though unwilling, still put on a smile and agreed to peel fruit for her. Lum Filok felt she truly lived up to her reputation as an expert. Her skill in managing expressions was truly perfect. While Emperor Lam was teaching Lum Filok to play chess, Consort Mai interjected, saying she wanted to learn chess by borrowing Lum Filok's luck, but her words were all aimed at attracting Emperor Lam's attention. Lum Filok inwardly rolled her eyes. This consort Mai actually had very skillful tactics. With just a few words, she could attract Emperor Lam's attention to herself. No wonder after so many years, she was still continuously favored. Seeing Emperor Lam and consort Mai exchanging flirtatious glances, Lum Filok lost all interest in playing chess. She yawned loudly. Emperor Lam, as if long waiting for this, when Lum Filok said she was sleepy, immediately handed her over to Bain Man to take back. While he himself eagerly favored consort Mai, Lum Filok slept the whole afternoon. Finally, she could soak in hot water. She was eager to know where she should soak first for the best effect. At that moment, Emperor Lam arrived. Lum Filok scurried over to him, her 2 hair buns merged into one, making Emperor Lam unable to resist patting her head. Emperor Lam heard from people in the palace that Lum Filok was going to soak in hot water. Uneasy about leaving her alone, he came here to take Lum Filok to a safer place. The safer place Emperor Lam mentioned was where noble consort He was soaking. Lum Filok looked at the beautiful woman before her, extremely surprised. She couldn't believe she was He Hangkung's aunt. Lum Filok had heard noble consort He grew up in the border region since childhood. She learned a lot of martial arts, perhaps because she was a descendant of a military family. Noble consort He's aura was incredibly cool. Lum Filok respectfully bowed to noble consort He. Emperor Lam said, "Danyi, I've brought little 5 here for her to soak in hot water with you. You also know about the matter at the relay station. I'm not at ease leaving her alone." Upon hearing this, noble consort He, not at all afraid, asked Emperor Lam in return if he saw her as a bodyguard for the princess. Emperor Lam smiled and said he wouldn't be at ease entrusting her to anyone else. He only trusted noble consort He. Emperor Lam was also very certain noble consort He would like Lum Filok. Noble consort He didn't say much, only saying, "I obey your majesty's command." Looking at noble consort He, Lum Filok felt even more that she was just like what she had heard about her. Though cold in personality, not interested in vying for favor, she received a lot of trust and affection from Emperor Lam. After entrusting Lumpy to noble consort He, Emperor Lam went to soak himself. Noble consort He quickly led Lumpy away. Lumpy scurried after her. She liked this noble consort He more and more. Her personality was very cool, not at all like that vixen consort Mai. So Lumpy secretly decided she must win over noble consort He, gain her favor. Lumpy soaked in the tub with noble consort He. She swam comfortably in the warm water. It had been a long time since Lumpy felt as comfortable as she did now. Noble consort He looked towards Lumpy kindly reminding her not to swim towards the middle of the pool, as the water there was very deep. Lumpy responded with a sound of agreement, then swam over to noble consort He, obediently sitting beside her and staring at her without blinking. Noble consort, he curiously looked at Lin Fei Lu, not understanding what she was looking at so intently. When Lin Fei Lu said she was admiring noble consort He, and even praised her, noble consort, he called her a little deceiver, so young, yet already knowing how to flatter others. Lin Fei Lu put on a sincere expression, repeatedly asserting that she wasn't deceiving noble consort He. Noble consort, his expression softened. She made an O sound and asked Lin Fei Lu to tell her what was beautiful about her. Lin Fei Lu began to speak eloquently. Your Highness's collarbones are very beautiful, both sensual and well-defined, and your neck, long and slender, as beautiful as a swan's. Hearing Lin Fei Lu's words, noble consort, he smiled slightly. She found Lin Fei Lu to be an interesting little girl, yet her descriptions were just like her grandson He Xinggong's. Afterwards, Lin Fei Lu wisely kept quiet. Noble consort, he was known for being cold and taciturn. If she wanted to increase her favorability with her, she shouldn't be noisy, but rather just soak quietly in the warm water. Gradually, Lin Fei Lu began to feel sleepy. Her eyes kept closing. Seeing this, noble consort, he called for a palace maid and ordered her to take Lin Fei Lu outside. Lin Fei Lu startled, forcing herself to stay awake. She acted coy and grabbed noble consort his arm, asking to soak in the hot water with her for a bit longer, saying that maybe her legs would grow longer, and not be scolded by He Hankung for being a shorty anymore. Noble consort told Lumpy not to mind what He Hankung said. Once she breaks He Hankung's legs, she'll be taller than him anyway. Noble consort, He took the towel handed by the palace maid, lifted Lumpy up and handed her to the maid to care for. Lumpy looked tearfully at noble consort He with a pitiful expression, not wanting to leave. Noble consort, He smiled slightly and told Lumpy she could come back tomorrow to soak in the hot water. This pool wasn't going anywhere. After noble consort He agreed to let Lumpy come soak with her tomorrow. Lumpy finally left happily. The palace maid beside noble consort He took Lumpy back and took the opportunity to show her around a bit. It was then that Lumpy learned this place was the hot spring palace Emperor Lam had bestowed upon noble consort He. Except for noble consort He, no one was allowed to enter without permission. Emperor Lam greatly valued noble consort He. The hot spring in the temporary palace was renovated by Emperor Lam for summer retreats. This hot spring palace was one of the best places, yet he didn't hesitate to give it to noble consort He. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from the roof. Tungvu quickly took Lumpy to the main hall, while she went to call the guards to check. At the same time, noble consort He arrived just in time to hear Tungvu's words, so she asked what was happening. The palace maid beside her immediately reported that on the roof opposite, there was a sound coming from there, not knowing what was up there. Seeing this, noble consort He gently used her lightness skill. With just one step, she lightly flew onto the opposite roof. Lumpy was utterly amazed, her eyes and mouth wide open as she looked at noble consort He. This roof was even higher than the tree. He Hankung had flown up earlier. She didn't expect noble consort He could fly too. After a moment of inspection, noble consort He gently landed on the ground, holding a crow in her hand. It seemed the noise came from this crow with a broken wing, so she handed it to a palace maid to deal with. Noble consort He saw Lumpy still standing still and called her to come along. Unexpectedly, Lumpy actually blocked noble consort He's path, acting coy and asking her to teach that move just now. At first, noble consort He had no intention of teaching Lumphi-Lok, but when she saw the adorable face Lumphi-Lok made while acting coy, she gave in and agreed. However, learning martial arts requires a foundation, so noble consort He ordered Lumphi-Lok to hold a horse stance for 2 hours. Lumphi-Lok was bewildered, not knowing what a horse stance was, so noble consort He had to demonstrate for Lumphi-Lok. After showing Lumphi-Lok how to do the horse stance, noble consort He turned to leave, telling Lumphi-Lok she could start now. Lumphi-Lok, full of enthusiasm, began the horse stance. She understood noble consort He wanted to use this chance to test her patience, so Lumphi-Lok was determined to perform well. But unexpectedly, just 10 minutes later, Lumphi-Lok's hands and legs were already shaking. She could barely endure it. Tungvu, worried for Lumphi-Lok, advised her to give up. After all, to achieve such powerful martial arts skills as now, noble consort He had endured great hardships in the past. Lumphi-Lok was still young and couldn't bear it. Lumphi-Lok was determined to continue. She deliberately said loudly, "No, noble consort He didn't easily agree to teach me. I can't give up halfway through." Noble consort He sat in the main hall looking outside. Suddenly she had a feeling that Lumphi-Lok deliberately said those words for her to hear. The palace maid beside her saw Lumphi-Lok trying hard to hold the stance and couldn't help but speak a few words in her favor. Noble consort He smiled gently. She only wanted to test the character and perseverance of Lumphi-Lok. After all, Lumphi-Lok was the first one to say she wanted to learn martial arts with her. Just then, He Henkung was walking towards noble consort He. Seeing Lumphi-Lok in the horse stance, he ran over to ask if she was being punished by noble consort He. Lumphi-Lok, sweating profusely and panting, said she was learning martial arts from noble consort He. He Henkung didn't expect Lumphi-Lok, at such a young age, to think so illogically. Why would she learn martial arts with his aunt? He Henkung even threatened Lumphi-Lok, telling her that in the past, at the border, noble consort He was once called the female Yama. Lumphi-Lok was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Her Highness is not the female Yama. Her Highness is a fairy." This statement was overheard by noble consort He. Without saying another word, she immediately called He Henkung inside. He Henkung entered fearfully in his heart, desperately wanting to settle scores with Lumphi-Lok. As soon as He Henkung was out of sight, Lumphi-Lok couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Tungvu quickly helped massage Lumphi-Lok's legs. Noble consort He came outside. Seeing her, Lumphi-Lok, extremely sad, said she had tried her best. Noble consort He said nothing, but instructed Tungvu to return, and remember to bring water for Lumphi-Lok to soak her feet. The water should be at a suitable temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. Additionally, she should help Lumphi-Lok massage her feet to relax. Lumphi-Lok tugged at noble consort He's clothes, sadly asking if she had failed the test. Lumphi-Lok was truly sad. She had only held the stance for a short while before she couldn't bear it. It was still far from the 2 hours that noble consort He had mentioned, fearing she hadn't passed the test. Unexpectedly, noble consort He said Lumphi-Lok only needed to complete 2 hours of stance before leaving the temporary palace without missing a single moment. Lumphi-Lok was overjoyed. This time, they were staying at the temporary palace for long. She could divide these 2 hours into many minutes to accomplish. So Lumphi-Lok immediately rushed forward and hugged noble consort He, praising her for being both beautiful and kind, ignoring noble consort He calling her a fool. Suddenly, Lin Fei-Lu understood why Emperor Lin didn't often visit noble consort He's palace. She was too good at provoking people. Lin Fei-Lu happily returned. When passing by He Xing-Gong, who was being punished by kneeling, she even winked at him teasingly. A moment later, Emperor Lin came to noble consort He, telling her not to teach Lin Fei-Lu martial arts. After all, she was still too young. Exposure to things like fighting and killing was really too dangerous. There was already one consort in the palace who could kill. Emperor Lin didn't want to see Lin Fei-Lu practicing martial arts with noble consort He. He remembered years ago when noble consort He first entered the palace and was bullied by other consorts. Unexpectedly, noble consort He didn't seek Emperor Lin's help. She directly beat up all the guards in that consort's palace, then threw the consort onto the roof and left unscathed. Emperor Lin didn't want Lin Fei-Lu to become a female demon like noble consort He. Surprisingly, noble consort He said, "Your Majesty, I can protect the 5th princess temporarily, but not for her entire life. If someone in this harem wants to harm her, it's only a matter of time." Hearing noble consort He's words, Emperor Lin fell into deep thought. What noble consort He said wasn't unreasonable. The assassin incident at the relay station before still hadn't been solved. They didn't know who tried to harm Lin Fei Lu, nor if they would strike again in the future. If Lin Fei Lu knew some martial arts, she could protect herself. Therefore, Emperor Lin agreed with noble consort He, entrusting Lin Fei Lu to her for training with peace of mind. However, only allowed noble consort He to teach Lum Fi Luk a few self-defense moves. In the following days, Lum Fi Luk began learning martial arts from noble consort He. She came to the courtyard daily, seriously practicing stances. Although noble consort He didn't say anything, Lum Fi Luk's efforts were clearly visible to her. Besides standing in stances and soaking in water, Lum Fi Luk spent all day thinking about how to deal with consort Mai. She wanted to make consort Mai completely lose Emperor Lam's favor. Later, when thinking became too painful, Lum Fi Luk would go to the mountains with Lum Ding to play with small animals. That day, she went to the mountains with Lam Ding. They accidentally discovered a small fox with an injured leg. They quickly brought it back for treatment. Although Lam Ding was very fond of the little fox, the eunuchs and palace maids who followed him to the temporary palace were all noble consort Nguyen's people. If they reported this matter to noble consort Nguyen, Lam Ding would certainly be in big trouble. Lum Fi Luk carried the little fox to the imperial doctor for treatment. The little fox was very well behaved, lying still without biting. After examining it, the imperial doctor said the little fox's wound wasn't too serious. It just needed some medicine applied and would heal, but it needed a bath first. Lum Fi Luk volunteered to bathe the little fox. She gently placed it in the tub of water prepared by Tung Vu. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted up. Tung Vu thought it was the fox's body odor. Lum Fi Luk didn't think so. She saw some leaves in the water basin. Picking them up to smell, she discovered the stench came from these. The fox, however, had no foul odor at all. Lum Fi Luk told Tung Vu to take the little fox to bathe in a different basin of water. As for those stinky leaves, she had thought of a way to use them to deal with consort Mai. The next day, Lum Fi Luk carried the little fox to Emperor Lum's quarters. She politely asked Bain Man, after learning that Emperor Lam was being attended by consort Mai for his afternoon nap, Lum Fi Luk smiled slightly. It was exactly as she had known. Lum Fi Luk told Bain Man she wanted to show the little fox to Emperor Lam. She asked Bain Man if she could wait there. Bain Man didn't dare to let Lum Fi Luk stand outside. He kindly led her into the hall to wait, saying he'd inform her when the emperor woke up. Lum Fi Luk obediently sat down to eat some refreshments. Her eyes were directed towards where Emperor Lam was napping. She spoke softly to the fox. Little fox, as if understanding her words, let out a sound. Seeing this, Lum Fi Luk pointed to the room and said, "Do you see anything in there? After you finish eating, run in there. Run to the side of the bed and crawl underneath. Can you do that? If you agree, then from now on, I'll make chicken for you to eat every day." The fox seemed very intelligent. After finishing its snack, it ran into the room. Lum Fi Luk pretended to chase after it to catch the little fox. While the palace maid anxiously went to call Bain Man, she quickly took out powder ground from the stinky leaves and put it into consort Mai's shoes. Task completed. She called the little fox out, happily taking it back to eat chicken. When Peng Man rushed over in panic, Lin Fei Lu said it was because the little fox didn't behave, almost waking Emperor Lin up. So today she wanted to take it back to discipline it first. Once the fox becomes obedient, she'll bring it for Emperor Lin to see. A while after Emperor Lin woke up, Peng Man recounted everything to him. Emperor Lin was pleased, intending to visit Lin Fei Lu. Consort Mai gently looked at Emperor Lin, saying the warm water was ready. Then they both went to bathe together. Emperor Lin entered the water first. Consort Mai prepared for a long time before coming out. As Consort Mai stepped into the water, a foul odor suddenly assaulted Emperor Lin's nose. Emperor Lin looked around, trying to find the source of the stench. When he looked at Consort Mai's feet, he realized. He immediately covered his nose and fled, as if he had encountered something filthy. The news of Consort Mai's smelly feet quickly spread. The otherworldly beautiful image she had painstakingly maintained for 7 years was ruined in an instant, causing Consort Mai to break down in tears. Consort Hui, Lin Yanji's mother, heard about it and quickly came to comfort Consort Mai. Consort Hui had examined the matter carefully. She believed there was more to the story. She knew well that Consort Mai was strict in managing her appearance and body. Moreover, Consort Mai had never had smelly feet before. How could she lose face in front of Emperor Lin like this today? After hearing Consort Hui, Consort Mai calmed down. She noticed some blue powder in her shoes. Consort Mai immediately called for a maid to bring a basin of hot water. her. After Consort Mai put the shoes in the water, the stench immediately appeared. However, although Consort knew she had been framed, she couldn't figure out who did it. Consort Hui said that personal items like shoes must have been tampered with by someone close to Consort Mai to be able to do this. She advised her to investigate the maids serving around her. Consort Mai didn't believe her close maids would harm her, as they were all her trusted confidants. Suddenly, Consort Mai remembered that today, while she was napping with Emperor Lin Feilu had visited. She suspected Lin Feilu might be behind this. However, Consort Mai dismissed this thought herself. Lin Feilu, after all, was just a 5-year-old child. She couldn't possibly be that cunning and scheming. Consort Hui's expression turned serious. I've told you before, although that 5th princess is young, she's not a simple person. You see how she has bewitched my daughter. Moreover, behind her is that vicious woman Consort Xian. Consort Xian's relationship with us is like water and fire. It's possible. I'm the one she's targeting. Hearing this, Consort Mai bit her lip in anger. Initially at the relay station, she should have finished off Lin Feilu right then. Consort Hui comforted Consort Mai, saying that time was pressing then, and they weren't fully prepared. Mistakes were bound to happen. At the same time, Consort Hui advised Consort Mai to be patient and wait for another opportunity after returning to the palace. After all, Lum Fi luck was currently in Emperor Lum's favor. Consort Mai agreed with Consort Hui, deciding to temporarily remain inactive. After the incident at the hot springs, Emperor Lam had not summoned Consort Mai, so Lum Fi luck would bring her little fox to play chess with Emperor Lam every day. Their father-daughter relationship became closer. 10 or so days later, when the rest period ended, the convoy set out to return to the imperial palace. In front of Mingwit Palace, Tio Lam had been waiting for Lum Fi luck since early morning. When Lum Fi luck saw her, she quickly ran and threw herself into Tio Lam's arms. The mother and daughter happily embraced each other. Tio Lam was very worried about Lum Fi luck, as she had heard about the assassin appearing at the relay station, fearing Lum Fi luck might have been hurt. Lum Fi luck smiled and said she was fine. Then she whispered softly into Tio Lam's ear, saying she suspected that the incident at the relay station and the time Tio Lam was drugged, leading to Lam Chimvian's premature birth, were both done by Consort Mai. At first, Tio Lam still couldn't believe Consort Mai would do such things. After all, in everyone's impression in the palace, Consort Mai was a woman with a kind heart, treating others with great gentleness. Lum Fi luck explained that Consort Mai might have been jealous, wanting to compete for favor with Tio Lam, so she poisoned her. The two of them entered the palace together, having formed a connection for some time. However, Tio Lam became pregnant with a prince, while Consort Mai showed no signs at all. It would be strange if she didn't hate Tio Lam. After hearing Lum Fi luck's words, Tio Lam thought about the foolish Lum Chimvian. If this was indeed done by Consort Mai, she would certainly not let it go. Seeing Tio Lam so determined, Lum Fi luck breathed a sigh of relief. In the hot spring palace, Consort Mai had been jealous of her. After returning to the palace, she would surely make a move. She might start by targeting Tio Lam. Now that Tio Lam was wary of Consort Mai, her plans might not be easily carried out. Then, Lum Fi luck asked Tio Lam to put her down so she could go to Noble Consort He for training. It wasn't easy for her to get close to Noble Consort He, so she needed to spend more time with her, trying to win over Noble Consort He. Tio Lam had heard about this from Tung Vu. She reminded Lum Fi luck not to disappoint Noble Consort He. Lum Fi luck quickly went to Noble Consort He's palace. As soon as she entered the room, she was overwhelmed by the hot atmosphere inside. Lum Fi luck was a bit confused. The last time in the temporary palace, Noble Consort He also had people constantly burning the stove in the room. She thought someone who practiced martial arts like her would have a good physique, not afraid of the cold. So after paying respects to Noble Consort He, Lum Fi luck asked about her doubt. Why, as winter was ending, her room still had the stove burning like this? Was it because of too much cold energy inside her body, causing her hands and feet to be cold? She even kindly suggested Noble Consort He to see the imperial doctor. Noble Consort He said she wasn't afraid of the cold, and her body wasn't sick. It was just that when she was young, she was injured, damaging her meridians, causing pain all over her body in cold weather. So she needed to stay a bit warmer. Lum Fi luck looked at Noble Consort He in surprise. She had always been curious why such a talented woman like her didn't become a formidable female general, but instead entered the palace as a consort. It seemed there was a reason. Lum Fi luck felt sorry for Noble Consort He. Although she spoke of it simply, the damage to her meridians, unable to withstand the cold, meant the injury at that time must have been extremely serious. Noble Consort consort He didn't want to see that sad expression on Lumphilok's face, so she told her to go outside and stand in position. Lumphilok was very surprised to hear this. She had never heard of standing in position before. Noble consort He took Lumphilok outside. There were several plum blossom stakes. She told her to climb on them and stand for half an hour and then come down. If she fell midway, she would have to start over. At first, when she heard she only had to stand for half an hour, Lumphilok thought this would be easier than standing in horse stance. Little did she know that balancing on wooden stakes was extremely difficult. Lumphilok struggled, falling and getting back up again, starting over. Her perseverance pleased noble consort He very much. A moment later, Lumphilok, covered in dirt, came to noble consort He to report that she had stood for the required time. She waited for noble consort He's permission before leaving. Lumphilok dragged her aching body back. She had originally planned to visit Emperor Lam to pay her respects, but it seemed she should visit the emperor another day. Although noble consort He's Kumvan Palace was far from Emperor Lam's Dungtham Hall, it was very close to Tongkin Lan's Tuichuk residence. Lumphilok hadn't seen Tongkin Lan for a long time, so she decided to take the opportunity to visit him. When Lumphilok arrived at Tuichuk residence, Tongkin Lan was digging for bamboo shoots with Tiandong. Seeing Lumphilok covered in dirt, as if she had fallen in mud, Tongkin Lan gently led her to tidy up her clothes. While Tongkin Lan prepared a basin of water, Lumphilok obediently sat in the front courtyard waiting. She felt that splashing water all over Tongkin Lan's room wouldn't be very nice. Tongkin Lan wrung out a cloth, gently wiping the dirt off Lumphilok's face, instead of letting her do it herself. Seeing this, Lumphilok didn't stop him secretly, touching Tongkin Lan's clothes, wanting him to get dirty like her. This childish trick couldn't fool Tongkin Lan, but he pretended not to notice, letting Lumphilok enjoy herself. After wiping her face, Tongkin Lan invited Lumphilok inside for a cup of hot tea before she returned. As soon as she entered, Lumphilok was so cold she breathed out steam. Her small hands kept rubbing against each other. She asked Tongkin Lan if he had used up all the firewood. Tongkin Lan said no. The snow was about to melt. Spring was beginning, so he planned to save the remaining firewood for next year. Lumphilok felt Tongkin Lan was just like a little squirrel, storing food for winter. He must feel very insecure inside, so she said that next winter she would give Tongkin Lan some new firewood. After all, once firewood gets wet, it's hard to use the following year. They began to chat. Lumphilok recounted everything that happened at the temporary palace to Tongkin Lan. Tongkin Lan let her speak freely, just sitting quietly and listening, occasionally adding a comment. Tongkin Lan's gaze at Lumphilok was extremely gentle, making Lumphilok's heart flutter. She stared at Tongkin Lan without blinking, lost in thought. Tongkin Lan called out repeatedly, but Lumphilok showed no reaction, which made him very worried. After a while, Lumphilok came to her senses. Extremely embarrassed, she put down the teacup and quickly ran back to Mingwit Palace, passing by Tindong, without greeting him as usual. Seeing this, Tindong asked Tongkin Lan what had happened, wondering if Lumphilok was in heat. He noticed her ears were bright red. Tongkin Lan gave Tindong a cold look. He quickly covered his mouth, saying he hadn't seen anything. In the following days, Lumphilok persistently went to Consort Shi's palace to stand on wooden stakes. Her body also became much stronger. As time passed, the winter chill gradually weakened, and the warm spring air began to visit. Lumphilok had stood in that position all winter and finally developed some muscle. It was truly not in vain. Lumphilok's birthday was at the end of spring. Every year, she would spend it with her mother Tu Lam and brother Lam Chiem Vien, cooking a bowl of longevity noodles as a celebration. After Emperor Lam learned of this, he felt extremely ashamed. He decided this year couldn't be as casual as before. Emperor Lam ordered eunuch Bangman to organize a grand birthday banquet for Lumphilok. He wanted to use this birthday party to make Lumphilok shine in the palace, giving her a title before the people of the world. At the same time, Emperor Lam also issued an imperial edict to Minwet Palace, allowing Lumphilok to go to the Imperial Academy to study like other princes and princesses. Lumphilok received Emperor Lam's approval to join the Imperial Academy. She was overjoyed and began preparing her study materials. On the first day of school, Lumphilok immediately went to Truongmin Hall to wake up Lam Canuyen and go with him to the imperial tutor. Lam Canuyen was still sleepy, constantly yawning. He didn't understand why Lumphilok was so happy about going to school. Clearly, she had missed out on many pleasures. Lumphilok cheerfully said, "Going to school is really fun. You can read books, write, and answer questions. You can also make new friends. Hearing her words, Lam Kang-win woke up completely. He instructed Lam Phi-lok to sit next to him, saying there were no new friends at the Imperial Academy, only young masters. When Lam Kang-win led Lam Phi-lok into the classroom, the young people there curiously looked at Lam Phi-lok, angering Lam Kang-win. Usually, Lam Kang-win sat at the same table as He Hankung. After Lam Phi-lok arrived, Lam Kang-win immediately pushed He Hankung's books aside, making room for Lam Phi-lok to sit. Lam Kang-win even placed a large stack of books in front of Lam Phi-lok, telling her she could secretly sleep and eat in class. The imperial tutor wouldn't be able to see. Lam Queen came over, scolding Lam Kang-win for being foolish. Lam Phi-lok genuinely wanted to study, unlike him who was lazy and playful. After saying this, Lam Queen took Lam Phi-lok's hand and led her to the front. Lam Kang-win grabbed Lam Phi-lok's arm, complaining that Lam Queen was openly stealing people. Suddenly, Lam Phi-lok noticed a seat in the class that was isolated, no one wanting to go near it. Remembering Tong Qinlan also studied with the imperial tutor, she realized that could be his desk. Just like in the previous exam, no one wanted to sit with Tong Qinlan. Lam Phi-lok ignored Lam Kang-win, and Lam Queen's argument directly went to Song Qinlan's desk and sat down. Lam Queen was about to persuade Lam Phi-lok to sit with him when Song Qinlan arrived. Seeing Lam Phi-lok's determination to sit here, Lam Queen didn't make it difficult for her. He just said he'd take Lam Phi-lok home after class. Moreover, he didn't want to say anything in front of Song Qinlan to avoid affecting relations between the two countries. Lam Phi-lok happily looked at Song Qinlan. Now they had become desk mates. Song Qinlan gently looked at Lam Phi-lok, asking her why she wanted to sit here. Since Song Qinlan came to the Imperial Academy, he had always sat alone. No one wanted to get close to Song Qinlan. No one sincerely befriended him. Even the imperial tutor didn't care. Given Lam Phi-lok's intelligence and wit, there was no way she didn't know what Song Qinlan's status as a hostage prince meant. This matter was unlike her sneaking into Thutruk residence. It was something that greatly affected her. Lam Phi-lok pretended to think, then smiled and said there was no reason. She just liked sitting here with Song Qinlan. Song Qinlan smiled and softly hummed in agreement. Then Lam Phi-lok started chattering nonstop. "Your Highness, are you good at studying? If the imperial tutor asks me and I can't answer, will you help me? If I fall asleep in class, will you cover for me? If I haven't finished my homework, can you help me do it? During exams, can I ask you for answers?" Tong Qinlan didn't refuse. He just asked Lam Phi-lok if the things she just mentioned were what deskmates should do. Hearing Lam Phi-lok say yes, Tong Qinlan then said he would do all those things for her. Lam Phi-lok shyly covered her face. She felt like she was about to die, drowning in Tong Qinlan's gentleness. If back in modern times when she was in school, she had met a deskmate like Tong Qinlan, she would have surely fallen in love early. A moment later, the class began. The imperial tutor's voice was slow and deep, indeed very easy to lull others to sleep. As a result, Lam Phi-lok couldn't resist and lay down on the desk, sleeping soundly. Tong Qinlan gently removed the book from Lam Phi-lok's head. He quietly shifted to one side to shield her. He Hankung arrived late. Seeing his books and papers in disarray, he was extremely displeased. He stood in the middle of the class and shouted angrily. The imperial tutor was already angry because He Hankung was late. Now he was shouting and interrupting the class, which made him even more furious. He Hankung hurriedly sat down in his seat. Just as he sat down, Lam Kang-win, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by He Hankung and annoyed, told him to lower his voice. He Hankung didn't care. He just focused on asking Lam Kang-win about Lam Phi-lok. Seeing her sitting next to Tong Qinlan, He Hankung asked Lam Kang-win in utter confusion. Even Lam Kang-win didn't know why. He had to wait until break time to ask her. After lecturing for the whole session, the imperial tutor gave the students a quarter-hour break. Lam Phi-lok gradually opened her eyes and woke up. Fortunately, she hadn't drooled. Otherwise, it would have been really embarrassing. Seeing Lam Phi-lok's adorable actions, Tong Qinlan couldn't help but laugh. Lam Phi-lok stretched and yawned deeply. The imperial tutor's lecture was a bit boring, making her completely uninterested. Tong Qinlan explained that imperial tutor La was elderly, highly respected and virtuous, so his lectures would naturally be a bit slow-paced. When Lam Phi-lok gets to study with the other two imperial tutors, she'll find the lectures more engaging and won't feel bored anymore. Those two imperial tutors had traveled extensively throughout the world in their youth, gaining rich experience. At this moment, Lam Kang-uyen poked his head out, looking at Lam Fi-luk with a resentful gaze. He Heng-keung also jumped out. The two started arguing again, neither willing to yield. Just then, second prince Lam Tae-van, son of consort Tuk, approached Lam Fi-luk to strike up a conversation. Lam Kang-uyen and He Heng-keung immediately bowed in greeting. Lam Fi-luk then followed suit. She felt that this Lam Tae-van was indeed as rumored, with an extremely rough appearance. Lam Tae-van came here mainly to approach Lam Fi-luk, to establish a good relationship with her. This morning, before coming to the Imperial Academy, Consort Thuk had instructed him to pay attention to Lam Fi-luk, who recently had been in Emperor Lam's favor and had good relationships with several other princes. Seeing Lam Fi-luk sitting next to Tongking Lan, Lam Tae-van slightly furrowed his brows. His tone clearly showed disdain. Fifth sister's noble status. Why are you sitting with these people? This is insulting the face of the royal family. Let me arrange a new seat for you. Lam Fi-luk looked at Lam Tae-van in confusion. She couldn't understand what brainless game he was playing. Insulting Tongkin Lan right in front of her like this was really too much. Although Crown Prince Lam Queen earlier also didn't want her sitting next to Tongkin Lan. Due to his status as crown prince, he could only remind her tactfully. But this Lam Tae-van, he was nothing special, who gave him the right to trample on and insult Tongking Lan in front of her. Although very angry, Lam Fi-luk still gently smiled at Lam Tae-van and said, so in second prince's eyes, the face of the great Lam dynasty's royal family is so easily insulted. Is that so then? Second prince must also be looking down on our royal family's face, right? Lam Tae-van wanted to speak up to explain, but Lam Fi-luk immediately cut him off. Her words were extremely sharp, causing not only Lam Tae-van, but also Lam Kang-uyen and He Heng-keung to be utterly astonished. Lam Kang-uyen couldn't help but sigh in relief, fortunate that he was the one Lam Fi-luk loved. He Heng-keung was rather pleased. He originally thought only in front of him would Lam Fi-luk be so sharp-tongued. Now discovering another person being treated similarly, he felt very happy. He Heng-keung even hoped Lam Fi-luk would say a few more words. Best if it could make that Lam Tae-van doubt his entire life. That would be good. Make him taste what he had experienced. Lam Tae-van, being spoken to like that by Lam Fi-luk, was extremely displeased. He insulted Tongking Lan even more. He Heng-keung and Lam Kang-uyen, seeing the situation becoming serious, immediately stepped in to stop Lam Tae-van. They reminded him to watch his words, advising Lam Tae-van to return to his seat first. Lam Fi-luk sitting here was quite all right already. If Lam Tae-van's words from earlier were to spread outside, then the royal family's face would have no way of being saved. Seeing Lam Tae-van being pulled away by Lam Kang-uyen, Lam Fi-luk stuck out her tongue and made an ugly face at him. Then, extremely proud, she put her hands on her hips, a pose of successful resistance. He Heng-keung praised her, saying, well done. Then he pulled Lam Kang-uyen outside for a walk. Lam Fi-luk looked at Tongking Lan. She had a feeling that Tongking Lan didn't care at all about what Lam Tae-van said, perhaps because he had heard those words too many times. Nevertheless, she still said a few words to Tongking Lan, advising him not to care about what that Lam Tae-van said. Tongking Lan stopped writing, surprisingly asking Lam Fi-luk if that's why she stood up for him. Lam Fi-luk said as if it were obvious, didn't the grand tutor just teach in class? Earlier, if you have needs to be satisfied, then infer that others also have needs that need to be satisfied like that. Moreover, it was originally the second prince who was wrong. Tongking Lan teased Lam Fi-luk, saying what she mentioned was in chapter 7, but the grand tutor had already taught up to chapter 20. Lam Fi-luk was a bit embarrassed, but quickly regained her spirit, confidently. Claiming she was smart, Tongkin Lan affectionately patted her head, with an expression that whatever Lam Fi-luk said must be right. After a moment, the lesson resumed. The grand tutor allowed the princes to go around the school grounds to practice, while princesses like Lam Fi-luk were excused from participating. Given a break, Lam Fi-luk immediately ran to Consort He to practice her stance. This time, Consort He personally instructed her with a very strict demeanor. Suddenly, Lam Fi-luk asked if she had ever fought against Song Dynasty soldiers before. She was very curious about how formidable Song Dynasty soldiers were, because today, while listening to the Grand Tutor's lecture, she learned that Song Dynasty soldiers were very weak. Perhaps Consort He could take on 10 of them at once. Consort He pondered. Since she entered the palace, very few people had asked about her life at the border. The palace maids didn't want to mention the painful matters about Consort's wounds, and others were afraid. In the palace, only Lumphiluk dared to bring up this issue. However, in Consort He's impression, Song dynasty soldiers were not at all weak. Consort He spoke. On the battlefield, the most feared thing is underestimating the enemy. The weakness of the Song dynasty is due to political issues and the current emperor's indulgence. They once ruled Central Plains. Our great ancestor was defeated at Huaya. Yang Kingdom lost 30,000 elite soldiers on the banks of the Huai River. One who has been a wolf will not truly become a dog. You're like that. I could really give you a dozen lashes. Hearing Consort He mention lashes, Lumphiluk immediately stopped talking, smiling at Consort He. Just then, palace maids brought in stir-fried snow ginseng porridge and crispy peach blossom candy. Lumphiluk was called by Consort He to eat. After eating her fill, Lumphiluk took the opportunity to grab a few pieces of peach blossom candy to give to Tongqinglan. Today she found Consort He a bit difficult, so Lumphiluk quickened her pace, trying to sneak away quickly. Arriving at Tuitruk residence, Lumphiluk excitedly knocked on the door. Usually, Tongqinglan didn't like snacks much. She didn't know if he would like this peach blossom candy. Lumphiluk knocked for half a day, but still no one came to open the door. Just as she was about to knock again, Tiandong came out. Seeing Tiandong, Lumphiluk immediately asked about Tongqinglan's condition. Unexpectedly, she learned that Tongqinglan was injured. Before Tiandong could finish speaking, Lumphiluk immediately ran into Tongqinglan's room. Tongqinglan hurriedly put on his clothes. Though his whole body was injured, he still smiled to welcome Lumphiluk. Lumphiluk looked at the wounds on Tongqinglan's face, asking who had done this to him. Tongqinglan didn't want to reveal the truth, only saying it was from afternoon martial arts practice. His skills weren't as good as others, so he got injured. Lumphiluk went straight to the point, asking Tongqinglan if it was Lam Tevan who did this. Tongqinglan hesitated to speak, suddenly bending over and coughing incessantly. Tiandong worriedly rushed to support. Tongqinglan, very concerned, saying to Lumphiluk, "Princess, our lord's whole body is injured. I just invited the royal physician to examine him. He said the lungs are injured. His Highness even coughed up blood." Lumphiluk's face darkened to the extreme. She clenched her fists tightly, without a word, turned around, wanting to go behead Lam Tevan, to atone for Tongqinglan. Hearing her say this, Tongqinglan laughed. Then he led Lumphiluk inside. Seeing Tongqinglan injured like this, yet still laughing, Lumphiluk pouted unhappily. Tongqinglan looked at her gently. He was truly happy that in this enemy country, there was still someone willing to protect him unconditionally. Since childhood, Tongqinglan had come to Dailum as a hostage. His entire childhood was spent in cautious days, careful, not daring to stand out. Unexpectedly, there were always people, both openly and secretly bullying him. This afternoon, during martial arts practice, perhaps, holding a grudge from the morning incident, Lam Tevan specifically chose him to spar with. Lam Tevan's moves were all lethal, wanting to use Tongqinglan to vent his anger, his frustration towards Lumphiluk. Tongqinglan was long used to this kind of thing. Getting injured was as common as eating meals. It's just that Tiandong always liked to make a fuss, involving Lumphiluk in worrying about him. Tongqinglan felt Lumphiluk was completely different from the people in the palace. She was naive, but didn't hide her own schemes. Clever yet mischievous, these contradictory and complex traits were perfectly integrated in Lumphiluk, creating a unique little princess. Seeing Lumphiluk sat, Tongqinglan gently pinched her cheek. Lumphiluk took out peach blossom candy from her pocket and gave it to Tongqinglan to try. After eating the candy, Tongqinglan smiled and thanked her. Seeing this, Lumphiluk became even sadder. She realized that no matter what happened, Tongqinglan always smiled like that. Perhaps smiling was his way of living. But living in this era, in these circumstances, who isn't just trying to survive, even she herself, in order to survive, had done many things. Lumphiluk didn't want to think too much about these sad matters. She patted her face to stay alert, then asked about Tongqinglan's situation in the Tong Kingdom. In the Tong Kingdom, Tongqinglan was the seventh son. His father had many wives and concubines. Songqinglan still had 8 younger brothers behind him. Lumphiluk had thought Songqinglan had to go to Dailam as a hostage prince because his mother wasn't favored. In reality, it was the opposite. Songqinglan's mother held the highest position in the imperial harem. His maternal family was very powerful, having produced 2 empresses in the past. The reason Songqinglan came to Dailam was because a beauty beside the Song Emperor emperor, suggested drawing lots to choose a prince. To go to Dai Lam, Song Qinlan was unlucky to be chosen. Lam Filok was shocked to hear this. Although she had heard the Song emperor was licentious and immoral, a tyrannical ruler, she never expected him to be so absurd. With such a foolish ruler in charge of Song country, perhaps the day of its downfall wasn't far off. Suddenly, while drinking tea, Lam Filok happened to notice the medicine bottle brought by the imperial physician to treat the wound on Song Qinlan's face. Song Qinlan, she saw a long mold mark on the bottle's mouth. Lam Filok then asked for the name of the physician who had just examined Song Qinlan. Song Qinlan said it was imperial physician San Yuvan, but Lam Filok found this name very unfamiliar. She had never heard of this physician before. It seemed the physician's attitude towards Song Qinlan was no different from when Lam Filok was out of favor, just going through the motions. Lam Filok gave Song Qinlan some advice, instructing him how to properly care for the facial wound, and then immediately left. Lam Filok suddenly felt that pretending to be weak and pitiful was no longer the only tactic she could apply at this moment. It was time for her to be strong. Now, Lam Filok immediately ran to the royal infirmary to find the best physician for treating bruises. The guard quickly ran inside to report. Shortly after a physician came out, Lam Filok whispered in his ear, asking him to examine Tong Qinglan. She also ordered the physician to treat Tong Qinglan seriously. If not, she would be angry. The physician immediately obeyed, saying, "The divine physician is compassionate. Of course, it will be so. Please rest assured, princess, this humble servant will certainly not disappoint your expectations." After speaking, the physician quickly went to Thuitruk residence. Lam Filok watched him go, letting out a sigh. She hoped this physician would be able to cure Tong Qinlan's wounds. For now, this was all she could do to help him. The next day, during break time at the Grand Tutor's mansion, Lam Tae-van gathered with other young nobles. They were enthusiastically discussing yesterday's martial arts competition. Lam Tae-van proudly recounted how he had beaten Tong Qinlan miserably the day before, looking very proud of his achievement. Lam Filok walked past Lam Tae-van, not even giving him a glance, let alone a greeting. This made Lam Tae-van very angry. He loudly scolded Lam Filok. Seeing this, Lam Ding stopped Lam Tae-van, saying Lam Filok was still young. He shouldn't bully her. In class, Lam Kang-uyen ran to Lam Filok, asking her why she was unhappy. Lam Filok puffed her cheeks and pouted. She didn't like that Lam Tae-van one bit at all. Seeing this, Lam Kang-uyen told Lam Filok to just ignore Lam Tae-van. There was no need to think too much about it. But Lam Filok didn't think so. She said, "We shouldn't use our status to bully others. That's not right. We should be good children." Lam Kang-uyen liked Lam Filok more and more. He found her obedient, kind, and very compliant. In the imperial palace, where bullying others like this was common, it was rare to find someone so understanding. Lam Kang-uyen thought Lam Filok was like a little angel sent to him by the gods. A while later, the class ended. As soon as Lam Filok returned to Mingyu Palace, she saw Qingyan rushing out in a panic. She told Lam Filok that something had happened to Xiaolan. Lam Filok hurried to Xiaolan's room. The imperial physician had just treated Xiaolan's wounds caused by poisonous bees, but because she had fallen into water and was frail, she needed more care. The physician prescribed medicine for Xiaolan. Lam Filok immediately ordered Song Yu to fetch the medicine first, then called Yun Yu to see the physician out. After that, she went to Lam Chim Vien to wipe his tears, told Lam Chim Vien not to cry. Their mother was not dead yet. She was just asleep. She would wake up very soon. Seeing that Lam Chim Vien had stopped crying, Lam Filok told him to be good, not to wake their mother up. She told him to take the little rabbit outside to play first. After Lam Chim Vien left, Lam Filok turned to ask Qingyan what had happened. Qingyan recounted everything. This morning, Maifi sent someone to invite the madam to view flowers in the imperial garden. Although the madam knew the other party wasn't kind-hearted, due to her low status in the palace, she had to accept the invitation. Who would have thought, while viewing flowers, they passed by a flower grove. Suddenly, a swarm of bees flew out, but they only surrounded the madam. The madam was so scared she ran everywhere. The bees kept chasing her relentlessly. Finally, the madam jumped into a pond. Thanks to that, she escaped a disaster. The madam suffered from shock and was in the water for too long. When she was rescued, she was already unconscious. After Qingyan finished speaking, she looked worriedly towards Xiaolan with tears in her eyes. Lam Filok pondered for a while, then asked Qingyan if there was anything unusual during the flower viewing, why the bees only only chased Xiaolan like that. Qingyan honestly said when she was with Xiaolan, she smelled wormwood on the other concubines, but didn't think much of it. But Tanyin only thought that spring had arrived, so they used wormwood to repel mosquitoes. Now thinking carefully, perhaps the bees disliked the smell of wormwood. Lum Filok asked Tanyin where Tiolam's clothes from the flower viewing were. Lum Filok picked up the clothes to smell and felt that perhaps when Tiolam wasn't paying attention, Mai Fai had sprinkled pollen to lure the bees. That's why the bees only chased Tiolam. If Tiolam hadn't jumped into the pond, she might have been stung to disfigurement. This Mai Fi is truly ruthless. Hearing this, Tanyin became extremely angry and wanted Lum Filok to go to the Empress for justice. Lum Filok, however, disagreed with Tanyin. They currently had no evidence to prove Mai Fi was the culprit. Moreover, those who went flower viewing with Mai Fai today were all people loyal to her. She had prepared everything so thoroughly. There was no way she'd leave evidence to incriminate herself. Hearing this, Tanyin cried even harder, blaming herself for not protecting Tiolam. Lum Filok spoke up to comfort Tanyin, telling her to stop crying and take care of Tiolam first. As for this matter, she would certainly not let Mai Fai off the hook. Without teaching her a lesson, this matter would absolutely not be over. A moment later, Tiolam finally regained consciousness. She anxiously raised her hand to touch her face. Lum Filok assured Tiolam it wasn't serious. Just apply some medicine and rest for a few days, and she would recover soon. Tiolam couldn't believe Mai Fai would actually want to ruin her appearance. This time, Mai Fi didn't succeed, but she feared Mai Fi wouldn't be content to let it go willingly. She might find a way to harm her again. Lum Filok told Tiolam to rest more. Her body was still very weak. She would handle everything else. Tiolam needn't worry. Tiolam looked at Lum Filok anxiously, repeatedly telling her to be careful. After speaking, Tiolam closed her eyes to rest. With such an important incident occurring, it seemed Lum Filok couldn't leave Minwit Palace for some time. Emperor Lam's current favor was only for Lum Filok. So as long as Tiolam didn't have his favor for one day, there would always be people coming to bully her. Only when she stayed at Minwit Palace could she keep her safe. So Lum Filok told Tanyin to make a trip to Gumvan Palace to inform noble consort He that during this time she had matters to attend to and couldn't come practice martial arts. Unexpectedly, before Tanyin could leave, noble consort He had personally come to Mingwit Palace. She was now waiting for Lum Filok in the main hall. Lum Filok found this a bit strange. She thought it was because this morning she didn't go to Gumvan Palace to practice, that noble consort He had specially come to find her. But thinking it over, such a small matter couldn't make noble consort He come here in person. Although she couldn't figure out why noble consort He had come here, Lum Filok still went to the main hall, respectfully greeted noble consort He, then explained the reason why this morning she didn't go to Kumvan Palace to practice martial arts. Before Lum Filok could finish speaking, noble consort He said she already knew about this morning. She came today because she had some nourishing items she wanted to give to Tiolam. Noble consort He looked at the bewildered Lum Filok, patted her head, telling her not to be afraid. No matter what happened, she would support her. Lum Filok opened her eyes wide in surprise. Only then did she realize noble consort He came here, not to punish her, but to show concern. After giving the gifts, noble consort He stayed only briefly before leaving. The news of Tiolam falling into the water quickly spread throughout the palace. Several consorts with intentions of flattery came to Minwit Palace one after another to give gifts. When Emperor Lam learned that Lum Filok was alone, caring for her mother on the sickbed, he felt heartbroken. He immediately issued an imperial decree based on Tiolam's status as a noble lady to dispatch a group of palace maids to serve her. The valuable items piled up in Mingwit Palace made other consorts endlessly jealous. They all said Tiolam had found fortune in misfortune. Mai Fi was the angriest about this matter. She angrily threw her teacup to the ground, constantly cursing Tiolam. The palace maid beside her, seeing this, spoke up to calm Mai Fi, telling her there was no need to be so angry. Their people had already been placed in Minwit Palace. From now on, every move of Lum Filok and her mother would be completely in her hands. She had nothing to fear about not controlling them. Mai Fi smirked. The palace maid's words were not wrong. She would patiently wait to deal with Lam Phi Luc and her mother. That night in Minwit Palace, while Tan Yin was combing Lam Phi Luc's hair, she instructed Tan Yin that important matters should temporarily not be entrusted to the palace maids sent by Emperor Lam. Although she didn't know if among those people there were any spies or not, she still wanted to be careful. Just as Tan Yin left, Lam Phi Luc was about to go to bed when there was a sound outside the window. Lam Phi Luc realized Tong Qinglan had arrived. She immediately ran to open the window wide. Outside, there was no one. Lam Phi Luc called for a long time. Finally, Tong Qinglan appeared. He gently called out, "Fifth princess." Lam Phi Luc smiled at Tong Qinglan. She couldn't help but tease him. "In the middle of the night, your highness isn't sleeping, but running around wildly in the palace. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the guards?" Tong Qinglan calmly replied that the guards hadn't caught him yet, but Lam Phi Luc had already caught him. Lam Phi Luc giggled and said that last time she already knew it was Tong Qinglan who gave her the paper. She asked if this time Tong Qinglan had any intelligence to give her again. Tong Qinglan reminded Lam Phi Luc to be careful of the palace maid with a mole between her eyebrows, who had just arrived at Minwit Palace today. Lam Phi Luc curiously asked Tong Qinglan how he could discover these things. Tong Qinglan hesitated a bit, then said he happened to see it by chance. After all, his issue involved many people and was also quite dangerous. It was better not to let Lam Phi Luc know for now. Lam Phi Luc, of course, realized Tong Qinglan had a secret, but she didn't try to probe too deeply. After their conversation, Tong Qinglan thoughtfully helped Lam Phi Luc close the window. He wished her good night before leaving. A few days later, Tiolam's condition improved. The bee stings on her face also got better, no longer swollen. After observing for several days, Lam Phi Luc finally discovered a suspicious palace maid named Vu. She seemed honest, but her eyes were always furtively scanning the entire room. What to eat, what to say, what to do. It seemed every action was within her sight. But apart from this sneaky peeking behavior, Vu showed no other suspicious movements. While Lam Phi Luc was playing with her brother, Lam Chim Vien, and the little rabbit, Lam Canh Uyên, came by, saying that in the cabinet's compound there were many strange flowers and plants. A few days ago, Nhan Phi had gone there to see and said it was very interesting, so he came to take her for a walk to see the flowers. Lam Phi Luc hesitated. She was still a bit worried about Tiolam. It wasn't until Tiolam spoke up, telling her to go out with Lam Canh Uyên, and thinking about how Lam Canh Uyên had been concerned about her mood these past few days, constantly asking Kang An to bring interesting things, that Lam Phi Luc, not wanting to upset Lam Canh Uyên, finally agreed. Lam Phi Luc followed Lam Canh Uyên to the cabinet compound. There were many rare flowers there that she had never seen before. Lam Canh Uyên even said if she liked any flower, he would immediately have it brought to Mingwit Palace. Suddenly, Lam Phi Luc saw a pot of giant hogweed. In modern times, when she was young, at her grandmother's house, she had seen this plant growing all around the house. Her grandmother said it was poisonous and shouldn't be touched. At that time, she didn't believe it. She picked a flower, getting sap all over her hand. As a result, 2 days later, her hand started to swell with pus and blisters. Although it was later cured, it still left scars. When she grew up and searched online, she learned that this plant was called giant hogweed. The blisters occur when skin contacts the plant's sap and is exposed to sunlight. Lam Phi Luc shuddered at the memory. She couldn't believe the cabinet compound was so capable, able to breed this rare species and bring it into the palace. Who would turn poison into entertainment? Lam Canh Uyên noticed Lam Phi Luc staring at the giant hogweed, thinking she liked it, so he was about to have someone bring it to Minwit Palace for her. Lam Phi Luc initially wanted to refuse, but then seemed to think of something, quickly saying thank you to Lam Canh Uyên. Not long after, Kang An brought the plant pot to Minwit Palace. Lam Phi Luc immediately instructed Tan Yin and Tung Vu to take care of this plant carefully, absolutely not to touch it. The sap of this plant was very precious. Tan Yin wanted to ask how valuable the plant's sap was, but unexpectedly, Lam Phi Luc acted mysteriously, saying it was a secret. Afterwards, she ordered Tung Vu and Tan Yin, one to get a mortar, the other to bring a basin of water into the room. Their conversation was overheard by Vu. She secretly followed behind and saw Lam Phi Luc applying something to her face. Tiolam thought Lam Phi Luc was using juice from the flowers of the plant she had just brought back to apply to her face, so she suspected the flower had had good effects on facial skin. Vu secretly observed Tiolam for 7 days. When she saw that the red marks from bee stings on her face had completely disappeared, Her skin became softer and whiter than before. She hurriedly ran to Mai Fi to report this matter. That day, while watering the plant, Tung Vu asked about her suspicion. This flower was picked by the princess, leaving only the flower top. It's strange to say, I always feel that the stems and leaves of this flower, after being crushed, smell like cucumber. Hearing Tung Vu's words, Lam Fi Luk laughed inwardly, thinking, it is actually cucumber? How could it not smell like cucumber? Every early morning, she would hide cucumbers in Tia Lam's room. After picking the giant fragrant flower, she would bring it inside. But in reality, she was just grinding cucumber. These things are all green. After grinding, it's basically indistinguishable. Except for Tia Lam, Vu always thought that what Tia Lam applied to her face was the giant fragrant flower. All morning, Lam Fi Luk didn't see Vu so she asked Tung Vu about. Hearing Tung Vu say Vu was looking for her lost earring, Lam Fi Luk stretched slightly. In 2 days, it would be Mai Fi's birthday. She was waiting for the show to begin. The next day, Mai Fi had someone bring the giant fragrant flower pot to her chambers. She was a bit confused when hearing what Vu said. Seeing this, the court lady beside her said Vu was very trustworthy, so this matter couldn't possibly be false. Mai Fi was quite pious, directly applying the juice from the giant fragrant flower to her face, but having another court lady test it first. When the skin surface contacts the plant's juice of the giant fragrant flower, it can cause sun-induced dermatitis. Symptoms of blisters and burning sensation will also appear when combined with sunlight. Therefore, after application, the court lady's face showed no unusual signs, nor did it become smoother. The court lady then said, how could it work so quickly? Didn't Vu say that Tia Lam used it every morning, and only after 7 days did it show effects? If your highness is not at ease, you can summon her again tomorrow to see. Mai Fi couldn't wait that long. Since returning from Ontun Palace, Emperor Lam hadn't turned her card even once. Although occasionally he would send someone to Mai Fi, he never set foot in her chambers himself. Tomorrow was Mai Fi's birthday. According to custom, Emperor Lam would come to stay with her. She couldn't face Emperor Lam with her current appearance, so Mai Fi decided to send court lady Titung to get a large branch of the giant fragrant flower, leaves, grind them, and then apply them to her face. Mai Fi remembered Vu saying that Lam Fi Luk couldn't bear to use this plant, only daring to take a little each time. She thought if she used a bit more herself, the effect would be even greater. Surely when Emperor Lam arrived, he would be captivated by her stunning beauty. The day before Mai Fi's birthday, Emperor Lam indeed came to her chambers, accompanying Mai Fi for a walk. He even promised to stay by her side all day tomorrow. Watching Mai Fi happily playing with butterflies, Emperor Lam smiled slightly. He thought Mai Fi's foot rot disease had been cured. After all, it had been a long time since returning from the palace. Emperor Lam was planning today to turn Mai Fi's card, but was struck by a horrifying sight. Mai Fi's entire face was covered in blisters. Emperor Lam tried to hide his disgust, ordering the court ladies to quickly take Mai Fi back to her chambers to rest, and summon the imperial physician to examine her. He himself then returned to Dungtum Palace. Emperor Lam didn't want to see even half an eye of Mai Fi's face that gave him nightmares. 2 days later, Mai Fi was bedridden, unable to get up. She took medicine and applied ointments, but the blisters on her face still wouldn't go away. The imperial physicians carefully examined the giant fragrant flower, but in the end could only conclude that the flower was poisonous. The news that Mai Fi used poisonous flowers on her face, resulting in disfigurement, quickly spread, shocking Emperor Lam greatly. He couldn't believe Mai Fi would do something so foolish. Mai Fi locked herself in her room for exactly 10 days. The blisters on her face finally slowly faded, but left behind horrific scars. Mai Fi used the best powder in the capital, applying a thick layer on her face, but still couldn't hide those ugly scars. Mai Fi placed all the blame on Vu directly having her bound and brought from Lam Fi Luk's place, torturing Vu slowly until death. After Vu was taken away, Lam Fi Luk immediately rushed to Mai Fi's Ngunsung Palace, banging on the door demanding her person. As soon as she entered the palace, Lam Fi Luk could still smell in the air a faint lingering scent of blood. It wasn't hard for her to realize that Vu had been dealt with by Mai Fi. The court ladies insisted Lam Fi Luk was mistaken, repeatedly affirming that Vu wasn't here. Mai Fi also directly confronted her. "Fifth princess, what do you want? Do you know where my Ngunsung palace is? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" Lam Fi Luk put on a pitiful expression, with tears in her eyes, asking Mai Fi why why she had taken Vu away. She wanted Mai Fi to return Vu to her. Mai was furious. She hated that she couldn't strangle Lam Fi Luck with her own hands. She adamantly denied having taken Vu away and wanted Tithung to escort Lam Fi Luck back. Lam Fi Luck lunged forward and hugged Mai Fi's legs, insisting she return the court lady. Mai Fi lost all patience and directly kicked her away. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by Emperor Lam. He angrily shouted, "How dare you!" frightening Mai Fi, who hurriedly knelt down to pay respects. Upon seeing Emperor Lam, Lam Fi Luck sobbed and pleaded, asking him to make Mai Fi return her court lady. Emperor Lam picked up Lam Fi Luck and embraced her. He had heard the whole story from the court lady, Thang Yin, and promised to do justice for her. Emperor Lam looked at Mai Fi, demanding her to hand over the court lady Vu. Mai Fi still insisted Vu wasn't in Ngunsung Palace and that she had never met her. Seeing this, Emperor Lam immediately ordered his guards to search the surroundings. If alive, find the person. If dead, find the body. Then, to prevent Lam Fi Luck from witnessing brutal torture scenes, Emperor Lam entrusted her to Thang Yin to be taken back to Minwit Palace. A moment later, the guards finally found Vu's body in a dry well next to Ngunsung Palace. She had been thrown in after death, her back and legs completely shattered. She likely died from being beaten with a stick. Mai Fi hurriedly crawled to Emperor Lam's feet, repeatedly claiming she was wronged, begging the emperor to investigate fairly. Emperor Lam pushed her hand away, angrily shouting, "How do you want me to investigate? The bloodstains in Ngunsung Palace have been cleaned. Do you think I'm blind? I always thought you were kind and gentle, never imagining you'd do something so cruel." Mai Fi trembled in fear, stammering for a long time, without being able to say anything more. Then, Emperor Lam directly stripped Mai Fi of her title, demoting her to a consort, confining her for 3 months to reflect on her actions. The emperor's order to demote Mai Fi's status quickly spread throughout the harem. The concubines who were previously close to her wisely kept their distance. In an instant, the once lively Ngunsung Palace fell into a cold silence. That night, a person in black clothes visited my consort. This person was Huet Fi. My consort was still furious because she wanted to disfigure Tiolam, but in the end, it backfired on her. Huet Fi couldn't help but sigh. She had always reminded my consort not to act hastily, to be extremely careful, yet she still acted impulsively. My consort looked miserable, her face haggard, hair disheveled, eyes filled with malice. Now that her beauty was ruined, no matter how hard she tried in the future, she could never regain Emperor Lam's favor. She had lost everything, but my consort wanted to drag both mother and daughter, Tiolam and Lam Fi Luck, to hell with her. She didn't want to see them living well. Huet Fi looked at the frenzied my consort, feeling somewhat worried that if my consort truly went mad, she might drag her down too. Years ago, to help my consort secure her position, Huet Fi had secretly helped my consort poison Tiolam, causing Tiolam to give premature birth to Lam Chim Vien. Over the years, the two had been in the same boat. Huet Fi had Princess Lam Nyip Ji, while my consort had her radiant beauty. Both needed each other's help to maintain their strong positions in this colorful harem. Now that my consort had fallen from grace, if she were to become desperate and cause any disturbance, if my consort were to reveal everything from the past, even Huet Fi herself would be dragged down. So Huet Fi advised my consort to rest and recuperate well, to quickly recover her health, to be more cautious, avoiding hasty actions. As for Tiolam, Huet Fi also promised to make sure Tiolam wouldn't live well. After giving my consort some advice, Huet Fi made an excuse about it being late and hurried away. How could my consort not see that Huet Fi was trying to cut ties with her to protect herself? My consort smiled bitterly at her maid Tikhung. The two of them could now only rely on themselves. On her way back to her chambers, Huet Fi was extremely careful not to be seen by anyone. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Lam Nyip Tree in the end. Although Huet Fi said she was just out for some fresh air, Lam Nyip Tree wasn't a fool. She knew her mother had been to see my consort. Huet Fi didn't want Lam Nyip Chi to know too much. She told her to go back to her room and rest. Lam Nyip Chi was only worried about Huet Fi, so she said, "Mother, why do you associate with that evil-hearted woman? She's not a good person. She even instigates you to do wicked and vile things with her. Her current fate is entirely her own fault. Mother should distance herself from her as soon as possible. Lum Niệm didn't know that her mother had done many things to secure her current position. Huệ Phi was angry. She repeatedly scolded Lum Niệm for talking nonsense. Lum Niệm said she had overheard my consort and Huệ Phi's plan. Last time at the relay station, the two of them had sent assassins to kill Lam Phi Luk. This made her unable to face Lam Phi Luk. Every time she thought about it, Huệ Phi was extremely angry. She directly slapped Lum Niệm hard across the face. After my consort's incident, Lam Phi Luk was completely unaware that she had been thoroughly blacklisted by Huệ Phi. She ordered the palace maids not to open the door for Lam Phi Luk to enter. As for Lam Phi Luk, except for daily visits to the Imperial Academy, she spent the rest of her time with Tio Lam, or playing with Lam Chim Vien, spending her days very happily and comfortably. That day, while Tio Lam was making for Lam Phi Luk and Lam Chim Vien some small brains from leaves, then Lam Phi Luk asked Lam Chim Vien about the multiplication table. She even said if Lam Chim Vien couldn't recite it all the rabbits would be hers. Lam Chim Vien looked at his sister with teary eyes, on the verge of crying, reciting each multiplication table from 1 to 9. Just then, Lum Emperor came to Minwit Palace, secretly, observing Tio Lam's family of 3 from afar. He looked at Lam Chim Vien. The emperor's impression of this son was stuck at when Lam Chim Vien was 3 years old and became mentally ill. Seeing him now, although not as intelligent and quick as other normal children, he wasn't as detestable as the emperor had imagined. He was even quite pleased to see Lam Chim Vien learning the multiplication table. Lam Chim Vien successfully recited the multiplication table, happily ran around playing. He accidentally saw the emperor standing at the door, immediately running back to Tio Lam. Only then did Tio Lam realize the emperor had arrived and promptly bowed. Lam Phi Luk immediately threw herself into the emperor's arms for him to pick her up. Lam Chim Vien, who had never met the emperor, fearfully hid behind Tio Lam, peeking at him. Lam Phi Luk pointed to her mouth, mouthing the words father. Lam Chim Vien immediately followed suit, bowing to the emperor. This was a game she often played with Lam Chim Vien. As long as she didn't say the word father out loud, he would bow as she had taught him. Lam Chim Vien not only memorized the multiplication table, but also knew how to bow, which pleased the emperor greatly. He felt this son was not only not stupid or crazy, but also very well behaved. Afterwards, the emperor inquired about Tio Lam's health. He knew about her falling into the water. Seeing Tio Lam willing to speak with him a bit more, the emperor looked at her more favorably, finding her more understanding than before. In the past, even if the emperor bestowed many fine gifts on Tio Lam, she wouldn't give him a gentle smile or a sincere word of thanks. Perhaps after becoming a mother, Tio Lam's demeanor had become more cheerful. Then the emperor asked Tio Lam to talk inside. Lam Chim Vien sat with Lam Phi Luk to one side, quietly asking her why there was a man talking happily with their mother and smiling at him. Lam Phi Luk told Lam Chim Vien that person was their father. Mother saw father, and because she liked him, she smiled like that. Lam Chim Vien was unconvinced, pouting and saying, mother should only like him and Lam Phi Luk. That would be right. Lam Phi Luk explained again, without father, there wouldn't be me and brother. So we must like father too. A family of 4 reunited is the best. From the moment he entered Minwit Palace until now, the emperor couldn't help but glance at Lam Chim Vien, except for when he bowed earlier, he always noticed his every action. The emperor called Lam Chim Vien over. He didn't call his name, but called him 6th son, which Lam Chim Vien ignored. Only when Lam Phi Luk reminded him that father was calling, did Lam Chim Vien boldly say he wasn't 6th son, stating his name was Lam Chim Vien. The emperor was surprised by this foolish son. He didn't think he could remember his own name. Knowing Lam Phi Luk taught Lam Chim Vien to write his name, the emperor ordered someone to bring paper and pen for him. Lam Chim Vien's handwriting, though still immature, had clear strokes, and the writing already showed its own character. Lam Chim Vien wrote these 3 characters, even better than Lam Kang Nguyen, who had studied at the Imperial Academy many times. Thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but silently curse Lam Kang Nguyen for his poor studies, causing Lam Kang Nguyen in distant Jungmin Palace to sneeze once. The emperor asked Lam Chim Vien again, besides his own name, if he knew how to write anything else. Lam Chim Vien said yes, then wrote 8 characters. Tai Bing Ting Te, Ngọc Vũ Nhất, Thant, meaning peaceful prosperity, unified realm. The emperor looked at these characters, his expression becoming serious. He knew at a glance Lam Phi Luk deliberately taught her brother these characters to win his favor. so the emperor asked her why she taught Lum Chimvien these 8 characters. Lum Filuk's eyes welled up with tears, stammering, all day without saying a word. The emperor saw Lum Filuk's tears, immediately gently told her. He wasn't angry with her, so don't cry. Lum Filuk sobbed, "Father, can you stop hating brother? They all say brother is stupid. Father hates stupid people. Brother isn't stupid. Brother can write. Father, please don't hate brother, okay?" Now the emperor realized Lum Filuk did these things just because she wanted the emperor not to dislike Lum Chimvien. All these years, the emperor had always neglected Teolam's 3 mother and children, causing even people in the palace to be unafraid, to call Lum Chimvien stupid. The emperor truly didn't know what state of mind Lum Filuk had been in to teach her brother to write these 8 characters. The emperor felt he was truly terrible. Lum Chimvien saw Lum Filuk crying endlessly, thinking she was being bullied by the emperor. So although he was scared to tears, he still stood in front of her protectively. The emperor looked at his 2 children, sighed softly, and went to pat their heads. Teolam came to apologize to the emperor, saying everything was due to her poor upbringing. But the emperor helped Teolam stand up, saying she had raised both children very well. Then the 4 of them sat down together, listening to the emperor say he no longer disliked Lum Chimvien. Lum Filuk hugged the emperor's neck and gave him a big kiss on the cheek, saying the emperor was the best person in the world. The emperor was surprised, then happily hugged Lum Filuk. Indeed, daughters are truly their father's little cotton jackets. Lum Filuk was truly happy. Lum Chimvien's behavior today, along with the writing incident earlier, might have turned the emperor's dislike into guilt and shame. The emperor previously cared most about having a stupid son. Now this issue had been resolved. The emperor's grievance with Minwit Palace had also disappeared. Teolam regaining favor was just a matter of time. This visit to Minwit Palace, the emperor, not only changed his view of the stupid Lum Chimvien, but also treated Teolam with shame and respect. The entire afternoon that day, the emperor stayed at Minwit Palace, immersed in this rare, warm affection. He only left after dinner. Less than 2 days later, the emperor flipped Teolam's card again. News of Teolam's restored favor quickly spread outside. The status of Minwit Palace also rose swiftly. Lum Filuk's 6th birthday was approaching. The emperor ordered a grand feast, similar to a state banquet. All royal relatives were invited. Even the Empress Dowager, who was outside the palace worshipping Buddha, was invited back by the emperor's letter. On the day of the Empress Dowager's return, the emperor, along with concubines, princes, and princesses, went to welcome her, respectfully bowing. Lum Filuk, who had never seen the Empress Dowager, was very curious and stared intently. The Empress Dowager looked at Lum Filuk, thinking she must be the 5th princess the emperor mentioned in his letter. The Empress Dowager felt the girl wasn't afraid of her. The emperor escorted the Empress Dowager to Dithan Palace to rest. After the Empress Dowager left, Lum Kangwin breathed a sigh of relief. He always felt scared whenever he met the Empress Dowager, even though she was his great-grandmother. Although Lumding reminded Lum Kangwin not to speak carelessly about the Empress Dowager, Lumding himself was also very afraid. Lum Filuk was very curious about the Empress Dowager. She saw that all her royal brothers were very afraid of the Empress Dowager. She thought she must plan carefully. After the Empress Dowager returned to Dithan Palace, Huetphi immediately went to pay her respects, then chatted with the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager asked about the 5th princess, Huetphi outwardly praised Lum Filuk and Lum Niep. Tri's sisterly affection, but intentionally revealed that Lum Filuk gave Lum Niep gifts of little value, so the Empress Dowager would think. Lum Filuk always liked to take advantage of others. The Empress Dowager asked Huetphi a few more things about Lum Filuk. Gradually, she began to feel that Lum Filuk was a cunning child. Seeing the Empress Dowager's expression change, Huetphi knew her plan had succeeded, and made an excuse to find Lum Niep and leave. The Empress Dowager then went for a walk with her palace maid to observe the surroundings. While walking, the Empress Dowager accidentally heard the crying of a young girl. It was Lum Niep and Lum Filuk. Filuk was sitting on the ground, sobbing. The 2 young girls exchanged a few words, completely resolving the misunderstanding between them. Then Lum Niep helped Lum Filuk stand up, dusted off her clothes, and took her back. The palace maid beside, the Empress Dowager, having witnessed this scene, felt that the behavior of the 2 princesses appearances didn't match what Huitfi had said, the Empress Dowager felt the same way. Lum Filuk had an inherently lovable nature. Her affectionate and clingy behavior towards Lum Niptri didn't seem fake. It was clear to see that the feelings between the two young girls were genuine. Moreover, Lum Niptri had always been pampered since childhood. For her to be truly sincere to someone was rare. Treating Lum Filuk like this must mean she had given her true affection to the other. Upon reflection, the Empress Dowager thought that Huitfi's words were either unintentionally misunderstood by the Empress Dowager herself, or Huitfi had a bias against Lum Filuk and wanted the Empress Dowager to misjudge her. The next day, Lum Filuk and Lum Chimvien came to Dithan Palace to pay respects. After they both paid their respects, the Empress Dowager asked the palace maid Liu Qi to bring them to her, to sit with her. Looking at her two grandchildren, who showed no fear upon seeing her, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but ask Lum Filuk if she had eaten breakfast. Lum Filuk boldly said she had eaten, but her stomach betrayed her by growling. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager told the palace maid to prepare some porridge for Lum Filuk. Yesterday, the Empress Dowager had heard Lum Emperor speak about Lum Filuk. She had no other bad traits, only being a bit of a glutton. After breakfast, the Empress Dowager took Lum Filuk and Lum Chimvien outside for a walk. As soon as Lum Chimvien went outside, he saw butterflies and immediately started playing, forgetting everything else. Lum Filuk obediently stood next to the Empress Dowager, then took out a string of Buddhist beads from her person and gave it to her. When placed in a charcoal burner, it could emit a fragrance which had a very good calming effect. Yesterday, the Empress Dowager had mentioned that Lum Filuk liked to give small gifts, but she didn't expect to receive one herself. Seeing the Empress Dowager examining the beads in her hand, Lum Filuk became a bit anxious, repeatedly asking if the Empress Dowager liked it. The Empress Dowager said nothing, only asking Lum Filuk if she really enjoyed making small items like. Lum Filuk nodded excitedly, saying she felt that giving handmade crafts that she made herself was very satisfying. She had made many things like protective talismans, scent pouches, paper flowers, and even small grass-woven mats. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly. She remembered that Tiolam was very skilled. Tiolam's sewing skills were even better than those who worked in the palace. Perhaps Lum Filuk inherited these talents from her mother. People in the palace lacked nothing, so the small items Lum Filuk made by hand became very precious. The Empress Dowager told Lum Filuk that she really liked her welcome gift. After examining it for a while, she handed it to Liu Qi to put away. Lum Filuk took the Empress Dowager's hand, saying she knew how to use flower petals and honey to make hand cream. Everyone liked it, so she planned to give some to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked at Lum Filuk in surprise. Her other grandchildren were all very afraid of her, trembling at the mere utterance of a word, let alone holding her hand so intimately. The Empress Dowager wasn't sure if Lum Filuk was truly unafraid of her, or if she had some other motive. Lum Filuk noticed the Empress Dowager's expression change, and quickly withdrew her hand. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager grasped her small arm again. Perhaps she had overthought it. This was the most innocent, genuine behavior Lum Filuk should have. The Empress Dowager, after all, was the champion of palace intrigue in the previous reign. Not every kind-hearted descendant would gain her favor. If one tried to play mind games with her, it would be equivalent to seeking death. Therefore, it was better for her to be sincere and act like a child to win her affection. Lam Chimvien, who had been playing with butterflies, called out to Lum Filuk. He ran to her, bringing Lum Filuk a few small butterflies, happily asking if she liked them. Watching the two siblings play together, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile. These two siblings were quite similar in some aspects. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager leaned down, deliberately putting on a stern face, asking Lam Chimvien where her gift was. The more closely the Empress Dowager looked, the more she felt that Lum Chimvien's fair and clean appearance somewhat resembled Emperor Lam when he was young. Lum Chimvien looked up at the Empress Dowager, then used his hands to form the shape of a heart, saying he was giving it to her. Seeing Lum Chimvien's innocence, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing Liu Qi to quickly remind her not to bend her waist. Then the Empress Dowager pinched Lum Chimvien's chubby cheeks, saying she had received his sentiment. Seeing this, Lam Chimvien ran to hug the Empress Dowager, saying he really liked her. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes wide in surprise. Until now, other princes had always been afraid of her. She never had the chance to be close to them. Lam Chim-vian was just a simpleton. His words were sincere. The Empress Dowager and Lam Chim-vian hugged intimately. Even Liu Qi was moved by this scene. A moment later, the Empress Dowager gave Lam Fi-luk and Lam Chim-vian each a jade bracelet. Both politely expressed their thanks. The Empress Dowager told Lam Chim-vian that when free, he could come to Thandi Palace to chat with her. Lam Chim-vian heard this with some confusion, only cheerfully agreeing after Lam Fi-luk explained. Lam Fi-luk had originally intended to bring Lam Chim-vian before the Empress Dowager just to pay respects. The Empress Dowager seemed to like her brother so much. In the future, she must visit her frequently because Lam Fi-luk and Lam Chim-vian had been out for too long. Fearing Tio Lam would worry, the Empress Dowager had someone escort the two children back to Minwit Palace. After Lam Fi-luk and Lam Chim-vian were led away by palace maids, Liu Qi happily said, this time the Empress Dowager could stay longer in the palace. Liu Qi felt sorry for Lam Chim-vian, surprised that such a handsome and lovable prince, who could win people's affection, was simple-minded. If noble consort Tio Lam hadn't given birth prematurely back then, things might have been different. After speaking, Liu Qi realized she had misspoken. The Empress Dowager said it was fine. When the late emperor was alive, some consorts also had premature births, miscarriages, or stillbirths. But cases like Tio Lam's, where the child was born simple-minded, was the first since the founding of the Great Lam dynasty, leading to Emperor Lam paying great attention to this matter. The Empress Dowager asked Liu Qi if during Tio Lam's pregnancy there were any abnormalities with Lam Chim-vian. She suspected Tio Lam might have been harmed by someone. That makes sense. Back then, Tio Lam had just received imperial favor and became pregnant. It would be strange if others didn't hold grudges against her. So the Empress Dowager sent Liu Qi to the Imperial Medical Office to inquire about the situation back then. If Lam Chim-vian was born simple-minded, so be it. But if someone had harmed him, no matter what, she would investigate thoroughly. On Lam Fi-luk's birthday, she received many gifts. Bang Man was helping Lam Fi-luk inventory them. Fourth Prince Lam Kang-uyen gave her a 9-tiered lantern and a metal ink slab. Crown Prince Lam Ding gifted a blue-eyed Persian cat. Prince Lam Qing gave an ancient phoenix wood zither. And Prince He Hangkung presented a bow and arrow set. While Lam Fi-luk was happy, she heard that her maternal grandparents had arrived. They knew it was her birthday today, so they came to the palace specially to congratulate her. Hearing this, Lam Fi-luk inwardly scoffed. After Tio Lam gave birth to the simple-minded Lam Chim-vian and lost favor, the Tio family had ceased contact with this daughter. Not even a single letter was sent. Now that they knew Tio Lam was favored again and Lam Fi-luk was beloved by Emperor Lam, they wanted to take this chance to reconnect. Lam Fi-luk's grandmother took her hand, wanting to give her a birthday gift, but Lam Fi-luk unhappily pulled her hand away, causing the old woman to feel somewhat angry. Seeing Emperor Lam occasionally glancing this way, Lam Fi-luk's grandparents, though angry, still turned and left. Lam Fi-luk thought if she wasn't mistaken, this time the Tio family had drunk the door-closing soup. They would likely continue to use appeasement tactics after suffering a few more losses, before they could find a way to sway public opinion. Before that happened, she had to let the Tio family taste the coldness that Tio Lam had endured for years. After all the royal relatives finished giving gifts, Lam Fi-luk happily looked at her pile of presents. If in the future she couldn't continue living in the palace, she could take these things with her when leaving the palace. This way, for the rest of her life, she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Tungvu also had a gift for Lam Fi-luk. Although it was just a simple bracelet, it was the thought that counted. Tungvu didn't have anything valuable, so she bought water pearls from a palace lady. In the palace, after stringing them into a bracelet, she placed it in a Buddha temple for 7 times 7, 49 days. Every day she read sutras and prayed for blessings, hoping these pearls could protect Lam Fi-luk to grow up safely and healthily. Lam Fi-luk put the bracelet on her wrist. Although this type of bracelet was a common accessory with Tungvu's current financial situation, it likely cost all of her savings. This bracelet couldn't compare to the jadeite, pearls and jade given by the palaces, but the sentiment behind it surpassed everything. Lam Filok hugged Tungvu tightly, repeatedly saying thank you. Tungvu said the bracelet wasn't anything precious, but Lam Filok liking it was enough. Moreover, even Tungvu had given her a gift. But now, Lam Filok still hadn't seen a gift from Tongqinglan. She thought Tongqinglan might not know it was her birthday today. But then she reconsidered, thinking about things like the spy in the palace that he knew about. So there's no way he wouldn't know that recently all the palaces had been discussing her birthday party. While Tungvu went to prepare hot water for her to wash her face, Lam Filok looked at the pile of gifts on the table again and let out a sigh. She didn't expect anything extravagant from Tongqinglan. Even if he just gave her an ordinary bamboo flute, it would be fine. Although initially she was captivated by Tongqinglan's beauty, which is why she approached him. For a long time now, she had sincerely considered him a friend. Just as Lam Filok was deep in thought, she heard someone throwing stones at the window. Lam Filok recognized it was Tongqinglan, hurriedly ran to open the window wide, smiling sweetly. Lam Filok asked Tongqinglan where her birthday gift was. Tongqinglan didn't answer, instead asking Lam Filok how she knew he came to give her a gift. Lam Filok playfully winked. If not, then why did you come? Could it be there's a spy in my palace? Tongqinglan said of course not, then took out from his person a piece of wood, carved to look exactly like her. Lam Filok was stunned, her whole body frozen. Tongqinglan's craftsmanship, if placed in the modern world, would be no different from a sculpture professor. She was so engrossed in examining the gift that Tongqinglan thought she didn't like it. Hearing this, Lam Filok immediately reassured Tongqinglan, saying he should be confident in his own craftsmanship. Tongqinglan said that currently he could only give her small toys of little monetary value like this. Lam Filok didn't see it that way. Although this piece of wood wasn't worth much money, it was carved to resemble her appearance. That made it an invaluable treasure. She would definitely treat it as a family heirloom, passing it down from generation to generation. Tongqinglan said wood would rot. Lam Filok then said, in the future, if he had money, he should carve one for her out of jade. That way, she could keep it for a very long time. Tongqinglan immediately agreed. After Lam Filok's birthday passed, the weather warmed up considerably. All the palaces were preparing for the coming summer. The Empress Dowager had already ordered servants to prepare everything. Every day she summoned the siblings, Lam Chimvian and Lam Filok, to Dithen Palace to keep her company. That day, while Lam Filok was playing with Lam Chimvian, Emperor Lam arrived. They quickly paid their respects. After Emperor Lam excused them from formalities, the Empress Dowager told Liu Qi to take Lam Filok and Lam Chimvian to the inner hall for tea and cakes. Emperor Lam kindly inquired about the Empress Dowager's health. Recently, he had heard people say the Empress Dowager had summoned the imperial physician many times, so he was very worried that the Empress Dowager was unwell. The Empress Dowager said her health was very good. The summoning of the imperial physician was just to inquire about some old matters. Seeing that Emperor Lam was still puzzled, the Empress Dowager explained, "This time when I returned to the palace and saw Vienyi, I thought of Tiolam's premature birth back then. If she could have safely given birth to the child, Vienyi would now be an intelligent prince. I remember at that time, the emperor greatly favored Tiolam. When she was pregnant, did the emperor take good care of her? If she could give birth to an intelligent Tiungu, there's no reason for a pregnancy to be premature." Hearing the Empress Dowager say this, Emperor Lam also had doubts in his heart. He thought that perhaps back then, Tiolam was framed by someone to give birth prematurely, which caused Lam Chimvian to be born simple-minded. The Empress Dowager said she was just suspicious, so she summoned the imperial physician. The physicians who diagnosed Tiolam back then all unanimously confirmed that when Tiolam was pregnant, there was nothing abnormal. The fetus was completely healthy and normally shouldn't have been born prematurely. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Harming a prince is a serious crime. Emperor Lam pondered. If Tiolam was indeed harmed by someone, leading to the birth of a simple-minded prince, then his cold behavior towards the mother and child for years might have been manipulated by others. Therefore, Emperor Lam was determined to investigate if there were any hidden truths in this matter. The Empress Dowager agreed. She was very fond of Lam Chimvian. She didn't want this grandson of hers to suffer any more injustice. That very day, after returning to Dungtum Palace, Emperor Lam immediately began investigating the matter of Tiolam's premature birth. He summoned all relevant personnel from the Internal Affairs Office and Imperial Medical Institute. for questioning. Emperor Lam's actions caused quite a stir. The news couldn't be kept secret. Those in the inner palace quickly learned that Emperor Lam was investigating the truth behind Lam consort's premature delivery. When Huit consort heard this report from a palace maid, she broke out in a cold sweat, hastily putting down her teacup. She didn't know why Emperor Lam suddenly remembered and decided to investigate this matter. The palace maid also honestly reported that this was initiated by the Empress Dowager. Since returning to the palace, the Empress Dowager had become very fond of Lam Chim Vien. This might be the reason, although this happened many years ago. At that time, Huit consort and my consort had acted very discreetly. Moreover, Huit consort hadn't appeared personally. The drugging was all done by my consort. She only procured medicine to make the fetus simple-minded. Huit consort was very afraid that if Emperor Lam investigated my consort, she would surely implicate her. Huit consort beckoned a palace maid over, quietly ordering her to send word to people outside the palace to control all those involved in procuring the medicine. Back then, at the same time, send someone to Ngensung Palace to deal with my consort, ensuring everything was handled cleanly, leaving no traces behind. That night, while my consort was sound asleep in bed, a black-clad figure sneaked into her bedroom, using a white cloth to strangle my consort. Fortunately, my consort grabbed a small pair of scissors under her pillow and stabbed the assailant's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and loosen his grip, giving my consort a chance to escape. Otherwise, she might have lost her life. The maid Tichung heard my consort scream and rushed over. She used all her strength to restrain the assailant, while my consort quickly fled to Minwit Palace. My consort immediately realized this assailant was sent by Huit consort. Huit consort had learned about Emperor Lam investigating Teal Lam's premature birth years ago. Fearing my consort would implicate her, she wanted to silence my consort permanently. My consort gritted her teeth. If Huit consort was ruthless, she shouldn't blame her for being merciless. My consort ran to Minwit Palace, pounding on the door. The commotion was so loud it woke Teal Lam. Seeing Teal Lam, my consort hurriedly begged her to save her life, saying she had wronged Teal Lam greatly, but she didn't want to die. Teal Lam didn't understand what my consort meant, but still let her inside. Lam Filok had already awakened from the commotion. She told Tung Vu to invite Emperor Lam over, while also spreading the news that my consort was attacked, and fled to Minwit Palace. This ensured Huit consort would certainly hear the news. Tung Vu obeyed and quickly left. Lam Filok thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile. One dog barking means nothing, but it's fun to watch dogs fight each other. Emperor Lam received the news and immediately went to Minwit Palace. My consort saw Emperor Lam and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, I know my sins are grave. Death is not enough, but I don't want Your Majesty to be deceived by villains. Even if I die, I must die by Your Majesty's hand. Emperor Lam didn't hide his look of disgust towards my consort. Seeing my consort's frantic state, then looking at Teal Lam's calm greeting, Emperor Lam naturally recognized who was truly worthy of being his beloved consort. Lam Filok ran to Emperor Lam. After being picked up by Emperor Lam, she asked him if what my consort just said was true. Did someone really try to kill my consort? Emperor Lam also didn't know what was going on, so he ordered my consort to recount everything from start to finish. Before my consort could speak, Huit consort rushed in. Emperor Lam couldn't help but laugh at this, telling my consort to wait for Huit consort before speaking. Huit consort maintained a calm expression, calmly greeted, then asked Emperor Lam what matter had called her to Minwit Palace. Emperor Lam smirked, asking if Huit consort wasn't surprised at all to see my consort. Huit consort was now somewhat afraid, but outwardly tried to remain calm, saying she was awaiting Emperor Lam's orders. Then, Emperor Lam ordered my consort to recount everything that happened tonight. My consort looked resentfully at Huit consort. Without hesitation, she spoke, Your Majesty. Tonight, while I was sleeping, I encountered an assassin. A man in black tried to strangle me, trying to kill me with a white cloth. In my panic, I stabbed him with scissors, wounding him. Luckily, a palace maid came to detain the man in black, allowing me to escape. That man in black was sent by Huit consort. She wants to silence me. Hearing my consort's accusation, Huit consort immediately refuted. You're spewing lies. Normally, we have no grudges, living together as sisters. How could I do such a vicious thing? You don't know who you've offended to be targeted, and now you want to bring disaster upon me. Emperor Lum ignored Huit consort's words, turning to ask my consort why Huit consort would want to kill her. My consort looked up at Tiolam, eyes brimming with tears, saying this story began 8 years ago. 8 years ago, my consort and Tiolam entered the palace. Tiolam was gentle, talented, and beautiful, quickly gaining Emperor Lam's favor. Soon after, news spread of her pregnancy. My consort was very jealous. She felt she was no less than Tiolam, so why should Tiolam receive more love from Emperor Lam? At that time, Huit consort approached my consort, saying she could help eliminate Tiolam to gain Emperor Lam's favor. Huit consort gave my consort a drug that would make the fetus mentally impaired, telling her to give it to Tiolam. Once Tiolam gave birth to an impaired child, it would bring shame to the royal family, and Emperor Lam would become cold towards her. At that time, my consort and Tiolam were good friends. Tiolam naturally had no suspicions and took Huit consort's medicine. As a result, Tiolam indeed had a premature birth, giving birth to a mentally impaired son. The truth of that year's events was exactly this. There was no issue of an unhealthy mother, angering the gods. It was all due to my consort and Huit consort's rivalry that led to harming Tiolam. After hearing my consort's words, Emperor Lam was furious, throwing his teacup to the ground. At this point, Huit consort still tried to plead innocence, repeatedly claiming she was framed by my consort, begging Emperor Lam to help clear her name. Just then, a guard came to report to Emperor Lam that they had found the assassin who had attempted to kill my consort earlier. However, the assassin was dead. They only found his body in an ancient well. Additionally, the guards had uncovered the assassin's identity. He was a patrol guard within the palace. Hearing the guard's report, Huit consort couldn't help but feel relieved. Earlier, before coming to Mingwit Palace, she had already received the news and had taken care of the assassin matter. Now that the assassin was dead, there was no witness. My consort basically couldn't prove that the assassin was sent by her. This way, even Emperor Lam couldn't do anything to. Unexpectedly, Emperor Lam had already noticed the relieved expression and lack of surprise in Huit consort's eyes. Over these years, Huit consort had been content in the palace, not competing, even earning praise from the Empress Dowager for her kindness. Emperor Lam didn't expect Huit consort to be such a scheming and cruel woman who even dared to deceive him. Did she really think he was a fool? Emperor Lam decided to strip my consort of her title and banish her to the cold palace. As for Huit consort, she was demoted to concubine and confined for half a year. He also ordered her to move out of the main hall of Ngakwa Palace. Huit consort didn't understand why things didn't go as she had planned. She kept pleading innocence, but Emperor Lam no longer cared about her. Lumphilok slightly frowned. Huit consort knew the news beforehand, so she destroyed the evidence early, not realizing this had made her guilt obvious in Emperor Lam's mind. Her cleverness backfired. After my consort and Huit consort were taken away by guards, Mingwit Palace became quiet again. The next morning, news of last night's events began to spread throughout the harem. Regardless of the chaos in the harem, Mingwit Palace was full of joy. Tiolam was directly promoted to imperial consort, and everyone happily congratulated her. With my consort and Huit consort's downfall, of the 4 consorts, only 2 remained. The power dynamics in the harem completely changed. Now everyone was closely watching every move of Mingwit Palace. Tiolam was promoted 4 ranks. She would certainly become the focus. However, having come this far, even if she didn't want to compete, she had to. So, she might as well aim high. Lumphilok wanted to help Tiolam win the position of empress. Although Emperor Lam issued a decree to revoke Huit consort's title, sending her to the Hall of Repentance, he didn't take out his anger on Lam Niam, allowing her to remain in Ngakwa Palace as before. When Lam Niam Tri learned that Lam Chim Vietn's foolishness was related to the incident years ago. When Huit consort drugged Tiolam, she fainted from anger. Upon waking, her spirit was tormented, and she had to rest in bed to recover. A few days later, Lumphilok went to Ngakwa Palace to see Lam Niam Chi. Since Huit consort's incident, due to illness, Lam Niam Tri hadn't been attending lessons at the Grand Tutor's residence. She originally wanted to use the scent sachet as an excuse to check on Lam Niam Chi, but couldn't. Lumphilok sighed softly, thinking about how she had caused Lam Niam Tri's mother to end up like this, and decided to come back another day to see Lam Niam Chi. Just as Lumphilok turned to leave, Lam Niam Tri appeared and called out to her. Lumphilok had come to see Lam Niam Chi first, but upon seeing Lam Niam Chi, she felt somewhat flustered, awkwardly, not knowing where to put her hands. Lam Chi looked at Lam Phi Lok. She understood that her mother's current fate was due to my consort's betrayal. Moreover, the one who should be worried and ashamed was Lam Chi herself. Lam Phi Lok didn't need to worry like this. Lam Phi Lok shyly handed the scent sachet to Lam Chi. It was a sachet she had made with the Grand Tutor. She also asked Lam Chi if the previous sachet she used was effective. This time, the imperial physician increased the dosage, so this sachet might have a slightly stronger scent. The scent sachet Lam Phi Lok had given last time had been thrown away by Huet Consort's people. At that time, Lam Chi was confined and couldn't come out to meet her. However, Lam Chi didn't want to disappoint Lam Phi Lok, so she reached out to accept the sachet, saying the previous one worked very well. Then the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. After a few more words, Lam Chi told Lam Phi Lok to return, as it was very sunny outside. Lam Phi Lok left dejectedly, but after a few steps, she turned back with tears in her eyes and asked Lam Chi if she could like her in the future. Lam Chi was surprised, then blushed shyly, and said Lam Phi Lok could like whoever she wanted in the future. She couldn't force Lam Phi Lok to like or dislike anyone. Lam Phi Lok tugged at Lam Chi's clothes, asking if she would still like her in the future. Lam Chi didn't answer, but asked back, "Little Five, my mother did bad things to your mother and brother. Don't you hate me?" Lam Phi Lok then said, "I once read a sentence in a book. The crime is not the parents, the misfortune is not the wife and children's. I think it makes sense. Don't you agree, Imperial Elder Sister?" Lam Chi didn't expect that young Lam Phi Lok already knew to distinguish right from wrong, gratitude from resentment. Moreover, she was actually the victim, so what was there to hesitate about? If Lam Phi Lok could understand such a principle, as the elder princess, shouldn't Lam Chi understand it even better? So Lam Chi went over and took Lam Phi Lok's hand, led her into Ngakwa Palace to drink a bowl of sour plum soup. Lam Phi Lok quickly became cheerful again. As long as Lam Chi didn't target her, the sisters could still get along. Fortunately, although Lam Chi had a stubborn personality, her heart wasn't bad. She could distinguish right from wrong. Before, Lam Phi Lok might have approached Lam Chi to gain her favor, but at this point, she had genuinely grown fond of this little sister, who was beautiful and intelligent, having dealt with Huet Consort and my consort, and now on good terms with Lam Chi. Lam Phi Lok's mood became much lighter. As summer approached, due to the hot weather, worried about the students overheating. So, the Grand Tutor's class started an hour earlier, causing everyone to unintentionally yawn repeatedly when arriving at class. Recently, Lam and Tong Country's relations became tense due to disputes over water conservancy production. To reduce her presence, Tongkinlan didn't attend any of the Grand Tutor's classes. Lam Phi Lok became even more bored. Seeing her lying on the desk, He Hankung couldn't resist, teasing her, deliberately poking at Lam Phi Lok's hairbun. Lam Phi Lok initially didn't want to pay attention to He Hangung, but he was too annoying, constantly trying to provoke her, causing Lam Phi Lok to use He Noble Consort as a threat. Finally, this made the atmosphere around quiet. It must be said, He Hangung feared neither heaven nor earth in this world. He only feared his aunt, He Noble Consort. With He Noble Consort's protection, Lam Phi Lok wasn't bothered by He Hangung, peacefully enjoying a good sleep. After waking up, Lam Phi Lok quickly reviewed the content taught by the Grand Tutor twice. Very soon, she returned to Minwit Palace, excitedly asking Tung Vu if the ice cream she made in the morning was ready. Tung Vu told Lam Phi Lok she came back just in time. She had just gotten the ice box from the Internal Affairs office. The ice cream inside had already frozen. Lam Phi Lok happily sucked on a cold ice cream stick. Finally, she could enjoy her familiar snack again. Afterwards, Lam Phi Lok told Tung Vu to take the ice cream and share it with other palace maids, leaving for herself just 2 sticks. Tung Vu thanked Lam Phi Lok, then quickly went to distribute the ice cream. As for the 2 remaining ice cream sticks, Lam Phi Lok hadn't seen Tongking Lan for a while, so she decided to bring them to him. When arriving at Tuik residence, Lam Phi Lok didn't intend to enter through the main door. She had been practicing martial arts with He Noble Consort for so long, thinking she had some skills now, so she wanted to surprise Tongking Lan. Unexpectedly, the wall at Tuitruk residence was too high. Lam Phi Lok tripped and lost her balance, flailing to grab the wall to avoid falling to the ground. Luckily, Tongkin Lan heard the noise and came out to check. Otherwise, Lumpy Luck would have been hanging there for a long time. Tonkin Lan gently used his lightness skill to jump to Lumpy Luck, carefully carrying her down. Lumpy Luck brought Tonkin Lan 2 rose milk ice cream sticks, but due to the hot weather, the ice cream had almost melted. Tonkin Lan took the ice cream stick from her hand. Then, each with a stick, they sat in front of Thuy Truk residence, eating and chatting. Lumpy Luck happily asked Tonkin Lan if the ice cream was delicious. Tonkin Lan said it was good, casually wiping off a smear of ice cream on Lumpy Luck's cheek. Hearing Tonkin Lan say that, Lumpy Luck decided to bring him ice cream again tomorrow. After all, summer without cold ice cream would be incomplete. Tonkin Lan agreed and teased Lumpy Luck by asking if she'd come through the main door tomorrow or climb the wall again. Lumpy Luck was extremely embarrassed, complaining it wasn't that her martial arts skills were poor, but that the wall was too slippery. She had wanted to forget that embarrassing moment earlier, but Tonkin Lan brought it up again. Hearing Lumpy Luck say the wall was slippery, Tonkin Lan said that one of these days, he'd ask Thien Dong to deal with the moss on the wall. Lumpy Luck was a bit curious about who taught Tonkin Lan his martial arts skills, why they were so impressive. Tonkin Lan didn't hide it, saying he learned from an uncle. Then she asked where that uncle was now. Tonkin Lan then said that person was somewhere Lumpy Luck couldn't see. Seeing Tonkin Lan being so vague and acting mysterious, Lumpy Luck didn't continue to ask. After all, Tonkin Lan had many secrets. Besides, it was normal for him to have some secrets. Currently, Tonkin Lan was in an enemy country. He needed to be cautious to survive longer. She quickly changed the subject, asking Tonkin Lan if he could teach her how to fly high easily. She had practiced for a long time, but still couldn't even get over a wall. Tonkin Lan said martial arts weren't easy. Practice in winter for 3 nines, in summer for 3 periods, everything step by step. He also said if Lumpy Luck wanted to fly, he could take her flying. It turned out Tonkin Lan just wanted to tease Lumpy Luck, making her pout and puff her cheeks in anger. Seeing this, Tonkin Lan patted Lumpy Luck's head, telling her to learn from Hay Consort. After all, she was a remarkable woman. Once Lumpy Luck mastered the basics, he would teach her some unique techniques. Just then, Thien Dong returned. He had gone to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get ink for Tonkin Lan, but after much persuasion, they only gave him a tiny bit of leftover ink. However, Tonkin Lan said it was good to have any at all. Lumpy Luck curiously asked Thien Dong what he brought back. Thien Dong honestly replied, "Princess, your highness hasn't been to Thai Hawk to study for a long time. The ink at home is used up. Asked the ministry for some, but they wouldn't give it. Today, it wasn't easy to get even a bit of ink scraps. Lumpy Luck felt the people at the ministry were really unreasonable. A top scholar like Tonkin Lan without ink was like a soldier without weapons. Last time, the ministry had deducted his silver. Recently, tensions between Lam and Tong countries were high. It would surely get worse. Now they wouldn't even give ink. Seeing Lumpy Luck angry, Tonkin Lan comforted her, saying this much. Ink was enough for him. He said this with a very gentle smile. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she told Tonkin Lan not to ask the ministry for ink anymore. He should just ask her 4th brother Lum Kang Uyen for it. Lum Kang Uyen would surely thank him. After saying this, ignoring Tonkin Lan's confusion, Lumpy Luck turned to leave. This afternoon, she had to go to Hay Consort for stance training. Tomorrow, she'd come back for ice cream with him. Half an hour later, Kang An, the eunuch serving Lum Kang Uyen quietly, brought pens, ink, and paper to Thuy Truk residence and gave them to Thien Dong. He also asked him to convey thanks. From Lum Kang Uyen to Tonkin Lan, Kang An acted very quickly and efficiently. After delivering the items and message, he left immediately. Though Thien Dong didn't understand what was happening, he saw that since his master met Lumpy Luck, he kept getting good things. He was overjoyed. Happily, he brought the items inside to Tonkin Lan. As summer deepened, the weather became increasingly oppressive. Emperor Lam, as in previous years, issued an order allowing concubines to go to the summer palace to escape the heat. This time, Mingwit Palace was named. Not only Tio Lam and Lumpy Luck, but Lam Chim Vien was also allowed to go. Lam Chim Vien was very happy, his face excited at the prospect of going out. Lumpy Luck also felt happy. Since childhood, the farthest place Lam Chim Vien had been was only the Empress Dowager's Dithan Palace. He rarely had the chance to leave the palace. She was determined to take her brother out for a great time. Emperor Lam's order reached the harem concubines. Everyone in the palaces quickly prepared. In Vanhi Palace, noble consort Nguyen also took seriously this trip to the Summer Palace. Every time they went to the Summer Palace, Emperor Lam would organize a summer hunt for the princes to showcase their talents. This year was no exception. Noble consort Nguyen instructed Lam Ding that he must win this year. Last year, Crown Prince Lam Queen took first place, receiving a golden bow from Emperor Lam himself. Lam Ding dared not disobey noble consort Nguyen. He agreed, then withdrew to practice horseback archery. Noble consort Nguyen had arranged everything for this summer hunt event. She sent palace maids to infiltrate the imperial kitchen. She also had someone bring a tiger to the summer palace forest. She had people continuously give Lam Queen's belongings to the tiger to familiarize it with Lam Queen's scent. Noble consort Nguyen was very confident in her perfect plan. If something unfortunate were to happen to the crown prince during the hunt, she couldn't be blamed for it. Days later, the group set out for the summer palace. Upon arrival, Lam Chim Vien happily ran into the forest to play, making Lam Phi Luk chase after him. Suddenly, Lam Chim Vien discovered 2 baby birds that had fallen down. Lam Phi Luk looked up at the branch above, thinking these 2 birds had fallen from their nest. Seeing the tree in front was only about 10 meters tall, Lam Phi Luk picked up the 2 birds and jumped onto the tree. She gently placed them back in their nest. However, a problem arose at this point. Lam Phi Luk could jump up the tree easily, but climbing down proved difficult. She had never been this high up before. Lam Chim Vien, seeing Lam Phi Luk not coming down, became extremely worried. He kept telling her to come down quickly. Lam Phi Luk also wanted to get down, but the height was truly too great. She didn't want to hug the tree and climb down like a monkey. It would be too embarrassing. Just then, He Hankung arrived. He first praised Lam Phi Luk for flying so high, then asked if she was unable to come down. Seeing He Hankung, Lam Phi Luk quickly asked for his help. Rare was the chance for Lam Phi Luk to ask for help, so He Hankung teased her. He said if Lam Phi Luk called him Big Brother, he would help her down. This time, He Hankung was indeed going too far. Lam Phi Luk clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and jumped down by herself. When He Hankung reached out to catch her, she even moved to the side to avoid him. Lam Chim Vien saw Lam Phi Luk jump down and quickly ran to her. He kept asking if Lam Phi Luk was all right. He Hankung laughed and intentionally praised Lam Phi Luk, but she didn't care at all. She directly pulled Lam Chim Vien away. He Hankung scratched his head in confusion. He didn't expect Lam Phi Luk to be truly angry this time. He quickly ran after her, saying she should climb the tree again. This time, he promised he would catch her. Lam Phi Luk ignored him, walking straight ahead with a cold face. He Hankung still wanted to explain. He tried to grab Lam Phi Luk's hand to comfort her, but was pushed away forcefully by Lam Chim Vien. He said men and women shouldn't touch, then led Lam Phi Luk away. He Hankung let out a deep sigh. Perhaps he should wait until tomorrow, when Lam Phi Luk's anger had subsided a bit, and then find an opportunity to apologize to her. Conveniently, tomorrow was the summer hunting festival. He Hankung thought if he could hunt an animal that Lam Phi Luk liked and give it to her, she would surely forgive him. The next morning, when the hunting festival began, He Hankung immediately followed Lam Phi Luk. He kept chattering in her ear, asking which animal she liked. Lam Phi Luk frowned as she looked at He Hankung. She found this person really annoying, so she said she liked tigers the most, especially the kind that liked to eat people. While Lam Phi Luk and He Hankung were talking to each other, Lam Tevan approached. He heard from the guards around that they heard tiger roars last night. It seemed that in this mountain there really were fierce tigers. He told He Hankung not to compete with him when the time came. He Hankung made a gesture of invitation. Lam Tevan rode his horse ahead. He also hurriedly chased after him. After those 2 troublemakers left, Lam Phi Luk breathed a sigh of relief. She punched her tired body a few times. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come to join the fun. Now, her body was about to collapse from horseback riding. The 2 rabbits she agreed with Lam Chim Vien to catch, she had already caught. Lam Phi Luk decided to turn her horse back. As she was looking for a guard to inform Emperor Lam, she saw Crown Prince Lam Queen, who should have been with Emperor Lam, but was, lagging far behind. Seeing this, Lam Phi Luk rode her horse to Lam Queen, asking if he was feeling all right. Lam Queen's face was covered in cold sweat, but he maintained a calm expression, saying it was just an upset stomach. It would get better after a while. Lam Phi Luk was still worried. She told Lam Queen if he wasn't feeling well, he shouldn't continue hunting. Lam Queen told her not to worry too much. He was fine. As the Crown prince, Lam Quine, couldn't quit hunting midway through because of a minor stomach ache. If Emperor Lam found out, he would be very disappointed. Lam Filok was still concerned. She said health was the most important thing. If a single hunting trip left a wound that couldn't be healed, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, hunting happens every year, but health is something you only have once. Hearing Lam Filok say this, Lam Queen felt it made sense. He said he'd report to Emperor Lam and then return to the palace. Lam Filok also wanted to go back, so she went along with Lam Queen. On the way to Emperor Lam Filok asked Lam Queen if he had eaten something bad, or if he had a stomach ulcer. Lam Queen really didn't know what was wrong with him. The food he ate was all prepared by palace servants, and it was also thoroughly inspected. Suddenly, the guards looked around in panic. They heard the sound of a wild beast. Lam Filok heard this and became extremely worried. She called for Lam Queen to quickly leave this place. If there really was a fierce animal and Lam Queen got injured, it would be disastrous. At that moment, a tiger charged towards Lam Queen, knocking him off his horse. Lam Queen fell to the ground in pain, unable to move. The guards rushed over. In this urgent situation, Lam Filok immediately threw one of the two rabbits towards the tiger, creating an opportunity for the guards to help Lam Queen stand up. After devouring the small rabbit, the tiger licked its mouth, its fierce eyes staring intently at Lam Filok. Seeing this, Lam Queen picked up a rock from the ground and threw it hard towards the horse that Lam Filok was riding, causing all the horses to be frightened and run away. One guard stood facing the tiger with a sword. The other immediately protected the rear to allow Lam Queen to leave. Seeing the guard knocked down by the tiger and their current position quite far from the temporary palace, making it impossible to call for reinforcements in time, Lam Queen thought that he wouldn't be able to escape today anyway. So he turned and drew his short sword, wanting to fight to the death with it. Just as the tiger was about to pounce on Lam Queen, Hequifi appeared just in time, throwing a knife to blind its eye. Lam Queen seized the opportunity to run away. Hequifi jumped up, wanting to finish off the tiger. However, she had been severely injured before. Her arm would hurt terribly when making strong movements. She hoped to buy some time for Lam Queen to escape. Hequifi missed a strike and the tiger immediately clawed her arm hard. Seeing Hequifi injured, Lam Queen quickly turned back. Although the tiger's eyes were injured, the wild beast's sense of smell was still very strong. It smelled Lam Queen's scent and immediately ran towards where he was standing. Hequifi endured the pain, using her strength to grab the tiger's tail to stop it and give Lam Queen time to escape. Lam Queen hesitated, not wanting to leave. If he left, Hequifi would surely lose her life. Hequifi came here to rescue Lam Queen. That's why she was here. If he abandoned her and ran away alone, it would be heartless and meaningless. Such cowardice would surely make him the laughing stock of the world. Therefore, Lam Queen decided not to run away, but to stay and fight the fierce tiger with Hequifi. Hequifi couldn't let Lam Queen be in danger. Lam Queen was the crown prince of Dai Lum. If something unfortunate happened to him, the court would surely be in turmoil. Hequifi, being from a military family, even if she lost her life, couldn't allow anything dangerous to happen to Lam Queen. So Hequifi pulled hard on the tiger's tail, causing it to turn back angrily and attack. Hequifi skillfully dodged and then stabbed the tiger through its heart, killing it on the spot. At the same time, Lam Filok had returned with the guards. Lam Queen was uninjured, but Hequifi wasn't so lucky. The two guards he brought earlier had also perished under the tiger's fangs. Seeing their tragic state, Lam Filok screamed in terror, feeling extremely nauseous. Lam Queen quickly ordered the guards to take Lam Filok back. When passing by Hequifi, she anxiously inquired about her condition. Lam Queen quickly regained composure, ordering the guards to report the incident to Emperor Lam, while also cleaning up the scene thoroughly. Lam Filok followed to where Hequifi was. While Hequifi was bandaging her wounds, she sat beside her, constantly asking if she was in pain. She was very worried about her. Hequifi squinted at Lam Filok, asking if her concern would make the pain go away. Lam Filok immediately retorted, "Didn't Hequifi just tell her that she wasn't in pain?" Hequifi was at a loss for words. Just as He Hanggung had once told her, Lam Filok was truly a little chatterbox with a quick tongue. Lam Filok took Hequifi's arm, gently blew on the back of her hand, and softly said, "If it hurts, say so. No one will mock you, Your Highness. Women don't always have to be strong." Hearing Lam Filok's words, Hequifi was astonished. No one had ever told her before that women didn't need to be strong, that it's okay to express pain. All along, Hequifi's parents had always told her that women of the He family shed blood. not tears. Those who protect the people can't complain of fatigue or pain. Unexpectedly, the first time He Guifi heard such words was from the mouth of a young girl like Lam Fi Luk. She smiled gently, patted her head, saying she understood. Emperor Lam received the news and hurried to He Guifi's location. Emperor Lam said he arrived late, but He Guifi told him he came just in time, neither early nor late. Emperor Lam was still very worried, looking back and forth between He Guifi and Lam Fi Luk. Fortunately, this time Lam Fi Luk and He Guifi were there. Otherwise, he feared that Lam Queen might have really been in danger. Emperor Lam praised He Guifi's skills, saying they hadn't diminished compared to years ago and seemed to have even grown stronger. He Guifi felt a bit tired and told Emperor Lam to go see the tiger's carcass that the guards had brought back. Emperor Lam agreed, carrying Lam Fi Luk as he left, saying he'd visit He Guifi another day. Before leaving, Emperor Lam instructed the guards to go to the imperial kitchen to prepare some medicinal soup to nourish He Guifi's body and also make some calming soup to be brought to Crown Prince Lam Queen. Afterwards, Emperor Lam asked Lam Fi Luk about today's events when Lam Queen encountered the tiger, asking if she could tell him what had happened at that time. Lam Fi Luk then recounted everything. This morning during the hunt, Crown Prince brother suddenly had a stomach ache, so he wanted to return to the temporary palace to rest. Unexpectedly, as we reached the mountainside, a tiger suddenly rushed out. My horse was frightened and ran straight back to the imperial palace. That's when I encountered Empress He. Upon learning this, she immediately took a sword and rushed there to save Crown Prince brother. Lam Fi Luk pondered and felt that Lam Queen's tiger encounter was suspicious. Clearly, there were many people there at the time. It made no sense that the tiger would only chase Lam Queen alone. It seemed someone wanted to use this hunting trip to make a move against Lam Queen. Crown Prince Lam Queen was quite promising in court, only struggling against Empress Nguyen's faction. Empress Nguyen was the most likely to act against Lam Queen. Emperor Lam patted Lam Fi Luk's head, telling her to be careful. He would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and not let them suffer any injustice. At the same time, a guard from Lam Queen's side arrived, reporting that the food from that day was not poisoned. The guard had taken the food Lam Queen ate yesterday to the imperial physician. The physician said the fruits and vegetables were cooling in nature. Although not poisonous, when consumed together, they increased the cooling effect, leading to severe stomach pain. Lam Queen frowned. The food at the temporary palace was all uniformly managed by the imperial kitchen. These two items weren't particularly rare either. If someone intentionally wanted to harm him, causing stomach pain wasn't impossible. Just as Lam Queen had a stomach ache, he encountered the tiger. That tiger only chased after him alone to attack. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Seeing Lam Queen deep in thought and silent, the guard asked him if he wanted to report this to Emperor Lam for investigation. Lam Queen's face darkened. There was no evidence to investigate at the moment. The tiger was dead, and the food could be explained as him eating incorrectly. Without evidence, if they rushed to Emperor Lam, it might displease him, and those who wanted to harm him might counterattack, accusing Lam Queen of false allegations. Lam Queen cleverly realized this matter was orchestrated by Empress Nguyen. He immediately ordered the guard to inform the Empress to send someone to investigate the recent activities of the Nguyen family. This matter he would certainly get to the bottom of without leniency. Just as the guard left, a palace maid entered to report that the Crown Prince, Lam Ding, upon hearing of Lam Queen's tiger encounter, had come to visit out of concern. Lam Queen was still unsure whether Lam Ding was involved in this tiger incident or not, so for now, he wanted to avoid Lam Ding for a while. Thus, the palace maid had to tell Lam Ding that Lam Queen had not yet recovered and couldn't receive visitors, asking Lam Ding to return. Hearing this, Lam Ding became extremely sad, but had no choice but to leave. Empress Nguyen received news of Lam Queen's tiger encounter, but that he was still safe and sound, which angered her, causing her to smash her teacup on the ground. She had painstakingly planned for 3 years, yet it was ruined by Lam Fi Luk and He consort like this. She could not swallow this anger. The palace maid beside her, seeing this, stepped forward to tell Empress Nguyen that since things turned out this way, they could only temporarily remain inactive. Emperor Lam was having people investigate the tiger incident that injured people. If they made any moves now, it would be like admitting guilt. Empress Nguyen rubbed her forehead, telling the maid to send some gifts to Lam Queen to inquire about his health. As for that tiger, Empress Nguyen had people thoroughly clean up all traces in the forest. The crown prince's old clothes were also destroyed. Emperor Lam must not find any clues. Meanwhile, Emperor Lam assigned his trusted subordinates to investigate the tiger incident, but no matter how much they investigated, they found nothing. Tigers attacking people happened every year. In the end, it could only be attributed to Lam Phi Loc and Lam Queen's bad luck. On the first day of the summer hunt, this incident occurred. Emperor Lam felt it might not be appropriate to continue hunting this year. After staying at the temporary palace for a short while, he brought everyone back to the imperial palace. The empress learned that Lam Phi Loc had saved Lam Queen. She specially summoned her to Changchun Palace to inquire and thanked Lam Phi Loc on Lam Queen's behalf. Lam Phi Loc smiled sweetly, saying the empress was too polite. Lam Queen was her older brother. When he was in danger, of course she couldn't stand by and watch. Seeing Lam Phi Loc's intelligence, although still very young, she remained calm in the face of danger. She could achieve great things in the future. The empress then wanted to find ways to win her over. The next day, the empress invited Emperor Lam to Changchun Palace for a meal. While Emperor Lam was eating, the empress brought up the matter of my consort and Hui consort. She said the position of the fourth consort in the harem couldn't be left vacant for long. She suggested that Emperor Lam promote another consort to comply with ancestral rules. Emperor Lam found the empress's words quite reasonable. He asked if she had anyone in mind. The empress said, "In the palace, even the lowest-ranking consorts have princes or princesses. Only Lam Zhaoyi is slightly lacking. The fifth princess is intelligent. The sixth prince is pure. I'm fond of both these children. Lam Zhaoyi has raised two such excellent children for your majesty. It's only right to promote her." Emperor Lam hesitated a bit. Previously, he had promoted Tio Lam from noble lady to Zhaoyi, which was already against the rules. Emperor Lam thought if Tio Lam was directly promoted to consort, it would cause controversy. Seeing this, the empress spoke up, saying all rules are made by people. Moreover, this was Emperor Lam's harem. Only Emperor Lam's words mattered. Others had no right to criticize. Besides, Tio Lam was gentle, virtuous, and kind-hearted. She would certainly be able to hold the position of consort. This way, the consort positions in the harem would be filled. This would alleviate Emperor Lam's concerns. Hearing the empress speak so reasonably, finally, Emperor Lam agreed to the empress's suggestion. The empress was secretly pleased. Now she wanted to win over Lam Phi Loc. Rewarding gold, silver, and jewels would be meaningless. Only a practical reward, like this consort position, would move her. The next day, Emperor Lam issued an imperial decree to Manhwa Palace, promoting Tio Lam from concubine to consort. Manhwa Palace also became one of the four main consort palaces. All the palace maids in Manhwa Palace were delighted for their mistress. Lam Phi Loc was also happy. She heard that Tio Lam's promotion was personally recommended by the empress to Emperor Lam. The empress had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch. She couldn't refuse it. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, Lam Queen would certainly ascend the throne as emperor. To ensure Tu Lam and Lam Qianbian's safety, starting from now, she had to maintain a good relationship with the empress. Lam Phi Loc happened to learn that the empress liked Buddhist rituals. She decided to start from this point. After coming up with the idea, Lam Phi Loc began to actively approach Chuangshan Palace. She went with Tio Lam to pay respects to the empress. When free, she accompanied the empress to the Buddhist hall to pray for blessings. While busy establishing relations with Chuangshan Palace, Lam Phi Loc sensitively noticed that Lam Queen's attitude towards Lam Din was somewhat different. The brotherly atmosphere of deep affection and respect from before had disappeared. Between them, there seemed to be an invisible distance. Occasionally, Lam Queen even seemed to confront Lam Ding. Lam Phi Loc secretly observed the two of them. Perhaps after the tiger incident last time, the empress's side had investigated and discovered that Nguyen noble consort was behind it. Otherwise, Lam Queen wouldn't confront Lam Ding like this. While the silent battle between the two was unfolding, Lam Phi Loc could only anxiously and quietly observe. Time quickly turned to winter. The relationship between Lam Queen and Lam Din became increasingly tense. Lam Phi Loc didn't know what to do for the best. That day, she went to visit Tongking Lan. Tongking Lan offered Lam Phi Loc some milk tea that he had tried making. Lam Phi Loc was lost in thought about Lam Ding and Lam Queen, so she didn't pay attention to Tongking Lan. Seeing him offer her the milk tea, she told Tongking Lan to keep it for himself in the future. Don't waste it. She said, after all, it's not easy for him to get milk from the Internal Affairs Office. Seeing Lam Phi Loc physically present present but mentally absent, Tongkinlan asked if she was troubled about Lum Queen and Lum Ding's situation. Lum Filok was surprised. She didn't expect Tongkinlan to know about this matter. Although Tongkinlan said the atmosphere between Lum Queen and Lum Ding when they met at the Grand Tutor's mansion was not hard to notice, Lum Filok knew it wasn't as he said. The proof was that even Lum Kangwin hadn't noticed the difference between the two of them this morning. He had excitedly invited Lum Queen and Lum Ding to play polo together. When rejected, he kept following and asking why. Lam Filok sighed deeply. Her heart was in turmoil, but after all, Song Kinlan was a prince of the Song Kingdom. She personally had no feelings about the grudges between the two countries. However, the throne was a sensitive issue. If she discussed it with Song Kinlan like this, she felt it would be strange somehow. Song Kinlan poured tea for Lam Filok, saying, "Both princes are excellent. For those on this path, conflict is unavoidable. They all want to win. At this time, the princess is so worried. It's better to think about what to do next to ensure victory." Just as Song Kinlan said, Lam Filok didn't care which of her brothers became emperor. She only hoped everyone would be safe. She had never cared about anyone before. Only after coming to this ancient time did she gradually gain love and the lost childhood years. But clearly, feelings in this palace were so cold. Lam Filok really didn't know what to do. So she asked Song Kinlan. Song Kinlan patted Lam Filok's head. He thought she was very smart and believed she would know what to do. At that moment, snow began to fall. This was the first snow of this winter. Lam Filok immediately clasped her hands in prayer. She wished that those she cared about would all be safe and sound. A few days later, Lam Nyam Tree called for Lam Filok. Emperor Lam and the Empress were choosing a husband for her. These were the portraits of potential consorts brought to Lam Nyam Tree. She asked Lam Filok to help choose. Lam Filok was surprised when she heard this. Although she knew women married early in ancient times, Lam Nyam Tree was only 15 years old. Could it be that she was the same? Seeing Lam Filok distracted and confused, Lam Nyam Tree was a bit displeased and reminded Lam Filok to pay attention. Lam Filok searched through the portraits and found one of a man with angular features. He had a mole under his eye, looking quite refined, so she asked Lam Nyam Tree who he was. Lam Nyam Tree said he was the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, named Dokanyuak. He was now the head of the Imperial Academy. She heard Dokanyuak was excellent in literature and entered the Imperial Academy at a young age. Thinking about it, she felt he had some real ability. Hearing Lam Filok say Dokanyuak was good, Lam Nyam Tree flipped through the portraits in her hand, but she felt all these men were good. However, Lam Nyam Tree didn't know who to choose. Marriage was a lifelong important matter. It was a big decision for Lam Nyam Tree, so Lam Filok made a suggestion. She asked Lam Nyam Tree what her ideal type was. Lam Nyam Tree was a bit confused about what Lam Filok meant by ideal. Lam Filok then explained, "It's the kind of husband you want to marry." "What kind of person, roughly?" "Personality, appearance, family background, values. Which do you think is important?" Lam Nyam Tree was truly a descendant of the Lum family. She wanted her consort to be very handsome, then to be a gentle and refined gentleman who could love and protect her, consider her unique, cherish her like a pearl, held close to his heart. Then, Lam Filok began selecting suitable candidates for Lam Nyam Tree, discarding those who didn't fit. In the end, Dokanyuk was chosen. When Lam Nyam Tree was about to call the maid Baotruk to take this portrait to the palace for Emperor Lam Filok stopped her. She said Lam Nyam Tree had never met Dokanyuk, relying solely on a portrait to choose a lifelong partner. What if later, Dokanyuk wasn't as imagined? What then? Lam Nyam Tree put the portrait on the table, saying since ancient times, with her status as a princess, she still had the right to choose. Ordinary girls didn't have such a right. They left their marriages to their parents, letting them choose husbands at will. If lucky to meet a good person, it was fine. But if they met a bad person, they could only endure bitterly. Previously, Lam Nyam Tree always said she liked to be in a bull's horn. Lam Filok didn't expect that after Huifi's incident, in one night, Lam Nyam Tree had matured so much. Lam Nyam Tree told Lam Filok not to worry. Good or bad, Dokanyuk was still the eldest son of a minister. He couldn't be that bad. But if Lam Filok was still concerned, they could go see for themselves. Of course, openly watching would not be allowed, but the two of them could peek secretly. After saying this, Lam Niem Tree took Lam Filok's hand to see Emperor Lam, to ask permission to leave the palace for fun. After getting Emperor Lam's approval, Lam Niem Tree took Lam Filok out of the palace, straight to a restaurant. After all, it was still quite early. They could have lunch and then go to the minister's mansion. The two followed a waiter to the second floor. Lam Filok said she wanted to sit by the window. People of status usually sat there. Lam Niem Tree originally didn't want to sit in a windy and dusty place, with constant comings and goings like the window. But seeing Lam Filok's excitement, she indulged her wish. Then Lam Niem Tree told the waiter to bring all the restaurant's specialties, 2 portions of each. Lam Filok excitedly looked at the bustling streets of the past and saw a scene of a woman being bullied. Lam Niem Tree couldn't believe such an unreasonable thing was happening. Under the emperor's rule, there were still so many unruly people. Lam Niem Tree was about to call the guards to help when Lam Filok stopped her, saying that in situations like this, usually a hero would come to save the beauty. Lam Niem Tree and the 2 guards looked at Lam Filok, completely not understanding what she was saying. Lam Niem Tree even thought Lam Filok had read too many novels and was overthinking. Unexpectedly, just as Lam Filok said, a man came forward to help that girl. He even wanted to take those arrogant people to see Trio Kinduan. Lam Niem Tree also noticed this man. She felt his mole looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. The bully harassing that girl arrogantly told the man not to interfere in his business and asked if the man knew who they were. The man didn't care about their status. He said they couldn't bully women on the street because it violated Chapter 12, Article 15 of the Great Lamb Law, punishable by 80 lashes. After saying this, the man brought the girl to his side and led her away. 2 of the bully's henchmen chased after them. Lam Niem Tree ordered her guards to go down and help. Seeing his men knocked down, the bully shouted, "You all, do you want to die? Do you know who my cousin is? She's the current favored Lam Phi Niang Niang. My cousin is the 5th princess. You dare insult me, I'll throw you all in prison." Lam Phi Lok sat upstairs eating melon seeds. Hearing something related to her, she was extremely surprised. The man unafraid said, "As royal family members, you should follow rules and respect hierarchy. If not, even the empress can't save you." The bully shouted again, saying the girl's father owed him a lot of money and hadn't paid, so he was taking her to settle the debt. He said it's natural for children to pay their parents' debts. The man said if the girl's father owed him money, she would earn money to pay him back. Why should they arrest people like that? The commoners around, seeing this, immediately voiced their support for the young man. Just then, Lam Phi Lok flew down from upstairs, in front of that bully. He asked her in surprise who she was. Lam Phi Lok raised an eyebrow and asked him, didn't he just say she was his cousin? He doesn't even know what his own cousin looks like. Yet he dares to use her reputation to commit crimes. The bully stammered in fear, not expecting to encounter the 5th princess Lam Phi Lok here. Lam Phi Lok frowned. Currently, her mother Tio Lam had not yet reconciled with the Tiu family. She didn't expect the Tiu family would dare to tarnish their mother-daughter reputation like this in public. Lam Phi Lok didn't hesitate to lift her foot and kick the bully hard in the groin, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Then she coldly spoke, "My mother and I stay in the palace all day. We rarely interact with the Tiu family. I didn't know. You've been using my authority to cause trouble outside? Since when?" The Tiu family's letter stating they would cut ties with my mother is still there. Have you forgotten? When out of favor, we're strangers. When favored, we're cousins. Is there such a good deal in this world? The commoners, hearing Lam Phi Lok's words, immediately criticized the bully and the Tio family as shameless, despicable, and without shame. After speaking, Lam Phi Lok ordered her guards to take the bully and his henchmen to the Trio Kin, Doan's office for punishment. As for that girl, although the young man had given her some money, she knelt down saying she had been sold by her father and had nowhere else to go, begging him to let her stay as a maid. The man helped the girl stand up. He told her she would be completely free. After the Tiu family produced the contract of sale, he also advised the girl not to sell herself so easily in the future. Lam Phi Lok was quite surprised to hear the man say this. Slave trading was very common in ancient times, among different classes, with different lifestyles. She didn't expect this man to be so respectful of life. Suddenly, Lam Phi Lok noticed the mole under the man's eyelash. She jumped up excitedly, repeatedly calling Lam Niem Tree. Lam Phi Lok recognized the man before her. As Do Kan Yok, she expressed her wish to invite him upstairs for a drink. Do Kan Yok thanked Lam Phi Lok for her assistance. Then he said he didn't dare trouble her and left first. After Do Kan Yok had gone far, Lam Phi Lok immediately jumped to the second floor. She startled Lam Niem Tree, giving her a fright. Lam Phi Lok was overjoyed. She told Lam Niem Tree that the man who just helped was Do Kan Yok. She thought he was very good, happily saying Lam Niem Tree had chosen the right person. Lam Niem Tree was still shy. She pretended to criticize Do Kan Yok as just a bookworm who liked to use rules. Lam Phi Lok knew Lam Niem Tree was just being shy, so she said things against her conscience. But actually, she was very pleased with Do Kan Yok being able to find a good husband for Lam Niem Tree. Lam Phi Lok was also at ease about this engagement. With this chance encounter on the street, Lam Niem Tree immediately brought Do Kan Yuk's portrait to Emperor Lum as soon as she returned to the palace. Emperor Lum had Benman choose an auspicious day for preparation. After early spring, Lam Niem Tree and Do Kan Yuk officially got engaged. They would wait until Lam Niem Tree turned 15 to officially marry. After resolving the lifelong matter of Lam Niem Tree, Lam Phi Lok decided to start dealing with the Teo family, those who were idle. She told Teo Lam about how the Teo family often used her name to do improper things. The incident of capturing that girl in broad daylight was an example too. Lam felt the Teo family members were truly excessive. Currently, these were just minor issues, but if allowed to continue, they would increasingly become bigger problems. She had just been promoted to consort, and in the harem, countless eyes were waiting for her to make mistakes. If these misdeeds of the Teo family were exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would not be good. Lam Phi Luk advised Teo Lam to take the initiative. It would be best to go to Emperor Lam soon and explain the matter herself. She told Teo Lam to honestly admit fault first, then express her stance. Emperor Lam was a reasonable person. He certainly wouldn't be angry with her. Teo Lam followed Lam Phi Luk's advice, going directly to meet Emperor Lam to confess. Emperor Lam was moved, promising to deal harshly with the Teo family. However, Emperor Lam's love for Teo Lam did not diminish at all. Other consorts saw Emperor Lam being intimate with Teo Lam and could only embrace their disappointment. After the Teo family matter was resolved, soon enough, Lam Phi Luk's 7th birthday arrived. This year's birthday party was not indiscriminately inviting people. Only close officials and the princes and princesses were invited to celebrate. Although Lam Phi Luk's birthday this year was organized simply, the gifts from various palaces were not lacking and were even more abundant than last year. While Tung Vu was happily helping Lam Phi Luk store the gifts, she looked out the window and sighed. All day long, she hadn't seen any sign of Tong Kin Lan. Lam Phi Luk thought of something and told Tung Vu she would go out for a bit. Lam Phi Luk didn't go far. She climbed onto the roof to stargaze. In this era, without smog pollution, the stars in the sky shone brilliantly. Just then, Tong Kin Lan appeared. Lam Phi Luk was surprised. She had intended to hide here and secretly watch Tong Kin Lan, who had been knocking for a while, but found no one there. Tong Kin Lan teased that he heard Lam Phi Luk's voice, then immediately corrected himself, saying that because the late moon was so bright tonight, and she was sitting in a very visible spot, so he came up. Lam Phi Luk let out then immediately held out her hand asking for a gift. Tong Kin Lan gave Lam Phi Luk a book. The other day, he heard her say she wanted to learn martial arts, so he drew some martial arts skills and some small exercises for her. Lam Phi Luk was very happy to receive this gift. In ancient times, people usually had to learn martial arts from a master. Although Tong Kin Lan was still young, his martial arts skills were already very profound. It's clear that the uncle who taught him was not an ordinary person. She just didn't understand why Tong Kin Lan would easily pass on his unique skills to an outsider like her. Tong Kin Lan could remember every joke Lam Phi Luk made and even personally drew a set of martial arts suitable for her. Like this. Perhaps it was because he felt flattered. Lam Phi Luk was silent for a long time, then asked Tong Kin Lan if she kissed him now. Would he not object? Tong Kin Lan looked at Lam Phi Luk in surprise, asking back if she really wanted to kiss him. Then Tong Kin Lan saw Lam Phi Luk's mischievous expression and realized she was teasing him, but still gently told Lam Phi Luk to stop joking around. Lam Phi Luk said once she learned the skills, and techniques in this book. She could wield a sword and venture into the martial world. She even asked Tongkin Lan if he wanted to go with her. They could use the alias Black and White Twin Heroes, ride horses, roam freely, settle grudges, drink wine, and eat meat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After saying this, Lumphiluk looked up at the sky. Tongkin Lan agreed to her proposal without any hesitation, then also looked up to gaze at the stars. Lumphiluk asked Tongkin Lan why he agreed to everything she said. Was he really that good to her? Tongkin Lan made an affirmative sound, saying it was because Lumphiluk treated him very well. Then the two high-fived and made a vow, promising to roam the martial world together. Afterwards, Lumphiluk stood up, thanked Tongkin Lan for the birthday gift, and returned to Minwit Palace to rest. Tongkin Lan looked at the hand that had just high-fived with Lumphiluk, feeling a bit happy inside. Just as he returned to Thuitruk residence, Thiendong ran out to report that Keelung had arrived and had been waiting for Tongkin Lan for a long time. Tongkin Lan nodded to greet Keelung. Then Keelung took out the letter that Uncle Tongkin Lan told him to deliver and said, "Your uncle says it might be difficult for you to win over that person. He will try to test you first. As a precaution, he advises you to choose another person as a backup." Tongkin Lan reached out to receive the letter. These past few years have indeed been tough for Keelung, running back and forth between the two of them. After delivering the letter, Keelung didn't stay too long and left immediately. Thiendong excitedly asked Tongkin Lan if they were about to return to the Song country. He wanted to go back to their homeland, where Tongkin Lan surely wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Tongkin Lan said it wasn't certain. Within 5 years, they had no way of returning to the Song country. For now, they would stay in Dailum. A few days later, the Imperial Academy opened. Lam Kang Uyen was called by Lumphiluk to come to class together. He still looked very sleepy. In class, some young gentlemen saw Lam Queen sitting alone. They couldn't help but whisper a few comments. It turns out that the court has been unstable recently. Every official attending court is nervous and afraid. The Crown Prince's faction and Lady Nguyen's faction are at odds. Lady Nguyen's family committed a crime. The Crown Prince's faction is secretly fanning the flames. The court officials below are also busy choosing sides. It seems these two factions won't stop until one is dead. Seeing Lumphiluk approaching, the two immediately stopped talking, afraid and tight-lipped. Lumphiluk sat down, thinking to herself that perhaps the incident of Lam Queen meeting the tiger had been traced back to Lady Nguyen as the culprit by the Empress. So they had the opportunity to directly confront Lady Nguyen like this. Just then, Lam Din arrived in class. Lam Din always sat at the same table with Lam Queen, but today he only came to get his books, then sat next to Lumphiluk's table. Lumphiluk was truly unhappy when she saw this scene. Lam Queen and Lam Din didn't even greet each other anymore. Perhaps this matter was more serious than she thought. Then she turned to talk to Lam Din, asking if she could ask him about anything she didn't understand in her studies later. Although Lam Din smiled and said yes, Lumphiluk still noticed that he was truly unhappy, his heart full of unspoken thoughts. Songkin Lan patted Lumphiluk's head, saying this was just the beginning. She shouldn't be too sad about it. Lumphiluk truly didn't understand why the struggle for power and position had to involve bloodshed and loss of life. Like this, could it be that her elder imperial brother and crown prince brother would become like that in the future? 6 years later, Lumphiluk had grown much older. From a small, adorable little girl, she had become a beautiful, sweet young lady. She still called Lam Kang Uyen daily to the Grand Tutor's mansion. To that day, Lumphiluk heard that Lumding was entering the palace today. She had something she needed to find him for, so as soon as class ended, she left immediately, forgetting that she had to wait for Lam Kang Uyen. As they were walking, they saw Lumding in the distance. They called out in unison, "Elder Imperial Brother." Lumding had matured a lot. He was taller, his demeanor had become more composed, only his gentle smile remained the same as in his youth. Lumphiluk happily ran to Lumding. The last time she went to his Prince Chi mansion, she discovered there wasn't a single animal there, and wanted to return to Lumding, the animals he had once rescued. After all, Lumding had now left the palace to build his own mansion. He no longer needed to live with Consort Nguyen. Lumphiluk thought perhaps Lumding could now keep animals animals as he wished. However, Lumding only patted Lumfiluk's head, saying she took much better care of those animals than he could. Then he immediately went to Consort Nguyen. Lum Kang Nguyen said perhaps this time Lumding entered the palace, it might be about his marriage. The empress had chosen the right chancellor's granddaughter as the crown princess for Lam Queen. Surely Consort Nguyen must also choose a good marriage for Lumding to strengthen the family's influence. Lum Kang Nguyen sighed, asking Lumfiluk to consider whether those two factions might fight in the future. Lumfiluk was saddened. She really didn't want her two imperial brothers to compete with each other to the death like that. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Lum Kang Nguyen quickly comforted Lumfiluk. Then he changed the subject to something else. I'm also about to reach the age to leave the palace and build a mansion. Father has just chosen a place for me on the east road of the capital. How about little sister Luk comes to see it with me? Hearing Lum Kang Nguyen say his mansion was on the east road, Lumfiluk suddenly remembered Do Kang Nyuk's mansion was also there. It had been a while since she'd seen Lam Niệm Chi, so she wanted to take the opportunity to visit. Lum Kang Nguyen didn't understand why Lumfiluk wanted to see Lam Niệm Chi. This elder sister of theirs had become increasingly ill-tempered after marriage. There was nothing worth visiting. He said if Lumfiluk wanted to go, then go. He wouldn't be going. A moment later, Lumfiluk arrived at Lam Niệm Tri's princess mansion. As soon as she arrived, she heard Lam Niệm Tri shouting loudly, telling the palace maids to drive out all the Do family people. Seeing Lumfiluk's figure, Lam Niệm Tri's expression softened. She asked Lumfiluk why she had left the palace. Learning that Lumfiluk came with Lum Kang Nguyen, she told her to call Lum Kang Nguyen over. It would be perfect to beat Lum Kang Nguyen to vent her anger. Lumfiluk helped Lam Niệm Chi to a chair. She said Lum Kang Nguyen had already gone to see the granted land. She was on her way, so she came to visit Lam Niệm Chi briefly. Unexpectedly, she heard from Do Kang Nyuk that a few days ago, Lam Niệm Chi had moved back to the princess mansion, so she came here. Lumfiluk asked Lam Niệm Chi, did Do Kang Nyuk do something to anger her again? Lam Niệm Chi angrily said, don't call him brother-in-law. I declare, from now on he's no longer your brother-in-law. I must divorce him. Lumfiluk raised an eyebrow. She heard Lam Niệm Tri say this every day. Lam Niệm Tri said this time it's real. Mother, Do Kang Nyuk said Lam Niệm Chi couldn't bear children, so she must take concubines for Do Kang Nyuk. She even told Lam Niệm Chi to be more generous. If she can't bear children herself, let others do it. Lumfiluk was also angered. She didn't expect Do Kang Nyuk's mother to say such outrageous things. Lam Niệm Tri trembled with anger. She just didn't want to have children. Not that she couldn't have them. If she wanted, she could have a whole football team. Lumfiluk then asked if Do Kang Nyuk had that intention. Lam Niệm Tri immediately said no. Do Kang Nyuk said, as long as Lam Niệm Tri is happy, he won't take concubines. But Lam Niệm Chi was still angry at Do Kang Nyuk because if it weren't for marrying him, she wouldn't have to endure such things. Do Kang Nyuk was the culprit. Then Lam Niệm Tri changed the subject to ask about Lumfiluk. Lumfiluk is also 13 years old this year. According to custom, it's almost time for Emperor Lam to choose a husband for her. Lam Niệm Chi then asked Lumfiluk if she had someone in her heart. Lumfiluk repeatedly waved her hands saying she didn't. Lam Niệm Tri teased that Lumfiluk was getting more beautiful as she grew up. Even she couldn't help but be moved. Wonder who will be lucky enough to have her in the future. Suddenly, Lam Niệm Tri remembered that He Hengkung had been at the border for 3 years before. Leaving, He Hengkung had given Lumfiluk a jade pendant, so Lam Niệm Chi asked Lumfiluk if she knew what it meant when a man gives a jade pendant. Lam Niệm Chi heard from Do Kang Nyuk that He Hengkung might return to the capital this year, so she thought perhaps He Hengkung was returning for Lumfiluk. Lumfiluk smiled and said Lam Niệm Chi was overthinking. Back then, didn't she also not find anyone suitable? Lam Niệm Tri thought about it and felt Lumfiluk's words were very true. No one, including He Hengkung, was worthy of Lumfiluk. Just then, a palace maid rushed in to announce Do Kang Nyuk's arrival. Do Kang Nyuk entered, gently telling Lam Niệm Chi he came to take her back to their residence. Lumfiluk tactfully left first, saying Lam Kang Nguyen was waiting for her. As she passed by Do Kang Nyuk, Lumfiluk even encouraged him to keep trying. Lam Niệm Tri was still upset, not wanting to return, to see Do Kang Nyuk take concubines. Do Kang Nyuk continued to gently coax Lam Niệm Tri, promising he definitely wouldn't take concubines. Lam Niệm Tri alone was enough for him. No matter how much Lam Niệm Chi fussed, Do Do Kang-nyuk continued to gently coax her. Lam Niamchi's mood softened, but she still wanted to act coy and said her foot hurt and she couldn't walk. She'd return in a few days. Do Kang-nyuk wanted to carry her on his back, but Lam Niamchi refused. So Do Kang-nyuk had no choice but to lift her up, holding Lam Niamchi as he took her home. In the imperial palace, Emperor Lam quickly issued an imperial edict for marriage, setting an auspicious date for Lam Queen to marry, the granddaughter of Right Chancellor Tuzio, which would be in late autumn. After settling Lam Queen's marriage, Emperor Lam began to focus on Lam Fi-luk, wanting to quickly arrange her marriage. Lam Fi-luk immediately acted coquettishly with Emperor Lam, saying she didn't want to get married yet. She only wanted to stay with him and Tio Lam for now. In the end, Emperor Lam, feeling sorry for Lam Fi-luk, temporarily set aside the matter of her marriage. That day, Lam Fi-luk brought ice cream to Tongkinlan's Thuichuk residence. On the way, she kept thinking about her own marriage. She could avoid it on the first day, but not on the 15th. In 2 years, it would be her 15th birthday. By then, Emperor Lam probably wouldn't let it go as easily as this time. But Lam Fi-luk didn't want to think about this anymore. She'd avoid it as long as she could. Future matters could be dealt with later. Lam Fi-luk lightly leapt onto the roof of Thuichuk residence, loudly calling for Tongkinlan to come out and eat ice cream. Tongkinlan didn't keep Lam Fi-luk waiting long. He appeared directly. Today, the ice cream Lam Fi-luk brought was aloe vera flavor. As usual, Tongkinlan praised the ice cream's taste. Lam Fi-luk wanted to tease Tongkinlan a bit, but unexpectedly, it backfired. He wasn't affected at all, while she blushed with embarrassment. After that, Lam Fi-luk asked Tongkinlan when he planned to return to his country. If he stayed in Dailum forever, she feared he might not even be able to find a wife. Tongkinlan didn't answer. He only asked back if he returned to his country, would Lam Fi-luk forget about him? Lam Fi-luk patted Tongkinlan's shoulder, telling him to be more confident about his appearance. She wouldn't forget someone as handsome as him anytime soon. Then, Tongkinlan asked Lam Fi-luk if she had someone she liked yet. He heard that Emperor Lam was selecting a husband for her. Lam Fi-luk looked at Tongkinlan, then softly said she didn't have anyone yet. Tongkinlan gently patted Lam Fi-luk's head, saying he understood. Thien Dong came in carrying several bolts of fabric, silently complaining, eating one ice cream but changing locations so many times. This garden isn't big enough for you to roll. Back and forth. Lam Fi-luk angrily threw the ice cream stick at Thindong. He frantically ran away. Feeling her hands sticky and uncomfortable, Lam Fi-luk wiped her hands on Tongkinlan's clothes, but it didn't help much. So Tongkinlan took her hand, using a handkerchief to wipe each of Lam Fi-luk's fingers. She continued to ask Tongkinlan when he would return to his country. Tongkinlan remained vague, saying he would return very soon. Lam Fi-luk didn't know what procedures were needed for exchanging hostages. But when the time came, if Emperor Lam refused to release him, she would find a way to help Tongkinlan. Summer arrived. The palace was extremely busy, preparing for Crown Prince Lam Queen's wedding. This year's summer retreat at the temporary palace was cancelled. The weather was very hot. Lam Fi-luk decided to go on a short vacation for a few days before returning. Unfortunately, when she called Tungvu to book a room, she was informed that the estate had no vacancies. Lam Fi-luk and Tungvu left in disappointment. Coincidentally, a man recognized her identity. This person was Nyim Ziep, son of Chief Censor Nyim Ding. He had studied at the Imperial Academy for some time, so he might have been Lam Fi-luk's classmate. Lam Fi-luk instinctively stepped back, forcing a smile to greet Nyim Ziep. Nyim Ziep inquired about Lam Fi-luk's situation. After learning that she also came to this estate for vacation, but there were no rooms available, he said he had a friend who couldn't come due to some business, so there was still a spare room that he wanted to offer to Lam Fi-luk. Nyim Ziep wanted to use this opportunity to gain favor with Lam Fi-luk. Later, he could reasonably approach her. Lam Fi-luk was still hesitant to accept, but Nyim Ziep had already called the servant Dai Chung to take her to the room in the west courtyard. Lam Fi-luk had no way to refuse. She had to thank Nyim Ziep and then follow the servant to her room. As soon as Lam Fi-luk left, Nyim Ziep's friends immediately started chattering. Some said Nyim Ziep was fated to meet the fifth princess here in this place. Others said Nyim Ziep could use this opportunity to get close to the fifth princess. It would then be easy to climb into the royal family. Lam Fi-luk had just finished unpacking when Nyim Ziep came to her room, saying he had bought a parrot a few days ago that could say many things and wanted to invite Lam Phi Luk to see it. Nyimziep had just helped her, so it wouldn't be good if she refused. Therefore, Lam Phi Luk decided to go along to find a way to repay Nyimziep's favor. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she saw Nyimziep being beaten by a man. He was constantly crying for help. Lam Phi Luk quickly ran to stop the man, preventing him from beating Nyimziep to death. Her eyes met those of the man. Lam Phi Luk was surprised to see it was He Hengkung, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. He Hengkung had just returned to the capital last night. Seeing Nyimziep, an ugly toad trying to eat swan meat, he wanted to teach him a lesson. He Hengkung coldly threw Nyimziep to the ground, sternly telling him to get as far away as possible and not let him see him again. Before He Hengkung could finish his sentence, Nyimziep immediately ran away on all fours, shouting loudly for mercy as he fled. After Nyimziep left, He Hengkung immediately turned to Lam Phi Luk and teased her about her height. He also said he didn't like patting Lam Phi Luk's small hair buns on her head. Lam Phi Luk angrily pushed He Hengkung's hand away, not letting him pat her head. She asked He Hengkung why, after 3 years at the border, he still had such an unserious young master demeanor. He Hengkung pretended not to understand Lam Phi Luk's meaning and confidently said he was extremely handsome. Lam Phi Luk, upon meeting He Hengkung again, already felt a headache coming on. She asked him when he would return to the border. He Hengkung pretended to be angry, saying he had just returned and she already wanted him to leave again. That was truly heartless. Lam Phi Luk stuck out her tongue at He Hengkung, so he did know he had just returned, yet he went to beat someone up right away. He Hengkung still felt he did the right thing, that Nyimziep truly deserved a beating. Next time he met him, he would beat him again. After saying this, as if remembering something, He Hengkung asked Lam Phi Luk if she still had the jade pendant he had given her before. Lam Phi Luk indifferently peeled a fruit, saying the pendant was lost. He Hengkung jumped up in shock, asking how the jade pendant could be lost. He had clearly told her to keep it safe, hadn't he? Lam Phi Luk calmly said just because He Hengkung told her to keep it safe doesn't mean she had to. She had many jade pendants, and ones similar to He Hengkung's weren't lacking. He Hengkung said those jade pendants and his jade pendant were not the same at all. That one was given to him by his mother, to be given to his future wife. After saying this, He Hengkung felt embarrassed, blushing and turning away. Lam Phi Luk added 2 more sentences, threw He Hengkung a tangerine, then stood up to return to the palace. He Hengkung quickly followed, expressing his wish to invite Lam Phi Luk 3 days later to go out and enjoy the Kutsao festival. That evening there would be lanterns and flower lights, extremely interesting. Lam Phi Luk brushed away He Hengkung's hand that was patting her head, refusing to go with him. 3 days later, Lam Phi Luk knew she couldn't leave the palace to go out and play, so she made many lanterns herself, and then brought them to Tongkinglan's Tuichuk residence. Upon arrival, Lam Phi Luk, as usual, flew over the wall to enter. When she saw no light in Tongkinglan's room, she thought he had gone to bed early. However, she decided to knock and see anyway, thinking Tongkinglan might still be awake. As Lam Phi Luk was about to approach Tongkinglan's door, a sword was placed at her neck, frightening Lam Phi Luk immensely. Fortunately, Tongkinglan returned in time. Lam Phi Luk's legs went weak and she fell forward. Tongkinglan quickly reached out to catch her, then carried Lam Phi Luk into the room, transferring some inner energy to her. Ki Leung stood proudly in the middle of the room, holding a sword. Lam Phi Luk truly didn't know when he had entered, but clearly his skill was very high. Tongkinglan set Lam Phi Luk down on a chair, telling Ki Leung that Lam Phi Luk was still a child. Ki Leung calmly replied, "Coming at night definitely has ulterior motives." Lam Phi Luk, displeased, spoke up, saying she didn't come too late, just a bit after the hour of the dog. Seeing Ki Leung staring, Lam Phi Luk immediately hid behind Tongkinglan. Later, Lam Phi Luk learned that Tongkinglan had just left the palace on an errand. She was very surprised that he could leave the palace undetected. Tongkinglan asked her why she came to Tuichuk residence at this hour. Lam Phi Luk took out 2 lanterns from her sleeve, saying today was the Kutsao festival, so she came to give him these. Tongkinglan had just returned from outside. The streets were so lively that he was quite shocked. Only when he heard Lam Phi Luk speak did he realize it was already the Kutsao festival. Hearing Lam Phi Luk say that because of He Hengkung she couldn't leave the palace, Tongkinglan immediately offered to take her out to see the lanterns. Lam Phi Luk thought Tongkinglan could fly her out, but Tongkin Lan said he could come and go freely, but feared he couldn't bring her along. Therefore, Tongkin Lan told Lumphi Luk to leave the palace first, then wait for him under the camphor tree on East Street. Lumphi Luk thought that by now, He Hankung probably wasn't hiding outside the palace anymore. She had already said she wouldn't go, so He Hankung had probably gone drinking. Thus, Lumphi Luk agreed with Tongkin Lan. A moment later, Tongkin Lan, as promised, waited for Lumphi Luk under the camphor tree. Although wearing a mask, the aura emanating from Tongkin Lan still made other young women swoon. They couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Lumphi Luk left the palace alone. Seeing Tongkin Lan waiting for her, she felt the current atmosphere was like a date. It seemed Tongkin Lan's charm had increased considerably. Previously, it was always Lumphi Luk who teased others. Seeing herself now being teased by Tongkin Lan like this, she couldn't accept it for a moment. She slapped her face to regain composure. After stabilizing her emotions, Lumphi Luk slowly walked towards Tongkin Lan. She was worried about being late, but fortunately, Tongkin Lan said he had just arrived. Before they went for a stroll, Tongkin Lan took out a mask and put it on Lumphi Luk, then asked, "Where does Tuluk want to go?" Lumphi Luk's heart pounded. This was the first time Tongkin Lan didn't call her princess. Somehow it made her heart flutter. Lumphi Luk turned her face away to hide her embarrassment and walked forward with Tongkin Lan for a stroll. As expected of the Kutsao festival, the streets were still very lively, even late at night. A stall owner called out to Lumphi Luk, asking if she wanted to play a lantern guessing game. If she guessed the character on this lantern correctly, it would be hers. But if she couldn't guess, she'd have to pay. With Tongkin Lan's help, Lumphi Luk successfully obtained the lantern. The riddle on the lantern was, South Gaze Lone Star Eyebrows Moon Rise. This riddle had stumped many people. Afterwards, whenever Lumphi Luk wanted a lantern, Tongkin Lan easily solved the riddle inside that lantern, to the point where the stall owner had to plead with Lumphi Luk and Tongkin Lan to show mercy, saying he had an elderly mother and young children, just wanting to earn a living. Lumphi Luk mischievously winked, then only took the initial lantern and left. It wasn't until a while later that Lumphi Luk realized she had been holding Tongkin Lan's hand and pulling him along. She forgot about the ancient custom of men and women avoiding physical contact. Lumphi Luk then asked Tongkin Lan, "Tutong, you don't mind me holding your hand, do you?" Compared to Lumphi Luk holding his hand, he was more concerned about her calling him Tutong. Lumphi Luk's mischievous nature emerged, repeatedly calling Tongkin Lan Tutong, and this Tongkin Lan indulged her completely, agreeing to let Lumphi Luk call him whatever she wanted. The one who used to tease others at being teased back, Lumphi Luk couldn't resist Tongkin Lan's gentleness, hurriedly clutching her little heart. Then she pulled Tongkin Lan to the riverside to release flower lanterns. They each wrote their wishes on the flower lanterns. After releasing them together, Lumphi Luk continued to pray with clasped hands. Seeing this, Tongkin Lan couldn't help but ask her what she had just wished for. Lumphi Luk mischievously replied, "At the Chixi festival, what else could I wish for? Of course it's related to love." Then Lumphi Luk pulled Tongkin Lan along again. The lantern release ceremony was about to begin. If they didn't hurry, there wouldn't be any seats left. There were many people there. Lumphi Luk and Tongkin Lan squeezed through the crowd. She accidentally stepped on a man's foot. Before she could finish apologizing, the man shouted loudly, "Are you blind? Go die." After yelling, the man turned and left, blending back into the crowd. Tongkin Lan winked at someone. Suddenly, that man cried out and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lumphi Luk hurriedly wanted to go check, but Tongkin Lan quickly led her to another place. Arriving in front of a building, Tongkin Lan told Lumphi Luk to hold him tight, then gently flew up to the roof. From this position, they could observe the entire festive scene, bustling below. But for someone afraid of heights, like Lumphi Luk, this height was really a bit too much for her. She fearfully nestled against Tongkin Lan. Although doing so couldn't make Lumphi Luk's fear of heights disappear, she felt very secure, sitting next to Tongkin Lan. A moment later, the lantern release ceremony officially began. Each lantern was lit and successively rose into the air. The entire night sky seemed to be illuminated, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. However, in Tongkin Lan's eyes, only Lumphi Luk's figure remained. It seemed that in his eyes, even that beautiful scene couldn't compare to her. The next day, Lumphi Luk met He Hankung again. As usual, He Hankung, being taller than Lumphi Luk, treated her hair bun like a toy and kept twirling it, provoking Lumphi Luk to angrily scold, "Get away! Don't touch me!" He Hankung was not only unafraid, but threatened to tell Crown Prince Lum Queen about Lam Phi Luk's bad language. Lam Phi Luk called He Hanggung an elementary school kid, always wanting to tattle. Although He Hanggung didn't understand what she said, he could tell Lam Phi Luk was scolding him. After speaking, Lam Phi Luk turned to leave. He Hanggung quickly chased after, praising her improved Ching Ching Gong skills. Lam Phi Luk stopped, looked up, and asked He Hanggung, do you know that with this attitude, you'll never be able to get a wife? He Hanggung, still with that carefree attitude, replied, nonsense, how could I not get a wife? Hearing this, Lam Phi Luk told He Hanggung to just look at his close brothers, and he would see that none of them were unmarried. Even Lam Queen, who's a year younger than He Hanggung, was about to get married now. What needed to be said, Lam Phi Luk had already said at the palace gate last time. But it seemed He Hanggung still didn't understand her meaning, so she could only reject him outright. He Hanggung was a bit angry. The reason he hadn't married yet was because he was waiting for Lam Phi Luk to grow up. Lam Phi Luk told He Hanggung not to wait for her. It wouldn't lead anywhere. Such a firm rejection was the best thing she could do for He Hanggung. If she didn't let him sink deeper, he would only hurt himself. Hearing Lam Phi Luk say this, He Hanggung insisted she return the jade pendant. Lam Phi Luk said she couldn't return it now. He Hanggung still demanded she return it immediately, and if not, she wouldn't be allowed to return it in the future. It turned out that after Lam Phi Luk received He Hangung's jade pendant, it was immediately sent to noble consort He. If He Hanggung wanted it back now, he'd have to ask noble consort He for it. Hearing this, He Hanggung turned pale and was speechless for a long time. Just as Lam Phi Luk was about to leave, He Hanggung called her back, asking if she already had someone in her heart. Lam Phi Luk didn't understand why. When she heard He Hanggung ask that question, Tong Kinlan's image appeared in her mind. She shook her head hard to regain composure, then turned to tell He Hanggung that she had no one in her heart. He Hanggung still stubbornly persisted, determined to find out the reason why Lam Phi Luk rejected. Lam Phi Luk silently sighed, finally resorting to the ultimate weapon of a green tea bitch, saying that all along, she had only seen He Hanggung as an older brother, just like Lam Gangwin, Lam Qing, and Lam Ding. He Hanggung instantly turned to stone, his face dazed as he staggered away. Lam Phi Luk watched He Hangung's retreating figure. She truly felt sorry for him, but since she had spoken so clearly, He Hanggung should give up. A few days later, Lam Queen's wedding ceremony was held. While Lam Queen was greeting guests in the main hall, outside, Lam Phi Luk snuck into the room to bring some food to the bride, Tu Xiaoyan. At first, Tu Xiaoyan only thanked Lam Phi Luk, but refused to eat. When Lam Phi Luk said the food was sent by Lam Qing, who was worried Tu Xiaoyan might be waiting long and get hungry, Tu Xiaoyan agreed to eat a little. Tu Xiaoyan held the snack in her hand. Everyone around her had always said the royal family was heartless. So since being chosen as the crown princess, Tu Xiaoyan had always been anxious. Now, it seemed the royal family wasn't as cold or strict as she had imagined. The crown prince worried she might be hungry on her wedding day. The fifth princess was incredibly sweet and thoughtful. Tu Xiaoyan's worries eased somewhat. Lam Phi Luk was truly considerate. Fearing Tu Xiaoyan might find the dry snacks unpleasant, she went to get her some tea. Lam Phi Luk said that today, Tu Xiaoyan had married Lam Qing, so from now on she would become her family. As family members, there was no need for formalities. At that moment, a palace servant loudly announced that Lam Qing had returned. Lam Phi Luk quickly escaped through the window. Tu Xiaoyan also adjusted her attire, lowering her veil. Lam Qing entered the room, ordering all palace maids to leave. He then approached, lifting Tu Xiaoyan's veil. Seeing some snacks left on the bed, he asked Tu Xiaoyan if she was hungry. Tu Xiaoyan said she had just eaten the snacks that Lam Qing had asked Lam Phi Luk to bring, and was no longer hungry. Hearing this, Lam Qing couldn't help but smile. He said he hadn't seen Lam Phi Luk at the banquet tables, so she had come here on his behalf. Tu Xiaoyan looked up at Lam Qing. Qing smiled, his expression softening somewhat, no longer as rigid as before. Then Tu Xiaoyan stood up, wanting to help Lam Qing change his clothes. The wedding night of the two officially began. Meanwhile, on her way back to Mingwit Palace, Lam Phi Luk stopped by Tong Qinglan's Tuichuk residence for a visit. Earlier at the banquet, she had heard Lam Gangwin say that the king of Tong had been seriously ill for some time. According to protocol, Tong Qinglan should return home to attend to the ill. So she wanted to ask Tong Qinglan when he would leave, so she could see him off. Inside Tuichuk, there wasn't a single light on. Lam Phi Luk called out, but no one answered. Even Qi Lung and Thien Dong were nowhere to be seen. Finding it strange, Lumpy pushed the door open and entered. Inside, there wasn't a single item left. She had once given Tongkinlan a hand warmer. He didn't use it, but always kept it next to his inkstone. Now it was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps Tongkinlan had really left. Lumpy felt a bit disappointed. Although she had known Tongkinlan would leave, she didn't expect Tongkinlan to leave without saying a word, not even giving her a chance to say anything. Lumpy felt uneasy, involuntarily shedding tears. Lumpy truly didn't understand why she felt so sad. She had been a princess for so long. Who was she showing this face to? Tongkinlan should leave. Once the king of Tong passes away, the fragile peace maintained between Dailum and Tong would certainly be broken. At that time, whether Tongkinlan becomes an abandoned person or a hostage, he wouldn't have a good ending. Taking advantage of the crown prince's wedding today, all attention inside and outside the palace was focused on it. This was indeed the best opportunity for Tongkinlan to leave. Lumpy wandered around Tuichuk for a while before deciding to return. As she reached the gate, Tongkinlan quietly jumped down, standing opposite her. Without a word, Tongkinlan pulled Lumpy into the room and embraced her. He tightened his arms, as if wanting to embed her into his body. Lumpy didn't know what was wrong with Tongkinlan. She could only let him embrace her. On the other hand, she could smell a familiar scent on Tongkinlan, the fragrance of Lungloan flowers. When Tongkinlan released her, Lumpy immediately asked him why he smelled of Lungloan flowers, a flower only found in the cold palace. Tongkinlan made a sound of agreement, as if admitting he had been to the cold palace. He also said that before leaving, he wanted to do one last thing for Lumpy but no matter how much Lumpy asked, Tongkinlan wouldn't reveal more. Tongkinlan embraced Lumpy again, instructing her that after he leaves, she must take care of herself. At that moment, Lumpy felt that the Tongkinlan before her was somewhat unfamiliar, someone she had never met. Now Lumpy realized Tongkinlan had never left without a sound, but this time he was really leaving. Tongkinlan said goodbye to Lumpy saying they would meet again. The next day, while playing with Chungyi alongside Chimvian, Lumpy suddenly became distracted, sighing repeatedly. Even Chimvian noticed her unusual behavior, asking with concern why Lumpy kept sighing. Since Tongkinlan left, Lumpy always felt very empty inside. Tongkinlan's embrace before he left, and that unfamiliar look in his eyes, always made her think a lot. It seemed that Tongkinlan that day was very different from usual. Chimvian held Lumpy hand, telling her not to be sad. He offered to do somersaults for her to watch. Chimvian really knew how to make others happy. Just a few somersaults made Lumpy smile cheerfully. At that moment, Tilam came out to call the siblings inside to bathe and eat. They both responded in unison. Lumpy picked up Chungyi, silently saying goodbye to Tongkinlan in her heart. She knew his journey back home would be difficult, but she still hoped it would be smooth sailing for him. The next morning, due to staying up all night, Lumpy woke up with panda eyes from lack of sleep. As soon as she woke up, she asked Tungvu if anything major had happened in the palace today. Tungvu said no and asked Lumpy why she was asking. Lumpy said she was just asking casually, but then she felt something wasn't quite right. Why last night did Tongkinlan smell of Lungloan flowers that are only found in the cold palace? He said he wanted to do something for her before leaving. What exactly was it? Lumpy suddenly remembered. There was only one person currently in the cold palace, Maitun. She hurriedly changed her clothes, telling Tungvu to let Tilam eat first. She had something to do, so they didn't need to wait. Then Lumpy went to the cold palace alone, but when she got there, she didn't see anyone. This morning's breakfast hadn't been touched either. Lumpy tensed up. She took a deep breath. She took out the dagger she carried and pushed open the door to enter, only to see Maitun hanging. She thought Maitun had committed suicide, but upon closer inspection, she discovered she had been strangled by someone else, and the scene was staged to look like suicide. The person who strangled Maitun was none other than Tongkinlan himself. After returning, Lumpy immediately went to pray to Buddha. Since Maitun and Huifi had turned on each other and were sent to the cold palace, Maitun had lived quietly for years, seemingly content just to be alive. She didn't expect Tongkinlan before leaving to specifically come to kill Maitun. It seems Maitun hadn't been living peacefully all these years. She must have had some evil plot that Tongkinlan discovered, so he took action to help her eliminate this threat. However, last night when Tongkinlan returned after killing, she couldn't detect detect any unusual behavior from him. Tong Kinlan maintained his usual composed demeanor. This made Lam Filok feel that what she knew about Tong Kinlan over these years was somewhat off. That night, news of Mai Tun's suicide in the Cold Palace spread. Even Tung Vu knew about it and told Lam Filok. Hearing this from Tung Vu, Lam Filok realized no one suspected Mai Tun's suicide. But then again, Mai Tun had been in the Cold Palace for so long. Others had long thought she had gone mad, so suicide wasn't unexpected. Lam Filok had originally planned to sleep with Tio Lam tonight, but unexpectedly was a step too late. Today, Lam Emperor had already turned over Tio Lam's card. Lam Filok lay down dejectedly. Out of fear, she kept muttering under her breath. Tung Vu heard what Lam Filok was reciting, but couldn't understand what she was saying, despite thinking hard. After Mai Tun's suicide, half a month later, the news of Tong Kinlan's escape from Dailum was also discovered. Lam Emperor was furious, immediately ordering a nationwide manhunt, while sending a letter of accusation to the Tong Kingdom. Soon, the Tong Kingdom's envoy arrived. Not only did they bring documents requesting the return of their prince, but also offered many gifts to Dailum as atonement. Tung Vu recounted to Lam Filok about the day the envoy arrived. She heard that the compensation gifts sent by the Tong Kingdom's envoy stretched all the way to the Kimlone Palace. Lam Emperor, considering their sincerity, decided to let the matter of the prince's escape be forgotten. Lam Filok had thought that after Tong Kinlan's many years in Dailum, he had long been abandoned by the Tong Kingdom. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, the Tong Kingdom was willing to refuse Lam Emperor's letter of accusation for his sake. It was clear that after Tong Kinlan's return, his status not only didn't diminish, but actually increased. She didn't know how he had managed it, but just knowing that Tong Kinlan was safe and sound was enough to put her mind at ease. Lam Filok was about to call Tung Vu to go for a walk in the imperial garden, when Tung Vu advised her to stay at home instead, saying that the palace has been unsettled these days. It's better if she doesn't go out. It turns out that in the past few days, the palace has been experiencing a series of strange events, such as concubines suddenly having premature births, eunuchs suddenly going mad and attacking others. Along with Mai Tun's suicide and the prince's escape, these events caused rumors to spread in the palace that the crown prince's marriage was inauspicious, affecting the royal family's fortune. After Lam Emperor learned of this, he immediately invited high-ranking monks to the palace to perform grand rituals. He also had the imperial astronomers recalculate the auspicious date for the crown prince's wedding to see if there were any mistakes. Now everyone in the palace is on edge. Lam Filok pondered. These rumors, at first glance, seemed to be targeting Crown Prince Lam Queen, most likely a scheme orchestrated by Nguyen Qui Phi. In recent years, the struggle between the two factions has intensified. Even Nguyen Qui Phi's Nguyen clan hasn't gained any benefits. Now that the Crown Prince and Right Chancellor are allied through marriage, Nguyen Qui Phi wants to strike at this union, stirring up public sentiment. Whatever Nguyen Qui Phi does, Lam Filok doesn't care. She only fears that if Lam Queen discovers Nguyen Qui Phi is behind these schemes and retaliates, Lam Ding will be in danger. So, Lam Filok told Tung Vu to prepare a carriage. She wanted to leave the palace for a while. When Lam Filok arrived at Tay Prince's mansion, the eunuch from Nguyen Qui Phi had just told Lam Ding about participating in this year's snow poetry banquet to build connections with Vu En Ho's noble daughter. Seeing Lam Filok, Lam Ding smiled gently. Lam Filok looked at Lam Ding with concern. She noticed he had lost a lot of weight, his cheeks had become gaunt, his face now even smaller than hers. Lam Ding said he was fine. Perhaps it was because he had been eating less lately, and he might feel better in a few days. Lam Filok also noticed the eunuch and asked Lam Ding why he was there. Lam Ding said he was from Nguyen Qui Phi, here to remind him about attending this year's snow poetry banquet. Lam Filok felt very confused. She didn't understand why, given his current status, Lam Ding needed to attend such an event. The snow poetry banquet was a gathering organized by the nobles in the capital. Almost all young masters and ladies would attend. Though called a poetry contest, it was actually a disguised matchmaking event. Perhaps Nguyen Qui Phi wanted to find a wife for Lam Ding, so she told him to attend. Lam Ding said nothing, only asking what was in the basket Lam Filok brought. The rabbit Lam Ding had asked Lam Filok to care for had given birth to several baby rabbits. She brought a few to keep Lam Ding company. Lam Ding looked at the baby rabbits in bewilderment, his expression showing great fondness for them. He even reached out to stroke their fur. However, as if remembering something, Lum Ding told Lum Filok to take the baby rabbits back. He said he wouldn't be able to take good care of them. Lum Filok said no one knew how to care for rabbits better than Lum Ding, and she still had 3 more in her palace. Too many baby rabbits would be too much for her to handle. Seeing Lum Ding still hesitating, Lum Filok immediately acted cute and coy with him. Lum Ding had indulged Lum Filok since childhood, and now he couldn't refuse any of her requests. Lum Filok realized that Lum Ding's condition didn't seem very good. Although he looked the same as before on the outside, his eyes seemed increasingly tired. The Tay Prince's mansion was so large, yet Lum Ding was all alone. There wasn't even a considerate person to talk to him. Lum Ding seemed to have no hobbies anymore, not even keeping any small animals as pets. Afterwards, Lum Filok clung to Lum Ding, asking him to teach her how to make nests for rabbits. She also mentioned that Thung Yi was about to become a father, and when it has puppies, she would bring 2 small puppies for Lum Ding. As Lum Filok had anticipated, the Crown Prince's faction quickly investigated who was behind the rumors. The news of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's collapse quickly reached Emperor Lam's ears. Emperor Lam was furious, slamming the table. The temple was renovated just last year. How could it collapse like this? Soon, the court discovered that the Minister of Works, who renovated the temple, had embezzled funds and used low-quality wood, leading to the temple's collapse. Emperor Lam was enraged, immediately ordering the execution of that official's entire family. All officials involved in this matter were stripped of their positions and imprisoned. Many were confidants of the Nguyen family. The Nguyen family suffered heavy losses because of this. Nguyen Quy Phi repeatedly sought an audience, but was always refused by Emperor Lam, ordering the guards to tell Nguyen Quy Phi to get lost. The 2 factions in the court immediately united in support of Crown Prince Lam Queen. Through this incident, the number of Nguyen family supporters gradually decreased, and Lam Ding's situation became even more difficult. That day, as soon as Lum Filok returned, she received news that Lum Ding had returned the 3 rabbits she gave him earlier. Lum Filok was worried, hurriedly grabbing Tung Vu's hand, asking if Lum Ding showed any strange behavior. When he came in the afternoon, Tung Vu shook her head, saying Lum Ding seemed exactly the same as before, very gentle and quiet, only hugging Thung Yi for a long time before leaving. Lum Filok felt uneasy, telling Tung Vu to quickly go to the Imperial Medical Office to invite a royal physician to the Tay Prince's mansion. Lum Filok rushed to the Tay Prince's mansion, praying that nothing had happened to Lum Ding. Upon arrival, the servants at the mansion, still unaware of any issue, informed Lum Filok that after Lum Ding finished his meal, he said he was sleepy and had gone to rest. Lum Filok ignored the servant, directly breaking into Lum Ding's room. Lum Ding lay still on the bed, his face peaceful as if sleeping. Lum Filok grabbed his arm. Feeling some warmth, she was slightly relieved. Then she frantically told the physician to save Lum Ding. The royal physician quickly got to work. One searched around and discovered that what Lum Ding had drunk was Fong Li Thao. His expression became grave. The other went to examine Lum Ding's condition, found that his body was still warm, indicating he hadn't taken the poison long ago, and told Lum Filok to help Lum Ding sit up. There's no antidote for Fong Li Thao, so the physician could only give Lum Ding an emetic to make him vomit everything he had ingested. The bearded physician asked Lum Filok to switch positions with him. Lum Ding's current condition was not good. Acupuncture was needed to delay the spread of toxins, stimulate acupoints to intensify the vomiting. Lum Filok quickly made way for the physician to work. She told the servant to send someone to the palace to report that Lum Ding had taken poison, to attempt suicide for Lam Emperor and Nguyen Quy Phi to hear. Hearing Lum Ding groan, Lum Filok worriedly ran to ask the physician about his condition. The physician shook his head, saying the toxicity of Fong Li Thao was too severe. Now, they could only maintain Lum Ding's pulse. The poison had already entered his body. Whether he could regain consciousness, the physician truly couldn't say. He had written a prescription. First, they should brew the medicine for Lum Ding to drink, then observe the situation. Lum Filok looked heartbrokenly at Lum Ding lying on the sickbed, silently determined that she wouldn't let him suffer in vain. After the physician brewed and brought the medicine, Lum Filok personally gave it to Lum Ding. She stayed by his side until Lam Emperor and Nguyen Quy Phi rushed in. Nguyen Quy Phi was extremely worried, bursting into tears as she ran to Lum Ding, repeatedly calling her son's name. Lam Emperor asked the physician about Lum Ding's condition. The physician shook his head slightly, saying currently, although Lum Ding's life was no longer in immediate danger, regarding whether he could regain consciousness, it depended on his own luck. Lum Emperor looked at Lum Filok, saying it was fortunate she was here today. Otherwise, he feared that by the time the servants discovered him, Lumding would have already become a wandering spirit. Nguyen Qui Phi turned to look at Lum Emperor, crying, repeatedly demanding he do something for Lumding. Lum Emperor didn't hesitate to slap Nguyen Qui Phi across the face angrily, saying, "Now you know how to cry. How have you been a mother before?" Nguyen Qui Phi looked at Lum Emperor in shock, her face bewildered, completely unaware of what she had done wrong. Lum Filok asked the physician when he previously took Lumding's pulse. He had mentioned that Lumding was suffering from depression. She asked why Lumding had become like this. The physician respectfully replied, "Medical texts record that physical illnesses can be treated with medicine, but for mental illnesses, medicines are ineffective. Depression starts from within, from overthinking and sadness. The body is like a lamp running out of oil, gradually deteriorating until death." Lum Emperor didn't understand what the physician meant, so he asked Lum Filok if she said Lumding was depressed. Lum Filok said yes, and added that if not for depression, why would Lumding choose to drink poison, to commit suicide like this? Nguyen Qui Phi looked at Lum Filok in disbelief, and then at Lumding. She truly didn't understand why Lumding would make such a choice. Lum Filok turned to Nguyen Qui Phi, asking if she didn't know the real reason why Lumding became depressed. At that moment, the physician said Lumding needed rest, so he invited the Lum Emperor to leave with him first, leaving this place for Nguyen Qui Phi and Lum Filok to take care of. Lum Emperor knew the physician wanted to give privacy to Lum Filok to talk with Nguyen Qui Phi. He agreed to leave with the physician. After only the two remained, Lum Filok asked Nguyen Qui Phi if she had ever loved Lumding. Nguyen Qui Phi said yes with a heavy heart. Hearing this, Lum Filok continued, "This child was conceived in your womb, formed from your flesh and blood, a part of your own body. You carried him for 10 months, endured suffering, and risked your life to give birth to him. How could you see him merely as a pawn in a power struggle?" Upon hearing this, Nguyen Qui Phi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Lum Filok. Lum Filok continued, "If you still have any maternal feelings for the crown prince, now is the time to let go." At this moment, Nguyen Qui Phi suddenly remembered Lumding once said that he didn't want to fight for anything, nor did he want to defeat anyone. From childhood to adulthood, Lumding had advised Nguyen Qui Phi to let go many times, but she remained stubbornly blind, refusing to let go. Only today, when this happened to Lumding, did Nguyen Qui Phi realize that she should have given up the power struggle long ago. Nguyen Qui Phi covered her face and sobbed. Lum Filok went to her side, asking Nguyen Qui Phi if she really thought that Lum Emperor didn't know everything the Nguyen family had done over the past few years. Emperors have always been most wary of in-laws abusing power. The Nguyen family's monopoly on court affairs for years had long displeased Lum Emperor, but his indifference to the heir apparent's struggle over these years was because he only wanted to use the crown prince's faction to suppress the Nguyen family. Moreover, this empire belongs to the Lum family, not the Nguyen. Lum Emperor couldn't leave such a threat from in-laws for the crown prince. From the beginning, Lumding was destined not to become the heir already. Lum Emperor's nurturing and favoring of Lumding was merely a false display to let the Nguyen family indulge in wishful thinking. These basic principles, how could Nguyen Qui Phi not know? She had just been at the pinnacle of power for too long and wasn't willing to step down easily. Lumding knew he couldn't persuade his mother, so he had to choose to end his own life to put an end to everything. After hearing Lum Filok's words, Nguyen Qui Phi knelt down, begging Lum Filok to save Lumding. She knew the good relationship between her and Lam Queen. The Nguyen family and the crown prince's faction had become mortal enemies. Even if she let go now, even if the Nguyen family let go, Lam Queen wouldn't spare Lumding. After all, Lumding was still the Grand Prince of Dai Lum. As long as Lumding was here, Lam Queen couldn't feel at ease. Lum Filok told Nguyen Qui Phi not to worry. As long as she remained in Dai Lum, she would never let anything happen to Lumding. The news of Lumding's attempted suicide by poison hadn't spread outside yet. It was only said he was seriously ill. Lum Filok stayed at the Tay Prince's mansion for several days, personally taking care of Lumding. When the palaces heard that Tay Prince was seriously ill, they all sent people to visit. The Eastern Palace also sent gifts, but Lam Queen was nowhere to be seen. The royal physicians held daily consultations, but Lumding remained slow to regain consciousness. Lum Filok was extremely worried and could only resort to the method of talking. Every day she did nothing else, just sat by the bed telling stories to Lumding. Several days later, while Lum Filok was engrossed in telling the story of Quash Ting, Lumding finally regained consciousness. Though still quite weak, being able to wake up was already very good. Lumfi Luck went to help. Lumding sit up. Lumding immediately apologized to her, saying she had gone through a lot of trouble these past days. Lumfi Luck extended her hand, wanting Lumding to promise her that in the future he would never harm himself like this again. Lumding was about to pinky swear with Lumfi Luck, but suddenly remembered that many innocent people had died because of him. Lumding withdrew his hand. He felt that even if he died, he could never forgive himself. Lumfi Luck comforted Lumding, saying this wasn't Lumding's fault. It had nothing to do with him. Even if Lumding had died, someone else would be in his current position, becoming the most important pawn in this power struggle. Fortunately, the person in the Grand Prince position was Lumding, which prevented many things from happening and many innocent people from being implicated. If it were someone else, even herself, they wouldn't be as virtuous as Lumding. After all these events, Lumding still maintained his principles and the kindness in his heart. For his own existence, Lumding had already saved many people. Lumding was still deep in thought. Seeing this, Lumfiluk said he could feel sorrow for those who had died, but he shouldn't feel guilty or regretful for life because of it. Even if he wanted to atone, he needed to be alive to do so. Lumding looked at Lumfiluk in amazement. He didn't expect the cute little sister to have such profound thoughts, to be so mature. Just then, Witnquifi heard Lumding had woken up and immediately rushed in to embrace him, crying and saying, "Din, Mother has wronged you. Mother shouldn't have pressured you. From now on, Mother won't force you anymore. Whatever you want to do, Mother won't stop you." Lumding was stunned upon hearing this, unable to say anything for a long time. He naturally didn't know that Lumfiluk had spoken with Witnquifi, causing her to change her mind. Lumfiluk saw that Witnquifi had been hugging Lumding for a while and told her Lumding had just woken up and was still very weak. He needed to rest in bed now, perhaps in a few days. Witnquifi could visit again. They should also send word to Lumde. Witnquifi agreed with Lumfiluk, looked at Lumding once more, then turned to leave. After Witnquifi had gone, Lumfiluk excitedly told Lumding that now Witnquifi wouldn't pressure him anymore. He could live his own life now. She asked Lumding if he had any plans for the future. Lumding shook his head slightly. He didn't know. It seemed there was nothing he wanted to do. Lumfiluk felt a bit sad. Although she had advised him and helped Lumding reduce his guilt, long-standing grievances couldn't be resolved with just a few words. She had to find something Lumding was interested in to help him shift his focus. So Lumfiluk asked Lumding if he wanted to experience life in the Jianghu, with swords flashing, free and unencumbered by grudges or hatred. Seeing Lumding's confusion, Lumfiluk continued, saying her biggest dream was to become a female hero, upholding justice and helping people. Since childhood, she had learned martial arts from He Guifi. Through thunder and rain, she never gave up training. All for the day, she could wield a sword and travel the world. Lumfiluk suggested inviting Lumding to join her in wandering the Jianghu. They could use the aliases No Brain and No Joy. If they encountered injustice on their journey, they would draw their swords to help. Rob from the rich to give to the poor, punish evil and promote good. The siblings would travel from the capital to Jiangnan and from Jiangnan to the northern frontier, viewing vast mountains and rivers, traversing golden sands and blue waters, drinking wine when thirsty, eating meat when hungry, using the earth as a mat and the sky as a blanket when sleepy. Seeing Lumfiluk's endless chatter, Lumding couldn't help but laugh. He said he agreed with everything else she had mentioned, but the aliases No Brain and No Joy were quite strange. Lumfiluk chuckled, admitting she wasn't good at naming. If Lumding didn't like them, there were other options he could choose from. Then Lumfiluk and Lumding pinky swore. They had made a promise to go together. Under Lumfiluk's care, Lumding's health gradually showed improvement. That day, Lumfiluk was given the name Luktra, princess by Lumde, who said the name was graceful and pleasant sounding, like having a tea fragrance, very suitable for her. Lumfiluk just laughed without comment. Then she told Lumde that although Lumding's health had improved recently, his mental state from beginning to end still hadn't shown improvement. So she wanted to take Lumding to Wutai Mountain to recuperate for a while. They could also visit the Empress Dowager while there. Hearing this, Lumde couldn't help but sigh. He told Lumfiluk to go ahead and take Lumding, take him out to clear his mind. He would send a team of guards to protect them discreetly. Lumfiluk happily thanked Lumde. Then she returned to Minwit Palace to practice. In just a few days, she would leave the capital with Lumding. The world outside was dangerous. She couldn't neglect her current swordsmanship. While Lam Phi Luk was practicing sword, Lum Queen arrived. He had heard Lam Phi Luk was about to leave the capital, so he came to see her. Lam Phi Luk said she planned to go to Wu Tai Mountain to visit the Empress Dowager for a few days. Seeing Lam Phi Luk hesitate a bit, Lam Queen asked if she was afraid of him. She had never been afraid of him like this before. Lam Phi Luk lowered her head without speaking. Lam Queen then told Lam Phi Luk not to be afraid. He wouldn't do anything to her and Lam Ding. Hearing this, Lam Phi Luk couldn't help but sigh. With relief in her heart, she directly told Lam Queen about how Lam Ding had nearly lost his life from drinking poison. Lam Queen was extremely shocked to hear this. In recent years, the two factions had been fighting fiercely. Between him and Lam Ding, only estrangement remained. He never expected that Lam Ding would actually go to the final step, directly drinking poison to end his own life. After hearing this, Lam Queen immediately took off the jade pendant from his waist and gave it to Lam Phi Luk. He told her that outside, she must be careful. Take this jade pendant for now, in case of any unexpected situations. Lam Phi Luk happily thanked him repeatedly, saying Lam Queen was the best person. This jade pendant had the crown prince's seal engraved on it. If they really encountered any misfortune, it would be even more effective than Lam Phi Luk, using her own identity as the fifth princess. Lam Queen patted Lam Phi Luk's head, telling her not to let Lam Kang Uyen hear what was just said. Otherwise, Lam Kang Uyen would come and make a fuss with him. After speaking, Lam Queen said the Eastern Palace still had matters to attend to, so he would leave first. Lam Phi Luk saw Lam Queen off, her heart blooming with joy. This time, as she and Lam Ding left the capital, the greatest danger came from Lam Queen. Now that Lam Queen had given her the jade pendant, it seemed the biggest threat had been neutralized. 3 days later, Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding set out. They chose to travel by boat to enjoy the beautiful scenery across the land of Dai Lum. Both siblings were very happy. Suddenly, a heron landed next to the boat. Before Lam Ding could reach out to touch it, the old woman steering the boat swiftly threw a needle right into the heron's neck, killing it on the spot. Lam Phi Luk stopped Lam Ding. She carefully observed the old woman. She felt this old woman was not simple. Being able to use a hidden weapon to kill the heron in one shot. To avoid alerting her, Lam Phi Luk gave the old woman a silver ingot, asking her to brew a cup of hot tea for them. While handing over the money, Lam Phi Luk noticed several calluses on the old woman's fingers. These calluses didn't seem to be from hard labor, but appeared to be from practicing martial arts. Soon after, the old woman brought hot tea. Right after drinking, Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding fainted. The old woman looked at them with a gloomy expression, her lips curling into a cold smile. It turned out she had mixed a sedative into the tea. She had noticed Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding's outstanding appearances and planned to tie them up and sell them. Unexpectedly, Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding were just playing along. They pretended to faint to see what the old woman would do. When she wasn't paying attention, Lam Phi Luk used a move to knock the old woman down. Then, she called Lam Ding to bring rope to tie her up. The old woman didn't understand why the two of them had drunk her tea, yet it had no effect. It turned out Lam Phi Luk had been wary of her for a long time. After all, the Jianghu is treacherous. Who knows what could happen? Lam Phi Luk was about to tie the old woman up and throw her into the river for the fish. She immediately begged for mercy, saying the boat wasn't easy to steer. If they threw her into the river, there would be no one to take them ashore. Lam Ding thought the old woman had a point. Neither of them knew how to steer a boat. Lam Phi Luk thought of a solution. She tightly bound the old woman's legs, allowing her to steer the boat and take them to shore. Lam Phi Luk cheerfully asked Lam Ding if traveling like this, punishing evil along the way, and promoting good, acting on heaven's behalf, was acceptable. Lam Ding immediately agreed. By evening, their boat docked. Lam Phi Luk ordered her guards to take the old woman to the magistrate, who would surely handle the matter well. Tonight, they would rest in Ngan Chau City. Tomorrow, they would depart for Kim Lung City. As Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding were looking for lodging, they heard cries for help. A beautiful woman was being escorted away by 2 servants. People around witnessed this scene, but no one dared to intervene. After the 2 servants left, they began to whisper among themselves. Those 2 servants were from Prince Bindu's mansion. Prince Bindu was known for his lust for beauty. The woman was likely in for trouble. Lam Phi Luk and Lam Ding happened to overhear the conversation of 2 women. Lam Phi Luk then turned to ask Lam Ding about Prince Bindu's background. Lam Ding knew about this scoundrel. He was the 9th son of the late emperor. Due to poor management, he had never been granted a title. Later, when Emperor Lam ascended the throne and granted amnesty, he was made Prince of Ngunchao City. Lumphilok smiled slightly. If Prince Bingdu not only didn't show gratitude, but also expanded his power in Ngunchao City, wanting to become a ruler of his own domain, she would teach him a lesson. Lumding didn't know what idea his younger sister had come up with, but he still went with Lumphilok to Prince Bingzu's mansion. Upon arrival, Lumphilok suddenly heard sounds ahead, so she pulled Lumding into a corner to observe the situation. Several servants from the mansion were chasing a woman. The woman, seeing she couldn't run further, immediately turned to fight. She wanted to take the life of the lecherous Prince Binzu. At this moment, Lumphilok stepped forward. She directly greeted Prince Bingzu. Prince Bingzu immediately recognized Lumphilok's identity. He ordered his servants to lower their weapons, avoiding harm to the fifth princess and Prince Tay. Lumphilok left the matter with Prince Binzu to Lumding, while she went to the woman, who was considered an assassin. She politely asked for her name. The woman was called Nyin Tum. Just now, she had heard Prince Binzu call Lumphilok the fifth princess, so she thought she was of the same ilk as him. Lumphilok didn't answer Nyin Tum's question, but said admiringly, "Sister, are you the martial artist Nyin Tum, ranked 10th on the list of martial heroes? I've heard about you. Your blade skills are formidable." Nyin Tum pointed her blade at Lumphilok, saying she still hadn't answered her previous question. Lumphilok told Nyin Tum to relax. She and that Prince Bingyu were not of the same ilk. Although he was her 9th royal uncle, he had done many evil deeds harming the common people. The royal family would absolutely not cover for him. Nyin Tum pondered deeply. Then she slightly bowed her head to apologize to Lumphilok and sheathed her blade. Lumphilok asked Nyin Tum why she wanted to kill Prince Bingzu. Nyin Tum said Prince Bindu had forced himself on women and done many evil deeds. If she didn't know, it would be fine. But since she knew, she naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. On the other side, Lumding had also finished dealing with Prince Bingzu. He had ordered the secret guards to detain him. After all, his behavior was reckless. He would draft a letter to send to Emperor Lam, clearly stating Prince Binzu's criminal acts. The rest would be up to Emperor Lam to decide. Afterwards, Lumphilok introduced Nyin Tum and Lumding to each other. Nyin Tum saw that, although Lumding's gestures were very polite, he could hardly conceal the weak state of his body. It was completely different from the prince, with a dignified and noble bearing that she had imagined. Nyin Tum originally wanted to bid farewell and leave first, but Lumphilok clung to her and asked Nyin Tum where she wanted to go. When she learned that Nyin Tum also wanted to go to Kimlang City, Lumphilok immediately invited Nyin Tum to go together. Nyin Tum was still hesitant. Lumding then told Nyin Tum not to worry. Lumphilok just loved martial arts. He admired her sword skills, which is why he clung to her like that. If Nyin Tum wasn't willing, she didn't need to force herself. In the end, Nyin Tum was persuaded by Lumphilok and decided to go with the two of them. Having obtained Nyin Tum's agreement, Lumphilok immediately pulled Nyin Tum to find an inn to rest, leaving all matters at Prince Bin Du's mansion for Lumding to handle. The next morning, the three set out early. After half a day's journey, they stopped to rest. Lumding went to buy some food for Lumphilok and Nyin Tum. Along the way, Lumphilok heard many people also wanting to go to Kimlang City. Finding it strange, she asked Nyin Tum if she knew what was happening in Kimlang. Nyin Tum said, this time, the martial arts world gathered in Kimlang, all because of the Look family's silent sword manual. The eldest son of the Look family learned the silent sword manual on his own, angering the martial arts world. This time they came to demand a satisfactory explanation from the Look family. Lumphilok asked curiously, isn't that manual the Look family's property? Nyin Tum explained, it was the unique sword technique of the silent hero. The Look family was only safekeeping it. After hearing this, Lumphilok felt this silent sword manual was very powerful. When they reached Kimlang, she would go there to join in the excitement. Then she turned to Nyin Tum and asked why Nyin Tum was going to Kimlang this time. Surprisingly, Nyin Tum was going there just for martial arts competition. At that moment, Lumding had returned. He gave Lumphilok and Nyin Tum each a portion. After all, they wouldn't reach Kimlang City until evening. They should eat a little to tide them over. Nyin Tum was surprised to receive a portion. Astonished, she looked at Lumding. Lumding told Nyin Tum to try it and see if she liked it. If not, he would get a different flavor next time. Lumphilok urged Nyin Tum to quickly try the snack. After all, she had been on the mountain for a long time. She surely had never tasted this before. Yin tried a bite. Unexpectedly, the taste was extraordinarily delicious. So she thanked Lumding. Lumding maintained his usual gentle demeanor. But today, Yin suddenly felt Lumding's voice was really pleasant to hear. Compared to her brothers shouting about martial arts training every day, it was much better. Lumfilok saw Yin blushing shyly and smiled inwardly. 2 days later, the three arrived at Kimlang City. When they reached the Look family residence, it was already crowded with martial artists. Those people were extremely angry, cursing at the Look family, constantly banging on the door, demanding a satisfactory explanation from the Look family. Lumfilok stood aside, enjoying the spectacle. She asked Yintum what she thought about how the Look family should handle this to appease the anger of these martial artists. Yintum said the Look family must certainly hand over the Silent Sword manual, but the question of who to give it to is the reason why those people came to Kimlang today. Not long after, the Look family head came out. He apologized, saying, "Everyone, I know why you've gathered here today. My unworthy son stole and learned the Silent Sword manual. I am deeply ashamed. I have severely punished my son. Today, in front of everyone, I will hand over the Silent Sword manual to someone else." The crowd disagreed with the Look family head's solution. The Silent Sword manual was a precious item. It couldn't be casually given to just anyone. A martial arts competition would be fair to determine the winner. Lumfilok had thought these martial artists came to express their dissatisfaction with the Look family. Unexpectedly, they all came to compete for the manual. This was no different from fighting for the imperial throne. Yintum noticed Lumding's expression was a bit off. She asked with concern if he was feeling unwell. Lumding shook his head, saying he was fine. It was just a bit noisy here. Seeing this, Yintum immediately drew her knife and threw it towards the Look family gate. Everyone was shocked and looked at her. Some thought Yintum wanted to use force to take the Silent Sword manual. Unexpectedly, she said they were too noisy. If the Look family head had made his own decision, why should they argue back and forth like this? Just directly state to whom he intends to entrust the Silent Sword manual. Hearing this, the Look family head spoke up, saying the Look family had followed Silent Swordsman's last wishes for many years, bearing the responsibility entrusted to them. Today, under the witness of the entire martial arts world, to hand over the Silent Sword manual to Master Keelung. This also means that from now on, the Look family and the Silent Sword manual will no longer have any connection. Lumfilok was shocked, gaping at Keelung. She never expected to meet him in this situation. Some people were still unsatisfied that Keelung received the Silent Sword manual, saying Silent Swordsman had once said whoever could eliminate the 13 red camps would be the rightful heir to the Silent Sword manual. Keelung glanced at the man who had just spoken. He directly threw down the command token of the 13 red camps. At this point, who could still have any objections or doubts about Keelung receiving the Silent Sword manual? They gradually dispersed. Lumding saw the crowd dispersing and called Lumfilok to return to the inn to rest. Lumfilok was still thinking about why Keelung was present in Kimlang. She even thought Tongkinglan might be here too. After returning to the inn, Lumding immediately went to rest. Yintum couldn't find Lumding anywhere. She asked Lumfilok about it and learned that Lumding had been poisoned before. Yintum said there was a natural medicinal spring in Tun Mountain that was very effective for healing and detoxification. If they had nothing else to do, they could go to the mountain with her. Lumfilok immediately agreed. She had heard that the scenery of Tun Mountain was very beautiful. It was just the right time for her to go and see it. Lumfilok chatted with Yintum for a bit more, then said goodbye and returned to her room to rest, preparing belongings to depart tomorrow. As soon as she entered the room, Lumfilok was extremely surprised to see Keelung sitting leisurely in a chair. Keelung tossed the Silent Sword manual to Lumfilok. She held the manual in her hands and tearfully cried in distress. She didn't want to be hunted down by the entire martial arts world. However, when she heard Keelung say this was a birthday gift from Tongkinglan to her, Lumfilok's expression immediately changed. She tenderly hugged the manual to her chest. Next month would be Lumfilok's 14th birthday. She didn't expect Tongkinglan would still remember. Besides the manual, Tongkinglan had also written a letter for Lumfilok. Holding the letter in her hand, Lumfilok felt as if Tongkinglan was standing behind her, gently saying he missed her very much, asking if she missed him too. After reading the letter, Lumfilok stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. It wasn't until Keelung was about to leave that she came to her senses. She asked Keelung to wait, saying she wanted to ask him for help. to deliver a reply letter to Tong Qinlan. After all, they had been apart for many months, and she had always been worried about Tong Qinlan's safety. Unable to resist Lam Filok's pleading expression, Qilong finally agreed to her request, telling her to write the letter quickly. Lam Filok quickly wrote her reply, then handed it to Qilong. The next day, Ngin Tum and Lam Filok took Lam Ding to Tun Mountain. In the time that followed, during the day, the three would go up the mountain to play and relax. At night, Lam Ding would soak in the medicinal spring to remove the remaining toxins in his body. Life on the mountain was extremely leisurely and comfortable. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. That day, Ngin Tum shyly approached Lam Ding while he was feeding the chickens and small rabbits. Today, she had caught some small animals and wanted to give them to Lam Ding. They were 2 small squirrels. Ngin Tum was amazed to see Lam Ding so close with the 2 squirrels. These small animals would usually run away at the sight of her. She had to spend so much effort just to catch them. Unexpectedly, they weren't afraid of Lam Ding at all, and even actively approached him. The small squirrel sat on Lam Ding's shoulder. When Ngin Tum tried to touch it, it immediately puffed up its fur, chirping loudly, making Ngin Tum withdraw her hand. Seeing this, Lam Ding gently told the small squirrel to be good and not to make noise randomly. The small squirrel seemed to understand Lam Ding's words. When Ngin Tum tried to touch it again, although it was still very scared, it didn't chirp loudly like before. Ngin Tum turned to ask Lam Ding if he liked the small animals she had brought. Lam Ding nodded, saying he liked them very much. Just then, Lam Filok came over. She had long been used to Ngin Tum, occasionally bringing small animals for Lam Ding. Ngin Tum made a sound of agreement, then left as she had something to do. Lam Filok reached out to gently pinch the squirrel's cheeks, telling Lam Ding about the news she just received from Nguthai Mountain. The Empress Dowager was urging them to come there quickly. Lam Ding agreed. His health had been nursed quite well already. In 2 days, they could set off to see the Empress Dowager. 2 days later, Ngin Tum saw Lam Filok and Lam Ding off, wishing them a safe journey. Lam Filok liked Ngin Tum, telling her to visit them in the capital if she had the chance. The capital had many skilled fighters, and by then, she would find someone to compete in sword skills with Ngin Tum. Ngin Tum agreed upon hearing this. Lam Ding nodded as a farewell to Ngin Tum. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lam Ding asked Ngin Tum to take care of the small animals in the yard for him. At the earliest 2 months, at the latest half a year, he would definitely return. Ngin Tum agreed, happily saying she would wait for Lam Ding. Lam Filok and Lam Ding traveled for a long time. When night fell, they stopped at an inn to rest. As they sat down at a table, Lam Filok overheard a man talking about the Song nation planning to attack Dai Lum. His companions thought the Song king was weak and wouldn't fight with Dai Lum. The man then said, last month, a new king ascended to the Song throne. He heard that this new king was very ruthless, killing his father and brother to take the throne. This new king was none other than the 7th Prince Song Jinglan, who was sent to Dailin as a hostage years ago. Lam Filok was shocked, her eyes wide open. She couldn't believe Song Jinglan had become the new king of the Song nation. It had only been a short year since Song Jinglan left. She really wanted to know what exactly had happened. Seeing Lam Filok intently listening to the story the 2 men were telling, Lam Ding asked her what was wrong. Lam Filok looked at Lam Din nervously, asking if they would really go to war with the Song nation. Lam Din said the new Song king was cruel. The Lam emperor certainly wouldn't watch the new king grow stronger. Taking advantage of the Song nation's current internal turmoil, the Lam emperor would likely seize the opportunity to attack. Now it seemed Lam Din and Lam Filok couldn't visit the Empress Dowager. The situation between Dailin and Song was tense. As the Prince of Qi, Lam Din had court duties. Lam Filok worried that Lam Din's health, just improved, might relapse. Wanting to look after Lam Din, she decided to return to the capital with him. Lam Ding thought this was quite good. After all, he wasn't at ease, leaving Lam Filok alone outside. The next day, they quickly changed their route to return to the palace. Upon return, Lam Filok immediately went to greet the Lam Emperor. She had been gone for half a year, and the Lam Emperor really missed her. Lam Filok asked the eunuch how the Lam Emperor's health had been while she was away. The eunuch frowned and said, Emperor Lam has been overworking lately due to the Song nation issue. He's a bit exhausted. Fortunately, there's a Taoist master who specializes in making elixirs for Emperor Lam. So after taking it, he recovered a little. Lam Filok couldn't help but wonder after hearing this. Emperor Lam Lam has never believed in things, like elixirs or Taoist masters. While Lam Filok was lost in thought, He Hang Kwang approached and called her name. He Hang Kwang returned to the imperial palace early this morning. He had just reported the military situation to Emperor Lam. Seeing her, He Hang Kwang was about to touch her hair bun again. He asked if Lam Filok missed her crown prince brother. Lam Filok avoided He Hang Kwang's mischievous hand. She complained that He Hang Kwang was very dirty as he hadn't changed his clothes. She told He Hang Kwang to go ahead, as she wanted to pay respects to Emperor Lam. Han Kwang watched Lam Filok leave and could only smile helplessly. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yet upon meeting, she didn't even bother to say another word to him. What a heartless girl. It's a waste that he worries about her every day. Lam Filok excitedly ran to Emperor Lam. Emperor Lam patted her head, saying, "Our little five is back. It's only been half a year, but we seem to have suddenly aged. Little five has also become a young lady." Lam Filok threw herself into Emperor Lam's arms, saying he hadn't aged at all. He was still in his prime. After that, Emperor Lam wanted to discuss Lam Filok's marriage again. After all, she'll be turning 15 after the new year. He had specially prepared some outstanding young men for her. Lam Filok took the portraits Emperor Lam handed her. She looked at them for a long time, but didn't like any of them. She told Emperor Lam she didn't want to marry so early. Emperor Lam then told Lam Filok she could choose someone to be betrothed to first. They could marry next year if she wanted. Lam Filok continued to whine to Emperor Lam. Unexpectedly, this time Emperor Lam wasn't falling for Lam Filok's tricks. No matter what, he would still marry her off. But Emperor Lam still gave Lam Filok a little more time to think. Lam Filok was very happy to hear this. She thanked Emperor Lam and immediately took her leave. After Lam Filok had gone far, Pengman asked Emperor Lam why he was in such a hurry to arrange Lam Filok's marriage. After all, she was still young. She could stay by Emperor Lam's side for a few more years. Emperor Lam said, Great Lam and Song Nation would fight sooner or later. In a few years, he feared the world would no longer be peaceful. It's better now to arrange Lam Filok's marriage a bit earlier. Having someone to protect her would put Emperor Lam at ease. Emperor Lam picked up the portrait of He Hang Kwang. He thought He Hang Kwang wasn't bad. His most obedient princess should of course marry the most brave young general in the world. So Emperor Lam sent Pengman to call for noble consort He. He wanted to discuss it with noble consort He. A few days later, news spread in the palace that Emperor Lam had decided to betroth the fifth princess to Crown Prince He. Lam Filok was shocked when Tung Vu told her about it. She thought He Hang Kong was still stubbornly pursuing her, so he begged the Lin Emperor to let him marry her. Unexpectedly, He Hang Kong himself was very surprised when he heard this news. He hurriedly went to explain to Lin Feiluo that he really didn't beg the Lin Emperor. Although he really wanted to marry her, he would use his own abilities to make her willingly agree to marry him, and absolutely not use this kind of tactic. Lin Feiluo waved her hand. She also knew this matter had nothing to do with He Hang Kong. When this news dies down, she would talk to the Lin Emperor again. Thanks to Lin Feiluo's efforts, the Lin Emperor finally didn't arrange her marriage with He Hang Kong. Instead, he focused all his attention on her upcoming birthday. On Lin Feiluo's 15th birthday, the Lin Emperor held a grand banquet. He conferred upon Lin Feiluo the title of Yonggan, princess, announcing it to the whole world. Yet Hong Kong and Lin Jingyan came to congratulate her on coming of age. Lin Jingyan personally found a good location for Lin Feiluo's princess mansion. That night, Lin Feiluo saw off all the guests one by one before returning to Mingyu Palace. She massaged her tired shoulders and asked Songwu to prepare hot water. At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, reporting to Lin Feiluo that He Hang Kong had just been assassinated. On his way back, Lin Feiluo approached the palace maid, asking about He Hang Kong's injuries. Fortunately, He Hang Kong was only slightly injured. The doctor has already examined him. However, Lin Feiluo still felt something was strange. Out of the blue, He Hang Kong was suddenly assassinated by someone. Who could he have offended? At this moment, there was a tapping sound outside the window. Lin Feiluo dismissed the palace maid. She went to open the window wide. Song Jinglan was already standing outside. He wore the mask he had worn when taking Lin Feiluo out of the palace to play during the begging festival. Lin Feiluo hadn't seen Song Jinglan for a long time. She felt that he now looked different from before. Though he still had a smile on his lips, there was something different. Seeing Lin Feiluo staring, Song Jinglan thought she was afraid. Lin Feiluo said she was far from being afraid. She asked Song Jinglan why he came here today. Unexpectedly, Song Jinglan came all this way, just to give Lin Feiluo a birthday gift, a jade piece carved with her image. When she was little, On her 5th birthday, she had received a beautiful wooden piece like this. At that time, Song Jinglun said wood would rot over time. She then said when he became rich, he should give her jade instead. That way it would last longer. But so much time had passed, she didn't expect Song Jinglan would still remember. Lin Feiluo then asked Song Jinglan if Hang Kong's assassination had anything to do with him. Song Jinglan calmly said, "He wanted to marry you. Of course he had to be killed." Lin Feiluo frowned at Song Jinglan. Song Jinglan thought she was angry. He went to embrace her, asking if she couldn't bear to let Hang Kong die. Lin Feiluo quietly allowed Song Jinglan to hug her. Song Jinglan in front of her now was truly strange. But the odd thing was, she didn't feel afraid of him at all. It seemed she truly believed Song Jinglan wouldn't do anything to harm her. Lin Feiluo told Song Jinglan not to kill people recklessly. The matter between her and Hong Kong was just a rumor. She would definitely not marry him. Song Jinglan released Lin Feiluo. She asked him if the rumor that he had killed his own father was true. Song Jinglan frankly admitted it. Then Lin Feiluo asked about the matter of Song Jinglan killing court officials and imprisoning princes. Song Jinglan grunted in affirmation to all. Song Jinglan said to Lin Feiluo, "I've told you before, the path to fight for the throne is extremely dangerous. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Does the princess want me to die?" Lin Feiluo immediately said no, then seemed to realize she was a bit rash. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Song Jinglan reached out to caress Lin Feiluo's cheek, lifting her head to face him, and told Lin Feiluo not to fear him, or else he would be very sad. After saying this, Song Jinglan left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Lin Feiluo to sleep early. Lin Feiluo watched Song Jinglan's retreating figure. Since becoming the new ruler of Song country, he must be very busy. Song Jinglan must have arranged for a long time to be able to spare this brief moment to meet her like this. Lin Feiluo said loudly, wishing Song Jinglan a safe journey. Unexpectedly, Song Jinglan turned back and asked Lin Feiluo if she could wait for him for a few more years. Lin Feiluo seemed to think of something. She closed the window in embarrassment. After her 15th birthday, Lin Feiluo officially moved out of the palace and began her own life. She designed the princess's mansion herself. On the battlefield, Song country continued to advance. Song Jinglan personally led troops to conquer east and west, annexing small countries around Dalin. In just a few short years, Song country went from a weak nation to becoming powerful at an astonishing speed, forming a tripartite balance with Dalin and Yong country. Faced with Song country's might, Lin Emperor was restless, but could do nothing, his health deteriorating day by day. Lin Feiluo entered the palace to care for Lin Emperor. Seeing him use more and more elixirs, she was about to stop him when Peng Man stopped her. Peng Man told Lin Feiluo that in recent years, Lin Emperor's illness had become increasingly serious, and his suspicions had worsened. Last time, Crown Prince Lin Qing only advised Lin Emperor a few words about the elixirs, yet it provoked Lin Emperor's anger, saying the Crown Prince was insidious and unfathomable. Lin Feiluo said she understood, feeling extremely conflicted inside. At this moment, a guard entered to report intelligence gathered by spies that Yong country had sent a prince for diplomacy with Song country. Yong country wanted to form an alliance with Song country to jointly attack Dalin. Hearing this, Lin Emperor became panicked and frightened. Suddenly, his body couldn't withstand the shock. He coughed blood and fainted. The imperial physician was immediately summoned. After examining Lin Emperor, the physician couldn't help but sigh. "Your Majesty has been using elixirs year-round. Cold poison has invaded his body. This time, fire attacking the heart led to blood flow reversal, causing cold poison to invade the internal organs. I'm afraid he may not recover." Lin Feiluo was stunned upon hearing this. She didn't understand why Lin Emperor's illness had become so serious. Lin Qing supported Lin Feiluo, instructing the entire Imperial Medical Department to devote all efforts to treating Lin Emperor. Then he turned to comfort Lin Feiluo, telling her not to be afraid. With the imperial physicians, Lin Emperor would be fine. However, the current court situation was chaotic. He feared he wouldn't have time to care for Lin Emperor, so he had to rely on her. After saying this, Lin Qing immediately convened court officials for a meeting. He also sent a message to the border, telling General Shi to calmly await orders not to act rashly and to guard against Song country's attack. After Lin Emperor fell seriously ill, Crown Prince Lin Qing directly assumed regency. After meeting with court officials, he immediately sent envoys to Song country for peace negotiations. Only in recent days has news been received. Song Jinglan personally led 100,000 troops on a royal expedition to the Huai River, the border between Song and Lin countries. In an instant, Great Lin's people were in panic. Lin Qing suddenly didn't know how to handle this situation. At the same time, after a period of using elixirs to prolong his life, Lin Emperor died of illness. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere enveloped all of Great Lin. At the Northern Frontier Army, the nation guarding, General Shishun also received news that Lin Emperor had passed away. His expression was extremely serious. Xishingang looked at his father and asked, now that Lin Emperor had passed away, Song country was approaching Great Lin's territory, and Yang country was also preparing troops for expedition. What should they do now? Shishun said loudly, prepare well, be ready to die in battle at any time. Absolutely do not let Song troops cross the border. All the soldiers responded in unison. Just then, a soldier came to report to Shishun that Song troops had sent someone to inform they wanted to negotiate. Both Shishun and Xishingang felt it strange. The current situation was already like this, yet they still wanted to negotiate. What was there to negotiate? Shishun still went to sea. Across the Huai River, Song Jinglan said he brought 100,000 troops, not to fight with Shishun, but to propose marriage. Shishun heard this and didn't understand. Asked Song Jinglan what he really meant. Song Jinglan smiled lightly, telling Shishun to go back and report to Lin Qing that he only wanted Princess Yong'an. Xishingang couldn't hold back anymore. Just as he was about to draw his sword to fight Song Jinglan, he was stopped by Shishun. It took 3 soldiers to restrain the angry Xishingang. Shishun, worried Xishingang might ruin things, had someone escort him away. Then, Shishun ordered someone to row a boat over. He directly boarded the boat to talk with Song Jinglan. As soon as he got on the boat, Shishun asked about Song Jinglan's recent alliance with Yang country and what he meant by saying he wanted to propose marriage today. Song Jinglan took out the imperial edict of the alliance agreement and boldly declared that under his rule, the relationship between Song country and Great Lin would be forever strong. Shishun received the edict, bowed to Song Jinglan, then returned to report this matter to Lin Qing. Lin Qing quickly summoned Lin Feilu to the palace. Upon receiving the news from Lin Qing, Lin Feilu was a bit worried that the border had been defeated, and Lin Qing planned to flee with the pregnant empress. When Lin Feilu arrived, Lin Qing handed her the edict to read for herself. After reading, Lin Feilu was extremely surprised. Lin Qing said this was the Song Emperor's request, but she should rest assured. Even if he had to defend until death, Lin Qing would never hand over Lin Feilu. Lin Feilu pondered. Every clause in the alliance edict was beneficial to Great Lin, and not harmful at all. Of course, Lin Qing knew this as well. Indeed, marrying into the Song country could bring 100 years of peace to Great Lin, enough for Lin Qing to secure his position as emperor and protect the country. But he didn't want to sacrifice Lin Feilu in exchange for those things. Lin Feilu sighed, if we don't need to fight, why should we? When war breaks out, people suffer, civilians face calamity. By then, corpses will be everywhere, and whose life isn't a life. After the Lin Emperor passed away, Lin Feilu had been thinking whether she should write a letter to Song Jinglan, asking him not to ally with Yang country to attack Great Lin. But she hesitated because she didn't know what identity she should use to make that request. Unexpectedly, Song Jinglan sent an alliance edict. Lin Feilu told Lin Qing to let her marry into the Song country, considering it as her coronation gift to him. Lin Qing hesitated, unwilling, and told Lin Feilu to return first. He wanted to think about it for a few more days. Not long after, facing the risk of losing the country, with people in panic and Yang country stirring, Lin Qing finally agreed to let Lin Feilu marry into the Song country. He immediately issued an imperial edict, sending someone to rush it to Song country. 5 days later, both Lin and Song countries simultaneously announced that the Song emperor would marry Princess Yong'an. The 2 countries would intermarry and ally, maintaining eternal friendship. Very soon, the Song country's envoy arrived at Great Lin's capital to escort Lin Feilu. Besides Xiaolan and Lin Zhanyuan, Lin Ting, Lin Jingyuan, Lin Qing, and even Lin Yanji came to see Lin Feilu off. Before she left, Xiaolan gave her many instructions. Lin Feilu comforted her, telling Xiaolan not to worry. She would often return to visit her, and she also knew how to protect herself well. When the auspicious hour came, Lin Feilu waved goodbye to everyone once more, and then got into the horse carriage to leave. That evening, the group stopped to set up camp and rest. Seeing Lin Fei Lu eating happily, Song Yu asked if she truly wasn't sad. Lin Fei Lu said there was nothing to be sad about. They were now like migrants, just getting a pass to travel between the two countries. And in the future, they could return whenever they wanted. Song Yu felt that was true, but the journey was very long. Lin Fei Lu winked mischievously, saying why would they walk such a long distance? Wouldn't riding horses be better? Lin Fei Lu was excited. This marriage alliance felt like experiencing a new life to her. She could explore many new things. She had heard that Song Country was near mountains and sea, with abundant seafood. Seeing Lin Fei Lu like this, Song Yu suddenly felt no more sympathy. Later, Lin Fei Lu felt a bit sleepy, so she went to sleep in the carriage for a while, telling Song Yu to wake her when the convoy was ready to move. Just as Lin Fei Lu was about to lift the curtain and enter, a hand grabbed her arm. It turned out Shi Xingang had followed her all the way here. Shi Xingang looked haggard, his eyes red, asking Lin Fei Lu if she truly volunteered for this marriage alliance. Lin Fei Lu nodded, saying she was completely willing. She liked Song Jinglan and wanted to marry him. Shi Xingang didn't believe what Lin Fei Lu said, but even if he didn't believe, what more could he do? The only thing Shi Xingang could do was to secretly follow her to see Lin Fei Lu one last time. Lin Fei Lu, for the first time, used her identity as a princess to face Shi Xingang. She ordered Shi Xingang to let go of her hand. Shi Xingang was reluctant, but had to comply. This time, he let go of Lin Fei Lu's hand, which meant letting her go forever. After that, Shi Xingang immediately left. Lin Fei Lu looked at her reddened wrist and sighed. A moment later, Song Yu came to inform that the envoy had rested enough and was preparing to depart. The group continued on their journey. Lin Fei Lu sat in the horse carriage, lifted the curtain, and asked Commander Chen how many days it would take to reach the Song capital. Commander Chen said if they traveled quickly, they could arrive in 10 days, but that would be very tiring for her in the carriage. So the convoy would move more slowly, setting up camp at dusk and continuing to move at sunrise. It would probably take about 20 days. After hearing this, Lin Fei Lu sighed wearily. Having to sit in the carriage for so long made her suddenly not want to marry Song Jinglan anymore. Commander Chen, frightened, rode his horse to the front, thinking to himself that fortunately His Majesty didn't hear what Lin Fei Lu just said. Lin Fei Lu continued to complain to Song Yu. She felt that she had already sacrificed too much for Song Jinglan, and now she had to sit in the carriage for another 20 days. Lin Fei Lu lay sprawled in the horse carriage, reading the script while cursing Song Jinglan as heartless. Song Yu was worried, advising Lin Fei Lu not to call Song Jinglan directly by his name like that. Lin Fei Lu ignored Song Yu's fear, constantly rolling around in the carriage. Song Jinglan has changed. He wasn't like this before. Does Song Jinglan not love me anymore? Does Song Jinglan have a dog in his harem now? As soon as Lin Fei Lu finished speaking, laughter rang out. Song Yu thought it was Commander Chen laughing, but when Lin Fei Lu lifted the carriage curtain to check, she realized Song Jinglan had arrived. At first, Lin Fei Lu thought she was seeing a ghost, hurriedly clutching her little heart. After Song Yu was called away for some business, Song Jinglan entered the carriage. Now Lin Fei Lu could confirm that she hadn't been seeing things earlier. Song Jinglan had really come here. Before Lin Fei Lu could recover, Song Jinglan asked her, "How have I changed? What was I like before?" Lin Fei Lu secretly inched away from Song Jinglan. She didn't know how to answer this question. However, the further Lin Fei Lu moved back, the closer Song Jinglan moved forward, until there was nowhere left to retreat. Song Jinglan patted her head, saying it had been a long time. It was then that Lin Fei Lu realized Song Jinglan had been with the bridal escort all along, not just arrived. Song Jinglan replied matter-of-factly and asked Lin Fei Lu in return, was it wrong for him to come and escort his wife? This comment made Lin Fei Lu blush. She didn't expect that after just a few years apart, her little beauty had changed so much, even knowing how to speak sweet words now. Suddenly, Lin Fei Lu remembered earlier when Shi Xingang had come to see her. She nervously asked Song Jinglan if he had seen it. Song Jinglan had of course seen it. Moreover, without his permission, even if Shi Xingang grew wings, he couldn't take half a step into Lin Fei Lu's carriage. Lin Fei Lu said she and Xingang only exchanged a few words. Song Jinglan wasn't planning to send someone to eliminate Shi Xingang, was he? Song Jinglan said he had already agreed with her and wouldn't break his promise. As long as Lin Fei Lu didn't marry Shi Xingang, Song Jinglan wouldn't kill Shi Xingang. Suddenly, Lin Fei Lu felt Song Jinglan was strange. He looked a bit like someone experienced in love, so she quickly pulled her hand back, asking Song Jinglan how many beauties were in his harem now. When Lin Fei Lu heard Song Jinglan say there were about 6 or 7 people in his harem, Lin Fei Lu angrily stood up. She wanted to return to Dalin, no longer wanting to marry Song Jinglan. Song Jinglan pulled Lin Fei Lu's hand back, making her sit on his lap. Ignoring Lin Fei Lu's anger, he lightly kissed the corner of her mouth, making Lin Fei Lu blush. Song Jinglan said he just accidentally touched her, but Lin Fei Lu was no fool. She was far from believing Song Jinglan, saying that those 6 or 7 beauties weren't also accidentally brought in by Song Jinglan. Song Jinglan leaned his head on Lin Fei Lu's shoulder, saying those beauties were chosen by the Empress Dowager. They had no official status, and he had never even met them. After saying this, Song Jinglan deliberately stole another kiss from Lin Fei Lu. Lin Fei Lu pouted, saying she didn't like those beauties. Song Jinglan immediately said when they return, he would beat them all to death. Lin Fei Lu quickly said she didn't ask Song Jinglan to kill anyone, just release them from the palace. Song Jinglan agreed. After that, whatever Lin Fei Lu requested, Song Jinglan agreed to it all. Even the matter of not taking concubines in the future, Song Jinglan agreed. He didn't need a harem of 3,000 beauties. Lin Fei Lu was enough. Song Jinglan also said Lin Fei Lu could only marry him. Then he teased Lin Fei Lu some more, making her feel embarrassed. The red clouds on her cheeks spread to her ears. Seeing Song Jinglan still wanting to tease her, Lin Fei Lu pushed him away, telling Song Jinglan to let her go. If others saw them, they might call Song Jinglan a tyrant again. Song Jinglan gently embraced Lin Fei Lu and placed her on the carriage floor. Not having met for years, he feared Lin Fei Lu might feel uncomfortable. The whole journey, she couldn't eat or sleep well, so he came to be close to her for a while. Lin Fei Lu wasn't sure if her feelings were wrong. She felt Song Jinglan was strange. To prevent Song Jinglan from going too far, Lin Fei Lu wrapped her arms around him. Her heart was pounding nonstop. When she first met Song Jinglan, she clearly felt very nervous, but now she didn't know why she felt as if they had never been apart, always this close. A moment later, Lin Fei Lu asked Song Jinglan if he secretly came here, how would court affairs be handled? Maybe those people would call her a femme fatale again. Song Jinglan kissed Lin Fei Lu's hand. No one would dare scold her. Lin Fei Lu pretended to be troubled and sighed. She thought the ministers of Song Kingdom surely didn't expect their emperor would give up unifying the world for a princess and favor only her in the harem. Originally, Lin Fei Lu wanted to tease Song Jinglan a bit. Unexpectedly, she was teased by Song Jinglan, instead, who took advantage of the moment to kiss her again. After the kiss, Song Jinglan teased Lin Fei Lu once more, making her blush with embarrassment. Lin Fei Lu felt that Song Jinglan had really changed. He wasn't so shameless before. Lin Fei Lu wanted to go out horseback riding for a bit. As a result, she went with Song Jinglan. Lin Fei Lu felt that sitting in a carriage wasn't really comfortable. Horseback riding was better. Song Jinglan agreed to let her ride a horse every day when they went out. Lin Fei Lu wanted to rest for a day. When they reached each city, she heard that every region in the Song Kingdom had its own special cuisine and wanted to try them. Song Jinglan agreed. Lin Fei Lu was extremely happy. Now with Song Jinglan by her side, they could eat and have fun together, making her feel that 20 days on the road wasn't too long. It was like they were on their honeymoon. Lin Fei Lu asked Song Jinglan if he was in a hurry to return to the capital. Song Jinglan said he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Fei Lu could play for as long as she wanted. He was completely devoted to her. Lin Fei Lu called Song Jinglan a tyrant. Song Jinglan admitted to being a tyrant. Lin Fei Lu said Song Jinglan wasn't a tyrant. Song Jinglan then said he wasn't a tyrant. This made Lin Fei Lu laugh. She told Song Jinglan he should have some limits. Song Jinglan leaned down and kissed Lin Fei Lu's forehead. She was Song Jinglan's limit. That night, after traveling all day, Lin Fei Lu indulged in a warm bath. It felt like being reborn. Song Jinglan came to help Lin Fei Lu dry her hair. He asked if she was sleepy yet and if she wanted to go for a walk. Lin Fei Lu was extremely excited at the mention of going out. She eagerly asked Song Jinglan where they would go. Song Jinglan smiled and said, not far from this courtyard was the fairy lake. He asked Lin Fei Lu if she wanted to go see it. Lin Fei Lu wanted to go and see if there were fairies in the fairy lake, but she acted coy with Song Jinglan, saying she was tired and didn't want to ride a horse or walk either. Without a word, Song Jinglan picked Lin Fei Lu up. He took her to change clothes, then carried her to the fairy lake. Lin Fei Lu felt she was being a bit capricious. She had never known before that when in love, she would treat someone like this. The two guards at the gate were very surprised to see Song Jinglan carrying Lin Fei Lu away. They were extremely astonished. Before, their emperor had never once glanced at the beauties in the harem. They didn't expect that now. He would favor the Princess of Dalin so much. Song Jinglan carried Lin Fei Lu all the way to the fairy lake. Lin Fei Lu played with the hair on Song Jinglan's shoulder. She felt there was a very fragrant scent on him. She couldn't resist, nuzzling against Song Jinglan a few times. Song Jinglan was a normal man. Naturally, when the woman he liked was in front of him, and being so intimate with him, no one could endure it. Song Jinglan was no exception. He swallowed hard, then put Lin Fei Lu down so she could enjoy the scenery. Lin Fei Lu loved the scenery here very much. She even told Song Jinglan that there really were fairies at Fairy Lake. Song Jinglan was still surprised, not knowing where the fairies were, when Lin Fei Lu pointed at herself, saying she was the fairy. Lin Fei Lu wanted Song Jinglan to hug her. Song Jinglan immediately embraced her. He agreed with her that from now on, no matter where they were, whenever she was tired, he would hold her tight. Lin Fei Lu smiled at Song Jinglan. She deliberately asked if whatever she said, he would always agree. Song Jinglan kissed Lin Fei Lu, saying as long as she agreed to stay by his side, whatever she asked for would be granted. After a night's rest, the group continued their journey. Passing through the desolate border, the group entered the prosperous Song country a few days later. That day, while Lin Fei Lu was lying down reading a book, Song Jinglan grabbed her ankle. He put on a phoenix anklet for her as a birthday gift. Lin Fei Lu was still concerned about this phoenix anklet, as she remembered only the empress could use it. Unexpectedly, Song Jinglan only cared about whether she liked it or not. Song Jinglan even wanted to make Lin Fei Lu the empress. Lin Fei Lu was extremely surprised. Thinking back, although Song Jinglan's harem had no one else but her, but if she was directly made empress, it might cause controversy among court officials. In history, there had never been a princess becoming an empress. Song Jinglan asked Lin Fei Lu if she didn't agree to be his empress. Lin Fei Lu said she of course agreed, but she felt being an empress was very troublesome. There were many rules to follow: managing the harem, paying respects, having audiences, and no more sleeping in. Song Jinglan told Lin Fei Lu she didn't need to worry about those things at all. No one would come to bother her. Lin Fei Lu looked at Song Jinglan confused. If so, why did she need to be empress then? Song Jinglan said he wanted to give her the best things in the world. Lin Fei Lu pretended to be magnanimous and satisfied, Song Jinglan agreeing to be his empress. After that, Lin Fei Lu stroked the phoenix anklet on her foot, then threw herself into Song Jinglan's arms. She really liked this birthday gift. Then Lin Fei Lu said Song Jinglan had given her many gifts. She also wanted to give Song Jinglan one. She told Song Jinglan to close his eyes. Lin Fei Lu approached Song Jinglan and kissed him on the lips. Song Jinglan opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Lin Fei Lu. Then he gently laid her down and kissed her. Just as Lin Fei Lu thought they would go to the final step, Song Jinglan said he thanked Lin Fei Lu for her gift. He liked it very much. Half a month later, Lin Fei Lu finally arrived at the Song dynasty's imperial palace. She was personally escorted by Song Jinglan to Yong'an Palace. There, two palace maids, Ting Chun and Xixia, were waiting. When entering Yong'an Palace, Lin Fei Lu was extremely surprised. The design of this place was identical to Lin Fei Lu's Mingyue Palace. It turned out Song Jinglan, after ascending the throne, had ordered this place to be renovated based on Mingyue Palace. Lin Fei Lu was very touched. She asked if at that time, Song Jinglan already knew she would be married to Song dynasty. Song Jinglan kissed Lin Fei Lu's forehead. He had long wanted to marry her. Being kissed by Song Jinglan in front of the palace maids made Lin Fei Lu a bit shy. She made an excuse to go see the main hall to escape the embarrassing scene. Tongwu was surprised to see the main hall of Yong'an Palace. She felt this palace was truly magnificent, even more beautiful than the palace of Empress Dalin of their country. After that, Lin Fei Lu told Song Jinglan to return to the palace to handle state affairs. After all, he had been away from the palace for a long time. She could walk around and familiarize herself with the imperial palace. Song Jinglan nodded in agreement, saying Lin Fei Lu should rest. He would come to dine with her in the evening. Ting Chun and Xixia wanted to prepare some hot water for Lin Fei Lu to bathe, but she said there was no hurry. She told them to take her for a tour around the imperial palace. She had heard that the Song dynasty's imperial palace was the most magnificent and beautiful in the world, described as heaven on earth. She had long wanted to see it. Ting Chun and Shi Xia took Lin Fei Lu for a walk, introducing her to the location of each palace as they went. Yong'an, Palace of Lin Fei Lu, and Linan Hall of Song Jinglan turned out to be very close to each other, just a short walk away. These two places were in the main palace. Most of the other palaces were still empty. The Empress Dowager lived in Zhonghua Hall, not in the main palace area. The beauties in the palace selected by the Empress Dowager lived near Zhonghua Hall and usually didn't come to the main palace. It could be said that currently, the only woman in the main palace closest to Song Jinglan was Lin Fei Lu. Lin Fei Lu wanted to go see Linan Hall. Ting Chun and Shi Xia immediately hurried to stop her, saying Linan Hall was where His Majesty handled state affairs and rested. Without being summoned, one couldn't enter. A few years ago, a beauty took it upon herself to bring some refreshments and enter Linan Hall to seek an audience. Before she could even step inside, His Majesty had her dragged away and locked in the internal prison. After hearing what Ting Chun and Shi Xia said, Lin Fei Lu felt very strange. Was Song Jinglan really that scary? Ting Chun and Shi Xia wanted to advise Lin Fei Lu to return and continue the tour tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei Lu insisted on entering Linan Hall. Ting Chun and Shi Xia were still worried, but they followed Lin Fei Lu to Linan Hall. Hong Gong Gong saw Lin Fei Lu, immediately invited her inside, saying that His Majesty had been waiting for her for a long time. This scene greatly surprised Ting Chun and Shi Xia. His Majesty always followed the rules they knew. When Lin Fei Lu went in, Song Jinglan was reading memorials. Lin Fei Lu paid no attention to etiquette and directly threw herself into Song Jinglan's arms. Then Tiandong brought her tea. Tiandong had grown much taller. Lin Fei Lu almost didn't recognize him. Lin Fei Lu thought Tiandong was a eunuch beside Song Jinglan, so she looked down at his lower body. This embarrassed Tiandong greatly, and he kept explaining that he was just a personal guard beside His Majesty. Song Jinglan stepped in to help Tiandong, feeding Lin Fei Lu some refreshments. While eating, Lin Fei Lu looked around Linan Hall. She found it very beautiful and grand. Song Jing Lan continued to edit the memorials, saying if Lin Fei Lu liked Linan Hall so much, she could come stay here in the future. Hearing this, Ting Chun and Shi Xia smiled at each other. Perhaps the days in the palace had changed. Just then, Hong Gong Gong came in to report to Song Jinglan that the Vice Minister of the Secretariat and the Minister of Rights were seeking an audience. Song Jinglan allowed them to enter. Lin Fei Lu was about to move to the back to avoid them for a while, but Song Jinglan stopped her, telling her to stay seated. The Vice Minister of the Secretariat and the Minister of Rights respectfully greeted Song Jinglan. Seeing Lin Fei Lu sitting beside His Majesty, they couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Lin Fei Lu continued eating refreshments, trying to minimize her presence as much as possible. Song Jinglan said to the Vice Minister of the Secretariat and the Minister of Rights, I summoned you two ministers here today because there's a matter concerning the conferment of the Empress title and my grand wedding. I'm entrusting this task to you both. Have the Imperial Astronomer's Office choose an auspicious date. Don't be careless with any details. Report back when it's done. The Vice Minister of the Secretariat and the Minister of Rights didn't expect Song Jinglan to want to make Princess Yong'an the Empress. They worried about the court officials' discussions, thinking that Delin had sent a femme fatale to take advantage of their Song nation. Moreover, conferring the Empress title was a major event related to national affairs, so they hoped Song Jinglan would reconsider. Song Jinglan smiled coldly, looking at the Vice Minister and the Minister, and asked, Am I consulting with you? The Vice Minister and the Minister panicked. They wanted to say something more, but Song Jinglan interrupted them, saying he entrusted this matter to them, and Song Jinglan was very at ease. He ordered them to withdraw. Lin Fei Lu looked at Song Jinglan admiringly. She felt Song Jinglan was really cool just now. She even had the feeling that she had picked up the script of a femme fatale. Song Jinglan told Lin Fei Lu eating too many pastries could cause bloating. It was almost time for dinner. If she liked them, she could eat more tomorrow. Then, Song Jinglan told Tiandong to have someone bring up the meal. After that, he turned to Lin Fei Lu and asked her, You just said you liked Linan Hall? After we finish eating, do you want to stay here? Lin Feilu shyly looked at Song Jinglan. Seeing his expression, she declined to stay at Linan Hall. She still preferred to stay at Yong'an Palace. Moreover, she wasn't prepared to share a bed with Song Jinglan yet. For now, this response would suffice. The next day, Lin Feilu had just finished her makeup and hair when Song Yu came running, reporting that someone from Zhonghua Hall had come, saying the Empress Dowager had verbally summoned Lin Feilu. There, Lin Feilu pondered. The Empress Dowager summoning her must be because she knew about Song Jinglan's plan to make her the Empress. It was unlikely to be with good intentions, so Lin Feilu told Song Yu to stay at Yong'an Palace. Ting Chun and Shi Xia would accompany her to the Empress Dowager. On the way, Lin Feilu asked Ting Chun and Shi Xia about the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's name was Rong He. She was one of the 4 consorts of the late emperor, but was not favored. Later, when Song Jinglan was chosen as a hostage and sent to Dalin, the Empress Dowager lived even more simply in the palace. After Song Jinglan returned, he rarely visited Zhonghua Palace. His relationship with the Empress Dowager was not close, so he paid little attention to the Empress Dowager's selection of beauties to enter the palace. Lin Feilu listened silently without saying anything. To her, the fact that Song Jinglan left home at 7 years old and only returned as an adult meant he probably didn't have much affection for this mother figure. As for the Empress Dowager, when she had no son by her side in the palace, Lin wondered if she regretted her initial choice. Then, Lin Feilu asked Ting Chun and Shi Xia if they knew what the Empress Dowager liked, such as jade items or famous paintings. Ting Chun said, the Empress Dowager didn't care much for gold, silver, or jade. If there was something she truly liked, it would be orchids. The Empress Dowager grew many orchids in the palace. Orchids offered to the palace were sent to Zhonghua Hall every year. Upon arriving at Zhonghua Hall, Ting Chun and Shi Xia were kept outside by the eunuchs. Only Lin Feilu was allowed inside. Ting Chun and Shi Xia looked at Lin Feilu worriedly. She turned back, reassuring them it would be fine. When meeting Empress Dowager Rong He, Lin Feilu realized why Song Jinglan was so handsome. The beauty genes of the Rong family were indeed strong. Lin Feilu respectfully greeted the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager saw Lin Feilu's appearance and thought she looked very obedient, completely unlike the seductive fox that she had imagined her to be. The Empress Dowager had palace maids prepare a seat for Lin Feilu. Then she asked about how Lin Feilu and Song Jinglan met. Lin Feilu happily recounted everything, from how she and Song Jinglan fished together by the lake, dug for bamboo shoots, and even how they were punished by the imperial tutor. She told the Empress Dowager everything, making her laugh heartily. Seeing Lin Feilu talk for so long, the Empress Dowager had palace servants prepare some tea to moisten her throat. The Empress Dowager knew that although Lin Feilu was trying to pick interesting stories to tell her Song Jinglan, being a royal nephew, couldn't have lived so carefree. In a place with no one to rely on, having an innocent and obedient Lin Feilu by his side was perhaps the only consolation in Song Jinglan's youth. Today, she had wanted to see what kind of woman made her son break the rules, and what she was really like. Now, it seemed Princess Yong'an was just a simple girl. Even if she became empress in the future, she wouldn't pose much of a threat. Lin Feilu gently sipped her tea. The Empress Dowager had missed the most important period in Song Jinglan's growth. By talking about his childhood, Lin Feilu made the Empress Dowager lower her guard, making it easier to approach and build a relationship. Lin Feilu looked at the handkerchief the Empress Dowager was embroidering. She complimented the beautiful moth orchid the Empress had embroidered, and even named all the types of orchids in Zhonghua Hall. The Empress Dowager was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Feilu could recognize these types of orchids. Lin Feilu said her mother also loved orchids and used to grow many in the palace before. The Empress Dowager called Lin Feilu to her side and gave her the handkerchief embroidered with a moth orchid. Holding the handkerchief, Lin Feilu's eyes turned red. She suddenly felt homesick for her mother. The Empress Dowager comforted Lin Feilu, saying she was about to marry Song Jinglan, and from now on she would be like a mother to her. Lin Feilu threw herself into the Empress Dowager's arms, calling her mother. The Empress Dowager hugged Lin Feilu back, gently consoling her. Lin Feilu was secretly pleased. The Empress Dowager lacked familial affection, the most basic warmth. It was indeed right for her to start from this point. A while later, Lin Feilu left Zhonghua Hall. Ting Chun and Shi Xia were worried about her. Seeing Lin Fei, Lu returned safely and even gifted a jade bracelet, the Empress Dowager's personal item. They felt relieved. Just then, Hong Gong Gong arrived. It turned out Song Jinglan had instructed him to bring a sedan to take Lin Fei Lu back to the palace. Hong Gong Gong sourly lifted the curtain for Lin Fei Lu, saying His Majesty would be busy until noon. He asked if Lin Fei Lu wanted to have lunch at Linan Hall or return to Yong'an Palace. Lin Fei Lu thought for a moment and said she wanted to go to Linan Hall to wait for Song Jinglan to return from court, so they could dine together. Lin Fei Lu was taken to Linan Hall. As soon as she arrived, she fell asleep, making up for waking up early that morning. After finishing his work, Song Jinglan immediately came to find Lin Fei Lu. He woke her up for lunch. Lin Fei Lu hugged Song Jinglan, saying she wasn't hungry yet. She recounted her morning visit to the Empress Dowager and how she was given a jade bracelet. Seeing Song Jinglan wasn't too interested in this matter, Lin Fei Lu asked if he disliked the Empress Dowager. Song Jinglan said he neither liked nor disliked the Empress Dowager. As long as she didn't do anything excessive, he wouldn't touch her. Song Jinglan thought Lin Fei Lu hated his current appearance. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to caress Song Jinglan's face, understanding the hardships he had endured in the past. Song Jinglan kissed Lin Fei Lu's hand, saying as long as she was by his side, he didn't feel the hardships anymore. After speaking, Song Jinglan kissed her forehead, the tip of her nose, and then stopped at her lips. Their breaths intertwined. Just as they were about to take the final step, Lin Fei Lu spoke up and asked Song Jinglan, "And now?" Hearing this, Song Jinglan looked at Lin Fei Lu's innocent eyes and finally had to restrain himself and take her to lunch. Lin Fei Lu didn't let Song Jinglan go easily. She grabbed Song Jinglan's belt, looking very seductive, asking if he didn't want her. Then Lin Fei Lu realized she had misspoken and fearfully changed the subject to going for lunch. Song Jinglan helped Lin Fei Lu adjust her clothes, reminding her not to tempt him like that. He wanted to give her a complete wedding ceremony. Hearing about the wedding, Lin Fei Lu's eyes lit up. She asked when the wedding was scheduled. Song Jinglan said their wedding was set for the 7th of next month. The Empress investiture ceremony would also be on that day. The time was a bit rushed. Lin Fei Lu was afraid. They couldn't prepare so many things within a month, but Song Jinglan kissed her and told Lin Fei Lu to just prepare herself mentally to marry him. No need to worry about other things. A month later, Lin Fei Lu and Song Jinglan's grand wedding ceremony was held with great splendor. Lin Fei Lu rode in a sedan chair all the way from Yong'an Palace to the main hall for the ceremony. As soon as she alighted, she saw Song Jinglan waiting. Song Jinglan came over, took her hand, and led her. At the same time, the imperial edict for Empress appointment was read. Lin Fei Lu officially became the Empress of the Song Nation. After the appointment, Lin Fei Lu and Song Jinglan offered incense together, praying for blessings for all people in the Song Nation, hoping heaven would bless the great song with favorable weather and eternal prosperity. After offering incense, Lin Fei Lu still had to kneel and bow to heaven and earth to complete the grand ceremony. Having just knelt, Lin Fei Lu's legs were a bit sore. She stood up wobbling as if about to fall. Fortunately, Song Jinglan supported her. Without a word, Song Jinglan picked Lin Fei Lu up, ignoring the minister's advice that it wasn't according to protocol, and carried Lin Fei Lu back to the palace. Song Jinglan, before leaving, turned back and gave the official who had just mentioned protocol a cold look, causing all the court officials to wisely keep their mouths shut. Without discussion, they all agreed to avoid offending the Empress in the future. It wouldn't be good to anger His Majesty. Lin Fei Lu returned first. A while later, Song Jinglan came back. A palace maid informed him that Lin Fei Lu had fallen into a deep sleep upon arrival. She must have been exhausted from the ceremony. Song Jinglan dismissed the palace maid. He personally helped Lin Fei Lu change her clothes. As Song Jinglan was removing the phoenix robe from Lin Fei Lu, she woke up. Seeing that he didn't wake her, but just covered her with a blanket to sleep, she found it very strange. She secretly peeked to see what Song Jinglan was planning to do. She saw Song Jinglan finish changing clothes and just lie down beside her, hugging her to sleep. Lin Fei Lu couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Song Jinglan. She fiercely asked if on their wedding night, Song Jinglan was just going to do this and nothing more. Song Jinglan propped his chin and looked at Lin Fei Lu, asking her if she wasn't already tired. Lin Fei Lu recklessly teased Song Jinglan about his stamina. So Song Jinglan grabbed her ankle, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "On our wedding night, where does the Empress think she's going?" The atmosphere between them gradually became very intimate. Then what was bound to happen happened. Song Jinglan and Lin Fei Lu had a passionate night together. Song Jinglan had completely won over the princess he loved. A moment later, Lin Fei Lu shyly wrapped her entire body in a quilt. She was completely unaccustomed to palace maids coming in and out. Song Jinglan told Lin Fei Lu to take a bath first, so the maids could change the bed sheets, but she shyly refused, insisting on changing them herself. Song Jinglan kissed Lin Fei Lu's cheek, telling her to go bathe. He'd take care of changing the sheets. Lin Fei Lu relaxed in the hot water. After what had happened, she felt less shy than before. Moreover, she and Song Jinglan were now truly husband and wife. Things like what just happened, she should quickly get used to. Before Lin Fei Lu could finish bathing, Song Jinglan entered. Without removing his clothes, he sat down in the tub. He reached out to embrace Lin Fei Lu, wanting to continue their wedding night activities. He whispered in her ear that here, they wouldn't need to change the sheets again. A while later, Song Jinglan carried Lin Fei Lu out of the bathtub. Her body was wrapped only in a thin towel. Without even putting on clothes, she lay down on the bed. Song Jinglan came over to stroke Lin Fei Lu's head. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei Lu thought Song Jinglan wanted to continue their activities. She hurriedly clutched her towel and retreated against the wall. Song Jinglan still wanted to tease Lin Fei Lu a bit more. Feeling himself losing control, he turned away to let her put on her clothes. Between wearing thin, see-through clothes and wearing nothing to sleep with Song Jinglan. In the end, Lin Fei Lu chose to wear clothes. Seeing Lin Fei Lu so alluring, Song Jinglan had to exercise great restraint to calmly embrace her and sleep peacefully. The next day, Hong Gong Gong arrived on time to wake Song Jinglan for court. Song Jinglan tried to move gently to avoid waking Lin Fei Lu. Unexpectedly, she still woke up. On her first day as empress, Lin Fei Lu had wanted to be spoiled and arrogant, not letting Song Jinglan go to court. But when Song Jinglan threatened to continue last night's activities, she had to let him go. Without Song Jinglan to sleep with, Lin Fei Lu found the bed less comfortable. She called Ting Chun and Xixia in to help her wash up and change clothes. Later, she had to go to Zhonghua Palace to serve tea to the Empress Dowager. After Lin Fei Lu became empress, except for the very busy first day, the following days basically returned to the leisurely life from before. Song Jinglan knew Lin Fei Lu disliked trouble, so he personally handled court and harem matters very well. He didn't allow anyone to affect Lin Fei Lu's mood. Even the beauties in the harem who wanted to pay respects to Lin Fei Lu were stopped by Song Jinglan's orders. He instructed Hong Gong Gong to find a good day to send them out of the palace. Except for insufficient stamina every night, Lin Fei Lu had no worries at all. Lin Fei Lu was very angry that although both she and Song Jinglan practiced martial arts, their stamina levels had such a large gap. Not wanting to be outdone by Song Jinglan, Lin Fei Lu secretly resolved to resume sword practice tomorrow. The next day, Song Jinglan and Lin Fei Lu went to practice swordsmanship. Seeing Song Jinglan practice, Lin Fei Lu realized the reason for her poor stamina was because she had trained half-heartedly before. Lin Fei Lu stared at Song Jinglan. She also wanted to learn swordsmanship. Song Jinglan said the swordsmanship he just practiced was personally taught by Ji Liang, so he couldn't teach Lin Fei Lu right now. When Ji Liang returns to the palace next time, he would ask for Ji Liang's opinion. If he agrees, then he would teach her. Lin Fei Lu said she didn't want to learn from Song Jinglan. Then she took out the silent sword manual. Excitedly, she asked Song Jinglan whether Ji Liang's swordsmanship was better, or this sword manual was better. Song Jinglan pondered. He felt the two couldn't be compared directly. This silent sword manual she had kept by her side for many years. Fearing reckless learning would lead to chi deviation, she never dared to touch it. Now, with the swordsmanship expert Song Jinglan by her side to guide her, it should be fine. So Lin Fei Lu handed the sword manual to Song Jinglan, asking him to teach her. Song Jinglan agreed, telling Lin Fei Lu to wait until he finished learning before teaching her. Lin Fei Lu didn't have the patience to wait that long. She whined and pleaded with Song Jinglan to teach her while he learned. Song Jinglan had no choice. He could only compromise with her. Half a month later, that day Lin Fei Lu was practicing swordsmanship with Song Jinglan. Her sword was knocked out of her hand by him, so she angrily sat down on the ground, not wanting to learn anymore. She even accused Song Jinglan of cheating, saying he had already learned the latter part of the sword manual. He could predict her moves every time, and she simply couldn't beat him. Lin Fei Lu told Song Jinglan he couldn't continue learning. He had to wait until she caught up with his progress before continuing. Song Jinglan Lan coaxed Lin Feilu to continue practicing. This time he wouldn't use the sword manual or Ji Liang's swordsmanship anymore. He would only use ordinary moves to practice with her. After much persuasion, Lin Feilu finally agreed with Song Jinglan. Ting Chen and Xixia watched Lin Feilu and Song Jinglan practice. They thought Lin Feilu's swordsmanship was improving quickly, not realizing it was because Song Jinglan was letting her win. This could be seen as a way for the two to increase their intimacy. Privately, because Song Jinglan let her win, Lin Feilu easily knocked his sword away. This made her extremely happy. Since the addition of an empress, the atmosphere in the Song Dynasty palace was no longer as somber as before. Every day, the palace maids gathered to watch the emperor and empress practice martial arts together. Ji Liang would come to the palace once every year. That time when he came, he saw Song Jinglan being chased and attacked with a sword by Lin Feilu, and he couldn't accept it for a moment. He stood there dumbfounded. He even thought his disciple's swordsmanship had become that terrible. Ji Liang went to see Song Jinglan while he was reviewing imperial edicts. As soon as he arrived, he immediately asked Song Jinglan if he couldn't beat Lin Feilu. Song Jinglan chuckled, saying he was just letting her win, but Ji Liang didn't think so. To him, there's no such thing as letting win in martial arts. Song Jinglan smiled, telling Ji Liang this was just a marital pleasure for them. Ji Liang looked at Song Jinglan in confusion. In his heart, he had only ever loved swordsmanship. He completely didn't understand what marital pleasure meant. At this moment, a palace servant entered to inform Song Jinglan that Lin Feilu had come to deliver food. Upon seeing Ji Liang, Lin Feilu immediately greeted him warmly, as if they had always been close. She even told Ji Liang that since he was here, he should stay in the palace for a few more days. Lin Feilu brought 2 portions of bean cakes. She quickly took 1 portion and offered it to Ji Liang to try first. Ji Liang seemed very pleased with this snack. Under Lin Feilu's expectant gaze, he gave an approving Lin Feilu was very happy to hear this. She even said that from now on she would make food for Ji Liang every day. Song Jinglan, seeing Lin Feilu engrossed in conversation with Ji Liang and forgetting about him, spoke up to ask her where his portion was. There was only 1 portion of bean cake left in the food box, so Lin Feilu gave it to Song Jinglan. Ji Liang had just finished the bean cake. Hearing Lin Feilu say this, he realized he had eaten Lin Feilu's bean cake, resulting in her having nothing to eat. He felt very guilty. He put down his bowl on the table and said he had business to attend to, so he'd leave first. After seeing Ji Liang off, Lin Feilu went to Song Jinglan to be embraced by him. Looking at her expression, Song Jinglan knew Lin Feilu was planning something again. But when asked, Lin Feilu wouldn't say. She even winked, acting very mysterious. She also asked when Ji Liang would come to the palace again. Song Jinglan smiled and said Ji Liang wanted to check his swordsmanship, so he might stay in the palace for a few days. He also told Lin Feilu if she wanted to visit Ji Liang, she could ask Tiandong to take her there. Lin Feilu was extremely happy to hear this. She gave Song Jinglan a playful kiss on the cheek as a thank you. From that day on, whether it was morning, noon, or evening, Lin Feilu continuously brought meals to Ji Liang. Every day she made new dishes, never repeating any. This meal delivery went on for several days. On the morning of the 5th day, just as Lin Feilu was bringing in the meal box,